FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
It's this high pop-up down the right field line. Altuve, McCormick, Chaz has room. Ball game over. 1-2-3 night for Josh Hader. 17 career saves against the St. Louis Cardinals, matching the most he's had against any one team. Astros score 4 in the bottom half of the eighth, win this game 7-4. That's one of the best W's of the year.
Agreed. That was one of the best W's of the year for the Astros last night at Minute Maid Park. 7-4, the final score. They beat the St. Louis Cardinals. Game where they were paddling upstream all game, leaving guys on base like they have all year. And then a bolt of lightning from the heavens. Seth and I decided to leave the game after the 7th inning.
Right.
Because we got to get up early. And
we
then,
owe it to our listeners.
Yeah.
To come in and have the exact same experience many of them
fresh
did.
as a daisy like we are this morning.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is, and we missed, as Callis said, perhaps one of the, hopefully you look on this game in hindsight and you think, oh, look at that. You got a key home run from Jordan. Yeah. You have Yiner after a 2-day rest showing up and not necessarily looking all that great at first, but then in the 8th inning coming up huge.
2-run bomb,
go-ahead 2-run
Another Breggy
run.
bomb right before that?
Yes.
Tie the game?
Breggy with five home runs in 7 games now, is it?
Is that what it is?
It's something there.
I know it's 8 in the last 21.
Yeah.
So it's so he seems to have his power stroke, but they get the win last night.
Yeah.
You and I got to see most of it. Big thanks to Joe Sutton for inviting us to the game. That was a good time. We had a great time at the game.
That was I'm ruined for sitting anywhere else except in the second row behind home plate.
Okay. So the big question.
Yeah.
You brought this up before the show. You and I, the seats we were at last night, we were a short pebbles throw away from the on-deck circle for the Astros.
Yeah.
Was Yordan Alvarez trying to get our attention at one point during the game?
I thought he was flirting with you.
With me?
Oh, yeah. When he was on deck, it was when Kyle Tucker went down, actually, and there was a lot of time.
Yeah.
Yordan just stays pretty focused and staring outward towards the field while there's action. Yeah. When Kyle Tucker went down, and it was about 3 or 4 minutes. Yeah, at one point, I think he might have been trying to catch your attention.
Okay.
Did he have an assistant come and hand you a ball or
I'm not
anything
saying.
with his,
I'm not talking, man. I'm not talking. So yeah, that was.
No, you know what happened right in that moment? I was when Tucker went down. You know, it was almost. It was eerily similar to when he got hit on the inside of his shin a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And in that instance, Tucker acted like almost nothing at all had happened. And Callis had pointed out that Tucker has a different reaction when he gets hit and say, Jordan, And
kind of powers through it.
Callis didn't say it, but Jordan goes down and he's going to be absolutely sure, which is appropriate because Jordan's had some scares, whereas Kyle Tucker hasn't had that many scares in his career when it comes to serious injury.
Right.
And so I said, I told that story to Joe Sutton where I just said, Yainer kind of goes down like a sack of potatoes.
Jordan.
Oh, Jordan. No ding for me. Jordan goes down like a sack of potatoes. And I swear it was right after that, Jordan looked into the stands.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is he how he couldn't have possibly have heard that?
I don't know. You and Joe both have big, heavy barisone voices.
Yeah, but we're conscious of that, and we both talk pretty quiet
keeping
in
it
public
low?
settings because we know we're loud. Yeah. And so I don't think he heard me. I think he was just kind of taking some time to peruse the crowd. Yeah. The seats to the right of you are owned by the seats to the right of where we were sitting are owned by an agent.
Oh,
and
okay.
so I think the guy sitting next to, like, 2 seats down from you may have been a client.
Somehow tied to Jordan.
Yeah, or somehow. So Jordan may have known that
makes
guy.
sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So I think you're safe. I don't think you have to worry about Jordan showing up in your DMs.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
Hey, life is short.
Hey, man.
I got so many chances to be with a big league ball player.
Yeah.
Hang out. He probably just wants to go for ice cream or something.
Talked about a Cuban fetish that I have.
Yeah. And then he hit a home run.
He did. He did.
Maybe you're his lucky charm.
He hit a Jordan bomb. Yeah. So that was good last night. 7-4. They beat the Cardinals. Look, our show. I listen to other shows, things like that, and I keep hearing like they got to stack series. You got to win series. No, they got to win games. They're burning daylight. I said it yesterday. It's June now. Like, it can't be, especially against teams that are, I'm not going to say inferior, because the Cardinals do have a better record than the Astros, that little detail. Mm-hmm. But if we're to believe the Astros, talent-wise, if they're underachieving, which I think most people, even the biggest Astros skeptic, would believe this is a team that is underachieving right now, based on its talent level, that they've got to make hay in this stretch right here where it's the Cardinals and the Tigers and the Angels. And this entire month, they've really only got one series where they're playing a team that I think is materially better than them, and that's the Baltimore Orioles.
This is, you come off the high of winning all those games versus the A's, and then you're brought down to earth immediately when you face a competitive team after that.
Yep.
And I think there's things, you and I both could sometimes look at the odds makers and look at what some of the baseball insiders are saying. And there is, I think, in a lot of ways, more trust around the league that the Astros will turn it around than maybe we here at home have. It's like watching the stock market every single day. You start to get pretty erratic emotionally, and I think we get pretty damn erratic emotionally. But it's just time keeps running out with each successive loss. I think when you look at a couple things, I would say that if you're going to be an extreme optimist about the Astros, even going into last night, it's that they are, at any given time, leading the league in batting average, leading the league in OPS, and yet they just haven't scored that many runs. Mm-hmm. We all know about the issues with the pitchers, but if you look at Ryan Presley, there's the injury issues, but then with even Ryan Presley, there's some indications that it's just bad luck. There's other indications that, okay, sure, his batting average on ball, expected batting average on balls in play and everything should be a lot lower than it is. His expected ERA is in the 2s, but he's also walking a lot of guys. Yeah. He's walking enough guys that when he has bad luck, it really snowballs.
Yeah.
But all that analytical stuff shows that his numbers and results should be better than what they are. And when you've lost as many one-run games as the Astros have, that kind of stuff adds up. The best thing that I saw yesterday in terms of reason for optimism was you look at all these things where the Astros are underperforming, including guys like Bregman up until a couple weeks ago. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at potential buyers, potential sellers at the trade deadline. And the Astros were at the bottom of the potential sellers list. Potential buyers list. Potential buyers list. Yes. Okay. At the bottom of the potential buyers list.
So they're still above the line.
They were showing the run differential for each team. And going into last night's game, they were -6 in runs scored versus runs allowed. Now they'll be -3.
Right.
And then the first team they had on the potential sellers list was the Cardinals. And the Cardinals are like minus 57 going into last night's game. They had a huge turnaround in the
with
last
a 500 record.
Right,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
So
And so I think it always, I mean, it's funny. Like, as much as sometimes the advanced analytics are overdone and overblown, I do like it when the analytics people themselves are sometimes like use the simplest score of all,
that's the
stat of all, which is runs scored versus runs
that's
allowed.
arithmetic.
Yeah,
you know,
And like the Astros in a lot of ways are playing like a 500 baseball team with a lot of their guys underperforming.
Yeah.
And Bregman and Jordan especially. Bregman and Jordan. Jordan's has been underperforming, except still as an above-average baseball player.
Yeah.
And now we've seen the power start to come back.
Yeah.
And Bregman, we've seen
Same
the
thing.
power start to come back. If they can steamroll that into something, I do feel like Bregman started kind of mugging for the camera after his home runs. Like, I get optimistic about stupid stuff like that.
Yeah.
I feel like he's feeling it. He's feeling something now that maybe he didn't feel when he started to have a couple little potential turnarounds earlier in the season.
He told Julia Morales in one of the post-game interviews recently that his swing has felt good since that Oakland series where he blew up, and that it even was feeling good through the lull that he had after that, too.
Yeah.
So I'm with you on that. Now, the Kyle Tucker thing, we need to touch on that because, as you pointed out, he fouled a ball off his shin, went down in a heap, was down for a long time, tried to stay in the game.
Yeah.
I could tell when he's trying to stay in the game that he could barely stand on one leg. He could barely stand on that foot. I wasn't surprised when he decided to take himself out of the game. They x-rayed him after the game. It sounds like things look good for now.
Contusion.
Yeah.
So, which is a bruise.
Yep. Here's Joe Espada with a Kyle Tucker update after the game.
Yeah, so he's right shin contusion right now. He'll be day-to-day. That ball got him pretty good. So far, everything looks good. So let's hope that stays that way.
Seemed like he wanted to stay in.
He wanted to stay in. That's all he was saying. I want to finish his at-bat. I want to stay in. I want to stay in. So, but once he walked to the on-deck circle to kind of gather himself, he started walking. He looked in. He said, "Joe, I can't go." I'm like, okay, I'm just encouraged by the fact that he's, walking around in there, feeling okay, and that's good.
It's one of the it's one of the kindnesses that we pay to athletes is that we call a bruise a contusion.
A contusion,
yes,
makes it sound official.
Makes it sound like something that it's okay to leave a game with. And it is. It's true, especially when anytime you get a bruise either in the deep thigh or somewhere on a very exposed where the bone is very close to the skin.
Yeah.
It's a painful thing that could feel like a stress fracture or something like that. So I think that's caution is appropriate in an instance like that where, he might very well have had a stress fracture or something. You got to be careful.
Here's Kyle Tucker after the game.
I feel good. We did some x-rays and, nothing was, broken or anything. So I'm sure we'll do some more stuff tomorrow and whatnot. But, right now it's just kind of hurting. But it's all right. We'll get through it.
Dubon, we should point out, Mauricio Dubon came in for Kyle Tucker in the middle of the at-bat, drew a walk, and then Jordan hit the home run right after that.
Yep.
So that was it was cool to see. Man, Dubon is such an underrated piece of this team.
I know Dubon is one of those guys where you're like, as a fan, you're just sitting and you're wondering, like, what do they not see in him that we see in him? Why does Dubon seem to have to just take all the pieces and scraps that are available at any given time?
Yeah, I think there's such thing. Well, obviously he's valuable from a utility standpoint, as we saw last night, but I do think there is such thing as a player who is probably better in spots. Like he's hitting 3 this year, 310. Like if he was playing every day, would he be hitting 310?
Right. Would they? Yeah.
Is he one of those guys? You know,
and his value as a utility player, like Marwin Gonzalez or what
big
have
time.
you, is I do like. I think Dubon as a defensive player is. I take him over Marwin.
I would too. He's Gold Glove caliber.
I love Marwin when the Astros are stealing signs. That was
he's the best.
Marwin, I know he was. That was his career year.
Big loser in that. The Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised when Correa went to the Twins because they were the team that paid money to the one guy that advanced stats have shown that Marwin was the one guy who actually probably benefited on the total. There are a lot of Astros players that once the other teams started to figure out that the Astros were up to something, a lot of those guys ended up suffering because of the sign stealing.
Did.
Whereas Marwin just kept on chugging
along.
That's right. Yeah. That's a professional baseball player.
It is, man. It is. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Astros win last night 7-4. Nice one. I agree with what Callis said in that cut we bumped in with. That was one of the best wins of the year by the Astros last night. All right, up next, C.J. Stroud. We've got more from C.J. Stroud on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. This is the best cut from that interview that I've heard, in my opinion, and kind of a scary thing if you're Roger Goodell. We've got that for you coming up next, but Men's Tea Clinic is what I want to tell you about right now. Men's Tea Clinic, if you
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we've played a lot of this C.J. Stroud Tank Dell interview on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. Played a bunch of it yesterday. We've got some more today. It's one of the better podcasts that a Texans player has been on. There's good stuff here. This one cut. You sent me this one yesterday.
Yeah.
I had not seen this one.
I thought of you. I sat and I watched pretty much that entire episode. They go in. If you want to, it's the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. Their YouTube channel has like 1.5 million subscribers.
Yeah.
But they actually go in pretty deep on a lot of stuff about growing up in a black community and then coming to where they are now, and just in a very like no matter who you are or where you grew up or anything else like that, is really interesting. They kind of spoke about it, not in not standing on a soapbox or anything, just having a conversation about it. That was really enlightening for me. So, like, that part, we're playing a lot of the bling-bling highlights of it and everything, but they actually had some really interesting discussions.
Yeah. This is my favorite cut that I've heard so far from this interview. This is CJ talking about not being afraid to cut ties with people that he grew up with.
Right.
And part of the reason why was the part that intrigued me so much.
And should make you feel better about CJ or perhaps other guys that are influenced by CJ getting into any kind of trouble with Goodell. This is good. This is good.
Very good.
And this sport really changed my life. Yeah. So, like, I don't care. Like, if I got to cut ties with anybody, like, it is what it is. Like,
everybody can't go.
Everybody can't go. And even these people, like these friends, I even have friends like, hey, fam, you think you going to rush over half a yard today? I'm like, bro, I'm working, dog. Like, I work my ass off here right here, Anyway, you asking me some crazy. Like, come on, bro. Like, I play
the flow of the game, bro. What are you talking about?
That's why I block them after. Like, I don't talk to them for the rest of the season. Yeah. And when hey man, you ain't get my calls? Nope. I don't play. And then the league will come get you. They will. The league will come get you.
About
yeah.
I mean, I guess just for the unindoctrinated.
Yeah.
When he says he's got friends coming out and saying, "You gonna rush for more than half a yard?" That's because every week there's a prop bet that C.J. Stroud rushes for more than half a yard. Essentially, does he rush one time in the game?
Yeah.
Is he going to scramble one time in the game? But that's how they quantify it. Like C.J. Stroud, over/under rushing yards, a half.
Right.
And so these are friends of his.
Yeah.
Friends with air quotes. Because
that's a guy that just has no regard for you. Actually,
he's pulling him in front of a bus, basically.
Right. And usually that friend also. It's not like that's the guy who's most astute with his finances. It's some guy that's like...
Or the most astute with bragging to others about CJ giving him information.
Yeah.
Talk to my boy CJ.
I'm just going to casually try to get CJ suspended for a year without thinking that. You got to cut ties with that guy. You got to block him.
Friends trying to get gambling intel.
So they went into a longer discussion about just setting expectations for your friends and how you got to realize... if somebody's in your circle, they got to be moving in your circle. If all of a sudden there's some friction on the side of your circle because the guy's trying to go the other way, then that guy's not in your circle.
Yeah.
That part, it was all part of a larger discussion with Tank Dell saying that his father is going to move to Houston now because they realize that when he goes home, it's not so simple and easy to just there's just too many potential either distractions, complications, what have you. That was the interesting part. It was I'm sorry, what was the name of the rapper who has the podcast?
Gilly
the Kid.
He's Gilly the King now.
That's right, he's Gilly the King now.
Yeah.
Talking about how you might try to you want to get your mom into a nice house. You want to get your grandma into a nice house, but a lot of times grandma doesn't want to leave where she lived for her entire life. So you got to go back if you want to see your grandma.
Yeah.
But you got to be super, super vigilant about not going out and
pool
putting
parties,
yourself
for
in
example.
Right. And to be very, very clear, it's not like Tank was going to some place where he expected or anticipated there should have been trouble.
Right.
And it was a private party or an event or what have you. But it's in Sanford, Florida, which has one of the highest crime rates in the country.
Yeah.
And there's certain things you just can't do anymore. And honestly, the conversation they had about growing up where Tank did versus growing up where a lot of us did, and the considerations that, even if you some of my relatives are poor as hell, but live way out in the country. I don't have those same considerations when I went to go visit some of my relatives. That there's hard decisions to make.
Yep, no doubt. Text message. It's your homeboy who's just oblivious. He doesn't mean harm, just doesn't know any better.
Right. Yeah, he's an idiot. But that's a problem. It's a liability.
Right.
If he's he doesn't mean any harm, but if the guy can't get the message and understand, and CJ talked about that, you got to be really clear with the expectations of how things need to be.
Yeah.
Because you can't afford to have a guy around who's just casually asking, because you know what that guy's going to do? If the guy's he's going to start asking your friends. He'll be at your party and just casually ask Tank Dell or Nico Collins or somebody else, so you think you're going to get this or that?
Yeah.
And so, I'm not saying the guy's a bad dude.
No, man.
But you gotta, you're talking about potentially getting suspended and having a year of screwing your team, all that.
Good guy, but he's drunk. He can't drive home.
Right, yeah. That's
sorry.
Right.
Sorry.
Hey, should we let Sean drive home? I don't know. He's had 17 beers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's such a good guy.
Good dude.
He's a good guy.
Really
Why don't you let him drive home?
That's exactly
Have
right.
you seen how gregarious he is?
That's exactly right.
He's so gregarious.
He's got a charisma about him, yes. Tank Dell, speaking of Tank, man, there was some good stuff in this podcast. The biggest trash talker at defensive back is actually somebody who now Tank has to listen to, presumably talk trash to him at practice.
It was an interesting guy to be the biggest trash talker too.
The guy on his third team.
Yeah.
Well, let's let Tank in. Who's the biggest trash talker among defensive backs in football, Tank?
DB talk the most trash to you.
He probably on the team now. CJ.
Who?
Henderson?
Gardner?
Nah.
Oh, Henderson
from Panthers.
Yeah.
From Panthers.
Yeah, bro was talking.
Really?
He on Houston
Yeah,
now?
he was out there talking.
He was talking that talk.
He's on
He
Houston.
play with us now.
Yeah, he was talking crazy.
I'd say him or.
You gotta say Carlton, David.
Oh yeah,
Carlton was talking a lot.
Me and Carlton was going at it too.
What Carlton from
He
where?
played for Buccaneers.
Oh, he was on your top.
Yeah.
He was talking crazy to you.
We'll get to C.J. Henderson in a second. The Carlton Davis one is funny because Carlton Davis got torched in that game.
He was the one,
He was the one Noah Brown threw to the ground on the 75-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
He was covering Dalton Schultz on a Dalton Schultz touchdown. He was involved in the last touchdown of the game that Tank caught to win the game. Carlton Davis was awful in that game. That's really funny. And then C.J. Henderson is the biggest trash talker. Okay, now that he's on the Texans, do we like the fact that C.J. Henderson is thought to be a huge trash talker, or are we concerned because his performance thus far in his career does not match up to somebody who should be talking
I don't
trash?
like when a guy that's not lived up to his physical potential is a huge trash talker. I start to wonder exactly why is he talking so much. And I'm not saying, why are you talking trash? You're not playing well. I'm just saying, man, maybe his energy is focused on the wrong stuff.
Yeah.
There's one thing Tank and CJ had said in the podcast, in the full-length podcast, $1 million, what is it? $1 million?
$1 million worth of game.
$1 million worth of game.
Yep.
It's a huge podcast. It genuinely is. It's a huge podcast.
Big, yeah.
But there's that, the trash talk de-escalates from high school to college to the NFL. High school is the worst, which makes sense too. Because high school, you got a lot of guys that actually have college ability, but something keeps him out of college. Like, so there's a lot of trash talk in high school. And then college, I think there's a little more of a modicum of respect. And then you get to the NFL, and it really is. It's guys doing their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not even, I mean, partly it's out of respect for the other guy. Partly it's out of understanding that that other guy, no matter who he is, could really ruin your day on any given play. And then part of it is, I think, that you just kind of turn your focus more towards, what do I have to do? Like, and I'm not going to, like, what am I going to do? Turn this guy into a puddle of mush emotionally? Of course not.
Yeah.
Like, I got to focus on what I got to do. So, yeah, the trash talk that actually goes on in any given NFL game would probably disappoint most people. There's not, the linemen, there's very little. There's a few guys that just kind of by personality are just constant talkers. But even then, a lot of those guys, it's more kind of like they're roasting you more than like trying to get into your head or anything.
Do you have any particular memories of specific guys talking trash?
Offensive
or
line, it's rare.
It's
really rare. Yeah, I can't think. I remember one guy. It was a center for the Bills, and I guess he must have been amped up to play me one day. Because, like, after, like, the third series or something, he was like, hey, Seth, you going to make any tackles today?
Really?
Yeah, and then I destroyed him. I got that bastard benched. I beat the hell out of him. To this day, I'm still angry that we lost the game. But I ended up having, like, 8 tackles.
Were you a Jaguar or a Texan?
Texans. We're the Texans, yeah. I wish I remembered his name.
I'll go find it during the break. Don't worry.
Then there was another time, there was a rookie center for the Steelers. The game that we won where we had like 40 yards of offense.
24-6.
Yeah, there was a rookie that came out for intros with his helmet off, and that bothered me.
Wait, why did that bother you?
Because he's no lineman. You're supposed to be more just kind of like put your head down and do your job. And he's a rookie offensive lineman. You know, Larry Tunsil comes out with his helmet off, like whatever. You're a rookie offensive lineman, so I got him benched too.
Do you think he knew that he was pissing you off at the time? Like, do you think he thought he was doing something?
No, he's too stupid. I just wanted to ruin his career right there. I just wanted to destroy him.
I think it's fascinating what where you sources of motivation.
Yeah. Plus, during warm-ups, some kid from Pittsburgh was kind of being annoying during warm-ups, heckling us. So by the time I saw this guy run out with his helmet off, I just wanted to destroy him.
I'm glad that C.J. Henderson got under Tank's skin because we got to go down this road with you right now.
Yeah.
I'm learning a lot.
But no, for the most part, you know what I told you? The one guy that with rookies, sometimes I try to get in their head a little bit, so it's low-key trash talk.
Yep.
And honestly, Andre Garrod, his first game as a starter was with the Cowboys.
The inaugural game against you guys,
Yeah, and so like I could tell he was going to be a good player by about midway through the game. Even the rest of as the rest of their offensive line started to dehydrate and die.
Yeah.
They I think he started at guard, but he had to move to center. And I just told him a couple times, I was like, man, I'll tell you what, and I was having a really good game. I was just like, you're too big to play center, man. Yeah. You're just too big to play. You're more of a guard, It's no big deal. You're going to be good, but you should be a guard. He goes on to be like a multiple-time Pro Bowl center and awesome. He was a really good player. But he was also, so there was that game, and I remembered that, and I felt bad about it. I kind of felt bad about it because I felt like, man, just some solid dude that I'm trying to destroy his career for no good reason, and psychologically. And I ended up the next time we played them, or that I played against them, was against the Cowboys in 2006, and he brought the comment up to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, during a timeout or something. He's like, yeah, remember, am I still too big? And I was like, no, man, you've done all right. And then I tore my ACL 2 series later.
Oh, no way.
Him blocking me. Yeah. So be careful who you talk smack to, everybody. Yeah. It wasn't a dirty play or anything. It was just that stupid turf at Old Texas Stadium.
Yeah.
There was there was slack in that turf.
Oh.
So I tore my ACL, and that was the last time I ever played in a regular season game. So finally, I saw him at the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, I remember that.
He owns the water company that the Texans use out for their bottled water. I can't think of the name
those
of
aluminum
it.
bottles?
Yeah.
Those light blue aluminum? No kidding.
So we had
good water.
We had a good laugh over it. I talked to him for about 15 minutes just on the last day we were there.
He remembered everything?
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah.
I love stuff like that, man. Chucky Okobi, by the way, is the name of the
Steelers guy.
Steelers guy that
Did
you
he
hated
ever play
so
again,
much.
Sean?
He ended up sticking around for a few years.
Did he? Okay, good.
Yeah. Not as a starter. He only started he stuck around for 7 years, but he only started 5 games.
Should have worn his helmet.
Yeah, maybe he wouldn't have been just
During
sitting on the
intros.
sideline watching the whole time.
I don't know. Yeah, I'd find any reason to hate somebody. That was the whole. I can turn on the hate switch real quick. A lot of times people are like, "Wow, Seth's gotten so calm and relaxed. Why is he so calm?" Mostly because of blood pressure. Everybody, okay?
Yep.
That's why I don't flip out anymore. But like, I think people used to doubt whether I was genuinely angry back when I used to be angry. If the situation calls for it, I can get World War III level angry at the drop of a hat.
You still got it in you.
Oh, yeah, I can tap into it. It's a superpower I have. I just choose not to anymore because, honestly, I would have a stroke.
Yeah, we don't need
because
that.
it's genuine anger. Like, it's not performative.
Right,
My
right.
blood pressure goes up.
Yep, it's
Chucky
legit.
A Quarry.
Chucky a Kobe. Yeah.
Chucky a booby.
Chucky.
I'll tell you what.
No helmet. Didn't wear his helmet, the warm-ups. That's great.
The temerity. That's what I said.
The temerity.
I looked at Gary Walker and I said, Gary, the temerity.
And Gary took his helmet off and whacked you over the head with it.
And then he got up and I said, I'll give you what for, Chucky O'Booby.
I Payne and Pendergast.
I'll make you question your life decisions.
That's right. Temerity. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Let's get to headlines. Astros, good night for the Astros last night on the scoreboard, but injury concerns both within the game last night and in the pitching staff. We're getting some light shed on what could be happening with this pitching staff, and sad news from the world of football yesterday as well. We'll get to all of that coming up next. But first, Berkeley Eye Center, if you're looking for 20/20 vision and you want to get rid of the glasses and contacts, the last thing that you
Pendergast with today's headlines.
Alex sends one deep. We are tied up. Home run number 5 in his last 7 games. Breggy stays hot with a long ball. Yiner could use a big hit here. Trying to snap it over 8. He drills one deep to left field. And the Astros have their first lead of the night. Yiner Diaz hits his first home run since April 11th, and it couldn't come at a better time.
Wow. The bartender. Give me a Yiner bomb.
That was first home run since April 11th. I hadn't realized that till I just heard that cut right now.
Yeah.
On the play-by-play, Todd Callis and Jeff Blum on the call on Space City Home Network last night. Astros win 7-4. Very happy for Yiner. You and I were in the car leaving the stadium when Yiner hit that bomb last night. And, man, I felt great for him because his previous appearance at the plate, bases loaded, 2 outs, and he nubbed it back to the mound.
Right, and just it was swinging away. Yeah. Swinging away. Like it looked like the Yiner who had been having issues with his judgment at the plate and everything, where this last month he just kind of crumbled offensively in a lot of ways. And you always wonder with a young catcher especially, where he's trying to learn how to be a guy who calls a game, and he's got to scout pitchers, scout the other team, the batters, and work with different pitchers. It's a lot. You know, that's what Maldonado was so great at, and it takes time and experience to do that, but then to also focus on batting as well, which is kind of a big deal. It's a lot. It's a lot. So I think this is, tip of the cap to Alex Cintron, the batting coach, as well, because Yiner took a couple days off, worked on a bunch of things. Espada weighed in on a little bit. He was a little too forward in his stance. He was leaping on things, but Yiner says there's a bunch of things, and it paid off. So yeah, hopefully this starts something for him where you don't need him to be. You just need him to be not like Maldonado offensively.
Yeah,
you just need him to be a passable catcher as a hitter.
When he came up with the bases loaded, the previous inning or the previous time he was up, I can't remember if it was the 6th or the 7th when he came up with the bases loaded. But there's part of me like thinking about how well Caratini's been playing lately. I'm like, I don't know. I couldn't remember if it was a lefty or righty pitcher. If it was a situation that you would pinch hit there or something like that. But Yiner's just been so. He's not been good, for a while.
Jose Abreu is your pinch hitter, Sean. Keep that.
Heard about that.
Why do you keep forgetting this? Why do you keep forgetting Jose Abreu is your pinch hitter?
Yeah, we missed that last night.
For all 3 pitches that he gets, he's your pinch strikeouter.
Pinch strikeouter. Alex Bregman, we heard his home run there. That tied the game. Bregman's been on a power surge lately. Last night, he had a rough first couple at-bats. One, he got kind of squeezed by the ump. It was a bad call. And then he came up with runners on base and struck out looking, and he no argument. Like it was right over the heart of the plate. But he made some adjustments in game, and it wound up resulting in a game-tying home run. Here was Bregman after the game.
Just trying to put a good swing on the ball, honestly. We made some adjustments after my first 3 at-bats. Just kind of jumping at the ball today. So big thanks to our hitting coaches who noticed that and made me get back into the correct mechanics of how I was swinging for the last 10 days or so. So just honestly just try to put a good swing on it, and I wasn't really focused on what pitch was. I was just trying to put a good swing on a good pitch hit.
If there were 3 things I would take a lot of positives from last night, aside from like the obvious stuff, it would be that with Alex Bregman, with Justin Verlander, and with Yiner Diaz, there were all adjustments that needed to be made either last night or in the last few games. So Verlander was struggling hardcore in the first. A lot of 0-2 counts that withered away, but the guys were putting the bat on the ball. 50% of his pitches went for foul balls. But he was struggling mechanically, he said after the game. And, like Verlander, you trust to make those adjustments and everything. But with Alex Bregman working with the pitching coaches, we've always known he's hyper tuned to what his mechanics are and what's bothering him and everything. And then with Yiner Diaz, taking a couple days off, working on some things, and then seeing it pay off. Like, those are the kinds of things that if a team is underperforming on paper, you got to trust that, all right, if these guys are big league ball players, especially your veteran players, at some point they're going to figure it out. It's just sometimes it doesn't happen. Sometimes it just you end up going a whole season and it doesn't click, and you are running out of time now. So, yeah, right now would be a perfect time for a lot of these guys to start clicking. The way that, honestly, that's what's happened with the pitching staff. The guys were, aside from all the injuries, guys were just simply struggling. A lot of them had changed their pitching repertoire up somewhat, but then what do you see? Hunter Brown adds his sinker back into his game for the first time since college. And the relievers end up just completely and totally getting it together last month. And the staff as a whole looks a lot more like what they're supposed to look like on paper.
Yep. Kyle Tucker went out of the game, something we rarely see. Went out of the game, fouled a ball off his shin, and he was down for a long time, a while. Eventually got to his feet, looked like he was going to try to give it a go to finish out his at-bat, and he couldn't do it. I mean, he was limping pretty badly. After the game, they talked about the x-rays. They got it x-rayed. Nothing super alarming in the x-ray, but it looks like he's going to be day-to-day. Kyle Tucker. Here is Tucker after the game saying he feels all right.
I feel good. We did some x-rays, and, nothing was, broken or anything. So I'm sure we'll do some more stuff tomorrow and whatnot. But, right now it's just kind of hurting. But it's all right. We'll get through it.
Think he plays today or tonight, Tucker?
If it's just a bruise, it depends on how much swelling there is.
Yeah.
Because if there's a lot of swelling, then sometimes you just mechanically your knee doesn't work the right way. And how close it was to his, just depending on how much it
looked like it was from where he was holding. It looked like it was in between his knee and the shin pad.
It really he keeps getting hit in that
There's
bony
no
part.
skin protecting you there.
Yeah. I bet he plays. Yeah. If there's they'll probably double check to be sure there's no stress fractures or anything like that. Yeah. And then they'll put a heavy duty compression on it and just go.
Put him out there.
He's so consistent.
Yep.
And it's just so he's like that guy that I think could end up, if it were a different time and era, might end up with a huge Iron Man streak without even really thinking about it, Or you look up and hey, by the way, did you know that Kyle Tucker hasn't missed a game in 4 years or something like that? So, I think he, long story short, I think he plays.
One of the big reasons he's going to get paid a lot of money, man. Reliability for sure. So the Astros win 7-4. They're back at it tonight. Texans back on the field today for mandatory minicamp. So barring somebody wanting to get a ridiculous fine for not being there, I would expect we get full attendance from the Houston Texans. So we'll have eyes on practice out there today for you and keep you updated. Anything we see out there, we'll keep you updated here on Sports Radio 610. Sad news from the NFL yesterday. Larry Allen passing away at the age of 52. So Larry Allen, Hall of Fame guard for those great Cowboy teams of the 90s. 11-time Pro Bowl, 6-time first-team All-Pro, which unless you're playing the same position as Tom Brady or Jerry Rice, that puts you in the conversation for the best to ever do it at that position. You played against Larry Allen.
I played against him, and it's honestly what you'll consistently hear from people is that's the most you ever feel well, this is a different level of manhood.
He went to Sonoma State.
Yeah. Well, Cowboys back then did Larry Allen or Nate Newton, also small school guy.
Was he?
He was FAMU, I think, so not as small as Sonoma State.
Not a Power 5.
But not these blue chippers or anything. I think my favorite memory of him personally was one time. I think he was playing left tackle. He was playing left tackle because he could play all over the offensive line. I had to come around on contain on a blitz where you're not part of the blitz. You're just trying to get out. And he caught me up under my shoulder pads, and I felt like he launched me into space. I saw it coming too, because you're in a bad position. And I'm like, oh, that's Larry Allen. And then all of a sudden, before I knew it, it was like I'd been ejected from a spacecraft, and I'm like, whoa, in some of those bad movies, where they ignore the fact that you would explode in space.
Right.
I'm actually out there without a spacesuit, just like the greatest American hero, just kind of out of control. I've never felt so hopelessly out of control on a football field.
That's
in my life.
One of the most subtle, funny things you've ever said. Oh crap, that's Larry Allen.
Dude, he incline bench pressed me into space. It was absurd. I've never felt like that on a football field.
2 videos making the round. I couldn't wait to ask you about this because the 2 videos making the rounds yesterday I say I can't wait. I mean, I'm really sad Larry Allen passed away. I hate that this is the reason why we're talking about him. But the two videos that were making the rounds, one, him benching 700 pounds in the Cowboys facility.
Yeah.
And then the one where I don't know who the New Orleans Saints linebacker is that intercepted a pass and thought he had a pick six until Larry Allen chased him down from behind.
Chased him down, right. Yeah.
Chased down a linebacker from behind.
Good running for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think sometimes.
Yeah. No, he looked, other than his size, he looked like a small man.
Yeah, people sometimes would, he's one of those guys, it was hard to understand how good an athlete he was. I think people fixated on his strength, but the really good offensive linemen are first and foremost really good athletes because he wasn't svelte like a Laramie Tunsil or some of these other guys, or even like Jonathan Ogden is kind of a lankier guy, relatively. But so he just looked like a big, stodgy guy. He was incredibly athletic. When we were talking earlier about how there's not as much trash talk on the offensive and defensive line as you might think. He was one. I would put him in that class of. I think all of the Hall of Fame offensive linemen that I played against, Bruce Matthews and all those guys, they just went about their business. And it was also
and Larry Allen was like
Larry Allen was a good, and as a young player, I played against him as a rookie. And I came in, in the fourth quarter of a game that we were losing, and I was just playing. He probably hated me because I was just holy crap, this is my chance against Larry Allen.
It's a Super Bowl for you.
Yeah, but you get this, when you go against guys like that, you realize about midway through the game where you're kind of trying to figure out how he's playing you and everything, and you're like, all right, well, I'm not getting, he's not crushing me. And then you realize, but he's completely shutting me down.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything.
It's just he's so efficient, like a really good martial artist, no wasted movement or anything, just so good at the technical side of things. And then you marry that with strength. Well, that's all they're really great athletes. It's that combination of natural ability, but they work like they're Michael Jordan, and they just are so attuned to all the finer things that you just, okay, yeah. He's not embarrassing me in front of my family, but I'm not going to make a play today.
I'm getting nothing done.
I'm
getting nothing done. Yeah, Larry
very frustrating, Sean.
Yes.
Very frustrating. Yeah, he was awesome. He was so good.
Yeah, R.I.P. Larry Allen, man. 11-time Pro Bowler, 6-time first-team All-Pro, passes away at age 52. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Buyers or sellers at the trade deadline? What are the Astros going to be? The GM answered the question, and I think people will be blown away by where the odds makers have the Astros right now to possibly win a World Series. We'll have that for you as well coming up next. But I want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic and getting all those things taken care of.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour we go. I was a little surprised to see this yesterday. Got the old Jimmy Shapiro email. Jimmy Shapiro's a PR guy for some gambling outlets out there. And so he's usually he's a good source of betting information for those of us in this industry. Yeah. And I was surprised that the Astros, given that they sit, as of last night, 7.5 back of the Seattle Mariners. I didn't see. Did the Mariners play last night? I don't know that they did. If they did, I apologize. But either way, at best, the Astros are now 6.5 back. Still sixth overall.
They're 7 back right now.
7 back. Okay, so they picked up a half a game on Seattle last night. Odds to win the World Series. The Astros are 12-1 to win the World Series, plus 1,200 to win the World Series. Sixth overall, ahead of Seattle, ahead of Cleveland, ahead of Kansas City, ahead of Minnesota. These are all teams, well, Cleveland, the Astros. These are all teams the Astros have had some degree of success against this year. Seattle, not so much recently, but I think all teams that have played better baseball than the Astros so far, significantly so in some cases. But the Astros still viewed by the odds makers as the sixth overall favorite to win the World Series, third overall to win the AL behind only the Yankees and Baltimore.
To win the AL?
To win the American League, the Astros are third overall. The Yankees plus 250, which is basically 2.5 to 1. You bet 100 to win 250. Baltimore plus 450. Astros plus 650. Third overall. Now, here's what's interesting, is that to win the division, Seattle is still the favorite, a fairly heavy favorite, actually, at minus 160. That's like a 65% chance to win the division.
Yeah.
So the Astros are not favored to win the division, not even really close, but the thinking, obviously, amongst the odds makers, or at least the betting community, is that the Astros may not win the division, but they'll find a way to be one of those 6 teams in the American League, and that once they get in, there's a better than decent chance that they flip that switch.
The thing about that's surprising, I guess, is that if you just look at the AL right now, there are 11 teams with fewer losses than the Astros. Just going down
looking at that column.
Yeah, so in terms of elevating yourself up into the 6th spot for a wild card, the thing that they have going for them, aside from the obvious benefits of playing in a weaker division, it's that the AL East and the AL Central are just meat grinders right now of a division. So there's going to be some good teams that end up with 500 records just because of the division they play in and the competition they face. But the Astros, if they continue to build on some of the positives we started to see over here over these last couple of weeks, and I mean, frankly, like if they continue to bat and just do it with runners in scoring position as they did last night, they'll you can easily see how they could gain that ground.
Yes,
and it's just a lot of that. I think the odds makers and everybody else looks at things on paper and trusts the resume or the back of the baseball card of a lot of the better players on the Astros and figure, like, all right, baseball being the marathon that it is, at some point it's going to turn for these guys.
They're going to go as their top 4 go in the lineup. Like, if their top 4 are hitting the way they can, particularly Jordan and Bregman, because they're going to be 3 and 4 in this lineup. I know Bregman's been shuffled around a little bit, whatever. I mean, Joe Espada wants him to be the cleanup hitter so badly in this lineup. If those two are hitting the way they've been hitting of late, then I think they're going to score 5-6 runs a game.
The two biggest things, when I just talk to people, talk to people on the street, at the game last night, Uber drivers, whatever, if it comes to just the non-technical side of things, the biggest common thing I keep hearing from people is, well, one of the most common things I hear is that they got to bring back Jeff Luhnow. And I've heard that from all ranges, and which that's not going to happen this year, obviously. It's an interesting talk for the offseason, but it's the fact that they got to bring somebody in that can provide some kind of veteran leadership spark. How do you replace a George Springer, or going back to the guys that they brought in 2015, 2016, some of those veteran type guys. Like somebody can come. It's tough to come in midway through the season as a guy who's also a leader. Like that's got to be somebody who's pretty established and respectable. But I don't know if this is just because this is how it feels right now to us, and the results haven't been what they should be on paper. Is it as simple as that? Yeah, like whatever that chemistry is just isn't the same as it's been in the past.
Yeah,
like the runners and scoring position stuff. That just it feels as analytical as you try to be about all this stuff. Like, man, some of that feels like just grab your
mojo,
grab him by the cojones and take what's yours.
Yeah,
just like stand up and do it for the other guys on the bench. Whatever the hell it takes, get something done with runners in scoring position. And we've seen more progress with that in the last couple of weeks.
You know what it sounds like you want, Seth?
What's that?
Sounds like you want a little Tommy Pham in your life.
One-run ball game, close play at the plate. And actually, it wasn't even close. There's a shallow fly ball to left field. You would expect the left fielder to throw the base runner out on that play. But the situation of the game, third base coach sends you got to go. I'm nailed out at home by a mile. I'm going to the dugout, and I hear the tough guy with all the hoorah, so I'll never start anything, but I'll be prepared to finish it. There's a reason why I do all kinds of fighting in the off season, because I'm prepared to somebody up. So you can take it as what it is.
A little too far?
I don't know. Maybe not. No, I don't know. You know what? Honestly, 2015, I think one of the non-analytical things that sparked that 2015 team was when, boy, this lack of sleep is going to crush me early this morning. When A.J. Hinch went after Joe Girardi up in New York.
Yeah.
Remember? There was a bench clearing confrontation. It's never a brawl. There was a bench clearing confrontation, and A.J. Hinch went like a beeline to Joe Girardi and started tearing into him. Remember, after the game, Joe Girardi was like, "I don't know why he came after me," and that's when the Astros became Yankee killers. Amongst a lot of other things. It feels like there's some level of grit somehow with the composition right now. That's not what it was in the past.
That ain't happening with this manager.
No, and it would. Yeah, like with him, I feel like to overcome some of the perceived meekness, he would actually almost have to physically assault another manager.
Yeah.
Scott Service would be a good start.
Oh, yes.
Except I don't want to see Espada get beat up by an old man.
Yeah. Service has some of that Tommy Pham energy.
Yeah, Service, I don't think Service would mess around. Service would give him a trachea punch right quick.
Yeah. So here's part of the issue, as we're mentioning the odds makers here, kind of putting the Astros in good position to make a deep run in the playoffs, but doing so from a wild card spot.
Yeah.
Some of it is just the cluster of teams that are battling for a wild card spot right now. You need a lot of teams to fall out of them. It's only June 4th, so I understand that. Right now, if the season ended today, the three wild card teams would be the Baltimore Orioles, Kansas City Royals, and the Minnesota Twins. The Twins are 33-26. The Astros are 7 games back of the Twins, 8 in the loss column. In between the Twins and the Astros, so it's one thing where you go, okay, well, you're 7 games back. All right, we just got to go to work, man. We just got to go to work, hammer away, win some games. There's that little issue of there being 5 teams in between you and the Twins. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need a lot of failure. The more teams that are in between you and the wild card spot, that's the more teams you need to fail. The Tigers, the Red Sox, the Rangers, the Rays, the Blue Jays, they're all sitting in between the Astros and a wild card spot. So that's where things stand. The odds makers still very bullish, relatively speaking, for a team with a 27-34 record. Odds makers are very bullish on the Astros right now. So the next question becomes, what is this team, when it looks in the mirror at itself, say at the end of June, what are they seeing?
Yeah.
Are they a buyer or are they a seller? Dana Brown was asked about this last night, and he has not changed his stance on whether this team is going to be a seller or not.
I don't see any scenario where we're sellers. I think we're going to be buyers. I think, just judging from my experience in this game, I've seen teams blow, leads from 5 games up to 7 games up in September. You know, in Atlanta when we won the World Series, we didn't get to 500 until game 100. So I don't foresee, us being sellers at all. So we're going to grind it out. I think we're going to get back to 500 before people know it, and then we'll be back in the race.
I think that's to me how I'm looking. I know I'm literally looking at the standings while you and I are doing the show, but in general, kind of symbolically or whatever, I'm not looking at I'm looking at the standings every day at all. I just need him to get back, like kind of what Dana Brown was saying. Get back to 500, then let's assess things.
And then you've got to, and especially with the playoffs being expanded the way they are, I think that probably most people feel a justified sense of confidence because we've seen this. We saw this last year with the Astros, that if you can just get into the tournament, at the end of the year, there is a level of clutch gene and just experience in the playoffs that can carry the Astros a long way.
Yeah.
And then especially, Luis Garcia threw a bullpen session yesterday.
Yeah.
Doesn't make you feel a whole lot better about Urquidy being done for the year. But there's reason for hope and optimism if they can just get into the tournament.
Yep.
And then after that, things can take care of themselves.
Yeah, I don't know if we've mentioned that yet in the show. Have we mentioned Urquidy yet? If
I don't
not,
think we did.
Yeah, we probably should. For those, the team is still being coy about it.
Yeah.
But reports yesterday from multiple outlets, including Jeff Passan of ESPN. I saw Ari Alexander tweeted from Channel 2 here in town.
Yeah.
Jose Urquidy looks like he's getting surgery of some sort, probably Tommy John, for a second time for him.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, I leave that stuff to you because I would misspeak and say that Jordan's out for the season or something.
That would be bad.
Yeah, cause a car accident.
That would be bad.
Basically, and then all of a sudden I'm testifying in front of the FCC as to why I caused traffic deaths all over the city.
We don't need that heat.
No, I can't have that blood on my hands,
That's
Sean.
Right. I know.
I got too much blood on there already.
Yeah.
It's a constant out damn spot with me, damn it.
You don't need that.
Mm-hmm.
Dana Brown. Okay, so if you are buyers, Ben, let's skip down to 7 here. If you are buyers at the deadline, Dana Brown, what would you be looking for?
Get more offense. That would be great. Particularly left-hand bat. That's one of the areas if we can get more bat. That would be intriguing for me. And you can never have enough pitching. You guys have always heard me say pitching. I'm always in pursuit of pitching because you need pitching to win. You need pitching to go deep. So you always in need of pitchers, whether it's starters or relievers. Anytime you could acquire anything that's going to help you shorten games on the back end or get good starts, you have to be in the market for pitching.
Yeah, no, look, we know that firsthand. Just to go back to the Phillies series and just where you realized midway through that series, oh, they're out of bullets over there.
Yeah,
the Astros are meanwhile trying to figure out ways to work guys into the rotation and throw in committee no-hitters and all of that.
Right.
That's I think especially because the offensive struggles have been so poignant. It's weird. I'm in a weird place with the pitching, man. It's a complicated relationship I have with the pitching right now on this Astros team. I don't know if I can trust them again, and yet all the signs are that they've turned their act around, and yet I just can't trust them.
It's less complicated than it was the first couple weeks of the season. That was rough because that was when the back end of the bullpen was imploding on a regular basis.
Yeah.
What was supposed to be the strength of your pitching staff, it's where you made your big splurge. And that was also when it felt like each of the starting pitchers was having one inning where they would just give up mega runs. They've managed to curtail that. If Presley ever gets things figured out, then I actually feel pretty good about things in the bullpen.
Sitting behind home plate like that, sitting next to Joe Sutton there, second row behind home plate last night.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Joe Sutton, for that was awesome. That's the first time I've sat right there.
Cool seats, man.
The guy, honestly, the pitcher last night that I was most, you try to get up there and be like, I could hit Verlander, whatever. Well, last night, and I could foul off Verlander.
Totally made contact.
Seth Martinez was the one where I'm like, oh. That was nasty. Everybody else I could have hit last
Got that
night.
weird delivery.
Right, that's what it was, I think. Yeah,
different.
usually. That turns out that's my weakness as a major league hitter. The other guys I would have hit about 700 against
you'd have been
last night.
fine.
Yeah.
You'd have been fine.
But Seth Martinez, I just can't figure
Your
him out.
kryptonite is Seth Martinez. Yeah.
Joe was telling me about watching Javier too from that perspective.
Yeah,
and he like how crazy it is. You're just like, man, that ball is all over the place.
The invisible ball is real.
It's just it's an illusion, man.
Dana Brown saying a left-handed bat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm wondering what that looks like. You look at the I'll call them the non-pitchers on the roster right now. Like if you're going and getting a bat, that would mean the roster as currently constructed is that you'd be moving on from somebody where there would at least be a little bit of drama to it. You know what I mean? Because that's been the big thing right now is Espada talking about how difficult it is to find spots for everybody right now. Because you got Chaz who's back, who's not been good, but they still seem hell-bent on getting him some at-bats. It would appear they feel like somewhere in there is the Chaz McCormick from 2022 and 2023.
Yeah.
And they're going to let him work their way out, let him work his way out of it. Jake Myers has cemented himself as of right now as the everyday center fielder. Kyle Tucker, when he's not fouling balls off his shin, is your everyday right fielder. And now you got this first base conundrum where neither guy is playing well, but they're both on the roster right now. And then you got Dubon who can play anywhere. If they go get a bat, like there's not a single guy I just named where it's not a big topic the next day that they moved on from so-and-so for different reasons, obviously.
MLB.com surveyed a bunch of executives, anonymous executives, about who their top trade candidates were.
Okay.
In all of Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And this does not quite jive with the Astros being buyers instead of sellers at the trade deadline. By far, the runaway winner amongst these anonymous executives with 5 votes was Alex Bregman as the top trade candidate.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Which is, it depends on the haul you're getting for him and what you're getting for him. If he keeps hitting the way he's been hitting, I don't think there's a chance in hell. Just given the way Crane's wired and like that he's not going to give up on this season.
Yeah.
Even if it would have to be a pretty interesting, because if Bregman's going to command a certain package, then he's going to want to get immediate returns, and it'd be pitcher or what have you.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like if he's not playing well, then he doesn't have as much value. If he is playing well, I'm 100% with you. If he is playing well, they're not trading Alex Bregman. I think this is the thing I would tell Astro fans, like overall with the gist of this conversation, buyers and sellers, is whatever the normal metric is to measure whether a team is a buyer or a seller by record.
Yeah.
The Astros are not going by that. The Astros and Jim Crane are going to hang on to whatever faint hope there is, whatever flicker of a candle that there is, that this team can find their way back into the race.
Yeah.
And I think if they're remotely close in the middle of July, if the All-Star break rolls around, I'll put it this way. If the All-Star break rolls around and they're at 500, there is zero chance they're sellers. Zero.
Right, yeah.
Zero. There's a better chance they are a buyer than a seller.
This was done, this is interesting. This article is from May 11th, actually. So, again, I think that speaks to a couple things. It's that, Bregman makes sense for a lot of reasons looking at it from the outside in, but I think also those anonymous executives also figure, that Bregman, they use the back of the baseball card, and despite Bregman's long droughts and what have you, the upside is still something that people take a swing at when they're like, all right, yeah, we know there's a risk, but we're taking a guy on an expiring contract that has shown up big in the postseason before. And this is a guy that you could very easily envision being a critical get-over-the-hump type of guy for your team.
The other thing about Bregman, though, compared to other trade targets, is he's a very specific skill set. He's a very specific position.
Yeah.
If you're trading for a pitcher, well, you've got 5 of those in the rotation. Yeah. It's easy to work a pitcher or a bullpen arm into the mix. You've got 13 pitchers on a staff. It's got to be a team that's in contention, has prospects the Astros want, and has a need at third base.
Yeah.
Because Bregman's not all of a sudden going to play shortstop like he did at LSU for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The only scenario in which I would feel good about trading Bregman right now would be as if the Astros are a dumpster fire at that point.
Yes.
And then but Bregman has played well throughout it. So it's not, aside from I would love for it to work out with Alex Bregman somehow with the Astros. Yeah. But I think the only realistic way that makes sense is if he goes on a tear for the next 6 weeks, but everybody else falls apart. So I certainly don't want that.
No. All right, so buyers or sellers, text in 713-572-4610. How are we feeling right now about the Astros? 7-4, they win last night over the Cardinals. Let's circle back to CJ Stroud.
Never heard of him.
CJ Stroud.
I'm in baseball mode.
He's the quarterback of the Houston Texans.
Yes.
We've cited the podcast that he and Tank were on quite a bit over the last day or two. The $1 million worth of game podcast. Some topics were pretty light. Who's the biggest trash talker? What are your season goals, Tank Dell? We'll get to that a little later in the show. Some topics were a little heavier. CJ's dad is incarcerated right now. He has been for a number of years. And I guess he saw him recently in person, and it sounds like this is the first time in a long time.
Yeah, since he was a kid.
That he's
I
seen
didn't
him.
I didn't realize this, that he hadn't seen him
Talk
in
a lot,
person.
but-
Yeah, and like he sat down and had a real like man-to-man conversation with him.
Yeah, here's CJ on seeing his dad recently in person.
I got to go see my dad about last month, and that was like when I mean communication, like I had to sit down and like talk to him about everything, like just like black and white. And I've talked to my dad plenty of times over the phone, you know, forgave him around like senior year of high school, at least I thought I did, but when I sat down with him this past time, like I really forgave my dad right there. I was calling, man, the first time I felt like a little boy, so I've been 11 years old.
Yeah.
From 11 years old, I felt like a grown man. And like that moment,
Because you had to man up.
I had to man up. I had to sit down and like fight my fears of like what I thought. I thought I was a man before that moment. I was not. You know what I'm saying? I sat down, looked my dad in his eyes, and and it wasn't like no bashing session, none of that. I told him, man, I love you, man. Like I understand now.
Right.
Because I'm a grown man now,
Right.
and I got to fend for our family now,
Right.
and I got to be the man and the head of the household.
Right.
So you know, it was actually like super beautiful, man. Like to be able to, you know, sit down with him and really fellowship as a man. Because last time we talked in person I was a child.
Yeah. That was wild to me. Like the last time they sat down was it sounds like a long time ago. with
Yeah,
CJ.
and he, I think sometimes with CJ, there's just a certain maturity that comes with having that perspective and having been through some things. And I don't think, you know, he kind of like he'll talk about it, but he understands. He'll make comments where he's aware that like he's talked about it a lot, and he doesn't want to. I think it seems like he doesn't want to become the guy that's always talking about, you know, my past or what have you. But it's relevant at times, and he'll talk about it when it's relevant. But yeah, I think it sounds like there was some underlying resentment there that he thought he had worked through, but he actually hadn't. And it takes a long time to come to terms with stuff like that.
Yeah,
it takes a long time to genuinely. Sometimes to genuinely forgive somebody, it's more a matter of just understanding the fallibility of all humans. You know,
nobody's perfect.
They're like including yourself, and that you can't hold anger over people having made decisions they did just because of the circumstances or because of who they are. That's life. That's how it happens.
Yep.
But he's probably got a certain level of empathy for his dad now that he didn't have before.
He makes it sound in this cut like because his dad's in there for a while.
Yeah.
I don't remember all the details. But CJ was pretty vocal during the season this year about trying to get his dad out.
Well, he was vocal about prison reform. Yeah, and I think that people missed the mark there. I saw somebody make a comment yesterday that CJ, after every game, is talking about getting his dad out of prison. Like, no, he doesn't at all. Like, in the press conferences, he's talked about prison reform and conditions within prison. This is the first time I've heard him publicly say what he's saying here, which is about, you know,
his dad specifically
trying to help his dad out to expedite the process.
I'm blessed, man. I wouldn't go back and change anything. You know, of course I want my dad to be here, but you know, like that's coming. It's coming soon, you know, and I'm super blessed to have, you know, God willing, man. You know, I'm super blessed to have these connections that I do and these people like y'all, you know, and we just talked about it a while ago, and I got Michael Rubin who's helping me, and, you know, Jessica Jackson, I got Scott Budnick, a whole bunch of people who are trying to help. So, you know, it's going to come soon, God willing.
So, yeah, that's not specific, but it's coming soon. Like that to me sounds like that, you know, that it's being worked on and CJ knows some things.
Well, and I don't, it's interesting because I don't know, you know, what exactly the circumstances were that led to his dad doing the stuff that he did. Like nobody denies, like CJ doesn't deny or his father doesn't deny that he did what he did. But it also sounds like he's one of those complicated people that did a lot to help people. You know, and was very active in his church and did a lot of outreach in the community and everything.
Yep.
So I don't worry about like that cliche, like, oh, okay, his dad's going to get out of jail and drag him down or anything. It doesn't seem like that type of a scenario,
right?
Or that he's that type of a person.
Yep.
And it's like, I'm happy for CJ if that's the way it works out.
Yeah, for sure. Now to the lighter stuff. CJ in this podcast rattled off his top 5 quarterbacks, and he was one of them. He said Mahomes, Lamar, myself. He mixed Dak in, which blew the guys away. He was doing the putt. Dak, get out of here. But one guy, I don't think this was part of the top 5 conversation, but CJ Stroud loves Matthew Stafford.
He might be up there with Brady and them, bro.
No, come on.
No,
bro.
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's
that was
crazy.
crazy.
Let me go back. Hey, because look, look, dog, hold on. Before you do all this, I'm a student of the game. Stafford a dog.
He is a dog.
No, you don't understand, bro. You saying that. That's all I watch. I don't watch nobody else. I watch Mahomes at times because Mahomes does some stuff that like you can't coach. Stafford, dog, he will beat you with the same thing every time. All that no lick stuff, I got that from bruh. Like, look, that's one of my big, like, I'm a fan of his, like.
If
when I
he's
go to
a
LA,
great quarterback.
I be trying to find, bro.
But
Like,
it's
we
the
got the same
levels of
trainers. I be
greatness.
trying to, like, go to where they working out and just watch.
That's all I'm
He
saying.
elite, dog.
Like Charles Barkley.
Hold on. If you give Matthew Stafford a chance like Aaron Rodgers, I guarantee he might have had more rings, for sure. I think Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford had more rings than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he could have another ring probably.
I'd say he had like 3, 4.
He might. It's possible.
Bro.
He good.
When you
But what
talking
I'm
about
saying is
tough
it's
as
levels
nails,
of
dog.
greatness.
All right, so
what did he say at the end? What did Gilly say?
I didn't hear at the end right there. Yeah, I was.
No, Matt Stafford is one of those guys. Honestly, Matt Stafford, I either credit or blame through no fault of his own for some guys being way more aggressive and forcing their way out of situations. I think there are a lot of quarterbacks that feel like, oh, wait a second, I'm stuck on the Lions here. This is like,
dude.
I'm going to be Matt Stafford.
Dude.
I'm going to be a guy that plays his butt off for years with no actual reward or recognition.
I would say I guarantee. I'm saying this like I'm being a little hyperbolic. I'd be shocked. Let me put it that way. If during the course of Deshaun Watson talking to his agent David Mulugheta after the 2020 season, if Matthew Stafford's name didn't come up in that conversation.
Yeah.
When Deshaun, just a few days after the season ended, asked for a trade. Now we know there's a whole lot more that came with the Deshaun Watson saga. I get that. But there was a period of time from the middle of January through the first lawsuit that was revealed where Deshaun Watson was viewed as a sympathetic figure here because the team was so poorly run at the time.
Yeah.
You know, they had just made a bunch of bad decisions in terms of who was running roster construction and everything. They fixed that, thankfully, and now they're a shining star. But that Matthew Stafford's name was the one that came up quite a bit when Deshaun was in trade demand mode. Like, he's probably looking at Matthew Stafford going, I'm going to wind up. Now, obviously, Stafford went and got a Super Bowl, but it was somewhere else. Like, he's probably looking at it, as you point out, Seth, like other quarterbacks who are talented quarterbacks stuck on poorly run teams going, I could be Detroit Lions Matthew Stafford.
I always look at it from a defensive lineman or linebacker's perspective, kind of how I look at things. I always looked at, for the Saints, Pat Swilling and Sam Mills were two players that I always felt like, man, these guys, like, people don't know how good these guys are.
Really good.
Yeah, but because they're playing for the Aints at the time, or they're the paper bag Saints instead of like one of the premier. If those guys had played for the Cowboys or something, they could have been superstars.
Yeah.
But they're stuck in this situation where they make some stabs at it, whatever, but it's never quite what it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I would agree with. I don't know if I can go 100% there with him with Matt Stafford though.
Well, okay. Now, so what CJ was saying there at the end, if you missed it, was he's basically saying if Matthew Stafford, I think what he was saying was if Matthew Stafford had the same, you plunk him down in Aaron Rodgers' ecosystem in Green Bay, I think he was referring to, because he only played 4 snaps for the Jets last year.
Yeah, I don't think. No, I don't. But nobody's ever said if you plunk him down in the Jets situation.
Yeah.
Would be.
So I think what CJ was saying there is if you plunk Matthew Stafford down on the Packers since 2008 when Aaron Rodgers became the starter instead of Aaron Rodgers, that he might have 3 or 4 Super Bowls, which he might. You know, like he's every bit as talented as Aaron Rodgers.
It's interesting that he watches that much Matt Stafford. I think CJ's wired a little different mentally in terms of risk management. CJ's way
different.
CJ's just way more careful with the ball, and I think doesn't try to do as Matt Stafford is cursed with the ability to throw at odd arm angles. Which is, and I say that because, like Ryan Fitzpatrick is like that a little bit. Like, just because you can doesn't mean you should consistently, because you're not as good as when you're just constantly throwing with the same motion, And like Stafford would get himself into trouble as many times as he would bail himself out with that arming.
Yeah, for sure. Text message, someone saying, you mean like J.J. Watt?
Yeah.
Like as far as like great player in a situation where there's a ceiling because the team's just not very good.
The difference with JJ was he was so good that he was still going to get that recognition. I mean, he's a 3-time defensive MVP.
Mm-hmm.
So, it was, JJ, but as far as the point of, a guy stuck in maybe on a team that wasn't going to be as good as he was, then, that's
it was just never going to play in any games that were important, and I think that's not a bad analogy.
See, JJ's out playing goalie for
he made a save.
Yeah. And he did he headbutt a ball into a goal? I don't know.
Oh, I didn't see that. I just saw the penalty kick that Kalia took against him. And he saved. It was a good save, man. J.J. Watt, looking like Sylvester Stallone from the movie Victory.
As if we can judge. Oh, yes.
He was a diver.
From the many, much time we've spent watching soccer.
It could be one of those things,
football.
too.
I like to call it football, Sean.
It could be football, yeah. It could be one of those things where there were like 25 that she actually made against him, and they only put the one up that he saved.
They went dude perfect.
Dude perfect, yeah, completely. Text message, Astros need to be sellers and plan for the future, which means they'll do the opposite. I'm not ready to say they need to be anything at this point.
I don't think it's fair to them
June
to say.
4th, I'm willing to, especially given the schedule they've got coming up, I'm willing to let this play out for a few more weeks before I become more firm in my opinion.
It is, what is it, 9 weeks? 8 weeks until the trade deadline?
July 30th, however long that is.
It's that many weeks, everybody.
Yes, about 7 weeks.
Sean and I got very little sleep last night, all right?
Very little sleep.
Leave us alone. Simple math eludes us.
It was a happy night because the Astros won, but it was a fatiguing night for sure. Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text
I feel kind of guilty saying that because I was sitting next to Joe Sutton, who got us those seats last night. And, he was a colonel in the Army. And, he's talking about when he first got out of the Army. So, for one, there's that. So, he's like 27 years as an Army Ranger and then a colonel in the Army. But then he started talking about when he first got out of the military and started working in the energy industry. He's like, I don't have an MBA or have all this business experience, so I'm just going to outwork everybody. And he was like flying around to like 3 countries a day and going across time zones and everything. I've just got to put my head down and work. I don't need sleep because I've got training through the Rangers of not needing sleep. And all I'm thinking as he's saying that is like, I'm going to sound like such a wimp tomorrow when I screw up. When I say Yiner Diaz, when I mean to say Jordan Alvarez. Yeah. Like any of our like sleep-deprived professions out there right now, I feel ashamed of myself.
Joe feels like one of those guys that whatever problem confronts you, you can go to Joe and he would figure out a way to solve it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like even if in the Heights when that storm came through a few weeks ago, and if I had one of those houses like that got knocked over or whatever, like I'd invite Joe over and he'd figure out a way. We're gonna get this home rebuilt. Right now, like he feels like a doer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's a doer.
Yeah.
He gets things done. He does the right things in the proper order.
Yes.
There's a laser focus. It was one of the best motivational speeches I've had. Was just sitting next to him and chatting with him for a couple hours.
I can tell.
Yeah. I feel like, the guys, he's, I don't know. Joe's been around a long time, and I was talking to him about that. I love these guys that keep working. Not that this is the way you have to live your life, but older guys who just have zero plans to retire because they enjoy working.
Yeah.
I like those. I am always fascinated with those guys because they also always seem to have kind of a glint in their eye that fades with some people. And you just feel like he's just extracting the maximum out of life.
Totally.
So yes, without him saying a single intentionally motivational thing to me, I was like, I woke up this morning like, I gotta change something.
Let's go.
I gotta be a little bit more laser focused like Joe Sutton. Yes.
Yeah, see?
But first, I need a nap, Sean. I desperately need a nap this afternoon. Okay.
Well, that's doing things in the proper order.
I'm going to nap like a champion.
You will nap like a champion today. Hit the sign. Yeah.
And also, it's going to be hot out there today, isn't it?
It is indeed.
So sure
it is indeed.
I need a nap, and I need to keep my car running so between plays during practice I can go and sit in the air conditioning.
AC.
But other than that, I'm going to be just like Joe.
Just like Joe. And he's got Dwight Clark's helmet from The Catch in his office.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
And he's got a
souvenir
bunch of really cool. He's got like a display of in his office. He's got football helmets through the years.
Yeah, like leather helmets.
Yeah, like from like all the leather helmets up to like the first plastic
That's
suspension
fun, man.
one. And
I like
everything.
going to his office. I feel like I'm at the Hall of Fame.
You're in a sports museum.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Back to the Texans. The most underappreciated Houston Texan. There's an article on NFL.com that has one for each team. There's one for one team that I think is going to frustrate Texan fans. I've got a recommendation, though. The one that they have for the Houston Texans, I disagree with the thought process a little bit here, and we're going to get to that coming up next. But first, soda weight loss.
Packing.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Most underappreciated Houston Texan. NFL.com had a piece, the most underappreciated player for all 32 teams. This happened with another piece recently where they cited, it was a bounce back, the bounce back candidate for all 32 teams, and it was Joe Mixon. Which would be cool. Like, I don't know that Joe Mixon was necessarily bad last year. It wasn't a typical Mixon year.
It wasn't a typical Mixon year, and also it was just there were scheme changes up there that weren't the best fit for Joe Mixon. But it was also it's weird that I don't know. I don't like it when it's a player from another. Like he was on another team last year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If I think of a bounce back, I want to think like okay, I got like Alex Bregman right now. I want him to have a bounce back, and he might have started already. From the first half of the season.
Yeah.
That's a bounce back guy.
I like articles like this. There is something about when it's a new guy in articles like this. Like, oh, okay, well, I was hoping it would be somebody I watched all their snaps last year. And this one, I agree with the sentiment about this particular player. They have DeMeco Ryans as the most underappreciated Houston Texan. Yeah. And part of me, as a Texan fan reading this article, I'm like, well, I haven't even had a chance to appreciate him, let alone underappreciate
him. Yeah, don't tell me I underappreciate DeMeco Ryans.
Right.
I remember appreciating him a little too much when the Texans played DeMeco Ryans.
As a Colt and as a Titan, I
don't like the fact that I knew exactly who DeMeco Ryans was because of his good plays versus the Texans.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, so I'd like to appreciate him from a different perspective.
Appreciate him in the deep Texans. Steel blue and the battle red. Yeah,
he is the classic though defensive lineman where the stats don't tell the whole story. Because it's sacks are what people look at first and foremost.
He had 11.5 last year.
Yeah, which is good. Yeah. But I think it's the complete and total picture of his versatility, and he's a genuinely versatile player as opposed to. I get nervous sometimes when teams start talking about how they want versatility because a lot of times. Your versatile players are guys who just actually aren't good at much of anything, but they can do a lot of things poorly. So awesome. We got a roster full of guys who can do a lot of things poorly. Great. We're the most versatile bad team in the league. These other teams all suck in just one or two particular ways. Mm-hmm. So with versatility, first and foremost, I like it when you've got a bunch of guys of different skill sets. You also do want those utility players that, like DeMeco Ryans, can play inside, can play outside. Probably got the most down in the dirt, just visceral descriptions from Nick Caserio that we've ever seen when he called him a junkyard dog and everything else.
We've got that. Yeah, here. Yeah, you know who's not underappreciated by DeMeco Ryans? Nick Caserio. Yeah.
Specific to DeMeco, this guy's a badass. This guy's a junkyard dog. If you go into a dark alley, you want this guy behind you. This is a bad MFer. And a really good football player who cares about football, and we've had to play against him over the last couple of years, and Tennessee, and then he was in Indianapolis. But glad he's on our side, and we're excited about what potentially he could bring.
I am too, man.
I hope some aggregator picks that up and thinks he was talking about DeMeco Ryans.
Does it apply to DeMeco Ryans? Dude, I want DeMeco Ryans in a dark alley.
He just says DeMeco. He doesn't say DeMeco. Yeah. I don't think he would describe DeMeco quite like that.
Probably not as graphic, I would say, yeah.
Right, but no, DeMeco, I think a lot of young folks might be surprised if they turn on a DeMeco Ryans highlight film. First, because they'll be exposed to standard definition. My God, it's awful. It is awful.
Kids?
I go back and watch highlights from anybody pre-2015.
Yeah.
I don't know how we ever watched sports. I'm surprised the sports thing took off in America, frankly. How were we watching that, Sean?
It's crazy.
But then the other is that DeMeco, for all of his friendliness and chuckling and everything, he was a bad dude as a football player.
Yep.
And, I think DeMeco Ryans fits that same mold. He's he's an old blue-collar type of player.
If there were a Texan from last year's team in 2023 that we could I racked my brain on this one. I feel like we squeezed every ounce of appreciation out of the 2023 Houston Texans. Mm-hmm. But if there were an underappreciated Houston Texan off of last year's Texans team,
I might say Shaq Mason.
That was the top of my list too, and mostly because Shaq was fine. Guard is a weird position because if you don't, it is set up to be underappreciated.
It's set up to be underappreciated, and a lot of times too, it's like every offensive line position, but in the interior offensive line, if you don't have a really good guy playing next to you, at center. Likewise, if you're a center and you don't have good guards next to you, there's really only so much you can do, and there's going to be times where it looks like you got exposed when, in fact, you're supposed to be getting help or what have you. And some of Shaq Mason's bad plays last year, I don't fault him for. And then in the run game, equally, there were some times where it was a matter of communication and cohesiveness that was the issue, more so than Shaq Mason individually.
Yeah.
So I think that if Juice Scruggs can turn himself into a good NFL center, and you've got Titus Howard playing back in his natural position, I think you'll see a better version of Shaq Mason, who I think got lumped in with a lot of the ineptitude of the offensive line last year unfairly.
Yeah. Yeah, Shaq Mason, especially because left guard was such a circus that you had right guard that you could just pencil him in every single game.
Mm-hmm.
When you didn't have to worry about that.
Did you put Dalton Schultz in the underappreciated category?
I thought he's the other name I thought of, although he got quite appreciated after the season was over.
I think he was,
$36 million.
I think he was appropriately underappreciated and then appreciated, because early in the season there were parts where I think to me it seemed that he had some glitches in the communication and he was still adapting to the offense. I think there were times where CJ needed an outlet and Dalton, amongst other receivers, didn't have their heads turned for him. Like there were some times where I don't think that Dalton executed his blocking early in the season.
Yeah.
Didn't execute his blocking responsibilities before he left on a route. That got a lot better as he got more comfortable in the offense. So, and then I think that the playoffs and the play-in game there at the end of the season with the Colts, I think a lot of people fixated on the drops without realizing that, after those drops, he came up big in those games.
Yeah.
And ideally, he wouldn't have had the drops, but he made up for the drops in those games.
He had at least one huge third down conversion in that game that I can remember.
The
Colts game, a catch and run.
Yeah.
He had some big catches.
Sideline,
the along the right sideline. Yeah, he had some big catches for this team. He had a catch on the game-winning drive against Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
He had a catch. Remember that catch where he got undercut right away to set up the game-winning field goal the next week against Cincinnati? He had a bunch of touchdowns this past year. He's another one of these guys, man. They've just got so many options now offensively. I feel like Dalton Schultz could be a better player for the Texans this year and still only have 45 catches.
The guy that, if we're on we're talking about the tight end position. So a guy that I think perhaps might be an underrated draft pick is Cade Stover. And this is where I'm going to be very careful when I say this, because I'm not comparing him to this player, but I think this is what the Texans hope and envision for him, is that he's the exact same height and weight of George Kittle. George Kittle, as a fifth-round pick, has done quite well for himself, other than the injuries.
I've heard
in a very similar offense.
Heard through the grapevine he's good at football.
Yes. And now and George Kittle, much like Cade Stover, George Kittle wasn't always a good blocker in college, but he went to a tight end factory at Iowa, and somewhere midway through his college career, something clicked for him where he became a demon as a blocker. I think they look at Cade Stover and they see a lot of the similarities in terms of size, maybe not quite the athleticism, but in size and athleticism, that if you watch George Kittle when he blocks, he's not overpowering people. Hardly ever. Well, I mean, when he's blocking defensive backs, he's overpowering them. But he's not... he's a good blocker because of technique and tenacity. And the technique is a big thing, because there's I talked to Drew Hodgen about this at length. He actually did a little piece for one of my YouTube videos on Cade Stover. And he kind of pointed out some of where Cade Stover is lacking technique-wise. The guy's only played tight end for 2 full seasons.
Yeah.
And he shows every bit of being coachable. So I think that it's anybody's guess where he goes in his NFL career and how well he does. I don't think it's going to be for a lack of effort. But if he can clean up some things on the technique side, he's got some very natural receiver tendencies. For a guy, if you watch him as a receiver, I don't think you'd think he's only been playing tight end for 2 years. It's as a blocker where he's really got to come along.
Yeah, he's very smooth as a receiver.
So I'm not comparing him to George Kittle, but I do think I think it's an almost 100% guarantee that they had George Kittle aspirations when they drafted him.
Nick used the word elite twice to describe him in the press conference.
Yeah.
Traits of his. So I mean, I think there's maybe not Kittle specifically in their mind, but that type of an impact type of player.
His favorite class in college was welding. Okay, everybody? Okay. Do you not like this kid? Do you feel like he's not your type of guy or something? His favorite, he was an agricultural systems management major whose favorite class was welding. Yes. He's not afraid of manual labor. Sometimes guys get into the NFL, Sean, and they forget that what you've done is you are a wage earner in a highly skilled manual labor
as manual as it gets.
Yeah,
man.
You are a manual laborer, and never forget that.
Yeah.
You know, so I think the kid that grew up on a beef farm and his favorite class was welding, I feel like he understands that he is a manual laborer.
This is no disrespect to welders or anybody that plies a trade. I'm not nearly man enough to do so. Is welding a class that should be offered at a major state university?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Okay,
If
gotcha.
you've got an ag school especially.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And,
You know me, I went to a soft Catholic
listen.
parochial school. we didn't offer welding.
This is why I love Cornell, because I went to an Ivy League school, but it's the only Ivy League school that has an ag school. And all these other snooty SOBs around the Ivy League like to look down at that. And I'm like, yeah, great. Go back to England. You aristocratic bastard, you snooty poof.
Yeah.
What the hell? Get the hell out of my country. Get the hell out of my country. You with your elitist British wannabe tendencies.
That's right.
My God.
That's right.
Get out of here.
Out. Get out.
Go to an ag school.
Get out. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think there should be I think every major public institution has some kind of
I'm not asking with any sort of disdain.
Yeah.
It may have sounded that way because that's my natural way that I sound.
You know the other thing they do at Cornell, Sean?
Yeah.
You have to pass a swimming test to graduate.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And people look down on that. They're like, "Oh,
no.
sorry you don't care if your kids drown."
Dude,
sorry.
We had when you're a freshman at Notre Dame, you had to take gym. You had to take PE, and you know who my PE teacher was?
Who?
Milwaukee Brewers manager Pat Murphy. Current Milwaukee Brewers manager Pat Murphy. He was the baseball coach at Notre Dame at the time. And he taught gym as well. I mean, that's where the baseball program was at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Literally like a high school where you doubled as a gym teacher.
College baseball programs, it's always been kind of like, a lot of them have been kind of like half scholarship type teams and they're almost, they have to like work like a club sport in some way at the non-big time baseball
That
schools.
changed, and he was the one that really initiated that change. Like, he took it to the next level.
Did you take gym or did you take a specific sport?
No, gym. It's PE. And then once you
like PE,
PE,
so
yeah.
You couldn't take like rock climbing or something like
once
that.
Once you were at PE class, they had like 3 or 4 different things within the class that you just chose to do. You know?
One of my favorite teachers ever was
it said PE on my report
one of my
card,
wrestling coaches, Coach Thompson. He was the PE teacher. He was awesome because he was a big time outdoors dude, and you could take like kayaking. He personally installed a rock climbing wall and the gym wall and everything.
Dude.
Like you could take, you did it. He did all like the cool stuff that you might actually want to do in life.
Gym fun.
Yeah.
The wide receiver market was reset yesterday. Is there a ripple effect on the Texans? How many Texans are on the team right now that are going to reset the market at their position? I've got the list right here. Do you agree with me? That is next.
If you are looking to get married, you're going to pop the question, go to Zadok Jewelers. It's as simple as that, especially right now during Marry Me Month at Zadok Jewelers. You can receive a Zadok Jewelers
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So Justin Jefferson, about this time yesterday, actually, got paid. Wide receiver, Minnesota Vikings, 4 years, $140 million, $35 million a year, $110 million guaranteed. This contract for Justin Jefferson and is just so far at the outer rim of the galaxy for non-quarterbacks. Like it's every metric that you have to measure a contract, this thing is number one for non-quarterbacks.
Blowing it out of the water.
It's $110 million. The next,
this is like the Will Anderson trade almost.
Yeah, a little bit. $110 million guaranteed for a wide receiver. The next closest was in previous history was like 80.
Yeah,
Jalen Waddle got 76 last week. $140 million first place. Average salary $35 million. That's the most. Guaranteed $110, the most. Guaranteed at signing, 88.7, and then all kinds of nerdy cash flow stats that it's first and first and first. So this thing has reset the market for wide receivers. So I think there's a couple things here Texans related. One, I know there's a lot of folks, where the gut reaction, given the fact that Nico Collins signed his deal, less than a week ago, is that, man, thank God they got that deal done. Because take a look at Jalen Waddle's deal and Justin Jefferson's deal. Is that a valid way to look at it, do you think? Like if Nico had waited and Justin Jefferson gets $35 million, is Nico now all of a sudden justified in now wanting $28 million or something like that?
Right. I don't know, because with Nico, there's very clear reasons why he wouldn't get the same contract. Obviously, like he doesn't have the same body of work.
Right.
So I think that Drew Rosenhaus is Nico's agent, and Rosenhaus is a pretty bright guy. Rosenhaus understands. I think Rosenhaus was probably not surprised by the Justin Jefferson contract.
I agree with that.
There's a thing that's the where things are headed in the NFL right now is like on a big term look at a big picture. It doesn't mean it's this way for every team, but a lot of defenses have gotten kind of light in the butt, like literally light. If you look at the combined body weight of defenses now versus 10 years ago, I'm going to guess they're lighter because the passing game has evolved so much that defenses are scrambling to stop the passing game. And because of that, some teams are starting to really exploit those defenses in the run game. Mm-hmm. So when you take a guy like Justin Jefferson, it completely screws up a defense when you're trying to allocate resources to slow him down, but then also stop the run. It gets harder and harder to do these days. So I think that because of the way the game's evolving, we've seen this over the last few years, and this is why Florio was so wrong when he acted like the wide receiver contract market was going to take a step back. No, teams see the opportunity that's there in this wide open passing game that exists in the NFL now, and that kind of like it is with college football right now, it's easier to be a quarterback in the NFL now than it used to be. Mm-hmm. It used to there was in college it's turned into a situation where, man, if you got really good receivers, you can throw any schmuck out there and you can be a really good quarterback. It's not that way in the NFL, but you can take guys, especially if they're rookies. If you're J.J. McCarthy and you're trying to figure out what you have in this kid, having a Justin Jefferson goes a long, long ways in just extracting the most out of that guy.
Yeah. He reset the market significantly, like by a mile. And I got to thinking about the Texans from this standpoint as well. I'm kind of with you. Like the Nico the Nico deal, I don't think exists sort of in that same strata as Justin
Right.
Jefferson.
Yeah, I think Nico knew that. Nico took a deal that he figures, like, if I keep playing the way I want to play, I'll be underpaid, but, like, I've got my financial security now, and it's a relatively short extension.
And to your point, Drew Rosenhaus probably knew Justin Jefferson. He knew exactly what Jefferson's value was.
Yeah. That was my long-winded way of saying, like, I think Rosenhaus knew that wide receiver salaries were going to keep going up.
Yeah,
He didn't I don't think this is a surprise to him or Nico Collins.
No. Now, as far as the Texans go, though, with contracts like this, we're sitting here talking about Nico, like, Nico wanted to be here, and he took this deal, and it's a good deal for both sides, and it would seem to be a pretty amenable negotiation. Hell, they got it done in May, May after year 3 of Nico. It's not like there was a lot of digging in and a franchise tag and anything else. The Texans have, I think there's 4 guys on the Texans right now that could reset the market at their position and turn into, I think, much more drawn out, potentially dramatic, I guess, depending on how it goes, negotiations than the Nico Collins one. Like, we may look back at Nico Collins going, okay, well, that was an outlet. Getting that extension done, it's not always going to be like this, because I think C.J. Stroud is going to reset the market for everybody, but especially quarterbacks. $55 million is the average annual value for Joe Burrow right now. Now, that we got 2 more seasons before this is a thing. But I think for C.J., it's going to be a thing. I think there's a chance that Will Anderson, if he builds on what he did as a rookie over these next 2 years, that he resets the edge rusher market, which right now is Nick Bosa at $34 million a year. I think if Derek Stingley Jr. stays healthy and has a full season like the second half of last season looked, I think that Stingley is going to be looking to get an extension after year 3 like Nico got at the wide receiver position. And I think if he has a year like that, he's going to look to try to exceed Jair Alexander's $21 million a year. The other one is somebody who's already reset the market a couple of times, but Laramie Tunsil is no dummy. Penei Sewell's a right tackle, not a left tackle. Laramie still is the highest paid left tackle in football.
Right.
Penei Sewell is the highest paid tackle in football. He plays right tackle for the Lions. He got $28 million. Laramie makes $25 million.
That's another big thing that shows a change in the sign of the times. It's that people don't make nearly the distinction between left tackle and right tackle that they used to. Because teams,
the Lions definitely don't.
Because teams have realized, like, this is one of those things that's so funny in sports when it takes decades for teams to figure things out. Like, oh, well, why don't we just move our really good pass rusher over to the lesser offensive tackle? So offenses realized eventually, like, oh, if they're just going to take the best pass rusher and put him over our right tackle, then I guess right tackle is kind of an important position too.
That's right.
So, yeah, I think Laramie Tunsil wouldn't surprise me with Laramie Tunsil just because, he's a very good businessman when it comes to this. And he plays well. He's much, much better than the false start stats.
Yeah.
That's the frustrating thing for people locally is that we've seen very important drives killed by Laramie Tunsil's false starts at times.
We have.
So it makes it, I think a lot of people ignore just how good he is in the other aspects of the game. So that's an emotional obstacle for ourselves as Texans fans, but you got to recognize just how good he is as an offensive tackle. I guess, all right, I'll be the jerk here. I'm going to be the one that's most, I'll tell you reasons for me to be skeptical of
the guys I just named?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Okay. I don't think you should be skeptical of Will Anderson's potential to reset the market.
Yeah.
This is where I would get a little bit nervous. I'm gonna go way back to Bryce Popp, Defensive Player of the Year back in 2000.
On Buffalo.
Yeah, 2001 or so, or was it like? Yeah. He played opposite of Bruce Smith, and Bryce Popp was the Defensive Player of the Year in a Wade Phillips defense, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah.
And it was like Bryce Popp was not the best defensive lineman on that team or in the league. But
1995 Defensive Player of the Year.
A long, big old history lesson.
Yeah.
But man, he went off in a year where he's playing opposite of Bruce Smith. I think these next 2 years with Will Anderson coming into his own as a pass rusher and playing opposite of Danielle Hunter. I'm not saying Danielle Hunter is Bruce Smith, but Danielle Hunter is one of the very best pass rushers in the NFL.
Sure is. Yep.
Will Anderson's going to end up potentially really feasting. And like right now, in his development, Danielle Hunter is a better pass rusher than Will Anderson is right now. You know, Danielle Hunter's a polished pro.
Absolutely.
I think Will's going to churn out production, and probably you'll get paid really, really big. And then the test will be after that. All right, if Danielle Hunter isn't retained, he's getting old, or by that point he'll be 33, 34 years old. then he's going to have to prove it. Just like these young quarterbacks who, once they get paid, they got to go out and prove that they can do it with lesser receivers. Will have to go out and prove that he can do it without perhaps a Danielle Hunter on the other side.
I think you and I would agree that of the guys I named, I'm going to put Laramie aside for a second because he's a veteran that would be going on to literally his 4th contract. I think the guys that are sort of the comp for Justin Jefferson type will be the guys who are on their rookie deals. Like Jefferson is still now, and when his extension kicks in, he won't be. You and I would agree the best chance of these 3 guys to reset the market is CJ, probably, right?
Yes.
Of Stingley or Will Anderson, if you had to pick one that would be the guy who would reset the market at his position,
I would say Will Anderson because of all those reasons I just cited, and then with Derek Stingley, just keep this in mind. And this is what it's the position that I keep getting more and more nervous about as the offseason rolls along. Derek Stingley hasn't had a completely healthy season since 2019. That was a long time ago, his freshman year at LSU. So as good as he is and as hard as he works his butt off. I mean, every day out at training camp, he's out there for a half hour afterwards working with one of the other receivers on releases and everything, just hand fighting, all this stuff.
He's in the building all the time.
He works his butt off, but he's got to prove that he can stay healthy.
Yeah.
And, if he has 2 years of healthy playing the way he did at the end of last season, then it's possible. It's just that's the one big thing he has to prove is that he can stay healthy.
So you would need, if you were Nick Caserio, you would need to see 2 more years of it.
Yeah,
because he'll be eligible after this coming season.
Yeah, if he misses a half season in any one of these stretches, I'm going to be really nervous about it.
Yeah,
and given what kind of now,
I'd be nervous about it even if he was fully healthy in 2024. That's still a gigantic patch of your career where you just had. I would always feel like there's injuries lurking around the corner with Derek Stingley Jr.,
Yeah. That's right. So it's only one more year with him.
If he has a fully healthy, I'm telling you, if he is fully healthy and has a Pro Bowl, All-Pro level season, his camp is probably going to want to get the Jalen Johnson contract.
This is where, because of the injury concerns, this is where I love that I think Laramie Tunsil set a precedent on this team that, hey, go out, play your butt off, and, okay, you get a really lucrative deal, but it's a short-term deal. Mm-hmm. And look at that as a positive. That's where the Texans forever, the players would be agitating or saying, well, we need guaranteed contracts like they have in basketball. And then you tell them, hey, that's not in the CBA. Go out and negotiate a guaranteed contract, okay? And it's gotten closer to where players realize that because of injuries, all right, I can get close to a fully guaranteed contract, but it's got to be on a shorter-term deal. So Laramie Tunsil has set that precedent on this team that, okay, if you're one of the best players on this team, yeah, that's what I want. Mm-hmm. I want a short-term deal with a lot of guarantees, and then I'll go out just like Laramie and get another contract a few years later. Danielle Hunter signs a 2-year deal, but it's almost completely guaranteed. So that's where with a guy like Derek Stingley, I think there's a precedent on this team that if he plays his butt off this year and produces and stays healthy, he doesn't look at it like an insult that the Texans are, quote-unquote, only offering him a 3-year extension. Mm-hmm. That's that's what we do on this team.
Yeah.
I go out, I play my butt off, I get a bunch of guaranteed money, and then I do it again in a few years. As long as I keep playing.
Yeah. And then I'm guessing CJ's an exception to all of this.
Right, yeah. CJ will be just more like whatever the going quarterback rate is.
Yeah.
As long as he stays healthy too.
You gotta stay healthy. Yeah, and keeps playing at the level he's playing at.
Or with CJ, what he's done already, which is nice, is that separated shoulder was bothering him all season long, and he played better as the season went along. Yeah. Well, after he came back from his concussion, especially.
Yep.
So I think that's I guess with a quarterback, it's whether he stays healthy or not, he shows up on the field and produces.
That's right.
Played through injuries. There's too many young quarterbacks that don't realize, no, you're not missing games. Don't miss games.
They're gonna have a lot of mouths to feed, man. These are good problems to have. These are first world NFL problems. We've drafted so well with all these high picks that we accumulated that now we've got to figure out how to keep these guys and still put a roster together. The moves that they made this offseason, like the Danielle Hunter, and I'm saying this not just because CJ's going to get paid, because these other guys are going to get paid too. It's, the Danielle Hunter move that they made, the Stephon Diggs move that they made. They're not just going to be able to bring in guys who make $20 million a year guaranteed.
We look at the 49ers, and if the 49ers had managed to pull off one of those Super Bowls in the last few years, I think they'd be getting more credit than they do for being in that mode for a while where they've had to actively manage like the Astros. They've had to say goodbye to some people. They've had to trade some good players away. And that is while whiffing at quarterback a few times before they found the guy that they have right now.
Yeah.
And in which, I don't know, not 100% of people are actually sold on Brock Purdy. So I think they've done a good job. Like, that's a good model to use, the way they've operated. And you just have to make hard decisions. It just gets easier in the mind of the fan base if you also have a Super Bowl to show for it.
Yeah. It's the Rams.
Can you win a measly Super Bowl, please?
It's the Rams with Stafford. If they hadn't won that Super Bowl with Matthew Stafford,
right?
They'd be getting skewered for. They might not be getting skewered because they draft so well on day 3.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They have first and second round picks. They get Puka Nacua in the 5th, and these other guys in the 3rd and 4th round. But I think the same concept, which is, if you come away with a Super Bowl, then whatever it is you did worked, and nobody's gonna kill you for it.
All you have to do
is win a Super Bowl.
This is to everybody. All you have to do is win a Super Bowl. If you want to be a good football team, just win a Super Bowl.
That's all you got to do.
And then you'll find respect.
Yeah, man.
Just do that.
Yeah.
Also, draft really well. That's all you have to do. Draft really, really
Why
well.
haven't teams come to us to ask how you do this?
Develop
stuff?
players. Do you think Brandon Ayuk gets traded?
Do I think Brandon Ayuk gets traded?
Yeah.
No, I don't actually.
Okay.
Think he gets traded.
I'm going to be honest with you. The NFL, all these damn bogus accounts on Twitter that have huge followings, they've gotten me to the point where I don't even try to keep track of trade rumors anymore.
Yeah.
Because it's just there's just so much misinformation or bad reporting out there that I have no idea what their plans are for Brandon Ayuk. I know that Justin Jefferson's contract probably makes it that much more difficult for the 49ers right now to find peace with Brandon Ayuk.
Niners, Cowboys, Bengals all are looking at that Justin Jefferson contract. They're like, did you have to go to 35?
Yeah.
I
think, and to go back to what we were talking about earlier with Nico Collins, I don't think Nico Collins is sitting there right now and thinking like, oh, I should have waited until after these deals, because I think he and Drew Rosenhaus, his agent, knew full well that this was probably going to happen. I think Nico did the very smart thing, which is if you're a guy with an injury history and somebody gives you a life-altering fortune, you say like, look, I understand my football mortality, and I'm going to take this now. And if I end up being underpaid, then so be it. I'll get a new deal in a few years. But having said all that, if the Texans had waited, it gets harder to have that attitude after you see that the bar has been raised that much.
Well, and Drew Rosenhaus is not afraid to agitate if the client wants him to agitate, and we've got proof of that coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Look, I was all on the Nico Collins bandwagon before the season last year. Yes, he's had issues with injury, but at the same time, you saw what Nico could do. And then last season, 1,297 yards.
Peel the curtain back. Here's where Bijani stands. I think it's fantastic they got the deal done now. When they did, you're better for it.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Bell Prices Traffic Center, this one brought to you by Kirk Holmes. 288 northbound at Sam Houston Tollway, the right lane is blocked, and the Cordell crash cam showing 225 westbound at Ritchie, left lane blocked there. Also, West Sam Houston Tollway southbound at Memorial, right lane blocked there. Kirk Holmes was just awarded Southern Living's 2004 Builder of the Year award, building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com, KURK homes.com. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman's brother, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet. Because we all know our pits aren't the only places we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. Her patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 five-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 555 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 555. Go to shopmando.com, code 555. for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 555.
Thinking of popping the question? Diamonds Direct has an offer you can't miss. This month only, buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. No one provides education, selection, and value like Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet from your friends at Diamonds Direct won't last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
You're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. It starts with your free consultation. Call 832-688-HAIR, 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 832-688-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Build your custom home on your land with Our Vision Homes. Our Vision Homes is a family-owned and operated custom home builder in Greater Houston for 17 years. Learn how to get started building your custom home by attending one of our Build on Your Land seminars. Visit ourvisionhomes.com to register for this free seminar. Our Vision Homes guides you each step of the way, providing a turnkey process. Visit ourvisionhomes.com today. That's ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or going to the grocery store for milk instead of buying your own cow. You know there's an easier and better way. Save up to 25% when you bundle home and auto with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. N76, visit staples.com/print.
extraneous stuff that they're not going to feel slighted if they're not the highest paid receiver or what have you. But I think it's also you have to look at guys and think, is this guy going to hold on to this money that we're paying him right now? Because often, not more times than not, but often, the guys who are agitating for bigger contracts, as improbable as it might sound, a lot of those guys have spent every dollar that they've made on that contract. And then Tyreek Hill lives pretty large, and not to mention he's got a paternity situation. He's got I think he's got 5 baby mamas.
He's got 10 kids.
And you wonder, so this
4
is
in the last year.
Kids, this is a lesson about wealth. It's like the making of money. Don't get me wrong. It's hard to make the money, but the thing that really sets people apart is
keeping it.
Yeah, keeping the money by not spending the money. Right. And it's also, don't make dumb investments or be overly aggressive. There's that part, but then there's also just to simply retain the money by not spending the money. And a lot of times guys who are really agitating for new deals, especially as they get later and later on in their career, they're realizing holy crap, I've got nothing to show for this. Yeah. And I think that as a GM, part of what you're thinking about is fine, whatever this guy says on Instagram about the grind and everything, whatever. Is this guy going to does this guy need to be out living the NetJets lifestyle?
Yeah.
And it strikes me like Nico's not necessarily concerned with the NetJets lifestyle.
I would agree with that.
I feel better about that. What kind of position is this guy in 2 years down the line to where he actually feels and understands and appreciates that he's doing really well?
You laid it out perfectly. I feel really good about Nico Collins. Now, Drew Rosenhaus is Nico's agent. Drew Rosenhaus also Tyreek Hill's agent. And now that Justin Jefferson's gotten paid, A.J. Brown has jumped over Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's a good receiver, makes the same amount as Tyreek Hill on an annual basis as far as average annual value goes, which is, again, St. Brown, really good player. To me, I've said for the last few years, Tyreek Hill over the course of the last few years, going back to Kansas City, to me, has been the most valuable non-quarterback in football. He's incredible. And he put up 2,000 yards receiving last year. He had a killer year last year. Here's Drew Rosenhaus with Josh Moser, who covers the Dolphins in Miami, being asked about a new deal possibly, even with a couple of years still left on the deal that he signed, a new deal for Tyreek Hill.
That brings us to your client, Drew. Tyreek Hill. He was the highest paid receiver when he joined the Dolphins in 2022. It's been back-to-back Pro Bowl years, arguably still the best receiver in the game, but now he's out of the top 5 highest paid. So how much can you push to get him more money, especially now that the Xavier Howard cash is off the books for the Fins?
Let's just say it's safe to, acknowledge that I've been in touch with Chris Greer and Brandon Shore of the Dolphins. I certainly have a fluid line of communication with them, and I've shared with them how Tyreek feels. And I'll also reiterate that Tyreek has said that he would love to finish his career here with the Dolphins. So without getting into any more specifics, the Dolphins know how we feel.
Yeah. I mean, this is what these are situations you're trying to avoid if you're the Texans moving forward. You're going to be a good football team. You've got the young pieces in place.
Yeah.
You've got the right head coach. There's so much that's gone right for this team and so many good decisions that they've made, both in putting the roster together, the coaching staff, the whole thing. Everything's moving in the right direction. But you look at a team like Miami who made big moves to get players, Tyreek Hill. But now they're in a situation, they spent this whole offseason shedding big contracts. Remember, they were like $50 million over the cap. They're shedding these contracts. So now their defense has holes in it because of that. You take care of Jalen Waddle, and you've got Tyreek Hill. Now Tyreek Hill's agitating for a deal. He's just barely the highest paid receiver on his own team now because Waddle's right there with him. And Tyreek Hill, I'm sure in Tyreek's mind, feels like I'm the thing that makes this engine go. And, oh, by the way, you've got a quarterback now that I think they feel the need to pay, but probably have a little bit of trepidation making him Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, that type of money.
They get on this damn quarterback contract hamster wheel of just as long as you play the position, you're going to get a record-breaking contract. It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, man, it's a lot to manage, and I guess we point this out in the previous segment and in this segment. It's going to be something the Texans will have to a degree.
Yeah.
They'll have to manage. It's but how many of these fires? Like a Tyreek Hill situation.
Right, yeah. And that's where the hardest part of the team building part comes in and again, when you talk about the types of guys that you want to pay, look at Pat Mahomes. Is Pat Mahomes paid the way he should be theoretically if all of a sudden everybody was a free agent? No, he's not. He's not.
He should be the most.
Right. Yeah, like Pat Mahomes could be agitating for a new contract if depending on what your standards are based on the way business is conducted these days. But he's, for the good of a whole bunch of things, he's not agitating for a new contract.
No.
I thought the interesting thing there is that Rosenhaus put it that this is the way Tyreek feels, and I'm relaying that to the team. It's always important to remember that as much as people want to blame agents, they work for the clients. Jose Altuve is represented by Scott Boras, and the big fear with Scott Boras clients is like, oh yeah, they're going to go to free agents, they're going to test free agency. Altuve a couple times has signed well ahead of free agency.
He's never hit free agency.
Yeah. So because his client wants to stay on the team and isn't going to agitate or be disgruntled about being mistreated down the line or what have you like that. That's part of the thinking, I think, too, with just understanding and recognizing that Stephon Diggs is a guy that will agitate for a new contract at any given time or moment. So let's just cut out the nonsense and just call this what it is. It's a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
We traded for a guy that if he has a really good year, it's going to be drama. So we're just going to go ahead and turn it into what it is, which is a 1-year deal.
Yeah. What makes you more confident that Nick Caserio is able to manage the contractual drama of having a good nucleus the way they handled Diggs or the way they handled Nico?
It's
probably both.
I feel good that Nick understands the reality of the way business is conducted in the NFL.
Yeah.
There's an old saying that I've seen a few times about the Patriots and the way they used to operate, and it was kind of either an explanation or excuse for some of the Spygate stuff was that, look, we conduct business the way business is being conducted. So I think there were some veins with the Patriots during Spygate where it's kind of like, look, we feel like a lot of teams are doing this, and we're just going to kind of push the envelope and try to do as much as we feel like we need to compete with other teams. That same attitude in a non-cheating environment, though, could also be that, like, I think for anybody that's like 35 years old or older, it grates against you when you look at the way players now are perpetual free agents. It grates against you, and yet that's the way business is being conducted.
Mm-hmm.
That guys force themselves off of teams, and you got to recognize that and deal with it on a case-by-case basis. I think Nick has a very pragmatic approach to that. Like, not once during the Deshaun Watson did it seem like he was, like, personally agitated or out to get Deshaun or anything like that. I think they saw the situation for what it was, and they ended up managing it brilliantly against all odds. I would have botched that 17 ways till Sunday.
Same.
If I would have let it get personal at some point.
Yep.
I don't think Nick lets it get personal.
Nope. Text message, in Caserio we trust over the next few years. Yeah, I think the important thing, the organization trusts him.
Yeah.
They fully trust him to be able to do the right thing and be the proper steward for the organization. By the way, he joins us in studio on Friday this week, 7:30 a.m. Nick Caserio in studio with me and Seth here on Sports Radio 610.
Let's act like he doesn't usually get up that early. He'll be like, hey, man, sorry you had to come in so
you had
early.
to roll
I know
in,
that
bro.
it's
Let's get him something really, really unnutritious to eat while we're on the air.
I feel like that shtick's been played.
It's the least nutritious. Just like a dozen Krispy Kremes right in the middle of the table, man. Let's go, Nick.
It doesn't tempt him, though.
I know.
It's not like you could
very
stick
frustrating.
Up. Yeah,
You'll end up eating you and I will end up scarfing them down.
It'd be like
perfectly good donuts sitting right there.
That episode of Seinfeld where they're interrogating Newman, the chubby mailman kids. He was a chubby mailman, and he's interrogating the Jerry Seinfeld, but like Newman is the one sitting under the hot lights sweating. Yeah, that'd be us with the donuts.
Soda with no sweat.
Oh, those donuts, they look pretty good, don't they, Nikki? Just thinking about just thinking about how soft and delicate they are in your mouth, and just
Derwin says more like the way Nick fixed the O'Brien mess. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that's in response to, but yes, he did. He was able to crawl out from under that nuclear.
I think that's the other part. I've now that I've seen a little bit of the business world, and I see that sometimes people get hired without knowing the full circumstance. Well, my brother got hired to be the CEO of a company once, and as soon as like day one of the job, he realized that the company was way more trouble and had way more issues than he had any notion of. Yeah, I feel like Nick stepped into that.
Yeah.
I think Nick stepped into a situation where there was an extreme level of dysfunction and disharmony that was unlike what you in every NFL team has a certain amount of dysfunction. You throw a bunch of alpha males into a building, it's like rats in a cage. Like every NFL team has a little bit of a dysfunction, but the Texans were in a bad spot, and I think it took Nick at least a full year to genuinely comprehend and understand exactly how screwed things were.
Dude, they were in a bad spot, and then all the Deshaun stuff went down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, he stepped in. The very fact that he took the job seems to have been the thing that triggered Deshaun asking for a trade.
That's right.
This was before. I trust that at that moment the team genuinely didn't have a knowledge of the forthcoming legal issues.
Agreed.
I've gone back through and kind of tried to be wait a second, is it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the team genuinely didn't know about that stuff. So yeah, there were a lot of issues that Nick and the team itself, I don't think the McNairs understood exactly what was going on. So Nick steps in, and I think it took a full year to figure that stuff out, while at the same time figuring out that A, your quarterback wanted to be traded, and that B, oh, by the way, he's going to be accused by 24+ women of sexual misconduct.
What a time.
Yeah.
What a time.
Welcome to Houston.
Oh, my God.
We've got good guacamole.
We do.
You don't tend to eat that much.
Oh,
all right.
You don't like barbecue.
Sorry, Nick.
Okay. Got great coconut water. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Astros win last night. They beat the Cardinals 7-4. I think still some concerns on this roster. Could help be on the way sooner than we think in one particular area. That is next.
What's Bobby Slowick most excited about with the Texans offense?
Condition. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Right, so the Astros, the starting rotation right now, the 5 guys they have been decent of late. Not a great night for Verlander last night, but the team picked him up, prevented him from getting a loss, gave up 3 home runs. Verlander did. They were all solo home runs, but the Astros win 7-4. I think it's safe to say, especially with Urquidy, it looks like Jose Urquidy is going to be done for the season. He's going to need Tommy John surgery, according to reports. We should get some news on Christian Javier in the next couple days. I don't know how to feel about that, but let's
Sorry, Sean, I have to turn my microphone on. Luis Garcia threw a bullpen yesterday.
That's what I was going to hit here. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. There was a Luis Garcia update. So as Urquidy and Javier are teetering, right? Well, Urquidy's out. We don't know about Javier. They're going to need more than 5 guys to get through the rest of this year. Yeah. Could there be help on the way with Luis Garcia sooner rather than later?
I tell you what, Garcia is moving quickly, and it's really exciting to see. Ultimately, I mean, he threw a live the other day. He was up to 92. I don't know if you guys saw it. I mean, I could easily see him getting up to 95 in a couple weeks. I mean, it was coming out free and easy. Just using my scouting eye, it looked really good. And so I maybe it could be sooner. I'm hoping it's sooner, but ultimately, if it's the end of July, it is what it is. But there's a chance it could be the end of July, at least for a rehab.
Yeah, I mean, the sooner Garcia comes back, at least the sooner they have clarity on just how much of a buyer they would need to be in terms of starting pitching.
Yeah,
like how desperate are you?
Yeah, no, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
In terms of like if everything comes together and if the bats continue to awaken with runners in scoring position, if the pitching continues on the way it has been now for a month or so, it's that that changes and alters a lot. I think for me, anywhere close to 500 at the trade deadline, I'll honestly be disappointed. I think that because they're close enough now and they've made enough improvements that I feel like if they're a team that's going to be as good as they are on paper, they should be there already by the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. And yet, like the low water mark is if they're right now where they are right now, and they're below 500, even if it's close to 500, that's when you got to really seriously have those trade discussions. Anything above 500, it means that they've played winning baseball for a good stretch of time, and that you're buyers.
Yeah.
Did I just say sellers when I meant buyers in the first part? Whatever.
I don't think no. I knew what you meant. I wonder what it looks like being buyers, because there's a couple things here. They do not, at least according to the rankings out there for minor league systems. We know that the accuracy can be a dicey thing with that sometimes, but there's a good chance the other Major League Baseball teams are looking at the talent in the Astros minor league system, similar to how experts that evaluate minor league systems are looking at it. So we know they traded 2 of their better prospects to get Justin Verlander last year. So I guess my question would be, one, if it's going to be something impactful at the trade deadline, I think they're fully capable of making some sort of little tweak for a middle reliever or a back end of the rotation innings eater type without having to give up something big in their minor league system. My big questions would be, okay, what are they willing to give up? What do they have to give up? Yeah. And I think the thing, too, with what's their capacity for taking on salary is a big one, right? Because they're above the competitive balance tax. And I think people will look at last year and go, well, they gave up 2 prospects. They were able to get Verlander last year. Are the people that they're targeting, do they have the same level of control over where they go that Verlander did? Mm-hmm. Verlander had a no-trade clause. They needed his approval to get here to Houston.
The Astros, we had that glorious window where all of a sudden it was a place that people wanted to be traded to. After years and years of guys invoking their no-trade clause.
Still that.
Remember, just like any good, he'll invoke his no-trade clause. He won't want to come to the Astros.
Cole Hamels.
Yeah. His wife's from Dallas. So I think that there's depending on how this next 7 or 8 weeks goes, there might be guys that just flat out don't want to come to Houston. Not because of any other, previous or prior prejudices or anything, but because it's not the best situation for them compared to others.
To win,
that's
the crazy thing is that they've been the safest situation to come to win.
Yeah.
This team's going to the ALCS.
It was like veterans going to the Patriots in football. You know, like, okay, yeah, that's where I'll go. If I want to win a Super Bowl, that's where I'm going to go.
I know they're going to be one of the last 4 teams standing.
I think this is where, with Dana Brown, this is the least popular way to operate as a GM, and yet sometimes it's the very best way. Even though it's the best way to operate, is as much as we hate talking about looking at the back of the baseball card and everything, this team is still constructed in such a way that as a GM, you got to operate it, like, set aside Jose Abreu, you got to look at the back of the baseball cards and say, look, they were already a team that was a World Series favorite at the beginning of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And the notion that you have to be super aggressive at the trade deadline, if the Astros are continuing to play well by then, or if they play well, good, let's say versus good opponents, teams other than the A's, if they've gotten to that point by then, I think a lot of it's going to be what's the health of the pitching staff. Realistically, what's the health of the pitching staff, and that's what we need to address.
Yeah,
I think as far as looking for offense, you got to say, look, man, we got all-star caliber players all over the place here. These guys got to either continue to keep playing or they got to wake up and show up at some point.
Well, over the aggregate, too, of the whole season, like, I know Pena hasn't been great of late, and Myers has kind of cooled off a little bit.
Yeah.
But over the course of the entire season, like, the guys that – you basically have 4 guys you were hyper counting on. Altuve, Tucker, Jordan, and Bregman. Those guys must be all-stars for you to achieve at the level you want to achieve. So put them aside. You're getting good seasons out of Jeremy Payne. Jeremy Payne is having an all-star level season right now. Jake Myers, he has cemented himself as the everyday center fielder, and even Dubon as a utility guy. Like, you're actually getting – Yiner's been a bit of a disappointment. Maybe last night straightened some things out. But I would say even the combination of Yiner and Caratini, like, as catchers go, offensively, I think people were expecting Yiner to be more kind of approaching an elite level hitting catcher, and he hasn't been that this year. My point being, offensively, yes, you've got the talent there to do it. And by the way, they've stayed healthy. That's the thing that concerns me, is just the injury gods. I feel like
at some point,
last night with Tucker, you know what I mean? Like, as he fouls the ball off his shin and he can't stand up, I'm going, okay, well, here it is. Here's the 3-week injury that we were talking about yesterday.
There's a part of me, like, in the long run, Kyle Tucker facing the first. If he had an actual injury scare, maybe that would remind him, like, of the mortality of baseball players, and that, like, oh, okay, if the Astros give a really nice
jump on the guaranteed 4-year deal right now.
And I don't know, with him, it's all about, like, what's the Astros' appetite for? They're not going to compete with a 10-year deal if he makes free agency, I think. So it's got to be some kind of an extension before he hits free agency.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit longer than they want, but not a 10-year deal. I just Until Crane doles one out, I'm just not going to believe he's ever going to do it.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Put it this way, if they don't do it for Kyle Tucker, you're never doing it.
Right, yeah. Like, Kyle Tucker's the guy that if he hits free agency, I will not criticize other teams for giving him a 10-year contract.
Yeah,
Usually I'm like, boy, 10-year contracts make me uncomfortable. But you'll look at Kyle Tucker, and as healthy as he's been, that by the time he's a free agent, okay, he can sign a 10-year deal, and I believe he'd be 37 in his last season.
Yeah.
And still a viable hitter in Major League Baseball. Maybe he's a DH by then, but my God. I feel like it's an absolute must if you want to see Kyle Tucker as a long-term Astro, that they get the deal done this next offseason.
Yeah, it's just if they don't do it for him, it's never happening. He's an elite player. He's a 5-tool player. He's squeaky clean off the field. He's not a clubhouse cancer. He's a rock. He's healthy. Now, right now, specifically 8:52 a.m. on Tuesday, June 4th, he's not fully healthy because he ricocheted a ball off his shin last night.
Selfishly.
Yes. Yeah. Swinging for the fences. He decided to foul it off his shin.
Yeah.
Here's Joe Espada with
exit velo of 100 into his shin.
Straight off the part of the body that has the least amount of skin on it to protect it. Here's Joe Espada after the game on with a Kyle Tucker update.
Yeah, so he's right shin contusion right now. He'll be day-to-day. That ball got him pretty good. So far, everything looks good. So let's hope that stays that way.
Seemed like he wanted to stay in.
He wanted to stay in. That's all he was saying. I want to finish his at-bat. I want to stay in. I want to stay in. So, but once he walked to the on-deck circle to kind of gather himself, he started walking. He looked in. He said, Joe, I can't go. I'm like, okay. I'm just encouraged by the fact that he's, walking around in there feeling okay, and that's good.
Can't believe I'm saying this about somebody who's 5th on the AL MVP odds board, Kyle Tucker, but it's a good thing he decided to take himself out of that at-bat. Mauricio Dubon wound up taking over the at-bat, walking, and then Yordan Alvarez hit a home run on the next at-bat.
It wasn't a majestic Yordan Alvarez home run, but it was you were calling for him to hit it into the Crawford boxes.
Yeah, I wanted the
Oppo.
I wanted Oppo Taco. Yeah,
It was like a 99-mile-per-hour exit velocity. It was into the 3rd or 4th row of the right field stand.
That's the second.
But it was a clutch home run in a key moment.
Big
in
time.
the game.
Big time. And it looked like it off the bat too. It wasn't like you're right. It wasn't
right. It was a well-hit ball. I'm not trying to act like it was like he got lucky or anything.
Yeah. That's the second straight game I've gone to sitting in Joe Sutton's seats where Yordan Alvarez has hit a home run.
That's where I
think Joe needs to invite us to all the games the rest of the season. Yordan will be the MVP of the league.
Your little rabbit's foot is what you are.
Yes.
Good for you.
Yeah, man.
Plus, Yordan may or may not have made eye contact with you.
Kind of was flirting with me.
I thought that he was like gazing into your eyes. Which is like, you've got nice blue eyes. I could see that. They probably, especially from that distance, probably like 20 or 30 feet away, they were probably like, he was trying to figure out if you were a person or an angel.
I'm not going to lie. Like, he was looking directly, it looked like at me with like a grin on his face.
I didn't know what was going on.
I'm like, is he looking at me?
I thought he was looking at me at first. And I'm like, I don't think he's looking at Sean.
Yeah.
Did he recognize you from like a clubhouse at some point or something?
I don't know. I haven't been in the clubhouse in a long time.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
But he went out and hit a home run.
He did.
Yeah.
He did, for me.
It was a long time Kyle Tucker was down on the ground.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Gave Yordan time to kind of process things.
I was just looking
and look over at me and say, I'm doing this for you.
Sean, sometimes when I try to have my reality check and inject some positivity into my veins, I look at the 2019 Astros.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good squad,
dude,
if you'll recall. And I look at like, okay, who got the most at-bats that year? You know, all the usual characters, your Brantleys, your Gurriels, your Bregmans. 4th most at-bats was Josh Reddick.
Yeah.
But when you get down to 7th, 8th, and 9th, you got Robinson Chirinos. 7th most at-bats. Yordan, of course. Jake Marisnick, your 9th most at-bats. Tyler White, your 11th most at-bats.
Tyler White.
I can't.
Former player of the week.
I can't focus in on every little blemish on this roster right now and act like, well, they can't possibly win unless Yiner is hitting like Johnny Bench out there.
Yordan was a monster that year. When they brought him up, holy smokes. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Seth and I are going to be out at mandatory minicamp today. I've got a handful of big questions for mandatory minicamp, including does this guy was described as a freak of nature by his personal coach.
Ooh.
Will this guy look like a freak of nature at practice today? That is next. Bayway Chevrolet.
Sean, I'm looking at the wrong spot on my, okay? Just give
sportscenter.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. I'm excited for mandatory minicamp today. That may sound a little football nerdy of me, but anything having to do with this football team right now and getting eyes on it, I'm pretty, I'm amped for it.
I think I know we've had some fun with how you get, you're easily sold to and you get overly excited sometimes about seeing David Johnson moving athletically out there.
Yes.
And I don't mean to be a rain on anybody's parade. Like when I'm not one of these people that needs to point out continually, like, well, listen, it's not even competitive. You're right, it's not. I think when you start drawing conclusions, well, you see some of these headlines and the annoying things where they'll say, like, you know, Caleb Williams is struggling at Chicago OTAs. Last year, you know, down into training camp, it was like, well, C.J. Stroud is far behind Bryce Young and Anthony Richardson. They haven't even named him a starter yet.
Yeah,
you know, like all these things that I feel like, yes, it's very possible to read too much into it. But I do think that this time of year, it is nice just to see the new acquisitions and the rookies out there on the field. And you can see how they move athletically. And you can see the great thing about OTAs is that, yes, they lie in that you notice athleticism more than actual football playing ability. So you start to forget that, like, oh, yeah, there's more to playing football than just being a good athlete. But it does show you a picture of the upside.
Yeah.
You know, you see a lot of the guys, especially the more glisteningly athletic guys, and it's fun to kind of imagine, like, all right, well, if they harness this and use it for good and not evil, this could be some really, really good stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's definitely guys out there today that I'm looking forward to seeing. Now, Kenyon Green, I've seen already at OTAs. So, you know, I've seen the body type, the trimming down that he's done. The one that I'll be interested to see, there's a couple here, and I'll get to the freak of nature one in just a second, but this is the big one to me, is Titus Howard was not at OTAs. He wasn't at anything. The only time we've seen Titus Howard publicly has been at J.J. Watt's softball game, where admittedly he looked good. Like, he was moving around pretty good. He was running. He ran the bases.
Let's overreact to that.
Yeah, well,
did he look like an all-pro right tackle running the bases?
He looked like a pretty good first baseman, I would say,
Oh,
at
did
the
he really?
softball game. Yeah,
He didn't do the splits or anything, did he?
No,
Okay.
not that I saw. But I think just what do they have him doing? Because his injury last year was one where the immediate diagnosis was he might not be back in time for training camp.
Yeah.
If he's actually out there running around with the first team offensive line and doing things, and it means he's on schedule.
I've gotten the sense with Titus Howard, it's not that he's not in the offseason program. He just hasn't been out at OTAs. So, I guess
that's true. He might have been in the building.
Right, yeah. There's lots of guys, especially with more and more these days with veteran players. They figure, look, this is the time you teach, and you want the coaches to have as much one-on-one time as possible with those players. So anybody that's got rehab or anything like that, let's focus on them getting better. Titus Howard knows the system, and now he could use more reps because he hasn't played at right tackle in this system a single snap.
That's a good point.
But he's also rehabbing. But yeah, just even getting a few reps out to start to get the muscle memory going.
Doing something other than like running around with a sleeve on his leg on the side field. You know?
Yeah, I don't need to see him block a cone.
Yeah.
Ooh, it looks like if there were a person there, he could have blocked
dominated
that guy.
this cone. Look at him. John Mechie. Here's what Delphonte Diamond, noted wide receiver, private coach for Tank Dell and others, including
many other professional athletes.
John Mechie, John Mechie, Stephon Diggs, a lot of Texans.
He's an agility coach. So he's not like he's an agility coach.
Agility coach. A lot of wide receivers and skill guys go to him for.
I should say maybe speed coach. I don't know what he calls himself, but very well respected by a lot of these players.
He's a private coach for a lot of these guys, and he was on a podcast recently. I think the H-Town Rundown podcast.
Yes, the H-Town Rundown podcast.
Yep. They do a great job. He talked about John Mechie. He made some promises about John Mechie.
Mechie, that's another freak of nature. He haven't even hit his peak yet. Nowhere near close. I've seen the Mechie that no one else seen. A lot of private sessions with him. Explosive. I'm talking about his sticks is unreal. His change direction is it's ridiculous. But I promise you, this up and coming season, people will see. Mechie.
That's a bold promise right there.
Sean, you're as we've discussed, you're easily sold to.
Yeah.
And that was a confident sell job right there.
Big time.
I feel like, do you think that's something Delphonte Diamond didn't have to say? He's got plenty of other clients.
Yeah.
He could have just said he's looking really good or he's better than he used to.
Freak of nature.
It's a pretty bold and emphatic. Yeah, freak of nature. I'm skeptical of that. Now, but if it comes to the actual route running, that's where people get it twisted a lot with it's seldom that the guy with the fastest 40 time is also the best wide receiver. A lot of really good receivers with 4.4 through 4.6 40 times, but they excel at the route running and the breaks and everything else like that. That's for a guy that has not really looked twitched up since he's been in the NFL. You always have to remind yourself that, okay, he was coming off an ACL. He then had cancer. Kind of a big deal, and we probably haven't seen the best physical version of John Mechie. So yeah, I am intrigued to see exactly. I would love for Delphonte Diamond to be correct in that assessment.
Yes,
obviously.
My promise to the audience is I will come back tomorrow with a freak of nature report card on John Mechie.
FON?
How many FON boxes does John Mechie check at
That's
practice?
a lot, man. Especially because Stephon Diggs is out there. You're gonna be able to see him in comparison to Stephon Diggs.
Sorry, Mechie. Delphonte Diamond is writing checks that your ass has to cash now.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's the way it goes.
And I don't think Stephon Diggs is necessarily in his prime. I guess he's freak of nature. Yeah, any wide receiver is a freak of nature.
Yeah, compared to like me.
It's hard to,
yeah.
I'll tell you, my most freak of nature moment was Herschel Walker, watching him seeing him on the field as a at the point with the Cowboys. I think he was a kick returner more so than anything. But to see a human being move that way.
He's still freaky to this day.
I don't think I'm skeptical of Delphonte's description of him as a freak of nature just
Me
because
too.
Tank Dell is a freak of nature.
Yeah.
Like when you watch Tank Dell run, it doesn't look right. Like it doesn't look right in a good way. It looks every time
computer generated.
When I see some of the offseason stuff, I'm like, yes, it looks like a video game.
Yeah.
And including his highlights. You watch his college highlights, you're like, wait, is this a screen grab from a video game? This doesn't look right. So I think of that as freak of nature movement. Or it's like, Tank's small, but he moves like a freak of nature. Or a huge guy that moves freakishly fast. So I'm skeptical. Even if John Mechie looks awesome, I'm skeptical of the FON designation.
Okay, my third one here. So Titus Howard, I'm anxious to see how he looks. John Mechie, based on Delphonte Diamond calling him a freak of nature, I'm anxious to see how he looks. Which rookie do you think you will get most overly excited about? You've brought up Cade Stover's name.
I don't think I'll get overly excited about Cade Stover based on OTAs. It's not like he's a freak athlete or anything.
Okay.
I do think he's got nice soft hands. He's got a relationship with CJ. So I might be impressed with either his work as a receiver, but he's not. It's kind of like George Kittle. George Kittle's not a freak of nature physically.
Yeah.
He just does a lot of things really, really well. And he's like the exact same height and weight as Cade Stover. I don't think if I went back and I scoured the archives for rookie minicamp and OTAs from George Kittle's rookie, I don't think anybody was calling him a freak of nature.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I don't know if this rookie class is set up to have people walk away from camp being like, oh my God.
If you want a freak of nature outside the first round, of which the Texans didn't have a pick, you got to look at maybe an Adonai Mitchell for the Colts. Where, he's a first rounder, but he fell for whatever reasons. The Texans don't have guys who fell out of the first round because they were freaks of natures, but also might have off-field concerns or what have you.
Yeah. They've got Kalen Bullock with his skinny little chicken legs. Kamari Lassiter.
It's not.
He's a lunch pail quarterback.
They're
slow as molasses in January at 4.62 or whatever. Blake Fisher, offensive tackle.
You know what I'll say in terms of just impressive physically, but with some drawbacks that kept them from being drafted higher. Marcus Harris, the defensive tackle out of Auburn. And then the undrafted rookie free agent, Feldarius Payne.
Okay.
Likely a cousin of mine because he shares my same hyper-athletic traits.
Right.
Those are both joking. Those guys are undersized. Feldarius Payne more undersized than Marcus Harris, but they're both undersized guys who get across the line of scrimmage really quickly. And I think above and beyond what their testing scores would be. Yeah. Like when you look at some of their combine numbers and everything, but then you watch their film, you can see where Nick thinks there's an opportunity.
Yep.
I think those guys play a lot more athletic and explosively than they test. So I don't know if like freak of nature isn't the right word, but I think I might be impressed with them athletically.
My next one for
Jamar Jordan too, by the way, the running back.
The 6th-round running back. Yep, I'm excited to see him. Questions from minicamp. Do we get to see any work on these new kickoff rules?
Yeah.
Do we get to see like kind of the personnel that they're looking at in these?
Right, yeah, because you've got some teams like the Chiefs that are thinking about having Justin Reed kick off because
you need that extra tackler.
You need an extra, they think the coverage is going to matter that much more, and the kick's not going to matter as much. So just go ahead and get an extra coverage guy out there who also
chip it down there.
Who also happens to be like a very good starter. It's nice too. Like feels like there'd be no selling Justin Reed on playing special teams on that at all. Because
he gets the kick.
He gets the kick. Yeah, he loves kicking.
The Texans are one of the rare teams. I say one of the rare teams. I haven't looked at everybody else's roster. I think it's probably pretty rare that you've got a non-kicker on the roster who you feel comfortable putting in a kicking situation. Yeah. But I think it's a fair thing to wonder, are the Texans, is Frank Ross toying with the idea of using Dare Ogunbowale?
Realistically, Sean, if you had to set the odds, if you're a Vegas odds maker, would you make it a better chance that Dare Ogunbowale makes the Hall of Fame as a kickoff specialist under the new rules or as a running back? Realistically, you got to say as a kickoff specialist.
Yeah. The bar is pretty high.
He sets it, creates a new position by being so good at it.
He and Justin Reed would go in the same class with each other. This is the strangest Hall of Fame class ever.
Yeah, Shane Leckler's still sitting here is that just fishing, having wondering and waiting if he'll be one of the rare Hall of Fame special teams inductees.
You got two chip shot kickoff artists there. But I am anxious to see that. Do they line up and do any of the work on that just to see what body types they're using out there, see who they're using on returns and whatnot? I mean, a lot will change between now and the start of the season.
A lot of people have brought this up immediately with the new kickoff rules. Does this give Dameon Pierce more of an avenue also? Because, he had a kickoff. He was one of 4 guys who had a kickoff return for a touchdown last year. It might have only been 3, actually. I think it was 4. I think there were only 4 kickoff
2 of them were Texans, whatever the number is. 2
of them were non-kickoff returners, too.
Almost
that was how weird it was.
Yeah.
I think that might have been the thing that got all the special teams coaches to be like, all right, this is a mockery. We're making a mockery of the greatness that it is the kickoff return.
These new rules are going to be wild.
Yeah. So people have wondered, because in a lot of ways now, when you watch from the XFL, the successful kickoff returns look almost more like a conventional running play. Mm-hmm. The thing that would hurt, I think, Damien in that is that it feels a little bit more like a zone running scheme type of running play when it hits because of the way everybody's situated. So I don't know. It's wide open. I think this is a really good opportunity for Frank Ross this year, who's been one of the best special teams coaches in the league over the last few years, to really shine. If you can be the person that exploits the new rule change, it's bragging rights amongst other special teams coaches.
Yeah.
The guy that was like, yep, I saw exactly where the opportunities were. I went and I talked to XFL coaches. I spent the whole offseason concocting these magnificent schemes. That might be a key element in a Texans.
Do you have any idea what to expect with these? It wouldn't shock me if we see
more starters playing.
Well, but just the number of touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like you just said, there's 3 or 4, whatever the number was, across the entire league last year. I could see a scenario, given how little work these teams have had, and I haven't gone and watched the XFL to see how often but these are elite level guys are going to have returning back there probably, and if they break into the clear, they're gone.
And I think honestly because
3 in the first week,
right? So defenses as they learn, special teams coverage units as they learn how to cover, there's going to be opportunities there. I think it'll be these first couple years a lot of kickoff return touchdowns, and then it'll slowly start to slow down a little bit as defenses catch up or as coverage units catch up. But I do think, because of the reduced risk for injury, and also because you're not. I mean, one of the things about kickoff and kickoff return, but especially kickoff, is it's taxing. If you're running down, you're doing a 40-yard sprint and then getting into a wrestling match and then running another 10 or 20 yards. It's taxing on guys over time. It's not as taxing anymore. So I think you start to see a lot more starters playing kickoff and kickoff return.
Man, that's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Now, at the end of the day, if it turns out it is a play that exposes your special teams, your coverage teams to big returns and touchdowns. You can still kick it out of the back of the end zone. It's just the ball goes to the 30 now on a touchback.
Right. It's more of
It's a little more punitive.
It's more of a downside.
Yeah.
If you don't have a guy who's got a hellacious leg. Look, and the Texans have a really good kicker, but who also it's a kicker who's had injury issues.
Yeah.
So for however much that might grate against you, hey, throw Dare out there and here we go.
Over under a number of Dare Ogunbowale place kicks this year for either an extra point or a field goal, a half.
If he makes the team.
Yeah.
Let's say if he makes the team, because then it's I would say 5.
You think he actually? I'm not talking kickoffs. I'm talking like actual trying to score points, like he did last year. Where he kicked a field goal.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
poor
yeah.
listening skills
Yeah.
by me.
Yeah. Do you think it happens again this year,
Sean? Which makes an ass out of you and me.
That's what I've been told. I mean, it would require a Kaimi injury during a game. Yeah,
it has to be during a game. So the over/under, I put it 1/2.
Yeah. But do you think he kicks off? You said 5. You think he actually gets in there and kicks off a bunch?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
fun.
And I'm kind of setting it arbitrarily at 5 because I think it'll either be 50 or 0.
I think it's 0 or 50. Yeah.
Like
totally.
It's either the go-to what they do.
If you think it's yes, you go way over 5.
Yeah.
You know.
So there's no. You can't onside kick though, right? You have to set it up in the line.
You can't surprise onside.
Right.
Kick.
You have to tell them, hey, everybody, we're doing an onside kick here.
Yeah. Sean Payton does not like that rule.
Oh,
he loves that. He loves that surprise onside kick, man. Won him a Super Bowl back in the day.
Sean did. I think Peyton did the old she's ugly anyway after she's already rejected you. I think that's what Sean Payton did with the Texans. I think Sean Payton read the writing on the wall and knew they really wanted DeMeco and said, whispered in Colin Cowherd's ear, she's ugly. I didn't want her anyway.
Totally see that.
She's stupid too.
She smells.
You can smell it on the Zoom call.
The best CJ Stroud cut from the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast is going to make you feel really good about CJ and probably scares the hell out of Commissioner Roger Goodell. That is next.
How good can the Texans offense be this year? Just ask.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Texans back at it. Mandatory minicamp today. C.J. Stroud and company will be out there. Here was C.J. Stroud on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. And I think this is a cut that's going to make you feel even better about C.J. Stroud. Not afraid to cut ties with people who he's been aligned with for a long time.
And this sport really changed my life.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't care. Like, if I got to cut ties with anybody, like, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
everybody can't go.
Everybody can't go. And even these people, like these friends, I even have friends like, hey, fam, you think you going to rush over half a yard today? I'm like, bro, I'm working, dog. Like, I work my ass off to you right here, my. Anyway, you asking me you asking me some crazy. Like, come on, bro. Like, I play
the flow of the game, bro. What are you talking about?
And I swear I block them after. Like, I don't talk to them for the rest of the season. Yeah. And when they, hey, man, you ain't get my calls? Nope. Yeah. I don't play. And then the league will come get you. They will. The league will come get you.
Yeah. So that last
You know which part resonated with me. Hey, fam, you're going to have over half a yard rushing.
Yeah. So for any of you that might not be as into the dark arts as Sean, that's somebody wanted to know whether it's good to put a prop bet, a gamble, on CJ rushing for over, basically having a rush attempt or something.
Yeah.
Digging for, and this is the problem. This is where guys, like so many of these guys that have gotten stung for gambling, a lot of it's been what they thought was relatively innocent or didn't even realize was wrong when they did it. So you got to be hyper paranoid about this stuff. So to some people that might sound harsh where he said he'll block those people for the rest of the year. No, that guy unknowingly, because he's a bonehead, is like putting your actual job in jeopardy because he wants to make a prop
Your
bet.
career.
Right. Like he's asking for gambling information.
Yes.
And like they had a nice long discussion about setting expectations and rules for your friends and like how they got to operate and everything. It's a really good podcast. I highly encourage everybody to go listen to or watch it because it's some really good deeper. They go into a lot of deeper stuff about how you handle growing up in the community you did, where the pressures you face of people saying you sold out or whatever. CJ just laid it out right there. Like I can't be messing around with somebody that's going to put my job at risk because you want to make a prop bet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's the worst part about that, too. It's like, it's your least sophisticated gambling friend. It's the dumbest jackass. Is spending his, feels like he's going to spend his paycheck that week on a prop bet over whether or not you rush for a half yard. So it's not even that guy is trying to get you in trouble or even realizes he's doing something that's wrong. It's just you can't have jackasses like that in your life because they're going to get in trouble. It's the same guy that would tell if he won that prop bet, even if you as a player, if you think, okay, whatever, no big deal. If that guy wins that prop bet, he's going to tell 27 people like within 3 minutes of winning that prop bet.
He's already bragging to everybody that he's boys with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Independent of asking him for gambling advice.
Yeah, so that's the level of, I want to say paranoia, but it's not. It's not paranoia at all. Guys get suspended for a year or more because of simple, stupid stuff like that.
Preservation.
Yeah.
It's preservation. So I liked hearing that from CJ, man. I like that he's that vigilant against outside nothing outside of football is going to stop him from being what he wants to be.
You almost got to look at in those situations. It's kind of almost like where you're you're a boss, which is a player, which is a young player with a lot of money, where all of a sudden a lot of people are looking at you as an avenue to things, or they want you to invest in something or whatever. Like you just always got to remember that if they're your friends, they're supposed to be keeping your best interests in mind.
Yeah.
And it's one thing to ask for money for investment in a stupid business idea, but then it's a whole nother category to basically being, whether they know it or not, asking you to do something that could get you suspended for a year.
This is where also NIL coming into play in college, I think really helps NFL teams in that CJ, if this were 10 years ago, the first real exposure CJ is probably getting to guys coming at them for different things, just hangers on, and certainly before gambling was legalized also. But as far the fact that NIL is a thing in college, CJ and other players like CJ have had to operate like a businessman well before getting into the NFL.
Right.
So this is not them getting the NFL and getting the first big bonus check. Granted, it's a lot more money than they were probably making in NIL, but they're making significant money. Is not their first experience of having to assemble a marketing team, hire an agent, get a really good friend to be your Uncle Nate in this whole thing that keeps everybody else away from you.
You know what? This is a big thing. There's a way, in a lot of ways, the NIL kids are actually way more prepared, not just in the receiving money and doing what with it, learning how to manage it all. I mean, it's as simple as this. CJ and Tank talked about this. I mean, and CJ is kind of a criticism of Ohio State in the way they've handled NIL. They were talking about how, like, they were getting all this NIL money coming in and nobody was advising them about taxes. Which is, as an NFL player, FICO does its thing. And you learn about it, but, you don't have to do anything about it. Right. Especially when you're a young player. If you're not a marquee guy, you're not getting endorsement money or anything right off the bat. And so there's a lot of guys in college that are getting a few $100,000 and not realizing or understanding that they gotta withhold themselves. Yeah. And then the guys that don't get drafted are realizing, like, I got a tax bill now. Yeah. And I've already spent over 65% of that money. Yeah. Oh, man.
The first thing you learn then is how to file an extension. Yeah. And then go get a loan.
Which is more punitive than it used to be.
Yes, it is.
You used to be able to file an extension and kind of like, whatever, I'll get to it later.
Yes, indeedy.
Hey, it was my tactic forever until a couple years ago.
I love that cut from CJ, man. That's really good stuff. Tank Dell was on there as well. Who's the biggest trash talker? The biggest trash talker DB that Tank has come across in his brief time in the NFL, is actually a guy who may be trash talking him in 13 minutes out of Texans minicamp.
He probably on the team now. CJ.
Who?
Henderson?
Gardner?
Nah.
Oh, Henderson
from Panthers.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro was talking.
Really?
He on Houston now? He was out there talking.
He was talking that talk.
He's on Houston now? He play with us now.
Yeah, he was talking crazy.
I say him or...
You gotta say Carlton, David.
Oh, yeah.
Carlton was talking a lot.
Me and Carlton was going at it, too.
What Carlton? From where?
He played for Buccaneers.
Oh, he was on your top.
Yeah.
He was talking crazy to you.
That's funny.
They did pretty well in that Buccaneers game versus that Tampa secondary.
Targeting Carlton Davis was a good thing to do.
Carlton Davis, the one that was getting so abused in that game.
Yes. He's the one that tried to tackle Noah Brown on that 75-yard touchdown, and Noah Brown just face palmed him to the ground.
That does. I feel like between Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson, it seems like most people feel like Jeff Okudah's got the most upside of guys that were former top 10 picks at cornerback.
Same
and
draft.
that have now either underperformed or they've been with a couple different teams. They're both now on their third team. I think Okudah's probably got the most upside. If you're the guy that's talking the most smack and you're also not living up to your physical potential, it's time to evaluate the way you're operating. It's our time to evaluating. Maybe spend less time composing witty retorts and get your nose in your playbook a little bit more.
I so need some Stephon Diggs versus C.J. Henderson one-on-ones at practice.
Yeah.
Just some route running.
I feel like C.J. Henderson's like spending his offseason watching comedians and like writing down lines. I'm like, I'm going to use that.
He's got the Brady roast streaming on his phone.
He's got a Your Mama category folder on his hard drive. Yes. He's like, okay, I've got a You're So Fat.
C.J.
You're
Henderson.
so fat. You're so slow. Your mama.
Right. C.J. Henderson, not a real good defensive back, but hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah. One more from Tank. This was interesting. Personal goals. A lot of times guys with their personal goals, it's, like, hey, don't make it about stats, man. Make it about the team. Tank is very specific with what his personal goals are, and I'm here for it.
Personal goals, I already wrote them down, but I want, like, 10-plus touchdowns.
Uh-huh.
I want over, like, 1,300 yards. Which is going to be crazy because we got 3 of us, but we can all do it, I feel like. And there's a lot of games in the league.
That's good, y'all got.
Because 1,300, 1,300, what's that? That's 3,900.
They don't know where to go at. Who to be on?
At least 4,800, so it's still a stack there for some tight ends and running backs. Don't worry about that. He got you.
1,300 plus.
I would
10
say,
plus touchdowns. Probably like what I had. Probably like 70 catches, 70 plus catches. Really 100, but.
Really 100.
Yeah, 1,300 yards. I wonder what the most yardage anybody's had What's the fewest number of receptions somebody's had in a 1,300-yard season?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because 70 catches for 1,300 yards is that's damn near 20 yards a catch.
Let me do that. Let me do the math in my head right now.
Yeah. What is it?
People on YouTube look
Seth
away
is
for
doing
a
that
second.
thing. Yeah, YouTube don't watch. Seth is doing the thing where Seth has a pretend pencel out and he's writing in the air now.
Okay, it would be 18.5 yards per catch.
That was really good by you just now.
Well, 18.6. I forgot to round up.
Oh, yeah,
it's actually 18.57.
Yeah.
And I forgot to round up in my head.
Right.
I think that it'd be that's possible for sure if you're getting 19 yards per catch.
Okay.
I think that for the receivers on this team, because as Tank alluded to, if you got three really good wide receivers out there, it's very, very rare that you have 3,000-yard receivers. When it's happened in previous times, it's only happened 5 times in NFL history, and none of the teams, if memory serves me correctly, were actually really great teams. So I would prefer that the receivers focus on touchdowns because you can't necessarily control the number of targets, but you can control the run after catch.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, if you could just think, I don't care how many catches or how much yardage, but when I get that ball, I've got these other 2 guys on the field that are opening things up. Maybe I'm not getting as many targets as I'd like, but I'm going to have green grass to run, and I'm going to be a missile with the ball.
I remember you looking up the teams that had 3 1,000-yard receivers, and by and large, they didn't experience a ton of success, those teams. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that 1,300 is a different number than 1,000, and then a team that goes 1,300, 1,300, 1,300, I'm going to say that they do experience great success.
Right,
that's a lot more yards.
So I'm not saying that you shouldn't, think that it would be awesome if they did. It would be really, really cool if they did. But it's not something I'm fixated on.
If you had to pick one of the 3 to lead the team in receiving yards this year, who do you think it is?
Okay.
Tank, Nico, Diggs.
I think there's a chance that sometimes good teams do this. They just say, like, they're unashamed and unabashed about, like, look, we got a guy that is going to be a free agent. He's hyper motivated. He's really good. We're going to feed the ball to Stephon Diggs, even if it's because this is what happens. This is where it's good for the long term. Because I think you start to hear that and you think, like, wait a second, you're putting the cart in front of the horse there. This is part of it from a team building side, is that all of a sudden, if Stephon Diggs comes here, plays for 1 year, balls out of his brain and gets a big contract somewhere else, you've become a destination to a lot of different players around the league. And you start to be a place that, like, veteran receivers might say, okay, well, these guys are going to do right by me. Some of those teams that had 3 1,000-yard receivers, this is the thing. The most recent was 2008. These are the 3 guys. It was Larry Fitzgerald, the 2008 Cardinals. Larry Fitzgerald, Anquan Bolden. Okay, right? Makes sense. Yeah. And Steve Breston,
who made it by like 8 yards.
He had 1,006 yards receiving. Before that, this one might be the most similar to what the Texans have right now. The 2004 Indianapolis Colts. Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, and Brandon Stokely.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Stokely, I'm not saying that any of these guys compare, traits-wise to Brandon Stokely, but in terms of, like, all right, that's a very good and viable wide receiver in the NFL.
Yep. I'd take Diggs based purely on the fact that he doesn't miss games.
Yeah.
Nico's had injury issues. Tank still needs to prove he can stay healthy in the NFL, although his injury was more fluky than it was like, he's just beat up because he's small, But Diggs has done it before.
I think
many
total number
times.
of receptions, I might go with Nico because I think that if Diggs and Dell can open up things on the outside, it creates a lot of opportunities for Stephon Diggs for Nico Collins over the middle.
This offense is going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. One of the most embarrassing musical performances that we've ever played on the show happened last week. Has this particular soon-to-be former NFL player outdone himself? We'll let you be the judge, American Idol style. Coming up next, Prize Picks. Love playing Prize Picks. Verlander last night.
details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we talked about Darren Waller, the Giants tight end, last week, mostly within the context of what maybe he sees as a burgeoning musical career.
Yeah.
He put out a very professionally done video of a song that he wrote and sang.
The lyrics sounded a whole lot like he was hoping that his estranged wife,
Kelsey Plum,
the WNBA player,
star,
maybe that it was a plea that she would, kind of reconsider things and eventually realize that, theirs is a love that's true.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Kind of giving her some space to figure it out.
Yeah.
The song, you know?
It was heavily auto-tuned.
Yeah.
Heavily auto-tuned song.
Ben, can we play a small chunk of it? This is bad.
Bad in that it moves you emotionally. And puts you in a
bad like the good kind.
Almost boy, I'm oddly nostalgic about a time in my life when I was depressed.
Yeah, bad
and
like
singing about it
Michael
poorly.
Jackson. I'm bad, jam on, I'm bad. Yeah.
It's almost as my favorite moments in radio was when I played the song New Slang by the Shins for John McClane. And, that is a song that'll depress you. 4 seconds into it, McClane was like, never play that song for me again. It was honestly, it probably would be the biggest compliment ever to the band that, you moved, somebody had never heard that song before, and, 4 seconds into it, he was depressed by listening to it.
Oh, my God.
That's how Darren Waller's makes me depressed, but just for different reasons.
For different reasons.
Not for how bad that song is.
All right, so Waller is back. This article I'm looking at, ESPN, Jordan Raynon, he must be the Giants beat writer. Giants tight end Darren Waller is likely to make a decision by mandatory minicamp next week. So they have their mandatory minicamp next week, the Giants do, about his playing future, and people in and around the team expect that he's going to retire. Now, I guess Waller said on an Instagram Live late last week, a decision is coming very soon. Again, people are assuming he's retiring. They're operating the Giants as if he's retiring. They drafted Theo Johnson out of Penn State.
Yeah.
They signed a couple tight ends. There's a big cap savings they'll get if they cut him loose. He doesn't have any guaranteed money left on his deal. This article had the nerve to talk about how Waller has been, quote, busy working on his music, end quote. So here was Waller with a little freestyling going on, just sitting in a chair, shirtless, yesterday.
Yeah.
As he was,
I don't think it was freestyle. He was singing from a notebook.
Yeah, maybe.
But, so he was working things out.
Yeah. The retirement rumors drove him to this.
Want a day in the life being me. Everything that happens between you and your wife on TMZ. Trying to kick the dough in this rap just like a B&E. Speaking to the blind, it's no wonder they weren't foreseeing me. For a minute, I admit they was deceiving me. Pleasing everybody, forgot I had to believe in me. It's all good when you got all them yards receiving to them cards you're reading ain't that great. It's hard receiving a message from God that he's taking back what you've been blessed with. I'm foaming at the mouth, they know I ain't the one to mess with. Quit playing checkers on my board, I'm playing chess. And if I fall, my brothers pick me up like Byron Leftwich. Give me your best pitch. Hope you know that you signed your death wish. I'ma write that leave them breathless. So tell your friend, grab your inhaler before the set list and take a, cause you ain't gonna forget this. Let's go.
This
road get violent, dog, it show me.
You know what? I kind
of
like the Byron Leftwich visual. Because he's referring there to the time in college when he was playing with a torn ACL and his teammates grabbed him and carried him down the field.
He has a broken leg.
Oh, it was a broken leg?
Yeah, it's a broken
And they
stick.
carried him down the field for the next play.
Yeah.
I kind of like that. A little bit of an arcane reference. I kind of like
good.
that.
A little bit of a historian there, maybe, Darren Waller.
He had about a metaphor per line in that. I would say as a lyricist, he might be a better lyricist than singer and rapper.
Yeah.
Then maybe that's where his future needs to be. A little bit behind the studio glass.
I like that he shifted gears and started rhyming other words than just for a while it looked like he just took a certain sound and just kept sticking a different consonant in front of it.
And
okay. Yeah. I'm just going to keep using this word and there's no context.
You can get away with that if you're really good. I mean, Eminem gets kind of creative
really
the way
good.
he rhymes. But I don't Darren Waller's not quite on Eminem's level yet.
No, not yet.
Right?
Not yet.
Yeah, but it's time.
I don't think so. Text in, is Darren Waller? Someone said Darren Waller for the Super Bowl halftime show this year. That's pretty good. Yeah, Darren Waller, Super Bowl halftime show.
Are there any professional athletes? I'm sure there's a bunch. Well, like actual guys who have gone into rap or music. There's a guy who's a country music writer who was a really good player back in like the 1960s.
I remember. He played for the Bengals.
Yeah, and he became a very prolific country music writer.
Yeah,
and just like stays away from the spotlight. Doesn't
He's
even
very
really
old
like talking
now.
about his football career at all.
Yeah, like Mike Reed.
Mike Reed. Okay.
Yep, born in 1947. Yep.
I can't think of any recording artists though that were successful. Let's say Darren Waller successful, notable players.
Right.
Like there's probably a bunch that played college. I know there's a bunch that played. I mean, Suge Knight was a college football player.
Yeah.
Wasn't a musician, but very successful as a producer. But like an actual viable NFL player who went on to become a recording artist. Actually known more for his recording
Text
than his...
in. Yeah. 713.
We're probably forgetting somebody really obvious.
57. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
572-4610. Text in.
People said that Kobe's rap efforts were actually... I've seen a few people, like knowledgeable rap people,
Kobe
that say
Bryant?
that Kobe's was actually way better than he's given credit for.
Really?
Or that he showed some... Like, he actually really sunk a lot of time and energy into it.
I didn't even know Kobe Bryant dabbled in the rap game at all.
It was a way more serious foray into it than, like, say, Shaq. You know?
Shaq, I remember.
Right. Yeah, like Kobe, like actually went deep into it.
I believe that part. I believe everything.
And
I don't
was
think
still
Kobe
getting
does
in his 10,000 shots a day or whatever
like,
insane regimen he had.
I don't think Kobe does anything ironically or just for for fun. Like if he's doing something.
Oh no, yeah, like when he went into producing afterwards, it was like he was seeking out the counsel of like everybody that he knew in LA and like really threw his energy
Put out good
into
stuff
it.
too. I think he won an Emmy
for a documentary or something.
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, R.I.P. man. R.I.P. Spencer Arrighetti tonight. What's your confidence level in Spencer Arrighetti tonight?
11 out of 10.
Yeah,
I think this is. I think last night's run was Sean. I'm calling it. That was the turnaround.
Last night's win.
Yes.
It's a big win last night.
You had big moments out of Jordan. You had big moments out of Bregman. And you had a big moment out of Yiner. Not that I'm expecting Yiner to all of a sudden turn into an all-star caliber offensive player or anything. But I think it's you know what, I'll even throw Abreu into the mix here. At the very least with Abreu, they've realized, all right, what worked last year is when we started giving him off days. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I know like Abreu's a guy that wants to be out there every day, and that's admirable and everything, but those days are gone. And you got to manage him and his age right now. With Yiner, he takes 2 days off, fixes some things with his approach and his swing, and ends up being huge for you last night.
Huge.
So I don't like it's gonna be a continual process with him where he learns how to be a professional catcher, study the opponents, have a game plan for each pitcher, all that stuff. That's a lot. While also trying to learn how to be a major league hitter. But I think he's going to start looking a lot more like he did in the first part of the season.
Bullpen last night, Parker Mashinsky, Seth Martinez, Rafael Montero, and Josh Hader coming in and doing the job. 4 innings combined, 1 hit, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk.
I think I told you last night especially, as I was imagining, because we had really good seats, compliments of Joe Sutton.
Yeah.
And we're sitting right behind home plate. Of all the pitchers that I pretended that I was going up against, that I was visualizing going up against, like it wasn't Verlander's best night. I feel like I would have had a pretty good night against Verlander.
What do you think you could have done?
I think Martinez is the guy that I feared the most. Martinez is the guy that I think might have actually gotten an out against me last night.
Delivery.
I was watching. I'm like, how the hell am I going to hit that? I was just So I had a pretty good night last night in my imagination, except for against Seth Martinez.
Yeah. The one that
we left before Hader was out there.
The one that was freaking me out was Kittredge from St. Louis. He's got a funky delivery, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think he's the one that was pitching when Yiner came up with the bases loaded.
Yeah.
And as I'm looking at his delivery, I'm like, this is not the right guy to be throwing to Yiner right now if you're an Astros.
You know what? It took me a little while, but by the time Kyle Tucker was at bat, I had figured him out. So I would have been fine.
You had?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I probably would have, I would have been upset if I was batting behind Jordan, because I feel like I probably I could have had a 3-run homer instead of a solo.
That's right. That's right. Adam Spolane, John Lopez are here. Gentlemen.
Hey, man.
How are you?
Good. I was playing the same game, Seth, except I hit a foul ball off my shin.
Exactly.
Dude, that looked so painful last night. And if Tucker's staying down, it's got to be painful.
Yes.
Dude's a rock, man.
Yes.
Dude's a rock.
He tried to stay in, too.
He did.
And then you could see him jog. Like, he went back to the on-deck circle, and then he goes to jog back to the batter's box, and he just had to shut it down. That's how bad he was. And I can tell you, he was not moving well in the clubhouse after the game.
You were down there?
Yeah, he was on crutches and not moving well.
Okay.
Crutches.
He sounded fine in the cut that you sent to us.
Oh, he sounded fine, but he was not moving.
He didn't sound like somebody on crutches. Yeah.
This crutches, I don't care if it's just a contusion.
Yeah.
That's a big word with 3 syllables or so, and now
changes,
you crutches.
That
what
changes the handicap on what we were talking about earlier, Seth.
Were they the full underarm crutches, or were they little hand crutches?
I think they were the full underarm. But I don't remember. I don't
He's
remember.
in a hospital bed in traction with a full body cast.
Yeah,
right
was it
now
a walking stick?
Yeah. Yeah, was it? Yes. Like a jewel at the top of it? That would be cool.
What is a scepter?
A scepter. Yeah. Do you think he plays tonight?
No. God,
no. Do you think contusion?
You think he plays tomorrow?
Probably. I would lean no.
Okay.
I would lean no. So,
do you think he goes to the IL?
So Espada was asked that exact question after the game, and they weren't ready yet to say. And I think it was still too. You got to wait for some of the swelling to go down a little bit.
Yeah.
He's going to have more tests done, I think, today.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is hard for me to imagine the way that he was moving around last night.
This is where I am. This is where I am with Kyle Tucker because he's so resilient. I think he's like physiologically got like he's got some gene or something that only exists in 0.001%. Remember the old story about Cal Ripken Sr. that he was playing first base coach, or he was working as a first base coach.
Yeah.
Got like hit in the face with a line drive. And people were like, oh, my God, is he dead? He came in the next morning. There was no bruise. Like, he's freakishly, he's Bruce Willis and Unbreakable. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I choose to think of Kyle Tucker.
I hope Kyle Tucker is somehow related to him.
Damn you, Spolane, and your knowledge.
Yeah.
Let me talk out of my ass more.
Yeah. How are we feeling, though, about this squad right now?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
It's one of those hard things where there are days where it feels like, okay, they've turned the corner. And then the very next day, they play poorly, or they lose another close game, or somebody continues to underperform who you think is playing well.
Yeah.
So it's hard.
Of all the things that were ailing them earlier in the year, when it was really, really bad, when they were plummeting to 7-19 on the season, of all the reasons they were that bad at that point, what's the thing you feel best about now?
The bullpen.
That straightened itself out?
Oh, yeah. And I know people are up in arms about Presley, but I think he'll wind up being just fine. But Hader has become the Hader that they thought they were.
That's good to see, because you're in bed with him the longest.
Yes, he has been absolutely dominant.
Yeah.
Well, and in a lot of ways, like his willingness to go 2 innings multiple times and everything. Like he's more blue collar and like gritty. I think that like all that stuff that this team really, really needs right now.
It helps when they pay you.
Yeah,
You're a whole lot more willing to do that when
that
they pay
and
you.
Tommy Pham. That's my campaign.
Tommy Pham for sure.
Tommy Pham. We just need somebody who wants to fight everybody. If they're not going to make the playoffs, I want to go down with a lot of fights. All right, Adam Spolane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig in there. Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2, an Odyssey station, and they begin now.
All right, welcome into In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm Adam Spolane alongside John Lopez. Figgy Fig is here as well, and the Astros did beat the Cardinals last night, 7-4. Somebody texted me, John, after the game, like, is this the best win of the season? And basically my response was, when you are 8 games under 500, every win you get is the best win of the season. And that's what I thought last night was, because they have to start piling up wins. 61 games into the season, there's still a long way to go, but they've got to start making up some ground.
Yeah, I thought it was the best win of the season, all things considered, because of the parts, because of the pieces that were all in. Verlander battled, Diaz, coming around. Bregman looked like he's back on the upswing on his up and down performances. The bullpen did its job. Come from behind win. Yes, I thought it was the best win of the season, but back to how we started this, what does it mean? Is it even a hope at this point?
I think there still is. 7 games under 500. The division is still in reach. I mean, obviously, they've got some ground to make up, but this next month, I think, is going to be huge just because the schedule gets a little bit easier. They have some winnable series, and they need to start stacking these series up. This was something that they've been talking about now for well over a month, is win series after series after series after series, they've had some success doing that, but at the same time, they'll win 4 in a row, then they'll lose 4 or 5. And that's the sort of stuff that they cannot do.
Yeah, and I've said this from the very beginning of the season when they started so poorly. I didn't think they were equipped to win consistently like 4 games in a row, 5 games in a row. They have won 4 games in a row, I think, once this year, maybe, I think just once. But if they're going to do it, if they're going to be able to do that, it has to be right now. And are we sure the schedule is that easy? Like, this is a relatively easy schedule for the Astros that we knew. But they have the Cardinals right now. Cardinals, I think, now are 2 games under 500. Angels, that should be relatively easy. Then you go Giants, Tigers. You got the White Sox, which should be easy. Then all of a sudden the Orioles again. I mean, it's kind of up and down. So I don't exactly know if it's easy for this squad.
Well, then you get the Rockies and you get the Mets. But I guess when you say easy, you don't have the Yankees on the schedule.
Yes.
You don't have the
Orioles are there.
You don't have the good division teams on the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't have Atlanta. You know, they had Atlanta early in the year. They had Kansas City early in the year, and the Royals are have turned into one of the best teams in baseball so far this season. So you don't have that. So you have series that you should be able to win. And I think when you look at last night, I think one of the more important developments was the Yainer Diaz homer.
That's what I said. He kind of seemed to be
he's been bad. And he was bad last night for those first 3 at-bats. He struck out the first 2 at-bats, then he grounds out with the bases loaded on the little tapper back to the mound.
Mm-hmm.
But they need to get him going. That's a guy who, when you look at all the guys that have underperformed and why they are where they are, he's not the sole reason. That's unfair to say to him, but he has underperformed to a degree that you did not expect when the season started. You thought this guy was going to be an all-star caliber player, and he went almost 2 months without hitting a homer.
Yeah.
And has looked bad for a good portion of the season, to the point where Joe Espada just sat him for 2 days just to give him kind of a mental reset. If he can get going, that matters so much for them. It helps just pick up the slack in other areas where maybe they aren't playing as well. So,
and that spot in the lineup, too.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's a guy who was batting in the middle of the order when the season started, and they've dropped him down to 8th or 9th, in recent weeks. So if they can get him going, I think that matters a lot. It's offense from a position where you don't normally get offense, and we'll have to wait and see how long Kyle Tucker is out.
Yeah.
If he misses 1 game or if he misses more than that. They're going to need somebody to step up offensively.
Yeah. By the way, we're going to get to Kyle Tucker, but a huge day for the Texans, man, and we're going to be hearing from DeMeco right off the field. Stephon Diggs,
he is talking.
Is talking, and so we're going to get that probably live as well, or plausibly live. Today's the first day that the entire 2024 Houston Texans are going to be on the field. Today's the first day. So it's the first time we've seen the whole squad since they walked off the field. With their playoff loss in Baltimore, so we're going to have all that in real time. So it's going to be a fun day. But back to the Astros and Kyle Tucker. This is another reason that I'm like, are they equipped to make a little run here? Kyle Tucker is huge. I said this last year. You're not going to win a playoff series. You're not going to go where you need to go in the playoffs if Yordan Alvarez isn't healthy and on and doing his thing. You can say that about Kyle Tucker this year.
Well, and the one thing that has been, I guess, most disappointing about the way that they've started the season is that they've had some starting pitcher injuries, no doubt. Now, one of those starting pitcher injuries allowed for Ronel Blanco to burst onto the scene. If Justin Verlander isn't hurt to start the year, we don't see Ronel Blanco to start the season.
Yeah.
But what has been disappointing is that their most important position players have all been healthy. Jose Altuve, I think, has now missed 2 games. Jeremy Pena has played all but 1 game. Kyle Tucker has started all but 1 game. Yordan Alvarez has started all but 1 game. You've had some... Alex Bregman missed 3 games because he was sick back early in April. So you have had pretty remarkable health among those guys, and yet you are still 7 games under 500. At some point, the other shoe is going to drop, and one of those guys is going to go down for a certain amount of time, and you might be seeing that with Kyle Tucker. So how they weren't winning games when those guys were healthy. How did they survive when those guys, 1 or 2 of those guys, get hurt, and now all of a sudden you've got to dip into depth that you just don't have?
Yeah, that's been one of my things, and you know this because I've been mixing it up with you a lot about this squad and how I just don't feel it. That's been one of my big things. Your best players have been there. Your best players, your most reliable, proven, playoff caliber players have been there. And now we got to see Kyle Tucker could end up on the IL. I mean, we don't know. We're going to find out more today. You were there, and if you want to just kind of lay that out again, this was not just bumping your shin on the coffee table when you're going to the bathroom in the middle of the night, This was a hit.
He fouled the ball square off his shin, and it missed the shin protector. It hit right above the shin guard, and he was down for, I didn't have a stopwatch on it, but he was down for minutes, on all fours, while Joe Espada and Jeremiah Randall, the trainer, came out to check on him. Then he kind of got up, but it still took a while for him to stand up. He was able to stand up on his own, and it looked like he was going to try to stay in the game because that's just how he is.
Yeah.
So as the pitcher, Kyle Gibson, is taking just a few warm-up pitches just to get loose again, Tucker goes back to the on-deck circle just to get some pine tar, get himself situated. And then he tried to jog back to the batter's box, and after a couple steps, he had to just shut it down, and that's when he left the game. Espada said afterwards, it's a shin contusion. He's day-to-day. The x-rays came back negative. They'll do some more tests tomorrow, which is now today.
Yeah.
But I saw talked to Kyle Tucker in the clubhouse after the game, and he's on crutches, not moving around great. And so that doesn't mean that he's going to go on the IL, but it certainly means that the idea that he's going to play today is highly, highly unlikely. And I think it would just be smart just to give him the day, just to let him rest the
just
leg.
the swelling alone.
Yes. He's not going to be moving well. I can tell you that. He will not be moving well today.
And then a day game tomorrow. So that would stand to reason that they're going to give him 2 days rest.
Yes.
And this is against probably the best squad they're going to face for a little bit, even though they're under 500, but still a good squad in St. Louis. So you can't afford this. You can't afford any of these.
Especially because they don't have anybody else behind him.
Yeah.
You look at what they did in the outfield last night when he left the game. They moved Chas McCormick to right field. They put Mauricio Dubon in left. Chas McCormick has been bad for really the entire season, to the point one of the Twins coaches was asking me, what's going on with Chas McCormick right now?
Yeah.
So that means he's going to have to step up. And the other thing is, they are basically playing a man short already because they don't play Gray Kessinger at all.
Yeah.
And basically that 26th man, it's been Kessinger for most of the season. He's played in 11 games. He started 1 game. He got hurt and missed some time. He was on the IL. They brought up Jacob Amaya. Jacob Amaya played in 1 game. So that 26th spot on the roster has basically played in 12 games this season. So they're already playing 1 man down. My expectation is that Kyle Tucker is not playing today, so that means you're playing with 24 while the Cardinals have 26.
Yeah.
And so it gives you no bench, and we've seen Joe Espada likes to pinch hit for guys.
Yeah.
He did it yesterday. He'll probably try to do it again today, but he doesn't have a whole lot of options. And so that means that you're going to have some pretty unfavorable matchups when you get down late in games because they don't just have anybody that they can use off the bench.
Yeah, so the question becomes, the importance of these series is not necessarily you got to win 4 or 5 games. The importance is get him healthy again, number one, and then you got the pitching. You got lucky last night with Verlander. He battled, but now you've got guys that you're going to have to. They've been up and down, these next 2 games. So these next 2 games are going to kind of set the tone for the next week or 2 weeks.
And the other issue that they're going to run into, they have 5 starting pitchers on the 40-man roster right now. And those are the 5 guys that are up.
Yeah.
So they have no depth whatsoever if somebody, sleeps wrong or has some sort of a sore arm, which of course is going to happen throughout the season. And they're going to run into an innings crunch with some of these guys. Spencer Arrighetti has never pitched, he's not thrown 140 innings ever before.
Yeah.
Ronel Blanco has never thrown more than 120-something innings in a season. So at some point, this stuff is going to catch up with them a little bit. What happens at that point?
Yeah. Arrighetti today, Blanco tomorrow, and then then you go to California. So I'm not. I swear, man, I'm not down on this team. I want them to do well, but it's just they're up against so much right now. Then he gave updates on injuries, and who knows him being, I guess them being Dana Brown and Joe Espada. But the injury, of what's coming down the pike is not that good either.
Well, they did get some good news on Luis Garcia, who threw a bullpen yesterday.
20 pitches or something?
It was just, he just told me because he threw a live bullpen or live BP on Friday, and then yesterday was just like a normal side session, in between starts.
Yeah.
But he's going to go to West Palm Beach tomorrow. That's where he'll throw his next live BP. And as Dana Brown said, he was up to 92 on Friday. He thinks that he'll be able to get up to 95 in the next couple of weeks. So he's getting close to a rehab assignment. Now, that doesn't mean that he's going to be ready to go in a couple of weeks, but they're thinking here in July he might be able to come back and contribute on the major league roster.
And what can you count on from Luis Garcia?
I don't know.
You know,
just because it's coming back from Tommy John surgery, and it's been more than a year since he's appeared in a game. It will be something like 14 months since he last pitched in a game. So you really don't know what to expect in those types of situations. Plus, those guys are going to be, pitch limited in those starts. So I don't know what they can expect from him, but he's a good arm and he's a really good pitcher. And so getting him back will certainly help, and it will kind of take the load off of some of these other guys who are having to do a whole lot.
The good news is, and you mentioned this in the toss with Sean and Seth, the bullpen seems to be back. I mean, I guess that's the best way to put it. The 7, 8, 9 guys. Presley is still. I don't know what you can count on with Presley. But other than that, I mean, I think hater's hater, and you're getting a lot out of Abreu as well.
Yeah, and I wrote about this on SportsRadio610.com on Sunday. Like, the Presley stuff, I'm not saying that Ryan Presley would be, if it were for luck, that Ryan Presley would be the Ryan Presley of old, but there are certainly indicators that will tell you that he's been better than the results would indicate. So I'm not, again, I don't think that he's a lockdown guy at this point, but he's better than what he has shown.
Based on what? Because when Espada was talking about that, I was just rolling my eyes.
So basically, batted ball luck has been awful for him. And so he entered the game on Sunday with the highest BABIP in all of baseball, which means balls in play. Balls that have been put in play against him were falling at like a 424 clip. The league average is 298. Mm-hmm. The worst pitchers in the league will have a BABIP around 300. So, batting average on balls in play. So,
do you know about BABIP, Figgy?
I don't. Learn about it, all right? Learn about it. So, at some point, that luck turns around. When you're giving up when you got a 424 BABIP, that means that you're getting unlucky. That'll turn around a little bit. Now, that's not the only reason why he hasn't had great results this year. There are other reasons, and some of them are more in his control than others. But I think ultimately he will again be an effective reliever. Do I think he's going to be a lockdown reliever? I don't know yet. But I do think that he will be effective coming down the stretch. But what's been important has been they've gotten really good performances from other guys. Mm-hmm. Taylor Scott has been a revelation out of that bullpen and not something that you would have expected when the season started. Rafael Montero has had a really nice bounce back, and frankly, they needed that from him. And Seth Martinez has shown that he can be good, and Parker Mashinsky has given them good innings whenever he's been up. So the depth of the bullpen, I think, is a little bit better than what we thought it was going to be. And then Hader has just been unbelievable.
Yeah. You need that number 8 guy, though, to be productive.
For sure.
Forget BABIP, forget all that stuff. He just has to. It has to work. I really feel like he's kind of fried in terms of just his emotional state, his mental state, his pride. I mean, that was a shock for him, and it seems like it's still kind of resonating with him. That he's not the closer anymore.
I don't think so. I really don't.
I do.
I don't think that he thinks that way.
I do.
He's still getting paid. He's still pitching high leverage innings. He's pitching the 9th inning sometimes, depending on the availability of Hader. So I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Yeah, I just think it's human nature. I really do. But these are the games that they're going to have to win. These are the games that they're going to have to find something. They're going to have to get Kyle Tucker back, and they're going to have more Yonder Diaz. I really do feel like that was the best win of the year. That last night.
Well, it was the most recent one. and when you're 8 games under 500, every win matters. They win 10-1 today, then that would be the best win of the season also. They just need wins at this point. And you're just hoping, you're just looking for that one win that really spurs a really good streak. And there have been multiple times over the course of the last month where you thought that they had it. After Mexico City, you thought maybe they had turned a corner.
Yes.
That Yankee series, when they won that last game, it thought, hey, maybe they found it again. And then every single time it happens, they give games back. So that's the sort of stuff that they have to avoid here.
Then you have Espada. I've talked about this with the loopholes a lot lately. I gave him every benefit of the doubt. If you go back to Sunday's game, not pinch running, for Abreu there. I mean, it's just little stuff like that. All the little things they just don't seem to add up to the squad that we know. Espada's not making all the moves we need. We know that the starting pitching has been up and down, but good lately. I mean, it's just a lot of little things with this squad that just don't seem to add up to the same squad that we know. This isn't the same team we've seen.
Well, this is what happens when guys underperform.
Yeah.
Normally, when guys underperform, and that's what's happened. Like, let's be honest. A big reason why they are where they are is because guys have underperformed. When guys underperform, it's going to look bad. The manager is always going to get blamed, but it's on the players. It is always on the you are always going to hear that from me. It is on the players most of the time, and they are 7 games under 500 right now because most of their guys that you expected to be good have either underperformed or not played at the level that you expected they would.
What's the latest with Jim Crane and speaking, mention, because, we talked about this with you last week, but I feel like it ultimately all points back to him, and he's just been silent.
713-572-4610, Jim.
We're waiting.
Yeah.
We're waiting.
Figgy's waiting for you if you want to call in.
Phone lines are open.
713-572-4610 if Jim Crane wants to come in, and because, again, he hadn't said anything, so I don't know. I don't think I've seen him there this week, so I can't say.
There's a responsibility at some point, isn't there?
You would think.
Yeah.
He owns the team. He writes the checks.
Yeah.
Cal McNeil, where the hell are you? What you hiding for?
I mean, I'm serious. I'm not
put that on Cal.
Yeah. Well, just
Jim Crane, where the hell are you? What you hiding for?
Just substitute that for sure.
But we'll certainly get into the Astros more. We'll also get into the Texans more. And as John said at the top, we will hear from DeMeco Ryans. We'll also hear from Stephon Diggs. We will try to take those two live. It'll be the first time that Stephon Diggs speaks, at least to the media, as a member of the Texans. But coming up next, Dana Brown spoke before last night's game at Minute Maid Park, and he reiterated his stance from last month. The Astros will not be sellers at the deadline.
Okay.
But what if they do become sellers? What would that look like? We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 610.
What's Bobby Slowick most excited Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Texans are on the field right now as mandatory minicamp is underway. One update that makes it feel like the season has already started. Laramie Tunsil not practicing, but he is there, and the whole squad is together for the first time in what is a pretty big day. This is basically, it feels like the start of the 2024 season.
Yeah, it does. That's the first time that they've all been on the field. Tunsil, as you said, is on the field, not working. No surprise.
Yeah.
And of course, we're going to have DeMeco Ryans live here at 11. And we'll have Diggs first day. Happy Diggs Day. We've been waiting to hear from him, so we'll be hearing from Diggs as well.
And we'll also hear from C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tank Dell will be made available to the media today as well. So a big day at NRG today as the Texans on the field. They have minicamp also tomorrow, and then training camp is right around the corner. Let's go back to the Astros, who beat the Cardinals last night 7-4. Dana Brown, when the Astros were really at their low point, right at about their low point, on May 7th, the Astros were 11 games under 500. Dana Brown went on MLB Network, and he was asked, is there a world in which the Astros are sellers at the trade deadline? This was his response to that question.
I think the production's coming. I think our guys are true professionals. They're good players. I can't predict any scenario where we become sellers. I think the team is too good. I think the key here is win this series, get back to 500. Once you get back to 500 and you start to roll, you get a winning streak of 5 here, 7 here, 10 there. Before you know it, you're 8 to 10 games over 500. So I don't see any chance of us becoming sellers.
So that was basically 4 weeks ago when he said that. Since Dana Brown said that, the Astros are now 7 games under 500. So they've made up 4 games since Dana Brown said that. Before yesterday's game, Dana Brown was asked the exact same question. Here's what he had to say.
I don't see any scenario where we're sellers. I think we're going to be buyers. I think, just judging from my experience in this game, I've seen teams blow, leads from 5 games up to 7 games up in September. In Atlanta, when we won the World Series, we didn't get to 500 until game 100. So I don't foresee, us being sellers at all. So we're going to grind it out. I think we're going to get back to 500 before people know it, and we'll be back in the race.
I kind of feel sorry for Dana Brown, if we're being honest. And I know you're I shouldn't say higher. I'm not, but you're more optimistic about some of the things this team can do. I feel like if you're not considering by next month being a seller, it's kind of a dereliction of duty for the big picture with this squad. Because we know that they might have another run in them. He's talking about 5 games, 7 games, 10 games, win streaks. We'll see about that. But what you are doing is you're hurting the product moving forward. There's no question about that. Whether you think they're going to make a run this year or not, the best strategy for this squad is to take the proverbial step back and move forward. So if you're not considering it, and I'll give you another month, I get it. We'll see how they do in this streak. But if you're not considering it, you're not really doing your job.
Well, I don't think that any GM in his position...
You don't necessarily say it.
Yeah, exactly. Like a GM with a team that has a $250 million payroll and has been to 7 straight league championship series, you're not going to say on June 3rd, yeah, we're selling. Yeah. No, of course you're not going to say that.
I get that.
You're going to give this team a chance. I do think, though, if it does not get turned around, then they have to start having that conversation. They absolutely have to start having that conversation, thinking towards the future. Maybe that future could be next season. There are about 3 different ways that you can go about being sellers at the trade deadline. The first one is just kind of reshuffling the deck a little bit and looking at some of your ancillary pieces and saying, you know what, maybe we can get something of value for this guy, like a Victor Caratini, your second catcher who's a contract for another year next year. Now, you might have to pay some of the contract for next year, but that's the type of guy that would have some value across the league if you were looking to trade him. Maybe you sell high on somebody like Taylor Scott, who has shown that maybe he could be a really good reliever in this league, has got a bunch of club control left. Maybe there's a team interested in Chas McCormick, who the Astros, the one area where the Astros have some depth is in the outfield, so maybe you look to move on from him. Maybe somebody like Mauricio Dubon, who would have a ton of value around the league and only has a couple years left of club control. Maybe you go in that direction. The second way is you retool, and that's when you start getting into some of the names. That's when you start looking into Alex Bregman, who I don't think that they are thinking they're going to re-sign right now. I think that if they were going to re-sign Bregman, they would have done it already.
They said they're not even talking.
Remember, Dana Brown said in February before spring training, we are going to make Bregman an offer. That has not happened yet.
Yeah.
So I think they probably know that he's not coming back. So if that's the case, then you might as well try to get something back for him as opposed to just living with the comp pick, which frankly isn't going to be worth a whole lot.
Yeah.
So the problem with doing that is that Bregman loses a lot of his value for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that he's underperformed this year. The second reason is that the team that trades for him can't get compensation back if he does leave next season because the season has already started.
Yeah.
And then there's the complete reshuffle. And this is the most drastic where you decide, hey, we are basically starting over and we're going to just build around Jose Altuve, Josh Hader, Jeremy Pena, Hunter Brown, and guys like that. And that's when you start thinking about trade Kyle Tucker. Do we trade Framber Valdez? Ryan Presley would go into that group with Alex Bregman. So there's three ways that I think that you can do this. I think the route that they would most likely take would be the first one where they just kind of reshuffle a little bit.
Yeah. Is it wrong to send the message and deal a guy like Bregman? I don't think it is. I think most fans understand what the run has been. They understand, Altuve is 34. Verlander, who knows what you can count on there. Down the road, he's 41 or whatever. Because like you mentioned, Bregman, I think he's in play. I think Presley's in play. I wouldn't want to trade Kyle Tucker. Who knows on that one? Ronald Blanco is going to be 31, and I don't know if that a team that might need something now. You might be able to sell high on that one as well.
He's under club control.
He's under club control.
So he's cheap. The problem with Presley is that he can veto any trade. He's a 10-5 guy, so he can veto anything. Trading Bregman, if this thing falls apart, trading Bregman is the right way to go, especially if you know that you're not going to bring him back. Try to get something back for him. Try to get his replacement in-house now because that's the one issue that they have. They don't really have anyone in the organization that can play third base at a high level.
Yeah.
And you look at the free agents that are going to be out there in the winter, it's Bregman, and then it's kind of just a bunch of guys. Like the next best guy is Matt Chapman, who has not had a very good year with the Giants, and he's got a player's option. So he might not even be a free agent, depending on how the rest of the season works out. So third base could be a really difficult spot for them. That's why if they know they're not going to bring Bregman back, try and find a replacement now.
And Kyle Tucker?
Kyle Tucker, again, outfield is the one area on the team where they've got some depth. But that's the guy where you could really get a haul.
That's
for
the
Kyle
one.
Tucker.
That's the one where if you do that move, then the message is clear.
Then the
message is very, very clear.
Then you are in a. I'm not going to say you're necessarily in a rebuild.
You're kind of in a rebuilding
but you're right there.
Yeah.
It kind of depends on like what you were to get back for him. Like if you were to just go for a bunch of prospects that are in A-ball or AA, well then it's absolutely a rebuild. But you could also try and find an outfielder who's under club control for 4 or 5 years.
Now,
so there are different ways that you can do this.
Now here's the thing that really set me off, and I think it affects what we're talking about here with being sellers. He actually said he wanted to maybe be a buyer.
Yes.
What are we doing? With what? What are you going to be a buyer?
They're not much.
What are you going to buy with?
They're going to the dollar store.
Yeah.
Now there are some like, I can't tell you how many times he's talked about wanting to get a left-handed bat.
You can't tweak this roster.
No, they would probably need more than that, but that's basically all you're getting. Like they're not going to be able to go out and get a starting pitcher with what they have, and frankly,
so why is he saying that?
I don't know.
I mean, I get why he's saying, hey, we're we're still not going to be sellers. I get that. I mean, if he really believes it, it's a problem. But I get him saying that because you got to wait till July, as we talked about. But to be a buyer, the best thing you can buy is, like you said, you go to Five Below, you go to Dollar Store, and you tweak the lineup. A tweak is not going to get this team. See, the thing that gets me on this squad is the standard that you've set. I don't feel this team can reach it, even if it plays good baseball. You can't get to an ALCS with this squad. I don't feel. Unless Luis Garcia becomes a Cy Young caliber pitcher, unless, Verlander, pitches like he did in the last couple of outings consistently and things go crazy, unless you get Yonder Diaz. I mean, you have to have so many things. This squad might contend, and we're kind of fooling ourselves with their 7 games back. But can they get to where they want? That's the standard.
And it's
they can't get there,
and it's hard. And they are going to need guys to play up to the level that they were expected to play at when the season started.
Yeah,
Yonder Diaz being one, and then Yordan Alvarez can't go a month where he only hits 2 homers. Kyle Tucker can't miss a bunch of time. Alex Bregman has to continue the pace that he has been on for the last couple of weeks. Like, that's the sort of stuff that needs to happen, and they're going to again need some luck in order for that to actually take place. But the next 4 weeks are going to be very, very telling when it comes to this group and what they are able to do. Coming up next, we are going to shift over to the Texans. We're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans coming up probably about 11 o'clock. We'll hear from Stephon Diggs coming off the practice field as well from NRG Stadium as he talks to the media for the first time. But coming up next, we're going to play the what-if game with the Texans. What if they had lost that game in Indianapolis to close out the year? How would things be different? How would we be talking about them different? That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Nico Collins got paid.
friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
4th and 1 at the Houston 15. Minshew in the gun. Minshew to throw. Minshew swings it out to the back left side. It's incomplete. And the Texans take over on downs with 1:03 to go in the fourth quarter. What a stop. Colts can't complete it. Texans have it.
That was the final play, basically, of the Texans' Week 18 win in Indianapolis in January. Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware.
They need to put a camera in there.
Man.
A lot of teams do that.
Yeah, they do. Baseball teams do it a lot.
The Astros have that.
Yeah.
I need to see the reaction.
See Andre?
But that was the 4th and 1. That was the drop from Tyler Goodson that sealed the Texans' win and gave them an opportunity to win the division. And it clinched the playoff spot, gave them the opportunity to win the division. I bring this up because I want to play the what-if game. What if Tyler Goodson doesn't drop that ball? What if Tyler Goodson makes that catch, they convert the 4th down, and then they score and win the game?
What if I told you?
How would we be thinking, or would we be thinking about the Texans differently had their season ended that night in Indianapolis?
Well, here's the thing. For me personally, no. And the biggest reason is we know what we saw all year long, and we know how they got there, got back into got the chance to win that game, et cetera, et cetera. And I also feel like this is a squad that they have they have the pieces, and they were already talking about the pieces. And C.J. Stroud's season had not changed, whether they completed that pass or not. Even in that game, with the big pass to Nico and them being on the road and getting it done, I get that maybe we would have tempered expectations a little bit. I wouldn't necessarily be thinking the way I'm thinking right now, that this squad has a chance to go a long, long way. But I don't think my feelings would have changed that much. I really don't. They wouldn't have been there, but I don't think my feelings would have changed very much.
I think mine would have, because I thought the Texans were clearly better than that Colts team. They should have won that game a whole lot easier than they did, and to me, it would have felt like they blew that game. And then on top of that, you have Jacksonville losing to Tennessee, so it felt like you blew an opportunity to win the division. And I also think that the expectations for this season would be different, because you look, the Texans go to the playoff, they win the division, go to the playoffs, they win a playoff game, and then lose. I think if their season ends at 9-8, no playoff game, no big win against Cleveland, where the city really got into things with that Cleveland game.
Yeah,
I think the way that we looked at last season would have been different, and I think the expectations coming into this season would have been different.
I would have chalked that game up to Jonathan Taylor being an absolute animal. I mean, just an absolute, like they had no answers. So we would have questions about the division this year and how much closer. Maybe that's what it is. And I feel that way already. I feel like this division, the Colts are the team to beat, not anybody else. So maybe we would be thinking like, all right, it's going to be the Colts and the Texans, but I don't think I would necessarily feel different about how the Texans stack up there. I would have just chalked that up to Jonathan Taylor being a monster,
I would have, my opinion of Bobby Slowick would have fallen pretty considerably. I thought that he did a bad job in that game. I thought the play calling, they were getting whatever they wanted with Nico Collins. And the fact that they were running the ball on 1st and 2nd down more often than they were passing it was just such a huge mistake in the game plan of that game. So for me, it would have been, are we sure Bobby Slowick, I don't want to say knows, that's too strong to say. Are we sure he knows what he's doing? But I would have some questions about him moving forward, and he got bailed out a little bit by that play, I think.
Yeah, and here's the other part that I don't think my feelings would have changed. I don't think they would have done a damn thing different in the offseason.
I agree with that.
We'd still be coming in with Stephon Diggs, Nico, the expectations of him being a potential number 1 wide receiver, of Joe Mixon all of a sudden, of them having arguably the best offseason of any team in the NFL in terms of what, building a squad that can contend. So maybe that, that would be another factor of like, this is a squad that was, really, really close last year. Tough break. Maybe Bobby Slowick could have done things differently, but that doesn't affect how I feel about this squad. By the way, Texans on the field right now, and we're seeing some interesting things here. Stingley and Diggs have been matched up a lot. Looking at practice, via the video that we're getting. And by the way, just each have won a couple of reps against each other with a nice breakup by Stingley on one. Kamari Lassiter has been on the outside defending Tank Dell, and on the inside with a nice pass breakup with Dalton Schultz. So they're getting some good work with the wide receivers and those guys that we just mentioned.
We're going to hear from Stephon Diggs coming up at some point in the next hour.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we're going to be able to carry that live. I think that having him around, obviously it's going to help the offense, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I really hope that he spends a lot of time with Stingley and Lassiter just to say, like, this is one of the best wide receivers in the sport that those two guys can learn a whole lot from, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You have two young corners who can really just learn off this wide receiver who probably knows every single trick in the book. Like, I think that's going to help them a lot.
Yeah, I really do agree with that. But keep an eye on Kamari Lassiter. He's been playing mostly on the outside, opposite Derek Stingley. Now, I don't know what that says about Okudah and Henderson. Henderson's been running with the twos. He actually had an interception against Davis Mills a moment ago. But Lassiter on the outside is very, very interesting to me. Like that's a guy that we didn't know. Is he going to be a slot guy? Is he going to be on the outside? What about Okudah and Henderson? These things, look, this is the first day. They can change a lot. But when they run him out, the first day that the whole squad is together and he's playing opposite Derek Stingley, that's something definitely to watch, and maybe it says a lot about where he is right now.
John Mechie made a catch. That's good.
How about that?
And it looked like he made a nice move. It looked like on Stingley, too. So it's a big year for him. Third year. Hopefully, I think he's probably now fully healthy off the leukemia.
Yeah.
So he needs to show something, though.
And the ACL.
Yes. The ACL kind of gets lost in everything. So it's a year removed from that. So that's a guy that I think comes into camp with a little bit of pressure on him to try, because obviously the wide receiver core has been beefed up a little bit in the offseason. Can he make an impact? Can he make enough plays to keep a spot on the roster and get enough snaps?
Well, I mean, just look at the numbers game here. Nico, Diggs, Tank, we know about them. Where does Skoranek fit in? Obviously, Mechie, Noah Brown, Xavier Hutchinson, Robert Woods is out there. So the numbers game is something to watch. I am very, very, very intrigued by the way the wide receivers are looking and the cornerbacks that are facing them, especially Lassiter on the outside. That's going to be cool.
And those two corners, Stingley, third year in the league, Lassiter, a rookie, those are two guys that, if it works out the way you hope, they can really man that defense and give DeMeco Ryans a whole lot of options to get creative just with blitzes and pass rush for a really long time.
Man, it's cool looking at these receivers. I mean, it is just...
It's a lot different than it was a couple years ago.
Diggs got his a few times. Tank has been making some plays. Obviously, they've got Nico doing his thing. These receivers, it's just going to be Ben Diggs. Look at Diggs. He's just he looks really cool out there in that number 1 jersey getting it done. These receivers against these cornerbacks, Stingley's been doing his thing, but these receivers, it's a whole. That's why, getting back to how we started, I think I'd feel the same way about this squad because of what they've added.
Texans starting minicamp today. This is the mandatory minicamp. Everyone is in attendance, including Laramie Tunsil, though it does not look like Tunsil is actually practicing today. That really doesn't matter, I guess, at this point. I guess you don't learn a lot when it comes to the offensive line when you're in this type of a setting, just because you're not hitting. But I will be interested to see how just the offensive line looked, just who was in each spot, at least for day one, because I think you'll learn a lot about how they are thinking about this offensive line moving forward. And I think the big name there is Kenyon Green. Where do they see Kenyon Green slotting here in his third year in the league when he did not play last season?
Yeah, and we haven't seen that yet. We will. They haven't done any 11-on-11, but they're doing mostly 7-on-7 DBs and wide receivers. And by the way, Titus Howard also not practicing right now, but he is out there.
Sorry, Veterans Day.
Yeah.
It's Veterans Tuesday.
I think his is more like still bringing him along slowly from the injuries that he had. But Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil are on the side right now.
And this is why you go out to and draft Blake Fisher in the second round.
They have high hopes for him, I think.
I think you read some of the stuff about him. First freshman to ever start at left tackle at Notre Dame. And a guy who I think most people thought, had he stayed at Notre Dame this season, he would have been a first-round pick in the 2025 draft.
Yeah.
So I think the talent is certainly there, and you give him a year to kind of sit back and learn behind the two vets. And if they need him to step up and play a bigger role, I think that he certainly has the talent to be able to do so.
So, obviously, if you keep it locked here, we're going to get all the information when they do go 11. Kenyon Green, you're right. That's going to be a really interesting one where they line him up, because I think it matters like where they're putting these guys on the first day. They've seen them all off season. They've been working out. They've seen the OTAs, and for Lassiter to be out there, I think that's significant. We'll see how significant as we move forward in training camp. But also if Kenyon Green is out there, we'll see how that plays out.
And they've had, like you said, they've had basically an entire offseason to plan this out, and this is who they are actually going to put out there. I'm going to give you one more name I'm looking for. That's Dameon Pierce. I don't think that his spot on the roster is in jeopardy by any stretch, because I don't think that they really went out to improve the spot behind Joe Mixon, but it's a big year for him, obviously. Can he be more effective, I guess would be the best way to put it, than last season?
Yeah, I'm not sold on him, but they are. They clearly are, because they have, that's their 1-2 punch. And that's going to be one that we're not going to really get a good feel for really till the regular season. Because in the preseason, we've seen running backs come and go that Alfred Blue, that have had huge preseasons, but really not until the regular season. So we'll know on that.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we are hopefully going to be able to hear from DeMeco Ryans. We'll also let you hear from Stephon Diggs, CJ Stroud, and Tank Dell as the morning goes along. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
How good? presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We are waiting for DeMeco Ryans. We think that we will hear from him live at some point coming up shortly. It could be any second now.
A few minutes, seconds.
Waiting to get the word from Figgy when that does take place. Texans on the field for mandatory minicamp today. We're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans. We'll hear from Stephon Diggs. First time that we will have heard from Diggs since the trade that brought him from Buffalo. We'll also hear from C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell before the show is over.
So, you mentioned in the last segment you might have different expectations after last year's game against the Colts, and I said mine wouldn't, mostly because of the moves that they've made, but also because of one guy, and that one guy is C.J. Stroud. My feeling on him, I mean, we talked about it 4 or 5 games into the year. I'm like, this is the dude. And then, of course, it just progressed from there, and it became more obvious that he was it. He's actually not taken a snap, and I feel more confident with C.J. Stroud now than ever. And the biggest reason is, like, you can just sense when somebody is being authentic and when somebody is, like, legitimately feeling it and legitimately knows that he belongs with all the quarterbacks at the top. And so the first time that I really said, that's, it's a cliche, but like that's my crack. That's a different kind of guy. Thank you, Figgy. That's a different. That guy's cut, as Sean likes to say. I like the cut of his jib. I like the way that he handles himself and the way that it's sincere and authentic. The first time I thought this was like when he was with Micah Parsons on that podcast, and he was talking about this.
You say is the best team in Texas.
Create some beef. I like that. You know what it is? I mean, I feel like Micah knows who it is. Steph knows who it is. But no, like, everything got to get figured out on the field. I ain't even see no chemistry, and I ain't even get a snap. We the best team. What the hell? You feel me? I ain't say that.
We're going to figure it out.
Yeah, we're going to figure it out. Like, everything in life, man, like, there's a time and place. You're going to see what it's about. And you know what it is? You know what it is?
What is it?
He faced some pretty good guys, but he ain't never see a killer, though. You sit on a couch with one.
That was it. Like he's not even. He's like, man, you're sitting next to one. You're sitting on the couch with one. And I'm like, he's you know it, you see it, you see that swag. Some are more boastful than others, but you know it and you see it. And I'm not comparing him to Tom Brady, but Tom Brady had that, whatever it is. Obviously Patrick Mahomes, and yes, he's in that company. And then that $1 million worth of game podcast over the weekend. He even just took it to another level. And then Tank Dell, you're going to hear Tank Dell talking about, you've got him in that mode, and that mode is what sold it for me.
Like my boy EJ Speed, but it's a dude. It's not just EJ. He with my agent, and I tell him this to his face. I ain't tripping. But like a lot of dudes come to these podcasts, like, oh yeah, I'm coming to hit. I'm gonna hit CJ in his face. I'm gonna get him next year. Why ain't you do something? Like where I'm from, we say, why ain't you do something where you was mad at? You was mad right there, my. Do something. Right. You could have made hella plays, bro. You could have made plays, dog. Right. You could have shut me up right there, but you didn't.
Right.
So what make you think you're going to do it now? And if you do, I'm going to come back, bro, for real. You should have did that then, bro.
Right.
Now we're going to have another opportunity, and we played them first game of the year. Yeah. We play them after they play. It's going to be rocking. Indy hates me already, and I love it.
This isn't cocky. This isn't. I mean, some people may interpret it that way.
It's cocky, but it's athlete cocky.
But yeah,
it's fine.
But it's like legit.
You're supposed to be this way when you are at that level.
When you're the guy.
Yes, that is how you are supposed to act when you are at that level.
And then what happens is, like, right now, I haven't even been out to a mini camp yet because it's going on during our show, but we're going to be out there a lot this year. Obviously, I guarantee you, just from listening to other guys, watching how other people act around him. Tank Dell right there, when he was talking about that, he told Gilly, hey man, you've got him in that mode. That mode, of being like, he's the dude. He's not being coy. He's not distancing himself from the pressure. He's embracing it. Like, this is the first time. I was actually thinking about this, Adam. Like, when was the last time Houston has seen a quarterback that everyone in that building will fight for? Like, they'll fight for him.
Does Warren Moon count?
Warren Moon was the one that came to mind. Warren Moon was the one, like, everybody in that building would be like, Don't you put a hand on him. Don't you say, they will fight for him. And that's why, the question is, like, what's the one thing that happened this offseason that makes you think this is the year? Well, a lot of things happened. We all know the moves, Diggs, Danielle Hunter, all that. But that happened. Like, he's embracing it.
And it rubs off on the rest of the locker room, too.
Yes.
Like, when your quarterback and your best player thinks like that, then everybody else is going to think that same way.
Yeah.
And I think for me, just watching how he played, because I wasn't around them. I'm not in that locker room. But just watching how he played game after game, and there were certain, like, he wasn't supposed to be able, like, when they went into Cincinnati, like, that showed you a lot. Like, that really did show you a lot that they could go into Cincinnati when Burrow played. Remember, Burrow played in that game.
Yeah.
And he went head-to-head with Burrow on the road in a really big spot and came out and won. Like, that showed you a whole lot that he had the ability to go do that.
It absolutely did. And that's why, like, you talk about what C.J. Stroud is on the field, what he is in that locker room. I've talked to people over there, staffers, I'll just put it that way, that have said, like, repeatedly, get ready to hit the bell again. That guy is just special. I mean, they become cliches because they can be so true. Like Tank Dell, just looking at him, having this conversation with him, backing him up, talking about, you put him in that mode, all that stuff. That's not like, Matt Schaub's our quarterback, we support him. No, that's like, we will fight for this guy. And that's a big difference.
Now, I do want to see, because they're going to run into some adversity. They absolutely will. And rookie year adversity, when there's no expectations, is a whole lot different from sophomore year sophomore year adversity when there are heavy expectations. So they started 0-2 last year. Who cares? They weren't supposed to be good.
Yeah.
What happens if they start 0-2 this year? And there are expectations. How does he handle that? That's what I'm really interested to see. Now, maybe they're never in that position.
Yeah.
Maybe they win week 1 in Indianapolis and then take off from there and have a monster year and do exactly what we think they could do.
Yeah.
But the odds say there's going to be some sort of speed bump at some point this season.
There will. There absolutely will.
How does he handle it?
Yeah.
How does he handle that? How does the rest of the team handle that? And how does he lead them out of that?
But don't you feel like, and again, I'm not to pick on Matt Schaub, but Matt Schaub faced significant adversity that year that he fell apart. All right. And that was probably outside of Deshaun Watson, of course, the most success any quarterback has had, in this organization. But once things started to chip away at Matt Schaub, he became an emotional wreck. He fell apart. He broke. There ain't nothing about C.J. Stroud that I think he's going to break.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I think you're right. And that's why I think that Schaub kind of gets a bad rap around here.
He does.
Because of how quickly, like, it literally was overnight where it kind of fell apart for him. But yeah, and Schaub was also older, so it's not going to happen like that. And it could happen for C.J. Stroud a decade down the road.
Yeah.
But he certainly is nowhere near getting to that point. But I do want to see, again, it's going to happen. It is going to happen. There's going to be a bad game.
3-game losing streak.
Yes. What happens then? What happens when you have the 3-game losing streak when you're not supposed to have the 3-game losing streak?
See, I think that might actually be more of a endorsement, ultimately, of what he is and how he's. Like, I'm not C.J. Stroud's PR person. I've just, we've all been in this game for a while. I've been in this game for a long time, longer than most. I've seen guys like that, and that's what makes me so confident with this squad. Like if he goes on a 3-game losing streak, I'm not going to be wringing my hands and like, oh no, C.J. Stroud is on the brink. I don't think he's ever going to be on the brink. We could be wrong, but I don't think anything we've seen this offseason is going to show that he's going to falter or crack,
John Lopez, Adam Spillane on In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We are awaiting DeMeco Ryans talking after today's practice. But I do want to switch gears really quick to baseball because we have another gambling scandal.
Yes,
another gambling scandal, and we've got two. The first is a former Astros pitcher. He never played for the Astros, but Michael Kelly was a minor leaguer in their system. He was suspended by Major League Baseball for a year for gambling on baseball games, and he was betting on baseball games while he was in the Astros system. He was betting on postseason games in 2021. And I guess what's kind of stupid about this whole thing,
very stupid,
He made 9 bets. The bets totaled, not 99. He wasn't betting $99 on each bet on each game. He bet a total of $99, and he was suspended a year for this.
So all the players that were suspended, the players, some of these you may not know, but there was a player suspended for betting $445, lost $272. There was a player bet, and he was suspended for a year. Another for another year, bet $749. Another bet $453, suspended for a year. Kelly bet $99.22.
$99.
I don't know how he ended up with the 22 cents, and he was suspended for a year. Now the big one was Marcano with the Padres.
Yes,
he bet more than $150,000 and won 4.3% of his bets. Not only is he stupid, because all these guys are getting suspended because of stupidity.
Yes,
like they're getting suspended because they're stupid. Not only was Marcano stupid, he was the worst gambler I've ever heard of.
And just incredibly
4% win?
Let me tell you something.
You're in the game a little bit.
I've been down that road. You're getting very unlucky when you're only winning 4.3% of the time.
Yeah.
There's some bad luck that goes into that. You're betting on unders and you're getting errors and you have games going to extra innings. Like that's not a fun experience.
You have to try to be that bad. And even if you try to be that bad, you'll win more than 4% of your freaking bets. That was incredible.
He has been banned from baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're starting to see this more and more now. You saw Jonte Porter in the NBA get banned for, he might have committed a federal crime for what he did. But you're going to start seeing this more and more. And I don't know how you get a hold on this.
Yeah. Well, this is how. And this is how you got to do it, with lifetime bans like his or year bans like some of the minor leagues. By the way, Kelly was an Astro in the Astro system at one point when he was making those bets.
Yes. So that's on the Major League Baseball front. Again, just some of these things are just so stupid and they're just so avoidable. And like you saw it with Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams was betting on games just in the facility.
Yeah.
Like, no, don't do that. Calvin Ridley is doing stupid parlays in losing a year off his career. So these guys just got to be smarter about this stuff.
And just don't. All you have to do is don't bet on your sport.
Yes.
It's all you got to do. You can gamble on so many different things right now. You can gamble on NASCAR.
Go to the casino.
You can go to the
play
casino.
some blackjack.
You can do any of that stuff. You can play craps. You can do all that stuff. Just don't bet on your sport. That's not that difficult.
All right, we're going to break early here because we are awaiting DeMeco Ryans. We want to make sure that we get that to you live. We're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans. We're going to hear from Stephon Diggs today. Hopefully that's coming up next on Sports Radio 610.
Area 45 with Bijani and
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here on In the Loop, waiting for DeMeco Ryans to address the media after the Texans held their first minicamp practice today. Mandatory minicamp. Everyone was in attendance. Can't say the same for the team up by 45.
No, absolutely cannot. Big miss up there.
CeeDee Lamb, who is in a contract dispute right now with the Cowboys, did not attend mandatory minicamp. And, John, it has been very strange the way the Cowboys have handled this. This is a star. I don't think there is any doubt that CeeDee Lamb is one of the best players at his position in football, and yet they're just kind of stringing him along like this, you would think, because they've got him to deal with.
Yeah,
they've also got Dak Prescott's contract that they have to deal with. You would think that you would want to get this settled as quickly as possible. So I don't really understand why the Cowboys have taken this approach.
And, okay, first of all, it's not a big surprise that he's not participating in minicamp. Mike McCarthy said today that he's not worried about it, because CeeDee Lamb has been, quote, engaged in all their other offseason stuff and all that, calling it a business decision. But wouldn't you want to, even no matter what your thoughts are on Dak Prescott, wouldn't you still want to sign CeeDee Lamb and have him locked up, no matter who's going to end up being, in charge over there or who's going to be quarterbacking?
You think you would, but first, before we get back to that, DeMeco Ryans is at the podium at NRG Stadium, so let's hear from him.
You guys are starting your last week of playing. What is the message, what you guys want to get done before the player practice break?
Yeah, going through our vet minicamp, we keep it very similar to our OTAs. The idea and the goal behind these practices are for our guys just to compete, right? Compete for a chance to put themselves in position to have an opportunity to make our team in training camp. So teaching a lot of techniques, fundamentals, calls, just to make sure our guys have heard it before and heard it several times, so we show back over training camp, our guys have some familiarity with what we're doing. They know how to do it. They know how we practice. They know what we're asking them, so we can hit the ground running when we get to training camp.
What have you seen from Diggs now that he's been on the team for a little bit?
From Diggs, what I've seen is just a guy who I thought we would get, a guy who's made plays. I think every time we've thrown him the ball, he's come down with it, sure-handed guy, a really good teammate, great energy around the building and locker room with the guys. So I'm excited to continue to see his growth into learning our offense and how we do things, but couldn't be more pleased with where he is right now.
How are some of the rookies been getting acclimated to being around the veterans now they've been around the OTAs and now first day of minicamp?
Our rookies have come in. They've done a nice job, right? A lot of guys, they've had a lot of work to do to catch up right? But they put the work in, and guys are showing up. Cade, Kamari, Blake, all the guys. Cade, they're all doing really good, getting adjusted to how we do things, and they're showing up and making plays too. So I'm excited to see what they do over the break, over the summer break, and how they're preparing themselves to come back ready to make a push.
There were a handful of plays where guys went to the ground. What's your message to them? Do you care if they go to the ground in OTAs like this or not?
When it comes to guys going to the ground in OTAs, it's something that I do not want to see, something I do not encourage at all. I want our guys to stay up, right, and compete in a healthy manner. This time is about keeping everybody up and keeping everybody safe, and you're trying to make sure guys make it out healthy. That's the biggest thing. So you don't want to see guys go to the ground at all. But guys get tripped up, and we play fast, right? And that happens at times when you play football. But you continue to learn how to be a pro, and you learn how to practice. And it comes with, especially a lot of young guys have to learn, how to stay up and still go as fast as you can possibly go.
You seem real purposeful in kind of keeping the offense intact, but adding some more pieces like Stefan and a few other pieces. Why was that the case? And going into year 2 for CJ, what do you expect to see from him for him to take the next step?
Well, for our team, it's my job to make sure we're always improving our roster and giving ourselves the best chance to go out and compete. So every move that we make, it's geared toward winning games and putting ourselves in an advantageous position. So we want to get as many playmakers as we can, many guys who can get after the quarterback, attack the football, like as much competition as we can get. That's my job to do, and that's why we brought in the guys that we brought in.
Follow up on that, you already had Nico, you had Tank, you had Dalton, obviously you guys added Joe Mixon. What's kind of going to be the approach to making sure that all these playmakers that you have are fed to give you guys the best version of your offense?
For all the guys that we have, we talk about playmakers, we talk about all the guys in different positions. At the end of the day, all the guys we have, they care about winning. So it doesn't matter who's touching the ball, who's wide receiver 1, how many touches Joe gets, how many touches Damon. It doesn't matter. I always tell our coaches, what do we need to do that particular week to win the game? And that's what we'll do. That's always been my approach, right, to game planning, is what do we need to do to win that particular week.
On the defensive side of the ball, you're projected to have almost half the unit or more as new starters. When do you start building that chemistry, and how do you do it if it's now without pads?
Yeah, they're not new starters now. We've been practicing for a while here in phase 1 and phase 2, so everybody's been working together. So nobody's new. Everybody knows what we're doing. They've been operating really well together.
This wide receiving core, of course, everyone always talks about Tank and Stefan and Nico, but what have you been seeing from some of the other guys like Jared Wayne and Jaden Jenkins, I think, the undrafted rookie?
From the other receivers that we don't talk about, you talk about a guy who's improved a lot throughout these OTAs and minicamp. Mechie has shown up, right? He's looking more explosive this second time around. Jared Wayne, he's been healthy. He's been able to showcase that he can, big catch radius. He can go up and catch the ball. Long guy who can run, playing physical. So Hutch is flying around full speed every single play. So I'm happy with what Hutch is doing as well. He's improving his route running and his ability, to attack edges and get open. So all those guys we don't talk about, everybody wants to hear about our top guys, but our depth, we have a lot of guys who are working, and they are gaining valuable experience from getting the reps that they've been getting.
Nico, when you looked during practice today, you had a Jacob Phillips pick 6 during team drill, if I'm not mistaken. What have you seen from him since he got here, and how does he fit your defensive structure?
Jacob he's grown, right? He's improved day to day, and we'll see where we end up come training camp.
Coach, we always talk about the year 2 for these players, but what about for coaches as far as Gerard and Bobby is concerned?
For everyone, when it comes to that second year, you always want to see growth and improvement, and I think we've seen that from our offensive staff in general, like the looks and things that they're giving us, stressing us on defense, really making guys communicate, giving us some really tough looks. That's credit to Bobby and what he's done with his staff. Well, each year, we try to give coaches more and more responsibilities and allow them chances and opportunities to grow, and that's what the offseason is about for us as coaches. So in our meetings and those things, we try to get as many coaches up to talk in front of the group, to give those guys that experience. So if they happen to get the opportunity, right, to lead the group, it's not their first time standing in front of the team. So give guys those opportunities, and I think that helps them, all right, in their development.
Are you comfortable with where Laramie and Titus are getting back, and with them out, how valuable is it for all those guys, especially Blake, to get some of those reps?
Yeah, for right now, when it comes to Titus and Laramie, those guys are battling back. You know, they both had surgery, so they're in our return to play group, and they're on the right track to be back and be ready for training camp. So that's when we'll see where they are at that point in time.
You talk a lot about, obviously, it's the build-up, but it all really starts at training camp. What do you want these guys to do when they leave minicamp in this break? What's your message to them for that in-between time?
Yeah, my biggest message for guys is don't lose what you've gained over the past 9 weeks. Right, guys you're in great shape. We've been practicing football. Like, don't just go away and do nothing and think you're going to pick it back up, right, a week before, 2 weeks before training camp. When you leave, you have to continue to train, continue to build on the gains that you've made. I want guys to stay on it. So you're a step ahead when you come back to training camp. You're not coming back to training camp and trying to use camp to get in shape. If you have to use camp to get in shape, and it's going to be a long camp for you, and that's when you're susceptible to injury, right? So my main thing is just stay on it. You're at a great point with your bodies, like stay on it and come back in the best shape of your life.
In 2024, there's new kickoff rules for the NFL. Could you explain some of that to the fans and how you guys have prepared for it?
Yeah, we've been experiencing with the new kickoff rule. It's going to be new for everyone, right? And I think the fans will see it'll be exciting. You're actually going to get an actual kickoff. You're going to get a play, and I think that was the biggest thing of putting the kickoff back in. No more fair catch, right? So you're going to force a returner to run the ball. The distance is shorter, so guys, aren't picking up as much speed when it comes to the kickoff team. So those blocks are going to happen very quickly. It's going to be in a short area. So guys got to win with quickness, right? And I think you're going to see a lot of plays made on the edge of the kickoff and kickoff return, where I've seen it where the kickoff returner is really, it's going to be like a 3-on-3 type of game where you have 3 blockers, all right, 3 defenders trying to make a play, and if the returner is quick enough, fast enough, he probably split. So you'll see a lot of plays being made on the kickoff team and the kickoff return team this year.
In what ways have you seen CJ grow this offseason?
One more time.
In what ways have you seen CJ grow since he's come in this offseason?
Yeah, CJ is continuing to grow, just in his leadership. I think just seeing him today, the offense wasn't doing that great offensively, and to see him just stop it, try to bring all the guys together, settle them down. Like you talk about from year 1 to year 2, you didn't see that last year from CJ. So, and that's what you would love to see in your quarterback, him having an awareness for how a practice is going and having the wherewithal to step in and let's course correct while we're actually out here on the field, not wait until we get in and watch the film and come back tomorrow and no, let's stop it and let's do something about it right now. So that's one area of growth that I see, just his awareness to be able to step up and say something when it's not going the way it should go.
Look at Juice strokes. Have you seen a lot of progression from the offseason now to having a whole healthy offseason?
Yeah, Juice is looking great. I mean, he's done a great job. He's been here, I think, for most of the offseason. Even before we started our offseason program, Juice was here working out with our strength staff, and you can see, right, the growth. You can see him. He looks stronger. He looks better. And I'm encouraged to where Juice is right now.
To follow up on Jonathan's question, you talked a little about CJ's growth and leadership. One thing that I think we've all noticed is how his ability to connect with people from different walks of life. How valuable do you think that's been to the Texans, and just being able to connect with anybody from any walk of life?
And when you talk about building a team and everything that it takes to build a team, it's all about connection, right? For all of us, is we're all in the people business, and we have to be able to connect to get the best out of each other. And when you're connected, right, you feel a heightened sense of urgency to get it done, because it truly, the guy to the left or to the right of you truly means something to you, right? And that connection, for me, it's when you're connected, you're a tight team, like you have opportunity to go and do great things. If you're not connected, you have no shot. So his ability to connect with many different people from all walks of life, it definitely helps him to win a locker room. And when your quarterback is your leader and he's connected with everyone in the locker room, not just the offensive side, but he's connected to everyone, like it makes it easier for our team to progress and move forward much quicker because of his leadership ability.
Last one, Seth. DeMeco, with Christian Harris last year, about midway through the season, it seemed like he got a lot better at a lot of things all at once. Was there a specific coaching point that made things click for him?
For Christian, Seth, it was just all about just confidence. Just believe that you can make those plays. And I think, and for me as a coach, is one thing you just continue to, exude and push that confidence upon him, because he's a great player. He's talented, has all the athletic ability. Now it's just him just continuing to believe that. And once he crossed that threshold of believing, that's when you see him take off. And he made play after play for us at crucial moments in games. He stepped up and made big-time plays for us, just because take the technique and all those things aside, right? You have to believe you can make plays in this league and believe you're a playmaker. And now he knows that, and he's walking in that manner. And it's really cool to see him, show up and make plays even still today, making plays all over the field. So it's one guy I'm proud of, and I'm so proud to see his growth.
Was part of it just like trusting his keys?
Yeah.
Was he second guessing himself?
That's it. You talk about being a great football player, no matter the position, right? It's all about your instincts, right? And if you have the instincts and you see it and you trust it and you go with it and you play fast, you make plays. So Christian never had a problem with seeing it. It's just don't second guess yourself. Just go and make the play. And that's for every position. Guys who play fast, right, their instincts are taking over. They're not thinking. They're on autopilot. They're just rolling. They know they know the techniques. They know how to do it. Now they just let their bodies just take over and go make plays.
Thanks, Coach.
All right.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks. All right.
Players being here about 12:15.
All right, that was DeMeco Ryans at the podium after the Texans minicamp practice today. Great day for Seth Payne.
How about that?
Got a name check, got a follow-up. That must be nice.
Yeah. How about DeMeco?
Who you say, Seth or Steph?
Well, yeah, and DeMeco mentioning him by name. Well, for Christian Seth, this, and this. Good for him. Good stuff there, too, as well. And we're going to dig into all that right now, because that was one thing. Well, two things.
Yes.
Two things really jumped out at me on that.
And also, we are going to hear from Stephon Diggs at some point today. I think it'll probably be pretty soon. And then we'll also hear from C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell. Big day today at NRG Stadium. We have you covered for it all right here on Sports Radio 610.
What's Bobby Slowick most excited?
Network.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
While we wait for Stephon Diggs, let's kind of give you a recap on what's going on. And first up, Astros beat the Cardinals last night 7-4. They come from behind. They score 4 runs in the 8th inning. And listen, every win that you get at this point, when you consider where they are at, is the best win of the season, but they needed that one desperately after losing 2 of 3 to Minnesota.
Yeah, I thought it was their best one. Obviously, it comes with some qualifiers on the field and off. On the field, of course, Kyle Tucker, who knows? I guess we'll get an update here pretty soon, maybe during our show, on where he is. And then Dana Brown gave some updates on Urquidy. We haven't even mentioned Urquidy yet. And some other guys, JP France, Forrest Whitley. But Urquidy's the one. I mean, he's done. Right?
So Urquidy is, I believe he's in California. He's getting a second opinion on his elbow. The Astros did finally reveal that the MRI showed elbow irritation. Or
from forearm strain
excuse me,
to
inflammation. It was inflammation. So the odds are, and this was what was reported yesterday, is that a second Tommy John surgery is on the table for him.
Yeah.
He had Tommy John surgery back when he was in the minor leagues, so that is certainly a possibility, and it seems very likely at this point that he will have Tommy John, which obviously takes him out the rest of this season and probably ends his Astros career, because this is a guy who is an arbitration guy next year. I don't know if the Astros would necessarily tender him a contract next year, especially when he would not. That's his last arbitration year.
And then the other ones are not little things. You talk about the pitching has been better, and it has been, but the margins are so small. JP France, they said they were going to give us an update, and I guess the update is now he's still not throwing.
He will be throwing shortly. I can't remember the exact timetable that Dana Brown gave, but he will be throwing soon. The other update, though, kind of non-update, was Christian Javier, who is, again, kind of in the same boat that Jose Urquidy is in. But Dana Brown, or it was Espada yesterday, said that it's forearm inflammation with him. So it's not elbow, it's forearm. But
it's
again,
elbow.
we don't know a whole lot about either situation. Now, the other big story to come out of yesterday was Kyle Tucker. And Figgy, do you want to play this? So Kyle Tucker is at the plate, 3rd inning against Kyle Gibson last night, and it was rough.
Yeah.
With 2 outs, Tucker fouls one off his front.
Yeah, he fouled it. Kyle Tucker fouled that flush off his leg, right above the shin protector on his right leg.
Yeah.
Joe Espada said that it was a shin contusion. The x-rays were negative, and he's day-to-day. I was in the Astros clubhouse after the game. Tucker was walking around with crutches, and not, sometimes you'll see a guy walking okay with crutches. He was not. He was moving very, very slowly. Again, nothing's broken. At least that's the initial indication. But the idea that he's going to be able to come back and play tonight would seem pretty far-fetched.
Very far-fetched tonight, maybe out tomorrow as well. Luis Garcia starting to ramp things up, but still, like the margins on the starting pitching right now, we don't have to worry about the back end of the rotation other than maybe Presley. You and I differ on that. But the starting rotation, you got no margin for error.
They have 5 starting pitchers on their 40-man roster. It's the 5 guys currently in the rotation.
Yeah.
So if someone goes down, they have to try and make room to bring in another starting pitcher. And I guess right now that would be Eric Lauer, who had been a free agent who has pitched with Pittsburgh and with Milwaukee in the past and has had some success, but he's far removed from that success. So that is basically what the Astros are looking like when it comes to starting pitching depth. There is none, and that could be a problem shortly, just because they are relying right now on Spencer Arrighetti and Ronel Blanco, who have had good seasons for them, but they are going to hit uncharted waters when it comes to innings. And as we saw last year with both Javier and Hunter Brown, that catches up to you.
It matters.
That absolutely catches up to you once you start getting into August and September and even July for some of these guys.
Yeah, and not just innings, but tougher schedule as well. The big hits today, of course, for our purposes and Houston sports fans, the Houston Texans, obviously, the big story in the city. 2 things really stood out with DeMeco, and we're waiting to hear from Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell, and you'll hear that, if not live, plausibly live here. But 2 things jumped out at me. I'm curious from your perspective, we were just talking about, the biggest reason that I'm so high on this team this year, and that's C.J. Stroud. He's become comfortable. He's become confident, the unquestioned leader. We heard the clips from him with Micah Parsons on the podcast, and then of course this weekend on the podcast talking about how he's going. And then DeMeco Ryans said as much just now, talking about him. There was a moment during minicamp today where C.J. Stroud just didn't think things were going the way it should. He stopped practice. He was coaching himself, and DeMeco was talking about that. We're gonna dig into that a little more, but also the kickoff rule. And we'll get to that. But on C.J. Stroud, just another level. I mean, that was just another example of what I've been talking about.
You need players to step up and do that. You don't want the coaches to have to do that every single time, because at some point you just start to tune out the coaches.
Mm-hmm.
You need your peers to be able to call you out. That's why leadership matters.
The quarterback.
Yes.
It even matters more.
Especially when it's the best player.
Yeah.
That's why leadership matters, and C.J. Stroud has that, and he has it. This is year 2.
Yeah.
Like, you're not supposed to have that in year 2, but he already does, and that's why, as you said, that's why he is the guy for them.
Yeah, and DeMeco said, I'm paraphrasing, the awareness to be able to step up and say something impressed him. He said, when you talk about building a team, it's all about the connection, that we're in the people business, that when you're connected, you feel a heightened sense of urgency. I mean, C.J. Stroud getting it done on the first day that the whole team is together.
And we are hearing from Figgy that the players will be going to the podium at around 12:15. So we got a little bit of time before we hear from Stephon Diggs and before we hear from C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell. Again, for Diggs, it'll be the first time that he has spoken to the media since he was acquired from the Bills a couple months ago.
Yeah, and you'll hear that here with us. Then there's this, and I'm glad it was asked. DeMeco was talking about the new kickoff rules. Mm-hmm. Those were the two things that jumped out to me. Now, on the new kickoff rules, he says they've been experimenting, that it's going to be new for everyone. But he also said a couple of things that I was like, okay, this is where Frank Ross and some new faces on kickoffs and kickoff returns are going to be really interesting to watch. He says the blocks are going to happen very quickly. You got to win with quickness. You're going to see a lot of players on the edge, 3-on-3 type things, a 3-on-3 type of games. You're going to see a lot of plays being made. I'm just really fascinated by the kickoffs. There's going to be a whole bunch of Pat McAfee was saying the other day it's going to be like 1,400 plays altogether that you're going to see. This kickoff thing to me is going to be really fascinating. You got some guys like Tank Dell, maybe like Damian Pierce, maybe. Blockers are going to have to be quicker, maybe smaller. This is going to be really, really fascinating for me.
And you've already heard teams talking about being very different, where the Chiefs basically said that they might just have Justin Reed handle kickoffs as opposed to Harrison Butker. So I thought that was interesting. It's a great – it'll be – this is where special teams coaches are really going to make their money.
And Frank Ross is one of the best.
Yeah, and it allows them to be a little creative because nobody knows what to expect with this.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably the most drastic rule change that we've had in the league in a long time, at least when it comes to special teams play.
Yeah.
So how does this look? And who are the teams that are able to take advantage of it early? And it's also going to be – there are going to be players – that wind up really changing things and changing the course of how this works. So I have no idea what to expect with this. And that's why I can't wait to hear from Frank Ross whenever he does talk to the media, because I'm just curious to see what he says and what's going to be important when it comes to scheming for this.
I think we're going to see some big-time plays on that, and I think it's going to be a big adjustment. Bet the over in the Hall of Fame game. There's going to be a lot of short fields, both ways. The Texans could struggle covering these things. We don't know. I mean, you get the ball, as we've been talking about, maybe the 35, 40-yard line. That's a much shorter field. I think a lot of times I've always bet the under.
This is a very new approach.
Yeah, I've always bet the under, and I've made a lot of money over the years. Not bragging, because trust me, I've been at that 4%, like Marcano.
That's what betting preseason games will do to you.
From the Padres. But I think it's going to be very much an adjustment for them. But there's also how it plays out with Dare Ogunbowale. It may not be him, but we know he can kick, and we know he can tackle. And if they're saying that 25 to 40% of the time the kicker is involved either in the coverage or the tackle itself, I sure don't want Kaimi Fairbairn making tackles or involved in it.
No, because you also don't want him to get hurt.
That's what I'm saying.
Like that's the big thing. Like,
Yeah.
first of all, he can't tackle. Like, you don't want him to be in that position, but you also don't want him getting hurt because we saw him miss 4 games last year.
He's been hurt a lot.
And
without getting tackled.
Without getting tackled.
And let me tell you something. It didn't look great at that position when he didn't play. Like, he's a very good field goal kicker. You would prefer him just do that. Don't worry about the other stuff. We don't want you hitting people.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. It's not the more likely thing that happens is that you get hit and you wind up missing a bunch of time, which they can't afford.
We're going to ask him about that. I like that question, but we're going to ask him about like any options he's considered kicking the ball. Maybe Ngumbawale is the most obvious, but maybe it won't end up being the one. But I don't want Kaimi Fairbairn out there trying to make tackles. Just don't, flat out.
And I just am curious to see who's returning kicks. How does that change now that everyone's going to be a little more bunched up together? And just how creative can you get? What are the edges that you can gain? And I don't know if we'll learn a lot from the preseason because I imagine teams will kind of play things close to the vest once we get there. But how does it look week 1?
Yeah, absolutely. What else stood out to you? Because there's 2 more little things. Those were the 2 big things. CJ doing what we expect him to do and the kickoffs. But, he was very adamant about just stay up. In other words, the minicamp rules are interesting. You're supposed to be able to go full speed, but you can't touch anybody.
You're not
really.
in pads.
And you see him on the highlights. They're like jumping out of the way and all this other stuff. It's an adjustment, but he wants them to stay up. The Colts have lost safety Daniel Scott yesterday. He tore his Achilles. Last year, he as a rookie, he tore his ACL. So there's a guy that they had high hopes for 2 years. He's done. So that stood out. Just keep these guys upright.
Yeah, that's you just want to keep everybody healthy. You don't want because these injuries that happen this time of year, they're not bumps and bruises. They tend to be tears and ruptures, and that's the sort of stuff that knocks you out for an entire season.
Stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the stuff, and a lot of that is just luck, and that's the stuff you're looking to avoid. I guess the other thing that stood out to me was Christian Harris, and obviously you saw him really play
Shout out
well.
to Seth.
Yeah, and just Seth, just what a day. Just a great day for him.
Yeah.
But that's a guy that you saw him kind of take that next step the end of last year. Can he take the step that comes after that and really turn into a Pro Bowl caliber player?
Yeah, because I'm the one thing I'm worried about, if we're talking about like this team is pretty much off the shelf, I feel, with the offseason they had, ready to compete at just about every position. Not every position, but just about every position. One of the positions that I'm worried about is linebacker. So Christian Harris, got to keep him healthy, of course. He's got to reach another level. Obviously, Al-Shaair is a huge addition. Outside of those 2 guys, we're talking Henry Toto, we're talking Jamal, a rookie, Neville Hewitt, for what it's worth, the tackling machine. So like Jake Hansen, like linebacker right now is one of the positions where I'm a little bit skeptical. Or at least worried, but if Christian Harris does those things, obviously it's going to be great.
They made a lot of changes over the offseason. The offensive changes were more upgrades than anything else. Like you add Stephon Diggs, you flip Devin Singletary and turn him into Joe Mixon. That's an upgrade. But for the most part, then they brought back the rest of the offense, which you think is going to be a good offense. There were a lot of changes defensively. And I'm just very interested to see how that gels and how long does it take to gel. Because you heard DeMeco Ryans say that basically, well, we've been practicing a lot already. I mean, yes and no, you have been. But how does it look when things really start to speed up? And I think that's what training camp, that's what will be most important during training camp is how quickly is the defense able to catch up when you consider all the changes that
and keep in mind, after this, that's it. This is a good break for everybody. Coaches take a little bit of a vacation sometimes, or at least take some days off. Players, you don't expect to see them after Thursday. Today, tomorrow, and Thursday is when they're doing minicamp until the 3rd week. Usually it's the last week of July. But for this team, it's going to be the 3rd week of July. So they're going to have a
Hall of Fame game.
Because the Hall of Fame game, they're going to have a big, long break. So this is like their last chance to kind of set it up, get everybody together, and then start ready to go in training camp.
And then that's when you get the conditioning in, too, during this break, too.
Exactly.
That sort of stuff matters. Because with this team, the expectations are high. You think they have a chance to make a really big run season, and you don't want to get off to that slow start.
No.
And so I guess the other thing and we won't know this for a while, but what do they do preseason-wise when it comes to starters? I've always been in
the Hall of Fame game, nobody.
Yeah, but I've always been in the camp of you want those starters to play a little bit just because you don't want them being ice cold week one when the season starts. Like if you're playing against a team that their starters are ice cold, oftentimes they're going to lose that game, and the margins are so slim you can't afford to lose those
I'm glad
games.
you brought that up. I've changed my mind on that significantly over the years. Give me inter-squad practices. I want to see who they're, I want to see the ones versus ones against another team, and then I don't need to see anybody in the preseason. Maybe one series, in the second whatever preseason game. Like it used to be like, oh, you got to play 3 quarters, and no, you don't need to do that anymore. If you have good inter-squad practices against whomever it may be, then I've seen enough. Except maybe one series to kind of get into the routine of an actual game, and that's it.
I say a half. I say you want those guys playing.
Some people do a half, 1 series, 2 series maybe, or a quarter, and that's all I need to see.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we are getting closer to hearing from Stephon Diggs for the first time as a Texan. We will also hear from CJ Stroud as we hit hour number 3. This is Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Nico.
Done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here. We have already heard from DeMeco Ryans. We'll hear from Stefon Diggs coming up shortly. We'll also hear from C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell this afternoon as the Texans held their first mandatory minicamp practice today. And it's a big day, obviously. Essentially, it marks the start of the season.
Yeah, first time they've been the whole squad together. By the way, I feel like we've kind of buried one of the big leads in this whole day with the Texans all on the field. And Clint Stoerner kind of opened my eyes to this. And maybe it's just because like we're already kind of moved on. Dude, Tank Dell got shot not long ago. He got shot. I mean, and we're going to go through some of Clint's comments here that he's put out there, and we'll talk to him during the toss, of course. But I was sitting here earlier just kind of watching the videos that we're getting, and I'm like, man, it's great to see these guys. Look at Stefon Diggs, up against Derek Stingley, and then they've each won their share of battles, which is a good sign. Look at Nico, look at Tank Dell, just stretching the field, making plays. He had a broken leg and he got shot, and Tank Dell is out there. These receivers, just gorgeous to see them, performing so impressively right out of the chute here. It's pretty impressive.
Most anticipated season in what?
I would say 2012, because I know we can go back to Deshaun Watson. Maybe was it 18? The years are kind of running together.
After his rookie season.
Yeah.
No, because he was hurt though.
Yeah.
That rookie season was so bad because he got hurt, and then the next year they lost that playoff game. So it was such an ugly playoff game.
Yeah,
against the Colts.
Against the Colts. And then the thing that kind of hurt them was just O'Brien was just.
I had no confidence. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying.
There was just such a cloud over the organization because of how unlikable
Yeah,
Bill O'Brien was.
Even with the players they had on that team, it was still always like, oh, B.O.B. is the coach.
Yes. It was exactly where I was going at. So maybe 2012, they come off that 10-6 season in Kubiak's coaching. J.J. Watt gets here. They end up going 12-4 in 2012, have an incredible season until injuries and other things derailed them. Yeah, but with Deshaun, we were all excited about Deshaun, but I had no confidence in Bill O'Brien, like none. Even though you think, we were always saying, like, Deshaun is just going to save their ass, So, yeah, definitely the most anticipated season since one of those. I would say 2012 for sure. But these receivers, man, I mean, it's been already. I mean, just get used to it.
And having Diggs around, I think is going to help so many other facets of the team, not just the receiving core, but having him be around the young corners that they have with both Stingley and Lassiter will only make those two guys better because he's the type they can learn from. Like, they're going to go up against a lot of really good receivers this year and the years that follow. And Diggs will be able to teach them a lot of tricks, a lot of tricks that veteran receivers have
the hard way.
Yes, and they're gonna. We saw it today on the practice field, but I really hope those two guys wind up spending some time with Diggs, just watching film, just seeing those little things, because the margins are so slim, and if you can pick up any little morsel of information from somebody like Stephon Diggs, it is only going to make you a better player moving forward.
Yeah, and so Clint was talking about something else that we mentioned early on that I thought was going to be really important. Don't shoot the messenger here. I'm just telling you. On Kenyon Green, he said he looks, moves, and is carrying himself like a first rounder the entire practice. We'll see. I mean, there's a lot more to prove with Kenyon Green, but first impression when we saw him, I guess during OTAs, wow, look at his, he's changed his physique. DeMeco was saying very good things about him, talked about, quote, we'll see now that he's healthy and is kind of in the middle of things again. But from what, at least first impression today, I mean, Kenyon Green, pretty impressive if he can continue it.
And you don't learn a lot about offensive linemen at this portion of the offseason, but let's be honest, his career is essentially flashing before his eyes.
He needs this.
This is it. This is basically it. You had a bad rookie year, and then you were hurt your second year. Like, at some point, this isn't the head coach that drafted you. So at some point, you have to start performing. Otherwise, there's not a spot for you on the roster. And you hope for his sake that he has kind of gotten that message.
Yes.
And that motivates him to really perform. Now, last year, it's not his fault. You can't help injury sometimes, but
the performance was his fault.
Yes, the performance was his fault.
Yes.
But you can control that aspect of it. And if he performs and he plays at the level that they thought he was going to play, then great.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, then he's probably not on the team week one.
Yeah.
I think when you look at guys who are playing for their roster spots, I think he's on that list.
Of course he is. No, I think he absolutely is. But so good early returns, on him there, at least from Clint's perspective, and he would know. And then the other one that I'm really, really intrigued by is Kamari Lassiter, a lot of time at the outside cornerback position. It doesn't mean, that Okuda's not going to be the guy or Henderson's not going to be the guy. Henderson had an interception today against Davis Mills. But what it does mean is they have some, we know Derek Stingley's going to be there. They might have some pretty high hopes, at least from their first impressions on Lassiter.
And I'm interested to know, and we weren't there obviously, but what did Okuda do today? Like, I'm what did those guys do? How were they lined up? Were they inside? Were they outside? I'll be interested to find out more from that. So that's obviously is a big part of it, just because I feel really good about Stingley. I think Stingley's a star. I think he is absolutely a star at that position, and it allows you to do a lot of things. If it turns out, though, that the guy on the other side is close to as good, it really allows
or just
DeMeco
good.
Ryans. Yeah, you just somebody that you can trust to be on an island with an NFL receiver. That frees up DeMeco Ryans to do some really creative stuff just with that defense. And you saw this in San Francisco, like, they were able to do that.
Yeah.
And this is without having great, like, I always thought cornerback play with the 49ers defense when he was there was probably the weakness of that team. So now you give a DeMeco Ryans scheme with at least one great corner and maybe a second great corner, the possibilities can really be endless with what he can do.
And speaking of playing for your spot on the team, Jalen Petrie, still to be determined on coverage skills, which has obviously been the biggest problem. But they had him out there, obviously, with the first team, around the line of scrimmage a lot. So, now that DeMeco kind of has a good feel for everybody and what they can do, maybe he kind of mixes and matches back there, too. They did draft a safety and maybe put Jalen Petrie in a position where he can excel, making tackles around the line of scrimmage, covering, obviously when necessary, but not their number one or two guys, that are coming across the middle of the field.
That's the other important aspect of a second year with this coaching staff. This time last year, you kind of have an idea of what you have, but you don't really know what you have until you're around these guys every single day. So you're not starting fresh. You're not starting fresh with these guys now. You have a basis of knowledge of what everyone is capable of at this point, whereas last year you were learning guys. You're not doing that anymore if you're DeMeco Ryans and you're the rest of that coaching staff. You know who these guys are. You know what they're good at. You know what they're not good at. You know how you can coach them. You know what they respond to. And having that sort of information at this point, that gives you not necessarily an advantage because you're not the only team that has that, but it doesn't put you at a disadvantage. Last year, you're at a disadvantage as a first-year coaching staff.
And he addressed that. He addressed that with Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson and what they're doing in terms of just the comfort level they have. See, that's the other thing. Add more things. You have a quarterback that's confident that we've talked about and certainly seems to be reaching another level. Forget on the field, off the field, just the way guys are having his back. The coaches can certainly add to that. They can do more things that they maybe just were tinkering with last year.
And offensively, they added some new pieces, but they're not relying on rookies anymore offensively. Last year, you look up and down that starting offense, the quarterback was a rookie. You had multiple offensive linemen that were rookies. You had receivers that were rookies. You're not dealing with that now. So that's a really important aspect of it, is that you're not starting from scratch with the offense. And the new guys that are around, they're vets. And vets learn a whole lot quicker than rookies do.
Yes, they absolutely do. So we're going to hear from Tank Dell first, and then Stephon Diggs. Tank Dell, really the first time that he will talk to local media and national media that's here after what happened. So we're getting that for you here next as well.
And we'll hear from Stephon Diggs. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud again. This is a big day just because we are getting to hear from the guys that we really haven't gotten to hear from so far. And I think the big one is obviously Diggs, who we've been kind of waiting to hear from since they acquired him in that trade from Buffalo.
Yeah. But back to how we started this segment, the wide receivers, don't worry about them. He also talked about some of the backups. DeMeco did with his availability, and he was talking about some of the things that they were doing. Talked about specifically Xavier Hutchinson, which that might be talk about one that we're not talking about a lot. We're all curious on Mechie. Yeah. Obviously, Skoranek.
Mechie had a catch today.
Had a catch today, at least one. Skoranek has come in, and they have high expectations for him. DeMeco specifically mentioned Hutch, seeing him at full speed, improved his route running. He says everybody wants to hear about the top guys, but the depth, he's feeling really good. Tough calls on the back end. Again, back to making the squad. Tough calls on the back end at wide receiver.
It is a very deep group. We all know, like you said, the big three with Dell, with Collins, and with Diggs. But Noah Brown had his moments last year. That Bengals game, he looked like a high-end wide receiver.
Yeah.
You mentioned Hutchinson. Mechie is a guy that they've invested a lot in. Is he going to show the promise that he showed when he was at Alabama that made him a second-round pick?
Yeah.
Skoranek has been a decent receiver in this league for a while now. So, and then that's not even getting into the tight ends. So they've got a lot of weapons, and like you said, it will be difficult to try and figure this out. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we will hear from Tank Diggs. It's the first time that he has spoken to the media since the shooting in Florida. So hear from him next.
All right, right now, D&M Auto Leasing. Let's get you guys in that new vehicle and
Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, here are confessions on Sports Radio 610. Lopez?
Yeah, and we'll get to Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs coming up next. You see the picture of the new uniforms?
The Texans?
C.J. Stroud. You see that? C.J. Stroud, Stephon Diggs.
It looked like they did another shoot.
They did that yesterday. They do their physicals on Monday, and then they do their media,
Picture day, yeah.
the media picture
Probably
day.
media kit.
Yes.
Dude, these uniforms are getting. I was like, I'm going to leave it up to the listeners. I didn't want to spill the beans, and when we saw them, and then the listeners had a good, obviously, listeners and Texans fans had a good response to the. Dude, they look awesome. When Tank, maybe it's just Stephon Diggs and C.J. Stroud in them, but they've been spreading all these pictures of them in their new uniforms. These. First of all, you got to make the alternate home the regular home ultimately. That's the H-Town blue helmet, H and all that stuff. But these uniforms are looking like they'll be at the top of the list in the league in a couple of years, I think. I really like them.
Yeah, I'm not quite as
You're not in on them. You're not in on them.
It's not.
Yeah. They look great.
Yeah, it is.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I cannot wait to watch the first episode of Clipped.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot wait.
Donald Sterling.
This is I think it's on FX, I want to say, and it's about the Donald Sterling saga when he got.
He's a wacko.
Yes. And it is Ed O'Neill, who was Al Bundy, playing Donald Sterling.
And on Modern Family.
Yes. Lawrence Fishburne is playing Doc Rivers.
Oh, my goodness.
And I
good actor, too, man.
Yeah.
I remember I saw the trailer, and I thought this was an SNL skit. That's like when they. I don't know if you've seen the trailer for it, but when they show Lawrence Fishburne as Doc Rivers with the hair and everything, I thought, oh my god, this has to be some sort of skit. I cannot. Now Lawrence Fishburne doesn't do the Doc voice, which that should be a prerequisite to playing Doc, is to do the voice. But I'm really looking forward to this.
Yes,
I'm gonna be watching it from the Astros game tonight.
You should be.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this might sound a little crazy, but I'm actually fine with. I think I'd rather have Diggs, Nico, and Tank over Justin Jefferson. I thought about this for a little bit because I'm thinking people was talking about Justin Jefferson, the contract and all that stuff. I'm perfectly fine having these three over just that one receiver, man. I think I kind of been sleeping on having three potential number one receivers all on the same team like this, man. I think I think this is a good thing, man. That's my confession. I think I've been kind of sleeping on.
It got so real today watching them out there doing their thing. Now look, you take Justin Jefferson over all that. I mean, but there are other receivers. You're talking about Jordan Addison and Brandon Powell and all that, N'Keal Harry. I think that's more than fine.
If you told me I had to trade these three for Justin Jefferson only,
oh no way,
I would probably say no way. I would say no. I'd rather keep these three, and let Justin Jefferson be him. But I think we got three solid targets that you can. It's a debate that who's number one, who number two, and all that stuff. This is a good problem to have.
You're darn right.
Watch this.
So at the risk of getting canceled, although I know I've said this before about a year or two ago, I love my mechanic, Mr. Stewart. Shout out to Mr. Stewart off of Melbourne Road there and 610. But he's an older black dude. I love talking to old black dudes. I just Figgy. I mean, like the true old OGs that have seen it all, been around. And the one thing that I don't know what it is. Why? I shouldn't say they. I shouldn't say
I'm going to leave the room right now.
I shouldn't say they. Why is it? I'll put it this way. The majority of old black dudes that I have as friends and I speak with, why do they talk so loud? Like y'all were in the room. He called me. I needed brakes and a rotor on my front left. And it's like you could hear it from throughout the whole room. Why do old black dudes talk so loud?
I don't know. I think.
Is that a real thing or is it just me?
No, I think it's it depends on how you grew up and all that stuff. A lot of the times mechanics like him, especially the old school ones, they pretty much been doing that all their lives. So them being mechanics, they probably outside most of the time. They're not really inside. They don't really have an inside
A lot
voice.
of noise in the garage.
Yeah, the garage be loud. Power tools be super loud, so you have to be loud. So.
I'm like, I can hear you, Mr. Stewart. I can hear you. But it's like a lot of the old dudes that I know are talk so loud. Crazy.
Yeah, we all know somebody like that.
Exactly.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't think the Rockets are trading the third pick.
Oh, really?
I think they're going to hold on to it and use the pick for somebody.
You look like you know something.
No, I just don't think there's a trade out there for them.
What would be a trade?
So I think there are a couple ways that you can go. Like, I don't think there's like a player. Like, I know people have talked about Mikal Bridges as a guy that they would
the one I keep seeing.
with the third pick. I don't think they would do something like that. I think if they were to trade the third pick, it would be in a trade to move back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's one that somebody just brought up to me, is that they make a trade with Portland to where they trade the third pick, Jock Landale, and let me find it. Or this is with Memphis. So they would trade the third pick, Jock Landale and Jayshawn Tate, to Memphis for the number 9 pick, a lottery protected first round pick, and Luke Kennard. Like, that's the type of trade that I think that they could wind up making.
Okay, well, I'd rather in that case kind of want them to keep the third pick.
Yeah, dude, that sound like a build for the future type thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's for me, the thing with the third pick this year is that obviously it's having a guy on a rookie contract is great.
Yeah.
But the third pick, that's still expensive.
Yeah.
But it's an expensive pick still to a certain degree. And like, you're basically paying the third pick the same that you're paying a Men Thompson.
Yeah.
Yet the prospect is nowhere near that level of a prospect as a Men Thompson.
Yeah.
So you're almost better off trading back, getting another asset, and then not having to pay that same sort of money for probably the same level prospect, I guess is the best way to put it. And there's some guys at 9 that I really like too.
Yeah, like? Give me one.
The kid Cody Williams from Colorado did not put up big numbers for them this year, but that's basically because he was a freshman and he was the fourth option on that team, but really versatile, can do a lot of things well.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I ran across a good thread on Twitter, man. I love me a good thread on Twitter. So this thread was about the strangest players in NBA history who interlapped each other on the same team.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Luka actually played with Dirk, man.
Last year. Last year.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that, man. I seen all the highlights. I think the last one I seen, I can't remember if this was a playoff game or what.
No, they were not in the playoffs.
Oh, okay. No, it was a game where it was probably Dirk's best game of that season.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn, I don't even remember that. I'm like, is that Luka? It seemed like it's 2 decades ago, man.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how did these guys even play with each other?
Yeah.
But I was looking through the thread, and a couple of other ones that I didn't know play with each other was Robert Parrish and Michael Jordan.
Yeah, Bulls.
I had no idea they played with each other. Michael Jordan and George Gervin.
Oh, yeah. That was Gervin's last year.
Yeah, I had no idea they played together. And then the other one was back in 2007, Shaq for the Heat and Penny Hardaway. I had no idea Penny Hardaway was on the Heat. I seen the picture. I'm like, what? Is this Photoshop?
I love stuff like that.
That was a really good thread. And I saw that too. And obviously, you look at the Rockets, and there's John Wall and James Harden playing together for all of a handful of games. It was
about 10 games.
Did they?
So yeah, that was. You can do a lot of those with the Rockets. For the there was the Charles Barkley is playing with Steve Francis.
Yeah,
like
that's not something that you would have expected back then.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's some good ones.
They also showed the Raptors with Hakeem Olajuwon and Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady.
Yeah.
I'm like, that looks so weird, man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Stephen A., sometimes you just got to take the L. Have you been watching this thing, Figgy? Like he is now doubling
watching it like
down.
a car crash.
Oh my gosh, he got owned. Like you got put in a blender yesterday by Monica McNutt. It happens. You were in the grinder, in the blender. You got owned. Just move on. Now he's getting even more trouble because he's basically saying that he made women famous. Like he's saying, you ever heard of Monica McNutt? Well, you have now because she's on.
Because I put it
Because
there.
she's on First Take a lot. Dude, just don't make it worse. Just take the L. This is, I mean, you got owned. It happens. It happens to all of us.
And there are just some people who are just predisposed to that, to where you cannot ever get the last word on them. And she was right, too. It's not like she was wrong.
She was absolutely
right.
right.
She was 100% right about what she said about how Stephen A. Smith could have been doing more.
But I get why he didn't.
No, like that's all you have to say.
Yeah.
Like, no, we weren't talking about the WNBA because guess what? That doesn't drive ratings. You know what drives ratings?
Yes.
The Cowboys, the Lakers,
Yes.
LeBron, all this other stuff. That's what drives ratings, not the WNBA. That's all you have to say, and you could be excused for it. And hey, maybe you look bad in the process, but it's just being honest.
Yeah.
So he has to go off on his diatribe yesterday because he can't let anyone get one over on him, and it just makes him, like you said, look worse and worse and worse.
How many times do people do this? They try to dig in, they don't whatever, they don't move on or apologize or whatever. Just take the L, Stephen A. It happens.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, so my old lady did something that I hate, man.
No.
I hate the most.
Oh, no.
So Saturday we was running errands and decided to go to the store and all that stuff. Decided to take Stanley, and last minute we decided to go to the grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously you can't leave Stanley in the car because it's Houston and it's hot.
Yeah.
So I decided to sit in the car, and so a little backstory: her check engine light is on.
Yeah.
So
everyone's check engine light is on.
exactly. Yeah. So sitting in the car, she getting out. She was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, no pressure, but it's an AutoZone.
Oh,
like 5 minutes away.
Oh no,
no pressure, but if you feel like you're available, can you go to that AutoZone and get it checked out?" And,
no, I can't.
And I'm like, why?
If there's no pressure, I ain't gonna do it.
I hate when people do that so much, man. Like, so now I feel all the pressure in the world because she pretty much said, "Oh, if you're not too busy, can you go to that AutoZone?" I'm like, why is you putting all the pressure on me?
Yeah.
So now I have to do it.
Yeah. So did you?
Yes.
You had no choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had a choice.
No,
Say, well,
you
if
don't
there's
have
no
a choice.
pressure.
You don't have a choice.
I just don't. I hate when people do that. I hate when she texts me, "Hey, can I ask you something?" Just ask me.
Yeah.
Like, why is we wasting all this time asking me, can I ask you a question?
I respect her. I respect her boldness, though.
Yeah.
That reminded me of a story I saw the other day, or I heard the other day. So these two women were having lunch at a restaurant. Apparently, this is a true story. It's because it's hilarious. These two women were having lunch at a restaurant. Another woman walks by, and one of the women says, "Hey, would you mind go getting me some silverware?" And the lady goes, "I don't work here." And the lady goes, "Oh, I know, but you're up." but you're up, and it's right there.
Sounds like a Curb episode.
Can you just go? And she did.
Yeah.
Like that's a hell of a game right there. Like, oh, I know you don't work here, but you're up and you're walking that way.
Go ahead and do it.
Go get some silverware. And the woman did. She came back with the silverware.
Good for the woman, Jack, for actually doing it.
Yes.
We have a little bit of breaking news here, Figgy, if you want to play the thing.
Yeah.
Little Texans breaking news?
No, not. It is Major League Baseball breaking news.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Perfect sponsor for this because Major League Baseball has cleared Shohei Ohtani in its investigation after his translator Ippei Muzahara pleaded guilty to whatever he was charged with. There was a lot of stuff. MLB quote says, MLB considers Shohei Ohtani a victim of fraud, and this matter has been closed. So the investigation into Shohei Ohtani is over.
Sure. Wasn't his teammate and friend gambling as well?
Yeah, but that was through Ippei.
Yeah. Well, was it?
They were playing poker with the bookie.
Yeah. Okay.
And a reporter was involved too.
Yeah.
A reporter.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. Other little small piece. No need for any sounders or anything. The 49ers and Christian McCaffrey have agreed on a 2-year extension worth $19 million a year. Who says these running backs don't get paid? He's a different kind of breed.
Yeah, that was a great trade by the 49ers. They were I'm not going to say they were ripped for that trade, but they took some heat
There
for
was
what
some
they
question
gave up.
about it,
and
that was damn near half a draft.
Yeah.
It was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
No first round pick, but you give up a 2, a 3, and a 4. I think that was what they gave up. They might have given up a 5 as well. I mean, that's a lot to give up. They were paying for doing
running
so,
back.
and it has worked out.
That
he
dude
really unlocked their offense.
He's his own market when it comes to the running back position.
Coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we have we will hear from Stephon Diggs. We will hear from Tank Dell. They spoke after the Texans minicamp practice. We'll hear what they had to say next.
Area 45.
Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. Big day over at NRG Stadium as the Texans held their first mandatory minicamp practice today. Everyone was in attendance. Couple guys didn't practice, but that's okay. You don't need to at this point. Attendance is really what matters. And we heard from DeMeco Ryans earlier. Now we are going to hear from a couple wide receivers. The first, Stephon Diggs, who the Texans acquired in a trade from Buffalo a couple months ago. We have not heard him speak publicly since. He spoke today.
How do you feel like you're doing as far as building the time and the chemistry with the time you've had with CJ and all the other guys?
Well, it's been the beginning. Obviously, I've only been here a couple of days, spent some time at OTAs, which was exciting. Also getting used to the heat a little bit, so it's fun. But taking it one day at a time. Obviously, it's a work in progress, but at the end of the day, it's still football, so having a lot of fun.
What excites you most about this team, and what are you most looking forward to since you've been training?
What excites me most? I mean, just the guys that I've been around. Obviously, the quarterback position, the fellow receivers. Congratulations to Nick as well. Just getting paid, putting a lot of work in, and I watched him on tape even before I got here. Definitely one of the best receivers, we got. And Tank, obviously, I knew Tank for a while now. He's like a little bro. And Lil Mechie, just spending time with the guys, being around the team and building that camaraderie. I've been in the league for a little while now, so being around a good group of guys is always, a breath of fresh air too.
What did you mean to you? Go ahead. What was your mindset coming in? It's your third team, coming into this situation with this group of guys. What was your mindset walking in? Where did you want to start and have your input, and what was your stamp to say, this is my input on the team? Decide what you want to produce on the field.
Yeah, just more so earning the respect of my teammates. As a player, and I've been around the league for a little while now, earning the respect of your peers first, earning the respect of your coaches, being where you're supposed to be, taking your time each and every day, really valuing the moment. I take it pretty serious, but loving what I'm doing and loving who I'm being around. So my impact is going to be more so just taking it one day at a time, being myself. And I can't be nobody that I'm not. I'm going to still be myself, but continue to build and grow in the right direction. That comes from earning the respect of your teammates and being accountable, as far as with the plays and all the new stuff they got going on. So, like I said, it's only like my fourth day out here, so.
I'm just going to ask you, how does it feel to be one of the vets now, to be able to mentor some of these younger guys coming up, some of the wide receivers that have watched you play and now been around you as well?
It's crazy because, I've been in the league for a little while now, and I have those conversations with them, and I listen to them talk, and I'm like, damn, you sound a lot like myself when I was your age, but it's them. Like I said, it's a breath of fresh air. And it kind of keeps me in that mindset, like, I don't know, I just remember being in their shoes, and I'm equally as hungry, if not even more now, because I've had a taste of, the playoffs and getting close and that kind of thing. And I see their mindset and the things that they want for themselves, and, that's everything I always wanted for myself. So it's always like a little chuckle inside when I hear them say, I want this, I want to do this. And I'm like, you're going to get all of that. You know what I'm saying? Just keep working. And, obviously the young guys that we got, they work extremely hard, and they definitely, like, uber talented. So being around them just like that, like I said, it's a breath of fresh air for me, and it's just like, shit. So being that, I've seen it. I've seen a lot. I know what it takes to be successful on the field, and I know what it takes to win. So I'm trying to bring that mindset each and every day.
So in trade, did you feel like you've been chasing a Super Bowl? Did you look at the Texans roster with the quarterback they have in CJ Stroud and say, hey, this might be a place that I can try to pursue that goal?
Well, I feel like I've been chasing the Super Bowl since I got in the league. So, to say like, you get to one specific place and say, this is where I want to try to win it, but this is where I'm at right now. You know what I'm saying? I obviously believe in this team. I believe in the quarterback. Those are, unspoken things that we all can assume. But for me, chasing the ring isn't like I came here to chase it. I came here to win. I'm saying that starts with a game one and moving forward. Of course you want a ring, and it sounds good to be like you want a Super Bowl and you want a ring, but it takes a lot of effort and a lot of consistency. For me, I take it in one day at a time. It starts in practice, it starts in the walkthrough, it starts in the meeting room. So for me, winning is always in the forefront of my brain with everything that I do. You know what I'm saying? But it's one thing at a time rather than just jumping the gun. I don't put the carriage before the horse.
How do you deal with the perception that things didn't end well in Buffalo for you? That people have sometimes labeled you as a diva wide receiver. How do you deal with that perception when you hear people say those things?
Well, personally, I don't take things personal from people I don't know personally. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you garnish your opinion from what you hear about somebody, it's not different if you know them on a personal level. Not too many people know me on a personal level. I don't particularly share a lot of my thoughts. You know what I'm saying? I keep work. You know what I'm saying? I try not to dive into, like, how I feel about things or, like, you know what I'm saying, people's opinions. I've been in the league too, about to go on my 10th year. I've obviously put in a lot of work to get to where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Respect level is always there. You know what I'm saying? Who I am as a player. They know who I am. I'm a true competitor. I love to win. You know what I'm saying? I love getting better and who I am as a person. You know what I'm saying? But this is a job at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? We build a family environment with your team. those guys would know me personally. That's why I earn the respect of them first, along with my coaches. But I try not to take things personal from people I don't know on a personal level. You know what I'm saying? Rule of thumb.
There's a lot of talent on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
A lot of receivers, a lot of mouths to feed.
Hell yeah.
Is that a good thing, a worrisome thing? Like, how do you balance just everyone kind of getting theirs and also winning?
Shit, I mean, I feel like that's something I knew coming in. You know what I'm saying? Before I got here. Obviously know that Nick had a hell of a year. Tank just got hurt. He was going to have a hell of a year. And it's always a balance. It's not my job to sling the pill around. It's my job to call the plays. I just got to get open and catch it. So for me, it's not nothing I would worry about, considering, you know, you do your job, you get the ball. And I feel like this offense is one of those offenses that got a lot of horses in the stable, you know what I'm saying? You let them all loose, we'll figure the rest out.
Talk about CJ. We talked to CJ maybe like a month ago about y'all meeting at the Pro Bowl and y'all developing a relationship.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, I wanted to hear, like, from your perspective, like, what really drew you to him, and how did that relationship develop over time until you ended up getting traded?
Obviously, like, at the end of the season, it was a lot of gray area as far as, like, what I was going to do, as far as, like, whether I was going to be in Buffalo or not. And then going into the Pro Bowl, you know, obviously that's a place where, like, the best athletes in the world are, the best football players in the world are. And just happened organically that he was not too many seats from me at the Pro Bowl where we get dressed and did all that. And we had chopped it up a little bit, and I kind of, like, got to know him a little bit. And I'm like, damn, he pretty cool. So kind of when things started hitting the fan and Houston was kind of on the radar, I was like, this damn. Ironic, I don't believe in coincidence. Everything happens for a reason. You know what I'm saying? And I asked God to light my path, and here I am. So it was definitely something to get super excited about. I don't know how many times I smiled. I wasn't here yet. I didn't get to share the smiles with y'all, but I promise you, I'm super happy.
2020, you were top 4 in receiving yards, touchdowns, everything in that aspect. And obviously, you know, you get traded. So what kind of went through your mind when you were traded?
I mean, for me, like, I try not to get too personal, but I kind of felt it was going in that direction. Like, you know, throughout the season, you know, it had some ups and downs, especially after the first 8. We had coaching shifting and different things going different ways, you know, different scheme-wise, schematic, and, you know, the ups and downs of it. But for me, I kind of, you know, you kind of feel it in the air a little bit, especially, you know what I'm saying, personal feelings. But for me, when I got traded, obviously, I was happy. I was in a good place. Like I said, I told God to light my path, and here I am. So he makes no mistakes. You know what I'm saying? I'm standing firm in that. I'm standing strong. So when I say I've been smiling, I've been smiling.
There couldn't be two climates probably more different in the NFL than Houston and Buffalo. So you kind of noted that earlier, but are there things you're doing to kind of adjust to such a big change, like on and off the field?
Yeah, it's a little crazy just because the previous places I were, it was like, it's not hot. It was like kind of cool, you know, you got good weather for the most part until it get cold out. And then you come to a place like this and it's like, damn near HELL out here every day. But as far as like my approach with the game, being somewhere new, I kind of partner that with just being a professional and hydrating the right way. No extracurriculars during the week, trying to have all the energy that you can, and really just taking my time. You know, the nutrition part is obviously another layer, but as a professional and then as an adult, like the older I get, you got to take care of your body a little bit more. So I'm packing on a little bit now. So we'll see.
You talk about
earlier you talked about your desire to win, but
yeah.
From what are you willing to share? What are some of the lessons that you learned rather in Minnesota and Buffalo to make it, you know, kind of all come together here in Houston?
It's crazy because that's a question I had asked myself. I'm a big person of self-reflection. You know what I'm saying? Like being in those places before, you know, asking God to light my path, I still had to look where I came from and a lot of things that I had learned, whether it was in Minnesota, whether it was in Buffalo. What were the things that worked and what were the things that could have helped in that situation? So, and I feel like things that I'm carrying over is like just putting a lot more time in. Football is football at the end of the day, but you don't know what an extra meeting would do or some extra time after practice or some extra time in the morning. Just maybe some little things that kind of can carry over and, you know, do something that'll help you on the field. So just spending more time. You know, you think you're working, and at times you can have a lot of success, but that extra layer or that extra, you know, little bit of practice time or meeting time could win you an extra game or get you on the same page with your quarterback. So for me, just what I really kind of garnished from my past is more so putting more time in, because it's not about effort. For me, it was never about effort. It was never about grind, because I put the time in off the field and on the field. But it's more so keep building and being on the right pace consistently, because, you know, when you get later on in the season, you want to be hitting on all cylinders, but that comes from putting that extra time in. So for me, I give you a little tidbit, just putting a lot more time in. Even though you think you're grinding, working smarter, not only hard.
Before you got to Houston, the Minneapolis Miracle, were you able to pick
long time ago.
Long time ago. Pick Keenum's brain a little bit, find out about the organization, and lastly, does the brother matchup, the Diggs matchup, take on a little extra meaning this year in the Battle of Texas?
I think that's a 2-for-1 question. I'll let you pick one and let somebody else pick the last one. So you could pick one you want, though. There you go. I knew you was going to pick that one. It's later on in the season. Right now, I'm spending a lot of time with my brother. You know, obviously he's healing up, getting on the right pace with his rehab and his recovery. I want to see him hitting on all cylinders. But you know, down the line, that's down the line. It's something I can get excited about when it comes. But it does actually add a little extra incentive. You know, closer to that holiday. You know what I'm saying, we get that win. It's exciting.
We're gonna end with Sergeant Aaron.
Gotcha.
I know that you're big on family. You just got to talk about your brother. We looked at the Texans from a talent standpoint, but I was there when you came to the J.J. Watt Charity Softball Classic, and the way that the legends, the Houston Texans legends, embraced you. How have you accepted that family build that's here in NRG?
It's crazy because, I mean, kind of what we touched on a little bit, just I don't take things personal from the people I don't know personally, but these people I'm learning personally. You know what I'm saying, and it's like they welcome it. You know what I'm saying, I don't know if they call it like the Southern hospitality, but they are very welcoming and very open arms, and you know, kind of like I just feel like it's important for me to be a part of things like that, and you know, be a part of, you know, obviously charity is, you know, just one layer of it, but be around the people that came before you, not only giving them the respect, but giving them that, you know, like I'm here to kind of follow those footsteps and to, you know, fall in line with, you know, Andre Johnson. He's going in the Hall of Fame. That's what you want to be like. So when I'm talking to the young guys and I'm like, I've been in your shoes before, I'm taking it a step further at this point to be around the people that came before me, and you know, hopefully a little bit that'll rub off. You know what I'm saying? But that family environment, I feel it. It's genuine, and you thrive in that space. You thrive in space when you love right. You thrive in the space of being around those who, like, you know, truly care and truly want to see you win. So for me, I just been taking it one day at a time, and you know, trying to do the right shit. Excuse my language for anybody who can't cuss. Yes, sir.
St. John's High School.
There we go. I used to beat your ass though, so. Sorry. You're right.
When you look at the creativity that Bobby Sloan had, as you talk with him, talk football, what are your impressions of Bobby and kind of what you guys can cook up together?
I just saw him move the pieces around last year, you know. Obviously with Neek, I feel like you give him the pieces, he's going to make them shake. You know, obviously, when I look at his offense and the time that I've spent with him, I'm kind of relaying back to, you know, a couple teams that I've seen on tape, and he showed me a little bit. And those guys had a lot of stars on that team. You know what I'm saying? They played at a very high level, and they had a lot of success. So, like I said, there's a lot of horses in the stable. I really look forward to making it all shake. Thank y'all.
Last one right here.
You know, Josh Allen said that you were very instrumental to making him the quarterback that he was at the end, you know, that he is now. How instrumental do you think Josh was to helping you elevate to the next level of receiver that you ended up becoming?
I feel like he was a intricate piece in my career, because at that point, you know, when I left Minnesota or whatever, like I presume was I was a good player. You know what I'm saying, but I always felt more for myself. I felt like I was better than that, that I could be better than that. And I kind of, up to that point, I was just like, shit, I'm going to roll the dice and bet on myself. You know what I'm saying? And he sent me to Buffalo. I don't know if they sent me to Buffalo with the most kindest, you know, with the most great intent, but all's well ends well. You know, when I got to Buffalo, Josh is still my guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't really understand what it's like to be out there. You know what I'm saying? And he really embraced me. You know what I'm saying? He kind of had that Southern hospitality. You know what I'm saying? So for me, he embraced me, spent a lot of time, and I probably wouldn't be right here if it wasn't for him. So, you know, I got a lot of love for the boy. So y'all give him a hug and a kiss for me.
That was Stefon Diggs at the podium at NRG Stadium. His first, I guess,
Availability.
Yeah, first time he's spoken to the media.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was great.
Except for all the S-bombs, but
Yeah.
that's all right. We don't want to talk
Making
about
my
that.
life a living hell, man.
Figgy was working.
He apologized, and then he kept on doing it.
I'm sorry about that S-bomb, but here's another one for you.
Yeah, here's 3 more.
Here's another one for you. But pretty impressive all around.
Yeah. Worth the wait?
Definitely
I think it was worth the wait.
Definitely worth the wait. I mean, he went everything from, why he's here, thinking he was going to get traded. He keeps smiling. He mentioned that a bunch of times, almost as many as all the S-bombs, but doesn't believe in coincidences. Talked about Josh Allen, how important he was to him. That was really, really good. And then just nice to hear from that dude.
We will hear from Tank Dell and CJ Stroud in the final hour of the show. We've already heard from DeMeco Ryans today as well. When we come back, though, we will go around the NFL. We have minicamp holdouts. We have Lamar Jackson costing himself a lot of money, and Andre Johnson has a Hall of Fame presenter. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
What's Bobby Slowick most excited about with the Texans offense this year? Their flexibility.
If we feel like we got to throw the ball deep to win a game, we could do that. If we got to throw it short to win a game, we could do that. If we got to run the
Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We're going to hear from Tank Dell coming up in a couple of minutes. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud at 1:40. First, let's go around the NFL. And Andre Johnson has a Hall of Fame presenter.
He does.
It is going to be former Texans head coach Gary Kubiak.
We all thought so. Warms the heart, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is a really cool story.
Makes so much sense.
Absolutely warms the heart. And Kubiak is an incredible speaker. Like, he is outstanding. I mean, some of the stuff that you may remember from like his press conferences, that ain't it. If you figure you were at the I guess it was the McLean roast.
Yeah, the toast.
McLean toast. Just tore it up. I mean, just hilarious, good. He's going to have great stories. And Andre Johnson had never hid from the fact that he owed Gary Kubiak an awful lot. That's just really, really cool.
Yeah, especially when you consider it's been 10 years since Kubiak has coached the Texans, since he coached Andre Johnson. So for them to still have that relationship after all this time, and like for a player, you get to pick. Like you get to pick. This is basically who was the most important person in your career, and for Andre Johnson, it was Gary Kubiak.
Yeah, he could have had a family member, friend, college guy, coach, teammate. Adam Spillane. He could have said, I want Adam Spillane to introduce me.
I don't know if he would have wanted that.
He could have said that. Could have been anybody. But, yeah, very, very cool.
But could have McLean.
Could have had McLean.
Yeah.
Could have had McLean.
Who would JJ get?
McLean.
No.
No, I'm kidding. I don't know who it would be. That's a good question, though. Not going to be Bill O'Brien. I know that.
Dude, that's a great question. It definitely won't be Bill O'Brien.
It won't be the guy that drafted him.
What about TJ? You think he'd pick one of the brothers?
You could be onto something.
I think he would pick a family member.
Yeah. Poor Derek. Poor Derek. He doesn't even get to do the intro.
It's like the Ball brother. It's like the middle Ball brother.
What was that?
He might mess around and have Derek do it just because.
No, he will not.
I do think maybe his dad. I think he would pick a family member.
Dad or mom.
Yeah.
TJ's on the books. I mean, TJ's on the.
TJ's going to have his own.
I feel like he'd try to give the love to his older brother because he's the oldest, right? Derek is the oldest.
No, JJ's the oldest.
JJ's the oldest.
Or Derek is the second.
Derek's
oldest.
the middle.
Yeah. So I feel like he would try to give him that middle son love.
But then you're just pandering.
I mean, it's JJ Watt.
Everybody would know better.
It's JJ Watt, man. That's his middle name.
That's right. Also, around the NFL, Christian McCaffrey. First of all, the trade they made for him just looks like absolute.
John Lynch is very good at that job.
Fleecing now, and now like all this talk about running backs. Oh, and you can't pay this, and we saw Derrick Henry. Didn't get what the years or the amount. All these running backs that you thought. Christian McCaffrey is setting his own running back market. Signed a 2-year extension with the San Francisco 49ers. $19 million a year. That's big time and good for him.
Yeah. You see, there's a couple that can kind of break through that market. Maybe Bijan Robinson is the next one if he winds up producing under this new coaching staff in Atlanta, but it's getting harder and harder. You got to be the right type of running back in order to get this, in order to get that money.
Funny you mention that because speaking of around the NFL, Bijan Robinson was interviewed yesterday and talked about that the plan now in Atlanta is for him to become a Christian McCaffrey type of running back. First of all, easier said than done. He's incredibly talented, so I wouldn't put it past him. But if you do become a Christian McCaffrey type, these $19 million could be yours too at some point down the road.
We've talked about the Texans in minicamp and how they had everyone present. That is not the case for every team in the NFL. There are a couple wide receivers who are in contract disputes. The first one being CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys. He's missed 2 days of minicamp practices, and he wasn't at the optional portion of the Cowboys offseason. And then Brandon Ayuk has also skipped the 49ers portion of the mandatory minicamp for the 49ers. The 49ers, I kind of understand just because they have so many guys.
Yeah.
But I just don't get why the Cowboys have handled CeeDee Lamb the way that they have handled him. It's not like he's not worth the money.
He's worth the money.
Like, you look, I don't know what they've offered him, but if he says, I want the Justin Jefferson contract, give it to him. Like, in all honesty, he is probably that level of player. You don't have anything else on that roster. You need him in camp now.
You need him in your future. No matter what happens with Dak, with McCarthy, with anybody, you need CeeDee Lamb in your future. So that alone, do you think they're going to get it done? I think they'll get it done, but
I would hope so.
Yeah.
It makes no sense not to get it done, and you don't want. Listen, the Cowboys are going into a very weird season where you have essentially a lame duck head coach, you have your top wide receiver, one of the 5 best in the league, wants a contract, and then your quarterback, who finished second in MVP voting last year, is a free agent after the season. That's a weird way to go into a season.
Yeah, no, it's a very weird way to go in the season, and Cowboys have just had one of those off seasons.
Haven't done anything
as well. And their fans are noticing.
Yes,
their fans are absolutely noticing. I got a question for you since we're here around the NFL. Like, we are listening to these guys with the Texans for the first time, really, a lot of them. Watching them, which is really, really cool. I've mentioned earlier that there might be some holes out there on the defensive side in particular. Nick Caserio is not done, right? I mean, there are going to be, whether it's relatively big names or injuries coming, that you need to kind of fill the gap or whatever. Where do you think he's going to go? Because they're going to add some more players, or at least a player or two.
Will they, though?
I think so.
You're at the portion of the offseason where the roster that you have now is probably the roster that you go into camp with. I think the time of the year that will be interesting with the Texans will be the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
I think that might be when they add somebody, or when they at least add
J.J.
somebody
Watt.
who makes he's out there too as a possibility. But there will be players that become available at the trade deadline, and the Texans have picks that they can trade if they want to add someone. I'm not sure where they're at exactly with the cap, but they can create space if they need to.
Yeah.
I think that's when they would look to add somebody's at the deadline more so than now.
Every year, someone comes along, and there's some significant names that are still free agents. I mean, Xavier Howard, Stephon Gilmore, Justin Simmons. So I'm just curious if as much as we're like, okay, this squad is set, this squad is looking great, what's it going to look like, down the road? Are they going to add some more?
We're going to get to Tank Dell in a minute, but I got one more story here. Lamar Jackson has cost himself $750,000 because he did not show up to enough OTA workouts during the offseason. He did not show up to enough optional offseason workouts. He had to, in his contract, which he negotiated, he had it in there that he would get a $750,000 bonus if he attended 80% of the Ravens' optional workouts. He did not do that. He cost himself $750,000.
Would an agent have let him do that? That's
No.
one of the narratives out there. An agent would have made sure. Now, I'm all for it. If these guys can get their money and negotiate it themselves, Laramie Tunsil, all that, great, awesome. But you better darn sure know what's in the contract and where you are percentage-wise in terms of hitting all those markers,
And as Mike Florio said, the $750K is more than the agent fee would have been.
Yeah.
So, again.
Yeah, an agent probably wouldn't have had that in the contract, too. The agent probably would have made sure that was out.
Either that or would have definitely reminded him, hey,
yes, that's the big one.
You need to be there.
There'd have been a text that said, hey, man, make sure you get to X number of workouts.
Exactly.
All right. Tank Dell spoke to the media today at NRG Stadium for the first time since the shooting in Florida. Here's what he had to say.
Able to tell us, I know this is the first time we're hearing from you about the incident in Florida, the shooting,
Yeah.
kind of where you were in proximity, maybe how it's changed your perspective of it all.
It definitely, I don't want to keep reliving the experience. It definitely changed my perspective of things, like, hanging around, like, just not even hanging around, but just being around the right group of guys and stuff like that, or being in the right situations. But, just wrong place, wrong time. So just got to live with it. I'm blessed, God blessed me to get out of that situation healthy. I was only down for like a week without just like working out, but after that, I got right back to work and I'm feeling good. So.
How happy are you just to be back, being on the football field, being around the guys, and how is it being around, one of your best friends, C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, man, words can't explain, man. C.J. been with me since the offseason ended. We've been with each other in L.A., here in Houston, everywhere. So that's been great. That brotherhood is not gonna go nowhere. But just being around like the whole team has been good. We got new faces and them guys cool. We all in there having fun. Building our chemistry in the locker room and then taking on to the field. So it's just been good. Everybody having fun. You see everybody smiling.
you know, we got something special brewing here in the organization, and we're ready to get to work.
Hank, I know that gun violence is a problem across America, and a lot of people deal with it. But when you had to deal with it firsthand, how scary was that, and how much do you feel for other people that have had to deal with this?
Yeah, it's definitely scary, not only for myself, but for my family, because I don't want to put myself in that type of position, and especially like my family. Like, I got a little brother, my mom, I know how they was feeling at that time, and it's just a blessing that I'm safe, but it's a traumatic experience.
Overall, how are you? Overall, like, how are you just mentally, like, how are you just feeling? You know,
overall, I'm good. You know, I go to church every Tuesday. I pray every night, pray every morning. You know I got God on my side, and that's the most powerful thing to have. You know, I got God on my side, keep Him first in everything I do. So I feel good. You know, I got the right group of guys around me, keeping my head up. My mom, my pops, people back home, like my grandmother, everybody praying for me and just calling me, checking in every day now. Like, they just call. My grandma texts me every day now. Like, it's crazy, but it's like it's good. I'm good. My mental's right, and I'm just ready to get back to work. Ready to work.
In what ways did the organization support you? And then second, different question, like, what are your goals? I'm sure we talked about it in a fresh perspective. What are your goals for the season?
Yeah. So first, shouts out to Nick, DeMeco, my receiver coach, Coach Ben, everyone. They reached out. They was calling when the situation happened, you know. And since I've been hurt, you know, they've been showing tremendous love. Everybody been showing a lot of love and just letting me know, reassuring me that they are right by me the whole time, every step of the way. So that's been good. And my goals, you know, I said it on the podcast. I'm pretty sure y'all, some of y'all saw it, but I got some big goals. That's all I'm gonna say right now. I got some big goals, and I'm looking forward to stepping in that light and achieving them.
What is it like being with Stephon Diggs, being around him, watching him operate?
Yeah, man, Diggs like this. That's my guy. So, you know, he been in the league for a minute, and he know the steps to take to get there. And he's been a leader since he came in the locker room, you know, speaking to us and just giving us knowledge, giving us game, you know, pouring back to us and making sure we know the steps to take to get to where we want to go. So he's been nothing short but amazing, the whole group of receivers, all of us. But he's ready to, you know, ready to go. You know, he still got that it factor, and I feel like, you know, with all us coming at the opposing teams, it's gonna be special.
Tank, how much credit do you give to your trainer, Justin Allen? Because ever since your injury, we've been seeing you work out with him.
Yeah, Jay Allen, that's my guy. I give a lot of credit to Jay Allen. You know, my off times, during the off season, I'm always with Jay Allen. He have different workout plans for me. We go do hill works, outside stand work. In the weight room, we doing explosive things, upper body. We doing a lot of stuff that he putting together for me, and it's for free. So, so appreciate you, Jay. But man, bro, he been amazing, bro. He doing a good job.
There's another wide receiver in that, another young wide receiver that's had to handle multiple adversity. Were you able to lean on Mechie through some of the things you've gone through last year and this year? And what have you seen from him and his growth coming back to the game?
Yeah, Mechie, that's my guy. Me and Mechie close. Just like me and Mech, me, Mech, and CJ for sure. Like, we always have like deep talks. Like, we always with each other. We always have deep talks, and just like what he went through, he's showing me like life is it's bigger than ball. But this is what we want to do for sure. But like when he had his experience with the cancer and things like that, he was just showing me, like, he was telling me, like, it was like it opened his eyes way more. And then when I just had that experience, like, it opened my eyes. Like, if I want to go, I want to go. I got to cut things out of my life that, you know, so I can achieve what I want to do. So me and him, we had big talks. But man, Mechie, you know, he's been doing great. I know if you guys been watching, but he's been putting a lot of work in. He's ready to rock. He's ready to roll, man. He's smiling every day, funny. He's ready to go to work. So it's been great.
Two things. Going forward, do you plan on doing anything to help other people that might, you know, help them avoid a situation you were in, or is it just something you're going to talk about?
Yeah, me and my agent been having talks about it. So yeah, I'm definitely going to do something. We can kind of come up with something. Now I'm not sure what we got in plan yet, but we're going to do something soon. So.
And then now this is your second year in the league. Like, how different is it walking out there with the OTAs, a relationship with CJ, a relationship?
Oh yeah. I wouldn't say I'm comfortable because I'm never comfortable. You never want to be relaxed, but I'm way more comfortable than I was last year for sure. Just knowing the playbook, knowing where I'm supposed to line up, knowing where I'm supposed to be, and just going out there to have fun. You know, Coach DeMeco, them harp on iron, sharper iron. So just working hard and having fun doing it. That's the main thing. So.
Have you noticed a difference in CJ as well?
Say that again.
Have you noticed a difference in CJ as well going into year 2 for him?
Yeah, he definitely stepped into that leadership role way more than he did last year. Like last year, don't get me wrong, he was a great leader, but now you can see it like any miscues at practice, he's on us. Like he like, all right, bro, come on, like, you know. But he's definitely stepped into the leadership role, and he's ready for it. He know we got a target on our back now. Like last year was a prove-it year, and we still haven't proved ourselves. Don't get me wrong, but we know that like people is looking forward to watching the Texans play football this year. So he's not taking that lightly. Like he want to give the fans a show. So he's been on us like crazy. So it's been good though.
When it first happened, were you at all worried that it could?
Talking about the shooting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That it could impact your football career.
Definitely.
And how long till you knew you were going to be okay?
Definitely. So when it first happened, you know, when I was in the hospital, that's the only thing I was asking. Like, am I going to be all right to play football? Like, that was my main thing. Like, will I be okay to run and play football like I've been doing? So once they told me, like, it was just like a through and through, like, once they told me that and it was like, you'll be good, I was good. I was ready to go. So.
Obviously, you know, you're from Florida, CJ from LA, but you guys are like really, really tight. And one thing that's been noticed is how CJ connects with everybody across the team. How are you and CJ, even though y'all both have different walks of life, have been able to be so tight?
I don't really think we have different walks. I feel like the conversations we have, like, we know each other. So I feel like we both have like the same background. Both was doubted. Like from a football standpoint, both had like troubles in our homes coming up, so we connected well there. And then like we just got with each other and we just knew of each other and we started learning each other and talking every day and just going over his crib and watching the football games when we off Thursday night games, Monday night games, and we just chilling with each other. We just started to like get that feel for each other, and now like we just like this, so it was just like that.
Thanks, Tank. Appreciate you, man.
All right. That was Tank Dell.
All right, that was Tank Dell today from
Sports
Texans practice. First time that he has spoken since the shooting in Florida, and obviously has the correct outlook on everything, I think.
Not only a correct outlook, but you can just see it, and you could sense it in the podcast he did. He said, you know, people talking about me being the number 3, and he kind of said it with like a little edge, and he said it again right there. Big goals. I got big goals. So, man, these 3 guys, that's how we started, the day when we saw them out at minicamp, and that's where we are now. Like these 3 wide receivers, and you're going to hear from C.J. Stroud and get his perspective on it. It couldn't bring more excitement to what was already we were juiced about.
The other thing that kind of caught my ear, everyone's talking up John Mechie in year 3.
Well, I think John Mechie's talking up John Mechie too. John Mechie's a smart guy. He's hanging around with Tank and CJ and has become BFFs with them. That's always a good strategy. That's always a good strategy.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
We will hear from CJ Stroud coming up at 1:40, but when we return, the internet is going nuts, and it's Caitlin Clark again. And
it is.
I don't know what is happening with this, but it just keeps getting weirder and weirder and weirder. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Nico Collins, God.
the internet going nuts.
Adam Spillane and John Lopez, Figgy Fig, here on In the Loop. Ron and Clint will be in here in a half hour.
Yeah, and internet going nuts right now. We have to start with this because it was all over. It really had the internet going nuts yesterday. It was the WNBA thing with Stephen A. just getting owned, put in a blender by a bunch of people. But then Angel Reese weighed in, and I kind of get her point, but her bigger point is incorrect.
It all started from the national championship game, and I've been dealing with this for 2 years now. And understanding, like, yeah, negative things have probably been said about me, but honestly, I'll take that because look where women's basketball is. People are talking about women's basketball, but you never would think that we'd be talking about women's basketball. People are pulling up to games. We got celebrities coming to games, sold out arenas, like, just because of one single game. And just looking at that, like, I'll take that role. I'll take the bad guy role, and I'll continue to take that on and be that for my teammates. And if I want to be that, and I know I'll go down in history, I'll look back in 20 years and be like, yeah, the reason why we watching women's basketball is not just because of one person. It's because of me, too, and I want y'all to realize that.
Okay, well, let's stop right there. Angel Reese at the college level, that rivalry was awesome. If you are a college basketball peripheral fan, much less a big-time fan, you knew that was going to be Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese. But that's not the reason that the ratings went through the roof. That's not the reason attendance for Caitlin Clark games. Haven't they already filled stadiums more than they did all last year for Caitlin Clark games? TV ratings are off the chart. Angel Reese is awesome, and she probably deserves more. But Caitlin Clark is the reason that these things have happened.
And they've happened because she's making 40-footers. She's shooting threes from the logo, and that's exciting stuff. Angel Reese, like you said, is a great player, but not that same type of player that is going to draw those types of eyeballs just because of the skill set. But she's really good. And listen, I get there is
she's an attraction for the sport,
yes,
not for the world.
Yes, and I get the jealousy aspect of this.
Yeah.
I absolutely do. And I can understand why the league has kind of taken to Caitlin Clark the way that they have. Now, the thing that I have been annoyed with are the people that are saying, well, they got to treat her better. You know, she's their meal ticket. They got to protect her. No, they're competing against her.
Yes.
This is competition.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to go out and want to be a killer. I don't care how much they've done for the league. Like, you think this was a big thing with Ime Udoka when it came to the Rockets and LeBron James. Like, he didn't want his guys revering LeBron James for everything that he's done in the league. No, he wanted his guys to go out there and kill LeBron James. That's what competition is all about.
Yes, and then the other part of it is, like, you're going to benefit. And all these people, while they're competing hard, they also have to recognize they are benefiting from Caitlin Clark. This is reminiscent of back in the old days, Magic and Bird completely transformed. Now, I don't know if she is or not, but Magic and Bird completely transformed the NBA forever. Caitlin Clark, that's what they're trying to get with her. But Angel Reese is a supporting actor in that. That's it.
Yeah, for sure. Now,
I got the internet going nuts.
Now, one of the aspects of this story was, and it blew up over the weekend because of Kennedy Carter, who plays on Reese's team for the Chicago Sky. She kind of gave Caitlin Clark a bit of a forearm shiver. And it was a hard foul.
Yeah.
It was not, I don't think it was even called on the floor, which was a mistake. But the league then went in afterwards and changed it to a flagrant foul. The talk about this play in particular has gone so off the deep end to the point where the Chicago Tribune, the hometown newspaper of Kennedy Carter, their editorial board wrote an editorial that said, quote, "The foul committed by Chicago Sky guard Kennedy Carter on Caitlin Clark was egregious. Outside of a sporting event, it would have been seen as an assault."
Come on.
Can we take a breath?
Come on.
It was a good foul. She sold it a little bit. Caitlin Clark absolutely sold it, but an assault that?
It's not assault.
Are we insane?
And then what happened? You were telling me in the break?
Well, just really quick on that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what this editorial board would have said in the 1990s.
Oh my
watching
gosh.
some of that
The
stuff.
Knicks.
My thing is,
Bill Laimbeer.
Yeah.
where was this conversation with Draymond Green? That stuff is more of an assault.
Yes,
if we
that
want
is
to
assault.
grade it like that.
Running across the court and just choking some dude,
choking
some
somebody
dude.
out.
That's
That's
Gobert,
more-
wasn't it? Or something?
Yeah, that's more of assault.
This Kennedy Carter thing is a play on.
Yes,
from back then.
let's go.
So they write this editorial, and then Julia Poe, who covers the Chicago Bulls for the Chicago Tribune, went
That
after
same
her.
paper.
She went after her own newspaper's editorial board,
Yeah.
saying, "quote I cannot overstate the depth of my disappointment in this piece. The editorial board operates separate from the sports section. There is no oversight from myself or our staff. This is not a reflection of how we will cover the Sky."
Yeah.
To go off on your own paper like
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
that's pretty extraordinary.
Good
and
for
it shows
her.
you how bad this editorial
Yeah,
was.
good for her.
I got the internet going nuts.
Well, Pat McAfee was doing so good. He was doing so well. He had hot takes. He was talking about it, same topic. And then he dropped the white bee reference, and it all went to hell. And so he ended up apologizing, referencing obviously Creighton and Clark with that. And the sad thing about it, well, I shouldn't say sad because he probably should have apologized for that. But the weird thing about it is he was doing well. He was making a good, strong point about the whole what we've just been talking about. But don't say white bee.
It's just
don't say white bee.
I don't know what it is about this story that has made everybody lose their minds, but that's just where we're at right now.
Yes, it
I guess
is.
this is why the internet is going nuts.
Yes.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we are going to close out the show. We are going to hear from C.J. Stroud. He spoke after today's minicamp practice. Big day for the Texans at NRG Stadium. We've already heard from DeMeco Ryans. We've already heard from Stephon Diggs. We have already heard from Tank Dell. We will hear from C.J. Stroud next.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Last segment of the show. Ron and Clint will be in here in about 15 minutes, but we are going to hear from C.J. Stroud, the Texans quarterback, spoke with the media after today's mandatory minicamp practice. This is what he had to say.
You pointed to you stopping practice to kind of correct guys. Why was that important for you to really kind of step up your leadership skills this year?
Man, I don't just think I did it this year. I think like that's just important in general. And you know, it's my job to hold guys accountable along with other guys. And you know, it's a ton of expectations. There's a ton of things that we want to do this year, that we should do this year. But you have to slow down and learn just how to execute one play at a time. And while all the pressure is on, like, how do you simplify? You know, excuse me, I'm sorry. How do you simplify, you know, playing at a high level every single play? So I think that way, you know, just bringing the guys back and just taking us back to square one. You know, what happened, and it's time to move on. And that's going to happen in the season, you know. But, you know, I just think if it comes from me, it means a lot. And, you know, now I'm stepping into the role even more and more. So, you know, I'm just accepting that and having fun with it, you know, being myself. And I just want everybody around me to eat off that. I tell them, like, this sport can change your life if you do it the right way. So, you know, being accountable, you know, doing the extra stuff away from the facility, that stuff matters at the end of the day, because all the expectations and all that pressure, that really doesn't matter if you do those things, you know. So,
what are your expectations for year 2 in this offense?
I'll just keep growing. You know, the name of the game is just execution. You know, the times where we executed at a high level, the times we won those games, you know. So that's just the goal, is just to execute and to be able to be on the same page, build chemistry right now. So, you know, when the ball rolls, you know, we're ready to fly around at a high level. So, I mean, that's the goal, and that's, you know, there's goals on top of that, but that's the foundation right now. OTAs is the foundation work. So,
CJ, I know that it's still pretty early, but how's it been so far getting to work with Diggs, and how is he fitting in? so far?
He's been feeling great. You know, he's come in with his head down mentality, just working. You know, he's helped me out a lot. Just, you know, he comes from a good system over there when he was with the Bills, and they did a lot of things with him and really just offense, and told me how like Josh played and things like that, things that, you know, we do different, that we've had just plenty of conversation, you know. So he's come in and been a leader, which I'm proud of him for, and, you know, just really has been unselfish and wanted to see other guys eat, and that was his main thing, is like he wanted to be around other dogs, and, you know, he stepped into that role where there's a dog everywhere. He looks right, he looks left, there's going to be a dog. So, and he wanted that, and that's what, you know, we bring to the table, and he's been nothing but just amazing so far, and I'm very excited to work with him.
CJ, as a friend, as a teammate, as a human being, what's it like to have your friend Tank back with you guys? What was it like to go from the gamut of emotions from hearing about it to now when it's over and you're back out there on the field having fun?
It's amazing, you know. It's just a testament to him, and, you know, one, the God we serve, and then two, just the work that he's put in. You know, he's been, you know, he came back before it was even scheduled. He can get cleared, and then on top of that, you know, just coming back after that freak accident. And, you know, I think that we serve a God that's merciful and that's purposeful, and he knows that, and he stepped into it. And me and him, we have those conversations about our faith, and then, because like this football stuff, it seems like it's everything, but it's not. You know, we're people, and we go through a lot off the field. People don't know, and, you know, as his brother, I have to be there for him, like just like he's there for me when I go through what I go through. So, I mean, I'm just proud of him, man. Like, the word proud is even probably enough to, like, state the feelings that I have for that guy, man. He's one of my best friends that I've, you know, gotten to know over the years in this world of football. And past that, man, I feel like I've known since I've been 3 years old. You know, I feel like our connection is kind of like we grew up together. And, you know, I just got a lot of love for that guy. And, you know, I'm very excited for him. He's been snapping at practice and doing really well. And, you know, to knock off the rust that quick shows how much work he's been in.
How much more comfortable are you walking up to OTAs this year compared to last year? Things kind of a little bit slower. Just what's the biggest difference to you?
Yeah, it's night and day, man. It's really like I feel like I'm running the show, and I've got a lot more responsibilities from Slow and from DeMeco, from Gerard, Bill, and really our whole offensive staff. And, you know, I'm the captain of the ship, and I got to run it the right way. And I feel like I've, you know, stepped into that role of just, you know, not only holding guys accountable, but also, you know, hold myself accountable to those moments. Like, I don't let anything slide, because that's the point of winning and losing. So I think from last year to this year, like, I've gotten a lot better with, like, controlling my emotions, controlling my ball placement, knowing what's NFL open, knowing my footwork better. Just really every little thing I've taken a step. And then on the other side of the ball, you know, just everything slowed down, seeing coverage. DeMeco does a good job of blitzing me and, you know, working on their different coverages or different looks. So start too high, go to 1, go back to 2, motion like his man, go to cover 2, like all that stuff to keep me true and honest. And, you know, I think I've tried to do my best with my off-season study to, you know, be better. And I feel like I've done that and had a good OTA so far. So got to finish with that mini camp. But it's been definitely a big transition of just more comfortability from last year to this year.
In college, you always had like a really talented receiver room, and then last year you had a talented receiver room. So you've had the experience of having to feed a lot of guys. Obviously, you had in Diggs, even Joe Mixon coming out of the backfield. How much would that experience from those, you know, college and last year help you with being able to make sure that everybody's being fed the way they are, so you can have the best possible offense that you guys are capable of?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think nothing changes. You know, it's like I tell guys, because I get that question a lot from people just walking around just anywhere, an Astro game, whatever. And I'm like, man, it's football. You know, if you're open, you get the ball. And my thing is, you got to pick your poison playing this. Like, who you going to double? Who you going to cater to? You got 5 dogs who are able to get the ball in each given play. You know, so I think it's fun. I know Slow has done a great job of being more creative and, you know, has put different personnel packages out there, guys in different positions that going from inside to outside, you know, and, you know, I'm very excited to work with Coach Slow again. He's done amazing so far, you know, OTAs, and will continue to do such. But yeah, man, I think that past experience of playing with Marv, Jax, Garrett, Chris, J-Mo, DeMeco, Julian, like those type of guys, they'll tell you too, like, I know they'll probably have said it before, but they'll tell you, like, they made me better and I made them better. You know, that's my job is to make everybody around me better. So I'm excited, man. It's been healthy competition. Like, I know Garrett, I seen his interview the other day. He was talking about Ohio State, how, like, the receivers, like, if Garrett made a play, Chris is like, nah, watch this. Like, it's the same thing here, which is, you know, really cool to watch. And, you know, as a quarterbacks, me, Davis, and Case, and Tim were the same way, too. So healthy competition is the best way to grow and get better. And I think that's what it's about. You see how excited Diggs gets for Tank when he makes a play, and Metch gets excited for when Nico makes a play, and Tank gets excited when Rob makes a play, you know, so it's amazing. And, you know, we got Noah coming back, too, which is going to be amazing. And I'm excited. You know, been there, and a ton of guys, there's a ton of talent. Steve's showing up. Really, everybody's really been doing. Jay Wayne, Johnny, you know, so, man, it's been fun.
CJ, you went out and got, Nick went out and got you some extra talent on the offensive side of the ball. But what do you think about the additions that he made on the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, man, it's been great. It's been good on good. Like DeMeco talked about iron sharp iron. You know, it's been a lot of smack talk, a lot of just good competition. You know, and it starts with me and Aziz. You know, him being the leader of defense, I'm the leader of the offense, and you know, playing him last year, man, he always showed up on tape when I watched the Titans last year. So it's cool to like see like the stuff he thinks. You can see him at my locker, or me at his, or us before practice, after practice, talking about plays. And, you know, so, I mean, it starts with us, and then when you add Danielle, somebody who's a vet who plays really hard, who's going to help Will, you know, them two dogs. You got Tim in the middle with Autry and Sosa and just a ton of guys, man. You know, on the back end, you got young guys showing up. Caitlin's doing really well on the back end, along with Petrie and Jimmy, along with Kamari. Kamari's showing up. Sting is playing well, as y'all seen. So, man, it's just been dogs on dogs, you know, like, and that's the best teams I've ever been on. Has been the closest teams personally, but also the most competitive teams. So it's been dope.
You broke out last year. Nico broke out last year. Nico gets the contract extension. He's here through 2027. What does that do for you, just knowing that you have a familiar target to work with for the next few years?
You know, it's just something that first of all, I'm just proud of that guy. My brother Nico, he's shown up and shown out. You know, when when his number is called, he always makes a play. And you know, he's a generational talent, man. He's like our age is Andre Johnson, in my opinion, of just how fast he is, how he gets in and out of his brace, his releases, how strong he is. And I think last year was just a preview to what is to come for him. And the one thing I'm proud of him for is just the work has never stopped. He's constantly here working on his body, constantly here working on his hands, his mobility in the weight room, you know. So for me, I mean, just having a true, I think we have like 5 number ones, you know, so that's kind of cool to have. And I've had that before in college, and now I'll have it again. And it's going to be fun, man. And Nico, he loves to see everybody else eat too. So, man, his love for his brothers hasn't changed. And, you know, it's a special feeling to see somebody who deserves to get paid and, you know, get what they deserve, and you know, I'm just really proud of him.
What does it mean for you to have another opportunity to work with Bobby Sawyer and Gerard Johnson? I don't know if you remember, there was a moment going into the playoffs last season where you really didn't know if either one of those guys would be here for this year.
Yeah, I mean, for both of them to come back was very special. I think we all have a better feel of how to work with one another, and you know, the talent I am on the field, and the play caller that Bobby is, and then the common coach Gerard is. You know, we all work together in that. And you know, I'm in his office almost every morning, just going over stuff and watching film with him, going over things that we need to get better at. And he always has this phrase of, you know, working for the end at mine. And you know, he holds me accountable when, you know, it could be easier just to like let me slide, because you know I'm out there still making plays, but he's like, nah, you need to be better here, and there. And, you know, that just shows what type of leader he is. And, you know, it's an honor to be able to work with him again. And same for me, like to him, like, hey, Flo, I'm not really feeling this play, or I want to add this play to try to see if we can get better here in this practice, or, you know, I think we can be really good at this type of play. And he's very, very accepting when it comes to that. So it's been cool to work with both of them, and I'm very excited to get another year under our belt.
What was it like teaching last two right here? What was it like teaching football internationally, and the reception that you got from the people there?
It was amazing. First of all, shout out to Beijing, Shanghai, and Tokyo, for accepting me and Micah with open arms, and just the hospitality and just the culture, man, there is just amazing. They want to learn about football, and it was cool just to see like them already have like the foundation of it, but wanting to grow from there. And I think football is a family sport, and like those people are our family now. And the Olympics come into where it's going to be international with flag football. I think that's super dope, and to be able to get to be able to put our feet into those doors already, it's kind of cool. So I mean, I'm very grateful of my team with Bernie and David for setting that up, and even like the guys out there who gave us top-notch hospitality. It was just amazing, man, the whole experience. So, just my first time really out the country, and just being able to like go to the Great Wall of China and all that stuff, and still do what I love to do. Working out with Micah was cool, and he has a lot of crazy takes, but I got love for that guy. But it was fun, man.
John and Jonathan to end.
What's it like having Kate Stover down here with you, and what's your relationship been like with him?
Oh yeah, Kay's my brother, man. I've been through thick and thin with him, and he's somebody who I often look at as like our moms are like the same, or our families are super close since college. I think he's like my blood brother, like somewhere far down the line. I don't know how it works, but he's always like there for me. He's always, I don't know, man. Kate is just like that guy. He's a brother that they talk about in the Bible, like that. Like he's a friend that is, like just like a brother. And I don't know, the word brother just always just comes up with that. Like he's just always there to hold me up, and he sees me, and like, he knows my emotions. And for him to be able to come on the Texans and already add value is just amazing. He's a hard worker. Y'all know his background with the farm and things like that. So I'm very excited for him, and he's been doing well in OTAs, very smart, very great with his hands, and just growing his route running, growing his ability to get open and things like that. So I'm amazed to have another Buckeye on the team.
You briefly mentioned last time we talked to you about John Mechie, and we saw the plays he made out there today. What do you think about the work he put in to get to the point he is?
Another guy, like, the word proud it doesn't give it enough, like, of how I feel about what he's gone through and what he's been able to do. As y'all can see, man, he's running some of the best routes I've ever seen. His lateral quickness, he's able to stop and start. And, he's one other person who's been through a lot as well. Fighting cancer, then fighting an injury that he had in college, to last year battling playing time and injuries. As you can see, man, he's making plays, he's showing up, and he's showing out. So, man, just another brother of mine. Just not only am I there for him, but he's also there for me through thick and thin. And so, just another great guy that we have, and I'm just excited to see him just, show his value that we all have known, and now he's putting it on the field. So, he's going to continue to go. He's going to be very pivotal and important to this football team for a lot of games to win. So, I'm very excited for that, and, blessed to be able to work with a brother. All right, y'all. All right.
All right, that was C.J. Stroud after today's practice at NRG Stadium. We heard from him. We heard from Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, DeMeco Ryans.
Good day, man.
Yeah, a good day overall for the Texans, who started their mandatory minicamp this afternoon. They'll practice again tomorrow. Quick note before we bring in Ron and Clint. The Astros have made a roster move today. They optioned Greg Kessinger to Sugar Land and recalled Trey Cabbage from AAA. And basically this tells you that Kyle Tucker, they didn't put him on the IL, but Kyle Tucker is not going to be available to play today, and the Astros need another bat. They are basically already playing a man short, so if you don't make this move, you're playing two men short. Obviously, they weren't going to do that.
Yeah, and probably not play tomorrow as well if they're bringing him up. But look, man, Kessinger, as we talked about earlier, was really just wasting a spot anyway.
The whole 26th man on the roster has been a wasted spot all year.
Yeah.
You have that spot has played a total of 12 games and made one start in 61 games. That's just not – there's no point to that. So,
yeah.
Obviously now Cabbage – my guess is Cabbage starts today in right field against the right-handed starter for the Cardinals, and then we will go from there. But the fact that Kyle Tucker might not have to go on the IL after that looked pretty bad last night. That's kind of a miracle. All right. Clint and Ron are here. Clint, I believe were you at practice today?
I was.
What did you think? What stood out?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a couple of things. For me, the biggest one of if not the biggest story with this team right now is Kenyon Green.
Yeah. I was intrigued. I saw your tweet, and we talked about it a little bit.
Well, I didn't see him. I missed the last OTA, so I haven't had a chance to see him. But I heard a lot about the body look different. When you walk in, you can see it different. I'm telling you, he's moving different.
Mm-hmm.
He looks different. I remember vividly last year. I remember his OTAs or training camp, but him walking out within 15 minutes of stretch.
He was whipped.
Yeah.
And it was just like, not only was he out of shape, but it was like, whoa, this heat has got him.
Yeah.
And we ain't even started yet. We're not even through individuals yet.
Yeah.
And I looked down there in individuals, and they're ways away from us, but they were doing the half line thing, and he's flat getting it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's getting it.
Yeah.
And you can see from a distance the body's different, the movement's different. And then just as you're walking from drill to drill out there in the heat, middle of practice, as we've all discussed, it's OTAs, it's not training camp. You can tell he's moving with a purpose. When you see him walk across the field, you're like, I could see where that guy's was a first-round draft pick.
Yeah.
I like what I saw. I think it's the biggest story in camp. And because if he's right, if he's just right, John, and can be a starter level lineman in this league,
just a starter,
this line's a different animal.
Just a starter, and of course the big story. Man, it was nice seeing those three guys out there. Whoo, seeing those three receivers out there.
Good to hear from Diggs too,
and good to hear from Diggs. I thought he owned it. I thought he did quite well. Talked about everything. Didn't really dodge anything except when he was asked two questions. He only wanted to ask one, but that's all right. Answer one, but that's all right. That was quite cool to see those three guys. That's for sure.
He's got some toys. There's no doubt about that. hey, man.
Watch those headphones.
These headphones are hot now. These headphones are hot. Yeah, he's got some toys, though. There's no doubt about that. I mean, look, that's the first time I've seen Mixon. That's a different animal. I've said from jump. In terms of the Texans, like when you start talking upgrades over who you had at any position last year versus what you're going to have this year, I think Mixon is far and away the biggest upgrade from what you had last year to this year. And then when you see him in person, you're like, yeah, if this dude is even remotely close to the guy that we saw play the position in a Bengals uniform, this has got a chance to be really, really special.
All right, Clint and Ron have you for the next 4 hours. Great show today. John, good to see you. For Figgy Fig, for John Lopez, I'm Adam Spillane saying thank you for listening to In the Loop. You are listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey sports station. The Drive is live.
Damn, you took that from me. I was ready.
You didn't think I could do it.
I was ready to get that thing in.
Hold on, Joe.
It's Ron. I sure was ready. All right. Damn, man, I thought this might
go ahead and let us hear you hit it, man.
Well, no,
I mean, go ahead and hit it. Let us
Practice
hear you hit it.
doesn't hurt. Practice doesn't hurt.
No.
I mean, show us what you did. I mean, you heard Adams. You heard Adams. Show us what you got.
He unbuttoned the button to say it. Got to that bad boy.
Now I don't believe you can say it.
They said it with his chest. Said it with his chest.
Well, what about you? You got it?
I'm saying it with
Say it.
No.
I want to hear you say
I don't
it.
think you got it, Tyler.
No, it's at the top of the dot.
Hey.
No, I
New T. Tyler.
No, he's worn that one before.
Has he? Red helmet with the horn on the side?
Yeah,
Oh, man.
It's pretty new, though.
That came into his package, yeah. That came into his new package. Not his.
Love it when I get stuff in my package.
That came into his package.
I knew
as soon
as I said.
Hey, it's going to be a good Tuesday.
He got a bunch of new items in a package. He got some shirts. He got some new stuff. And
Deluxe nut package.
Got you.
Wow, how do you have that so ready?
Because I'm damn good, friend.
So ready, so fast. Damn, boy, I thought this might have been Gray's time, man. I feel like Gray just needs a shot, man. How come Gray can't get a shot, man? I know Gray is enjoying staying in these damn hotels and these nice meals and stuff, but how come he can't get a little run?
Gotta get lettuce in there.
Gray sitting his ass over on the bench is why I felt completely fine about Ronell Blanco's suspension. I said, we got a guy been sitting over there we ain't seen since spring training. Hell, we got a spot now.
I thought, a few times I thought Gray was in Sugarland.
He'd been better off.
I've been over there
getting some cuts.
I didn't mean to start off on Gray Kessler.
Yeah, I mean,
but damn, man, hey, they don't even with Cabbage and with Joey. They say, man, we gotta get these guys some at bat. Yes, we believe there's something there. So we want you to go to a place where you can get up and get some swings.
Joey Super Speedo.
They said, "Great man, we just need a body jack." Like they don't
need you to hold this bench down.
They don't think he need to get some swings. They don't think that. They just, hey man, Gray man, just chill, man.
Hey Gray, I know the feeling, brother. Picking up them checks on Tuesdays nice, ain't it? Picking up them checks on Tuesdays nice, ain't it, brother? I know the feeling, man.
Nah, hell no. They at least sent your ass to Europe.
They want you to get.
Yeah, they sent you over there to try to get you some reps in. They don't think he needs reps at all.
Nah, not Gray, man.
At all. Even with this team.
He was O'Blaine's. He was O'Blaine or Blair, whatever that Henley. He was Henley's roommate or something, wasn't he?
Tell you, man. And they go, hey, and what did Adam say? They're gonna bring Cabbage up here to start today.
Bring him up here. Hey, that ink ain't gonna be dry on that new contract. He's gonna be an outfield boy.
Yeah, nah, hey man, just chill, man. Just chill with us. Oh shoot, bro, we need your spot. Why don't you go down? I wonder if he's gonna be in the lineup in Sugarland. Like, do they feel the same way about him in Sugarland? Where, hey man, just chill, man.
Well, that would be the only thing worse than getting demoted was be if you get down there with them fellas and you can't crack the starting lineup down there.
Oh boy, he got to be pissed off. Got to be standing them days in now. He got to be pissed off. All right. Welcome into the drive. So you were out there. You were out there, mini camp today, mandatory mini camp, and everybody was in the building out there. Titus Howard was there. Laramie Tunzel was there. Now, they didn't practice, but they were on site.
I didn't see Titus.
I've seen photos of Titus.
I saw Laramie, and I was stoked about Laramie being out. I thought it was big. Laramie was out there. He was engaged with the O-line. He was not in helmet pads. He was not. Which again, I don't have a problem with. I've said it before. It's just about being present for me. And Laramie was out there. Of course, he was out there to get paid because I believe this is the one that would have.
Oh yeah, you got
they could have fined you a little bit with.
Hit the money sign again.
But he was out there. He was engaged, and yeah, man, I watched the offensive line quite a bit today. Again, from a distance, kind of like you said, it was a distance, but. They were doing some half-line stuff, Ron, so it was a little easier to see guys moving. Because when you do that what I like about the half-line is you got two centers, right, and then you got a guard and tackle, and the left side's going at once, the right side's going like. So you can literally, you're just watching three guys, not a scrum of nine guys. You know, you're watching three guys against some defenders that are just stand-in dummies, and you can really see how they're all moving together. You can in Kenyon Green's instance, you can see how quickly he's moving and how he's not dragging his feet. You can see all those things because he's doing it with other guys that are moving well also. So
you saw Kenyon. See, I was there last week, and I couldn't get my eyes to him. They were so far away. Even in stretches, he was stretching. He was all the way on the other side. I saw the new number, but I couldn't really I never got a chance to get anywhere close enough to really be able to properly see what everybody's been talking about. But you saw Kenyon.
Yeah.
Kenyon looked what everybody was talking about.
Yeah, look. He
had that sexy back. He got his sexy back.
He looked the part of a 15th overall pick.
I bet she's loving it.
He's moving like I'm talking about moving as in the work he's doing. He's moving like a first-round offensive lineman. And then, which I think is more impressive than anything at this point in time because you don't know really what to make of much because let's be honest, these guys are out there learning. The ones that know it already are just going through the motions, getting reps. But when he's in the middle of practice and it's break time and we're walking from one station to the other, my man's walking like a first-round draft pick. He's not walking like that heat is whooping his ass. And oh, boy, all of a sudden that heat's on me. Now my neck hurts. Now my shoulder hurts. Now my back hurts. You know, we've seen that before. We saw it first. We saw it up close and personal last year with him.
No, he looked like I did today with Red. Looking for a seat every time.
That was him last year.
Last year, looking for a seat every time, trying to get.
Yes, that would be the equivalent of Ron with his trainer on cardio day when he had to spend 5 minutes in the car pep talking himself. That was what tied. I mean, that was Kenyon Green 2023. Kenyon Green.
Every time a rep was done, I was hunting a seat, and Kenyon was like that was what he was last year. He was. You can tell he was battling to get through practice.
That was Kenyon Green 2023. Today, again, small sample size. We don't get to see much, but it is a huge stride in the right direction with what I believe is the most important offseason topic. Let's say 2024 offseason topic for the Houston Texans is this offensive line and that conversation, the improvement, the development starts with Kenyon Green. And, again, you can see the body. You can see him moving better, which is a big step. And then I think just the confidence in which you can see him carrying because he feels better, because the heat's not wearing him down, because he's working better, getting more work, got to be more confident. You can see it in his walk. There's a little, not a lot, but there's a little bit of a peacock there, if you know what I mean, when he's walking from drill to drill. And, look, again, some folks will minimize it because it's mandatory minicamp. It's a couple months before the season starts. It's practice, not me, man. I think it is. I think it is very, very important, and it's good to see as a fan that the left guard that Nick drafted 15 overall a couple years back has a chance to be a player on this football team.
Yeah, has a chance, right? That's the first thing he had to do and I think DeMeco kind of alluded to it when he spoke about him earlier. Like, that's the first thing he had to do was to put himself in position to be able to be an option. And judging by what you've been able to put your own eyes on and what people have said, it looks like he is at least taking the first step of putting himself as an option to be a player on this team. And that's what he had to do. And he had to take a year off to do it, but it appears that he has done it, and he has changed that number.
Well, I mean, look, a huge – and I'll tell you, I see Seth in the building walking around. Seth would be one that could really shed some light on this thought is – I mean, it's not terrible. Like if Tank Dell came to camp out of shape, by the time you start games, Tank could knock on wood if he doesn't pull a hamstring, which if he did, nobody'd say he's out of shape. They'd say, well, he's a wide receiver and he goes hard. He's injured, right? But the big dudes, when you're a big dude and you come in out of shape, and out of shape usually means you're overweight, you're not eating well, you're not outside in the heat enough, you're not sweating enough, you're not working enough, all of those things. That just a big man cannot hide that. You can't fake your way through it. You can't when a big man tries to use training camp to get in shape, it is virtually impossible. You got to have a ton. You got to have a ton of luck for anybody to get through it in shape. But when you're a big man like that, you have no chance, and you just wear it. It just shows, and that's what we saw with Kenyon Green. And now, on a positive note, you see him wearing the fact that he's clearly been busting his ass all offseason.
Good for him. Good for him. All right. Not often, fellas, do I, allow, some of the people to dictate exactly where we're going. Now, we want to make sure we're having conversations that you all are really into, and we try to bring that kind of content to you. But sometimes we get suggestions or thoughts that kind of lead us in a direction. And from the text line, Clint, you just said the biggest story of the offseason for you was Kenyon Green. Somebody just said, I think the biggest story of the offseason is the defensive backs. And wow. Listen, you were out there today. I don't mean to put you on the spot. That is a big story. That is a big story. And listen, I may have wanted to go in a different direction, but I think, that's not a bad place to go.
Yeah.
Because I tend to agree with them when you talk about, especially for me, the cornerback situation opposite Derek Stingley. And I think that thing is more important as well, because you can't just say the opposite of Derek Stingley. You also have to keep in mind the history of Derek Stingley when it comes to injuries, and to also know that your 1 or your 2 and 3 corners are potentially likely to become 1 and 2 corners at some point in time in the season based off the history of your lead corner. Because if Derek Stingley is in there, what he showed towards the end of the year, like you have a top tier corner.
You're a Tiger,
in the league.
but now you're a Texan, man.
So now I know you got to watch practice. You sit out there. I know you watch the big fellas, but I know there is no chance in hell you didn't watch the skills. There's no chance in hell you didn't watch the one-on-ones with the receivers and the corners out there.
Well,
how is your feeling now? Now that you sit out there, it's just the first day of mandatory minicamp, but they're all out there. You got to see it for the first time, really. What's your thoughts about that cornerback position outside of Derek Stingley?
Well, I have no thoughts in a sense of like who the guy's going to be. I did watch those guys fairly closely today in 7-on-7 and team. They got a lot of rep. A lot of run. Now, what you reported last week is Kamari Lassiter is with Derek Stingley with the first group.
Was he with that first group again?
Yeah.
Outside.
Outside. That would be, if you're behind the defense, the right corner.
And that's surprising to you, right? You thought he was going to be a slot inside corner, which he still may, but this is 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise. I do wonder if DeMeco and Nick and all the defensive coaches there, the staff, I do wonder if they're trying to figure out, like, what do we want to do with him in training camp? When it comes cutting time, not literal cutting time, I'm just talking about when it comes time that matters, like, where do we want Lassiter to get most of the run? Do we want it at nickel? Do we want it at corner? Do we want it at one corner? Do we want it at back? You know, one is in the first depth chart one, not obviously Stingley. But do we want him in the, in the starters, or do we want to start him in the second? Like, who is this guy? I think they're probably doing a lot of this to figure out who the hell Lassiter actually is. I just tell you, as I watch them today, you've got two guys in C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah who absolutely look the part and have all the tangibles. And then you've got Kamari Lassiter. You got the guys that have all the intangibles that for whatever reason haven't been able to play well enough to just a team to commit to them within their first contract ultimately.
This is their third team, both of them.
Third team before their first contract's up, right? And you got Lassiter, who maybe I'm biased because I read the report a little bit. I don't know if bias is the right word. Maybe I'm critical because I read the report. But it just doesn't look like he moves well enough to be an outside corner for me. Not yet. And to be honest with you, it's a stiffness when he's moving. It just, when you butt him up next to the 3 top 10 picks that are out there and playing the same position, it just doesn't look the same. And I'm just talking about when he's turned. I'm not even talking about breaking on the ball and making play. I'm just talking about moving around out there. It's not even, to me, it's not even the same league now.
When you watch him, you could say, I could see how he ran a 4.6.
If I just watched it and you said, hey, Clint, tell me, is that guy right there, and is he a 4.3 guy? Is he a 4.6 guy? I'd say, oh, he's closer to a 4.6 and a 4.3. Yes, that's basically where I'm at. I don't want to sit here and call the guys. It just doesn't look as fluid. What was it, DeMeco, or who said it earlier? That guys, it was when DeMeco was asked about CJ and Jeff Okudah, talking about them being elite movers. Like I don't see that with him, with Kamari Lassiter. Now, I tell you what I do see is a guy that'll put his cleat in the dirt and get downhill. I mean, he's going to hit. He's going to get physical. He's going to be a ball hawk. Now, the question is, if you're in a game-like situation and he's out there opposite Stingley, do you let Tank? Do you snap the ball with Tank Dell running full speed off of a cut receiver and just let him run up the sideline, or let him get Lassiter turned around and run whatever route he wants to? How does he respond? That's where I think he is going to be in trouble immediately. Whereas these other dudes, I think physically have a better chance to survive and are better options. We'll see what happens. I mean, big on the slow side corners have won and played really well in this league. We'll see what Lassiter actually is as he starts to play. But boy, it's hard to look at him through the same lens as you look at these other guys. Yeah. Jeff Okudah, I mean, the crazy thing is how different. Stingley looks better than any of them, by the way. I mean, he is just a total package. Yeah. But when you look at the like, C.J. Henderson is so much like the legs are so much bigger. Like he's a bigger dude than I thought he was. When you watch him on TV, he doesn't look that big because he's amongst a bunch of 300-pounders, I guess, or 250-pounder-plus pounders. And then Jeff Okudah's just long, man. Like, you just long legs, long arms. Yeah. You can see, tangibly, that these guys, boy, if DeMeco can just crack the code, man, I mean, it's got a real chance, man. If I had to go right now, it'd be Jeff Okudah and Derek Stingley.
That would be the
that's the two. Even though Jeff Okudah tried to take out our guy Tank today. Tank caught a go route today right on the money, and Okudah just fell on the back of his leg, just drug on the back of his leg. Uh-oh. Stay up. Got one of them. Hey, everybody stay up. Everybody stay up now. Yeah. Everybody stay up.
Yeah, I saw one last week too. Yeah. That, I'm with the listener. That is the cornerback situation in particular to me is a big thing. And I'm with you. And listen, it's early in camp. They don't have on pads. They can't get physical with the guys. Yeah. So I think that hurts Lassiter. I think he's more on the physical side of guys, but it's going to get tested. Yeah. And luckily, we're going to see, because there are guys here on this team that will be able to test him.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he gets hit on the island, if he gets on a place where he can play outside, if he can play outside corner.
Yeah.
Because they're damn sure got the guys on the schedule that will attempt to take advantage of him. If that's something he can't do.
No question. They'll find a duck now. So to the texter, Ron, like I agree, corner is definitely something to watch. But as I said before, the corner is less of a priority for me because it's not very difficult, and we've seen the defensive play call on this football team compensate for a lack of a number 2 corner. We can roll a safety over the top. We can play him soft. We can do some different things to combat that guy, that corner not being, or that corner maybe having some flaws in his game. There is nothing you can do about when your left guard can't left guard. There ain't nothing you can do about it. And when your interior defensive line can't at the very least hold ground, I'm talking about the middle of your defensive line, can't hold their own ground and keep the opposing offensive line off your linebackers, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. And so those 2 things are priorities over the corner for me, but there's no doubt about it. It's in the conversation for me.
Yeah. Little bit, as we talked about before, you can protect it a little bit more at that cornerback position. Hey, remember, Robert Ory coming up at 2:40. He is going to preview the NBA Finals, and we'll talk to him in a little bit about the Rockets and what he has seen from these playoffs run, potentially what that could mean for the Rockets. So Robert Ory coming up at 2:40. Make sure you stay ready for that. We got to hear from him finally. Stephon Diggs spoke, and he was asked the diva question. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next.
All right. Look, I know I'm a diva from time to time, and I may be a diva because
Big Orange Wagon with Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. All Astros, all the time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, 713-572-4610. Of course, you can be a part of the show, and you can text in that way. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you for taking us in there. You can also, as you always do over there, have that conversation, like and subscribe as well over there on the YouTube page. I know you were out there. Before we get to hearing from Stefon Diggs, I know that was something that was strange a bit, that it had been nearly 60 days that we hadn't heard from. I think the number one guy in the offseason that got fans here really excited. I think the guy that I think the last move that made people, Vegas nationally, look at the Texans in a little bit of a different light. Stefon Diggs, hadn't heard from him yet. We heard from him today, and he did address the diva perception. And I'll let you hear that for a second. But you were out there. I'm just curious. I'm sure that people want to know what you saw of him. How did he look to you today?
He looks good. I mean, there's no doubt about it. The toys that C.J. Stroud has is second to none. I'll tell you that. I know the Bears have a crew right now. I know the Titans have a crew right now. There's a couple of other teams out there that have some trios of wide receivers that are really, really good, obviously. But I'll stack these guys up against anybody in the league without a doubt. And Diggs is clearly he's the addition here that takes these guys over the top. The interesting, as I said last week, I think the what I'm looking forward to the most is less about Diggs and more about Tanks. I think we know what Diggs is capable of doing. We've seen it live and in color for multiple years now in a much less friendly place to play football in Buffalo than inside at NRG Stadium. So I expect that this will be some of the better environments for him to be able to stay healthy and run routes and produce. I'm really fascinated with watching him and Tank Dell work side by side. And it was really cool today because Tank Dell was I don't know why, but he leads all the routes on that side of the field where it's him and Diggs are together. And so I got to watch Tank going and Diggs go. Tank's going and Diggs go. And Diggs is a little bit thicker, obviously, but they are very, very similar relative to the ability to get in and out of breaks, the ability to be going full speed, shut it down, and not just shut it down and start again, but shut it down and change directions. Is those two guys, man, it is going to be a nightmare for defensive backs if they can protect C.J. Stroud. It's going to be a nightmare. So, yeah, Diggs looked really, really good, man. I mean, everything that DeMeco said last week, what I like the most about him and respect the most about him, and I said this too last week, like the superstar that's done it all, that's made a boatload of money, for him to show up and be one of the hardest workers, if not the hardest worker on the field, not missing reps, not taking plays off, that will put me in a spot where I can overlook a lot of the diva stuff. And whether it's true or not, I can overlook it and I can deal with a lot of that. If this guy shows up and goes to work at practice, and I mean work, I mean that's Brandon Cooks was one of those guys. He worked hard at practice. I can overlook a lot of that what Tyler would call turdish behavior if it does indeed exist. So there's no doubt about it. The working hard part of this thing with Diggs is there, and he's clearly a game changer.
Well, speaking of the diva the diva thought. He spoke for the first time today, and that question, of course, was posed to him. Here is his response to the perception that he's a diva.
Well, personally, I don't take things personal from people I don't know personally. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you garnish your opinion from what you hear about somebody, it's not different if you know them on a personal level. Not too many people know me on a personal level. And I don't particularly share a lot of my thoughts. You know what I'm saying? I keep work. You know what I'm saying? I try not to dive into, like, how I feel about certain things or, like, you know what I'm saying, people's opinions. You know, I've been in the league, too, about to go on my 10th year. I've obviously put in a lot of work to get to where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Respect level is always there. You know what I'm saying? Who I am as a player. They know who I am. You know, I'm a true competitor. I love to win. You know what I'm saying? I love getting better. And who I am as a person. You know what I'm saying? But this is a job at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? We build a family environment with your team. Those guys will know me personally. That's why I earn the respect of them first, along with my coaches. But I try not to take things personal from people I don't know on a personal level. You know what I'm saying? Rule of thumb.
All right, that's Stefon Diggs responding to the perception of him being a diva. And, look, Clint, I've said before that I think it's a matter of when and not if. And I thoroughly believe this, which I think is a reason why I think you can handle it a little easier than others that are divas. I think it legitimately comes, Clint, from a place of competitive nature and wanting to win so bad and wanting things to go right. Like I don't even think Diggs is. So I'm not going to say it never has, but I don't know that it is so much. Give me the damn ball. You know, I was wide open. You missed. I think it's a frustration of what is happening overall to the offense or to the team, and he gets so emotional in the moment. That's where it goes, which I think is more or easier to handle. Not saying it's easy to handle, but easier to handle than I just want the damn ball. Give me the ball. I want it. I think that's more or less where his emotion comes from, just from the outside. It may be different. And you maybe talk to Josh Allen or Kirk Cousins or somebody else, and they'd say, no, it's different. But that's what it seems like from the outside, which I feel like you can handle better that way.
Well, look, I think it's the worst kind, right? I mean, because here's the deal is if you've got a guy that's a really good player, let's say he's great, but he's just – and diva's a loose term, right? But he's just a problem. Like it's practice. It's everywhere. It's bad. It's easy to get rid of that guy. It's easy to go, hey, man, unless you're just desperate for a playmaker and your foundation is so strong you can handle it, don't even bring that guy in. You don't want nothing to do with that guy. Right? It's the guy that's a really, really good player that works hard as anybody, if not harder than anybody at practice, that understands how important winning is, that understands how important chemistry with the quarterback is, and then in the moment, he's not getting the ball. It's a combination of two things, not getting the ball and losing. If you're winning, he likes to win. All he wants to do is win. Everything's fine. But the minute when things get tough, the adversity hits, you lose a couple of games, he's not getting touches, that's when the challenge is going to come for Stefon Diggs and C.J. Stroud, ultimately DeMeco Ryans. That's when it's – and I say worst kind because you got every reason under the sun to justify keeping them and wanting them here, except when the mess hits the fan in the biggest moments, you're not real sure the guy you're going to get. In the fourth quarter when you hadn't had but one catch and we're down 2 touchdowns and we got to mount 2 drives back-to-back, like we can't be acting a fool on the sideline. We've got to be all in this thing together and go and communicating clearly and go score touchdowns. And so that's why it's the toughest kind to manage because it is good 99% of the time. So I don't know if it's real or not.
I feel like Antonio Brown's type of level of it is a little tougher.
That's the worst tougher. Well, no, but you don't even take that risk. Like that's a guy like you just go, no, hell, I'm not interested.
I feel like Diggs is different from Nat. Like,
well, hell yeah. I mean, but I guarantee there was a time where it was very similar.
Yeah.
There was a time when it was very now when he went off the deep end, took his pads off and double rotted the stands running off the field in Tampa. That's a different deal.
I think the Steeler guy. The early,
probably very similar. Look, I don't know how real any of it is. I'm not Josh. I'm not Kirk Cousins. I'm not McDermott. I'm not Zimmer. I've never been there. But if it is real, that is what you worry about. Is man, when it's crunch time and it's go time and you got a guy like C.J. Stroud, you're never out of the game. Like, we don't have 5 minutes to waste at halftime trying to keep somebody happy because they're not getting touches and we're not winning and we're not having success on offense. We need everybody pulling the same direction. I don't expect to have any problems. The text that DeMeco have any problems from Diggs, to be completely honest with you. A 1-year deal, a 1-year prove-it deal. He's got to get that next contract. I think everything will be fine, but that's more of what you concern yourself with. I don't think he's a level dude, which some people make him out to be, where you should, like, to hell with it, he's got to be gone. He's just a turd. You know what I mean? Like, I agree with you. I think he's.
I don't think.
I agree with you. I think it stems from a really good place, but the fact of the matter is it's a bad reaction.
Yep. Coming up, a champion out of this great city. Former Houston Rockets great, Robert Horry. He's going to join us. We'll get a little bit from him on this Rockets team and where could they go after seeing so many young teams have success in the playoffs in this run, and we'll get his thoughts and preview on the NBA Finals coming up on Thursday. Robert Horry coming up next.
All right, a couple of things now. Father's Day is right around the corner. Academy Sports.
checkout via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Free phone up to $830 via 24 monthly bill credits with qualifying planning credit plus tax and $35 connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits or they stop and required finance agreement balances due. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we expect to hear from Robert Horry, one of the most clutch athletes to ever do it. Robert Horry coming up soon, and we'll go out to him as soon as he joins us. But we were talking about Diggs on the other side, Clint, and our guy Ocho, who has clearly made it very clear he is against this move. Ron, call it what you want. It's all toxic and you shouldn't want it on your team. It can be toxic, but I think you're lying to yourself a little bit, Ocho, because sometimes in a lot of situations you have to weigh how worth it is. Sometimes you have to weigh how worth it is that you're going to bring this player on the team and how much he can give to you and how much that can mean as compared to what you can put up with. Right? Like I think you have to weigh, and yeah, it can be toxic. It could be toxic. I understand that, but sometimes there's a risk. You say, is that potentially worth what he could give us and what he could bring to us?
Yeah, look, I think anytime you acquire a superstar like that, there's always a risk versus reward. I mean, I remember back when Laramie Tunsil, before he became a Texan, the talk was, the chatter was he was available. The Texans were pursuing him, and they were going to have to give up a boatload of draft capital for him. But it's all risk reward, right? I mean, and that's why at the moment I was like, I'm not against this move with Laramie Tunsil, because you clearly were fixing to expose the backside of Deshaun Watson, who at the time was your future, and it was a very, very bright future. And so you weigh it out. Yeah, you don't like to give up the draft picks, but you can't go into a season without a left tackle. You just can't do it. And so you had to do it. And in this situation, I think it's obvious that they're going to have to be a C.J. Stroud-centric team. They're going to have to drop back and throw the football all over the park. In today's NFL game, if you can't at any chance go out and score 50 points, if need be, if you get in one of those kind of games, then you're going to have a hard time winning consistently. You have a hard time winning enough games to win a Super Bowl. Stephon Diggs gives them that chance this year. It's a short-term deal. It's a one-year deal. I mean, the wheels would have to come completely off, Ron, for this to be a bad sign for the Texans.
Yep. All right. It's that time. Our guy, Robert Horry, he joins us. I feel comfortable calling him that. We talked to Big Shot before. Robert Horry joins us courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for updated NBA Finals, series, and MVP odds, along with game-by-game lines and props. Rob, how you doing?
Man, I'm good, man. How you guys doing?
Hey, we're good here. I do want to get to the finals here because I'm really interested in your thought because I didn't think this would be the matchup we would get, but the way that it has panned out, it is really interesting. But one thing that is hard, especially here in this city, to look at is, boy, we saw a lot of young teams kind of take steps and surprise. The Pacers, they're in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Thunder made a run and get the number one seed and get to the second round. The Timberwolves, there was a point where I think many people thought they might win it all. Dallas, they've made a run. Should the expectations change for the Rockets next year after seeing these young teams have the success they had?
Unfortunately not, because there's so many other teams in front of them that are still good. You think about Dallas, you think about, if the Clippers can stay healthy, you still got to put Denver up there. Now you look at Minnesota, what they did and learn from it. A lot of teams learn from losses and they move on. So I think the Rockets, if they were in the East, yes, but they're still in the West, the toughest conference, the toughest league. So I think they're still going to be in the same position, not because of they don't have the talent, it's just because everybody's just more talented than they are, and they're going to stay in their position.
All right, Robert, let's talk about this game here, this one coming up, or the series here coming up, man. The lines for the NBA Finals, Dallas Mavericks plus 190, Boston Celtics minus 220. Celtics a solid favorite right there. Which one of those bets do you like and why?
I'm taking the Mavericks, man, because you think about it, reminds me of they remind me of the '95 Rockets. You don't have home court advantage. You playing loosey goosey, and you make some big trades during trade deadline, and nobody can stop you. And you've been battle tested. You think about all the teams they had to play to get to this point compared to what the Celtics had to play. The Celtics have played 3 series with their best stars in street clothes, and I just think the Mavericks have been battle tested. They got a great GM in Nico. He's made some great decisions for them, and I think you should the odds. Go with Dallas Mavericks. You want to make some money? Trust me on this one. I don't lose much now, so trust me on this one.
You just said trust me on this one. Huh? That's what she said. Trust me. All right, I'm interested because I find this series really intriguing because you have 2, superstar star players, 2 first-team All-NBA players in Tatum and Luka, and then you have Jaylen Brown, who many people thought should have been, and Kyrie. We know what he is. If those 4 cancel each other out, who do you feel has the better parts outside of those 4 stars?
I think it boils down to Dallas Mavericks, because let's take if you go 1-2, then you go to the third punch. The third punch for the Boston Celtics for Porzingis. You don't know what kind of condition he's going to be in. You don't know what kind of rhythm he's going in. So let's go down to the next one. Is Drew Holiday or Derek White, and they haven't been shooting the ball that good. So now let's roll up to the Dallas Mavericks. P.J. Washington, he's been killing it, And for me, you look at guys that are impactful in the game, and P.J. Washington brings a certain tenacity to a game. He brings a little nastiness to the game. He's able to knock down shots. He's able to play defense, and then you got Lively and Gilbert back in the back blocking shots and dunking on people. I think the Dallas Mavericks has, everybody talks about the Celtics bench. I'm like, what's so impressive about the Celtics bench? Nothing that I know of. Dallas Mavericks has a more impressive bench to me than the Celtics do.
Hey, so talk a little bit about Luka, man. I mean, as I'm a casual basketball fan, man. I'm not a historian. My partner here, he digs in. He's been digging in since he's about 2-3 years old. I'm casual, man. But when I watch Luka, it just I feel like as a fan, I'm like, hell, I think I can move with this guy. I think I can move. Like he just doesn't look like there's no twitch. There's no explosion, but yet he's creating this separation and getting these shots off, and it's fast. It's a fascinating watch for a guy that never played basketball at that level, obviously, and understands the ins and outs.
It's so funny you say that. So many guys say that, it ain't about how fast you move. It's about the efficiency of movement. If you're able to get to your point without you stopping, if I'm able to get to my position and get my shot off. And his efficiency of movement is like nobody I've ever seen. He's not fast. He's not athletic in the sense of where he's going to jump in front of the free throw line and dunking on people. He's just very, very crafty, and people got to understand, it's like that old story, when the young bull tells the old bull, let's run down the hill. And the old bull says, no, let's just walk down. And you got to think like that. You got to say it's being precise and being direct and doing as much as possible to get to a position to be successful.
Boy, Rob, you made me have flashbacks right there, boy. I mean, I'm married with kids now, boy, but I had a flashback right there. Huh? I mean,
not many people know that. I wasn't going to finish the story, but yeah.
Those that know appreciate it. I wore old bullhead around my neck, man, back in the day, and it wasn't them Texans either, if you know what I mean.
Robert Horry with us, courtesy of Bet Online. Hey, do you think Jason Tatum is in any way being disrespected by the way folks have been talking about him?
I think so, big time. I think he's being over-criticized for the sense that it's like, oh, he should have won a championship by now. He should have did this. It's like he needs 4 other guys to play well. He's been to the finals. Luka hasn't. Luka's finally in the finals. It's so many things that you can throw out there. And for me, even in the fact that you think about this team, it's the number 1 team defense, I think. Jason Tatum had a great year. Jaylen Brown had a great year. And Jason Tatum never got talked about as MVP. They had the best record in basketball by far. It wasn't even close. Yeah. And I just think the criticism that has come along with it, and is unfair. And I think when you have a game that's so smooth, like Jason Tatum, it looks effortless. So they say, oh, he's not playing hard. He's not this. He's not that. When he's getting the job done each and every night, that's why they have the best record. So I think he's been unfairly criticized way too much.
Hey, what's your thoughts on the resurgence of Kyrie Irving, man? Another fascinating story in this series.
Yeah. Maturity makes a big deal in a lot of players. You know, we always think players come into the league. We forget Kyrie came into this league 1 year in college, and he really didn't play college because he got injured. He's talented. You know, sometimes the league can get to you and make you think you're bigger than the game. I think he's been humbled a lot in his career, and I think he's matured into that old wily vet where he's understanding the game, he's understanding the people he's playing with, and he's enjoying the moment. You know, it's always been a business for him, but now it's a business and a pleasure. You know, he's making it fun not just for himself, for his teammate, because he's just playing with a joy again. You can watch it on his face and the way he plays the game.
Robert Horry joins us courtesy of Bet Online. He already likes the Dallas Mavericks plus 190. Book that. I'm going to tell you, you just got through talking about Kyrie Irving. This Kyrie Irving 14-1 to win the NBA Finals MVP is good money. Who do you like? Jason Tatum's 5-6, Luka Doncic's 2-1, Jaylen Brown 13-2, Kyrie Irving 14-1. Who do you like there?
You know what? If you're taking the Celtics to win, I'm going to go with Jaylen Brown because I think he's going to be that guy that's able to step up a little bit more because Tatum is going to be the focal point. And if you go with the Mavericks, hell, you know, everybody knows Luka is the man, but we forget that someone carried LeBron James to a finals once before and won it, and he was right there and could have been voted the MVP, but LeBron James got that incredible block, so everybody said, let's give it to LeBron James. So I would take Kyrie Irving on this just to, try to win some money because scared money don't make no money.
I think we
well
get
said, Robert. Well said.
I think we get a little aggressive on the carried now. I mean, there was one person who led everybody in the series in points, rebounds, blocks, and assists. So, I mean, it was a great shot he hit over Steph, but I think Carey's a little strong, Rob. But I respect you. You're a 7-time champ. I step out. I just think it's a tad bit strong.
Like when I carried Dream in the '95 finals, I could have been MVP of that series. I'm kidding.
Yeah, you got Shaq and Kobe. You carried Tim Duncan's ass
too. I carried him too.
Got him all.
I carried Tim, and my back is a little weak now because I had to carry all those big jokers for so many years.
Talk about a bull. Hey, you got two Baytown boys right here, Rob. No, I mean, nobody appreciates the work you did here with the Rockets more than two local guys, man. But I'm gonna be honest with you. To hell with all them shots you made. That comment you just put out there on my co-host right here, you should have seen him the minute you said Kyrie Irving carried LeBron. Ron's over here. He can't wait to crack that mic on you, boy. Hey, he's a big LeBron guy now.
Hey, you should see how much I send my son Christian stuff because he's a big LeBron guy. He said LeBron's the GOAT. I'm like, dude, he ain't no damn GOAT. I said, who would you rather have on the line in clutch time, MJ or LeBron? LeBron might clank that bitch. He might even shoot an air ball. MJ is a GOAT.
I'm not going. We got to go to break, Rob. Or I would really love to extend this conversation with you. I sure as hell will. But I'm gonna step out. We appreciate you joining us. Damn it, this clock. We appreciate you joining us, man, and we'll talk to you down the line.
Hey, we'll say that for another time.
Yeah, we will. That is Robert Horry, courtesy.
Enjoy.
There you go. That's Robert Horry, courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for updated NBA Finals series and MVP odds, along with game-by-game lines and props. Boy, I'm telling you, the Lord has really helped me when it comes to coping skills. Because I'm telling you, we'd have been here till 3 o'clock, Tyler. If that was me about 5 years ago.
Oh, I know it.
Been here till about 3 o'clock. I'm still steaming. Coming up, the Astros. They had maybe the win of the season last year, and we'll give you the latest update on Kyle Tucker, who left the game early with a shin injury. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, hey, y'all, look, we've experienced some bad weather here.
800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Yiner could use a big hit here. Trying to snap it over 8. He drills one deep to left field. And the Astros have their first lead of the night. Yiner Diaz hits his first home run since April 11th, and it couldn't come at a better time.
The bartender, give me a Yiner bomb.
Huge hit for Yiner Diaz. That came behind Alex Bregman tying it in a no-doubter where he tied it at 4. And then Yiner, he had a rough one. He had 2 strikeouts to start, and then he was up in a critical moment where the Astros had tacked on a lead, to the Cardinals, who had a 4-3 lead. And they were looking to get more. The bases were loaded, and he had a terrible at-bat, I'll just be honest. And then he swung and hit a dribbler back to the pitcher to end the threat. But then he came up and hit another no-doubter and gave them a 2-run lead. So that was a huge – hey, he needed that thing.
Oh,
a few people needed that thing.
Look, he needed it. He needed it in a bad way, man. I believe, because I believe him and Payne are the 2 guys that have gotten significantly more discipline at the plate this year, and the quality at bats they're getting, or that they were getting, was a big jump from last year. Diaz appeared again to me. I'm not making excuses, but Diaz appeared to me since he went to that 9 hole. He appeared to just his giver rip seemed to have crumbled quite a bit.
At least his confidence.
I'm telling you, man, whatever it is, man, it seemed like he was just up there it was bad. So nobody needed that level of contact more than Yiner Diaz. Good. If this lineup can get him rolling anywhere remotely close to what he was doing last year, and not necessarily from an average standpoint, but just from a power standpoint, boy, that could be big.
Yeah, it could be. They end up winning 7-4 as Verlander pitched, as well as you can get. Maybe not the 7 innings in 1 run like he did against Seattle, but clearly gave them a chance, and they're able to hold on to win that game. So Yiner, big swing. Alex Bregman, big swing as well. Other news to come out of that game, Clint, I think probably maybe the biggest news was Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker had to leave the game as he fouled a ball off his shin and injured himself to a point where they had to take him out and Dubon had to replace him. Here was Joe Espada. Joe Espada with the latest that we've heard from the Astros on Kyle Tucker and the injury.
Yeah, so he's right shin contusion right now. He'll be day-to-day. That ball got him pretty good. So far, everything looks good. So let's hope that stays that way.
Seemed like he wanted to stay in.
He wanted to stay in. That's all he was saying. I want to finish his at-bat. I want to stay in. I want to stay in. So, but once he walked to the on-deck circle to kind of gather himself, he started walking. He looked in. He said, "Joe, I can't go." I'm like, okay. I'm just encouraged by the fact that he's, walking around in there, feeling okay, and that's good.
All right, so he said he couldn't go. More news from that said Kyle Tucker needed crutches to get around the Astros clubhouse last night, but X-rays were negative and nothing is broken. He expects to go have more tests done today. But
Joe doesn't leave you real confident, does he? I mean, look, I know.
Were you a bit surprised that he went ahead and told you that Kyle said I can't go?
Yeah, we told you the whole story. Yeah,
I was a little surprised.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
The bigger part to me is like, well, yeah, no, it all looks good right now. Let's just pray it stays that way. Oh, I mean, look, we're talking about a ball going off the shin. Is it broken or not? Like, I mean, this isn't a complicated. This isn't a knee. Is an ACL, MCL, is anything strained? Anything? Correct me if I'm wrong, but a ball went off of a shin, right?
Yes.
I mean, hey, boss, is it broken or not?
X-rays
get a little swelling. I mean, are we going to go for second opinions or not?
For what it's worth, he did do this recently to the same shin. So they were. I remember hearing TK last night just talking about, man, that looks like that same shin that recently he fouled one off of, but maybe he put a lump on top of a lump.
Well, but isn't that just like?
No,
let's
I'm
get an
still with
X-ray?
you.
Are there any hairline fractures in there? We got anything? No. Okay, we're clear. Yeah, hey fellas, it's just I've got a little rehab. Boom, we'll be back in 14 days. Get the swelling to go down. We'll be back. I mean, he scares the hell out of me with let's pray it stays that way. I mean, what the hell's going to happen?
Did he say let's pray?
Maybe he said hope. I don't know what he said, but he said
it's never a bad idea to talk to the Lord.
Well, no, I mean, I'm all about praying about it, but I mean, good gosh.
I mean, yes, it's never, but
never a bad idea to check with you with the big man
Look,
upstairs.
if the manager feels the need to announce that he's going to pray for Kyle Tucker's leg, I'm feeling a little different about Kyle Tucker's leg, all right?
I think he said hope.
Hope, okay. Hope and pray, whichever. I think Cedric was doing the same
I don't think he said he dropped down to his knees at the altar and prayed for
hope, pray, wish.
They assembled the prayer team, came down.
Whatever the hell he said. He just doesn't give me any
They
confidence.
came out there and announced in the seventh. Any of the prayer warriors here at Minute Maid, if you could come down to the dugout. We need you down here.
I heard they were reaching out to Jack Easterby.
All right, I can't. Nope.
I think that's the only way the Astros can get worse right now. If Easterby was spotted in the dugout.
That's the finish.
Rod said, nope.
Anybody. If you're on the prayer team at your local church, to the dugout, right here. No.
Hell, come on down anyway.
Yeah, you're right. Come on down.
We got a few arms you can pray for. We're
gonna have an invitation here for you.
We got a couple of forms.
I guarantee you,
to lay some hands on.
Presley's mind. I mean, his confidence. I mean, whatever it is.
You see people sprinting down the aisles. I'm on it.
I'll put hands on it, man.
But this may be a glimpse into where Kyle Tucker is right now. The Astros did have a roster move made. They recalled Trey Cabbage from AAA Sugarland, and he takes the roster spot of poor Greg Kessinger. So he is coming up. So that does at least, as Tyler is, and maybe they did play this to get the prayer team to come down. But he is going to be up there, which is probably a sign, Clint, that Kyle Tucker definitely, which we have heard now from Joe Espada on the flagship, him say that he will not play today. He is day-to-day. So that is a sign there. We'll see how many days that is. Hopefully it's not an IL stint, but that is at least a glimpse into where they are with Kyle Tucker. They brought up Trey Cabbage. Nice head of lettuce.
Yeah.
Nice head of lettuce.
Nice head of lettuce.
Which it's interesting. Not that it matters because I don't that spot. I mean, Gray has proven this year that last spot on the roster doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot.
Just give him a shot, man.
Well, I mean, you look at it. I mean, it's like you think you bring him up now and make this move, and then you start your center field, your reserve center fielder in right field.
Yes.
Right. Instead of use your other outfielders and save that guy, which I like, by the way. I'm good with that. But it's an interesting move because you've got a surplus of outfielders. Even without Kyle Tucker, you still got Dubon and Chaz. So I mean your only reserve infielder right now is going to be Dubon, right? Who's playing right field?
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. Dubon's in right field. Yeah, the lineup is out. It's a funky lineup. I will be honest with you. We can talk about it a little bit more later. But Altuve's leading off. Bregman, he's going to the 2 spot. He is playing. He is at second, playing third. Alvarez is in left field today with Myers. Jake Myers is hitting cleanup. I would have never in life guessed that. Jeremy Payne hitting 296 in the league. He is batting 5th. Yainer Diaz is the DH tonight. I was going to say if his ass is not in this lineup after he hit that go-ahead home run. Caratini is catching, and of course you have to. Jose Abreu, he is in at first base with Dubon in right field bat last. They'll be behind Spencer Arrighetti, so that is the lineup today. So here we go. Let's hope for the best for Kyle Tucker and see if they can get a W today.
I wish, Ron.
Go ahead.
I just wish that, and this is an empty wish, I guess, but I wish you get the method to the madness. I would like to hear the explanation. Like, why is Diaz all of a sudden DHing and not batting 9th? Why all of a sudden is Pena 5th and Myers 4th?
That home run did it. That home run moved him above Caratini.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a method to the madness.
No,
I just want to know what it is.
I don't think there is.
Well, that's a lot of movement if there's not something.
It is. I don't know. He hit 9th yesterday. Move him up.
Off the glove of Abreu. Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
I just don't know how Jeremy Pena didn't end up in that 2 spot. All right. Today was mandatory minicamp as Clint was out there today. DeMeco Ryans, head coach, spoke. And he spoke about 2 guys that we have not seen in OTAs and a lot of the offseason stuff. His 2 tackles, Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil. Here was DeMeco Ryans talking about those fellas who we actually got to see for the first time today.
Yeah, for right now, when it comes to Titus and Laramie, those guys are battling back. You know, they both had surgeries, so they're in our return to play group, and they're on the right track to be back and be ready for training camp. So that's when we'll see where they are at that point in time.
All right, to be on track to be ready for training camp. I know you saw Laramie out there yourself. I saw photos of Titus Howard out there as well. Clint, and I think this is something that we'll talk about more at some point as this season comes upon us. But, I mean, you can simplify. Like, if those two dudes are healthy and play at the level that you expect them to be, and when I say expect them to be, that means you paid one of them in Laramie Tunsil the highest contract 2 times in a row, but the highest contract at the time for an offensive lineman, and the other guy you made a top 5 highest paid right tackle on the other side. If those two dudes play at the level that you expected when you made those investments in them, that fixes. It would help a whole lot of things on one of the big questions is the offensive line and how they play this year. If those two dudes play to the level that you expected to when you invested the money you did into them, that is a big change and would be a big effect to this team.
Yeah, look, when you just look at what this team's sweet spot or what their forte is going to be, it's going to be C.J. Stroud from the pocket, clean pocket, making decisions, no pressure, and delivering the football down the field. You've got the weapons outside. You've got a running back that can be a problem in the run game or the pass game. You got a tight end that is a problem in the pass game, and you got 2 tackles that, from a pass protection standpoint, should be one of the top duos in the league. Ultimately, should be one of the top duos in the league. And to your point, if they play up to snuff, then you're going to be able to throw the ball. You should be able to throw the football around the park and score with anybody out there. Now, if they're able to which I don't know that you'd ask your tackles to do a ton in the run game, even though with this outside zone that these guys want to run, they're right in the heart of it. I don't know how much I want to expect out of really either one of these guys in the run game, but if they can improve their run blocking even more so, that'd be huge.
Yeah, that'd be huge. So those guys weren't on the practice field, but they were there at mandatory minicamp, getting closer to getting back by training camp.
Big 3 at 3, number 3.
All right, we heard from a lot of people today, Tank Dell included. He was at the podium, and this is the first time he's actually addressed the shooting incident in Florida to the media. This was his comments today as he spoke about what happened in Florida.
It definitely, I don't want to keep reliving the experience. It definitely changed my perspective of things, like, hanging around, like, just not even hanging around, but just being around the right group of guys and stuff like that, or being in the right situations, but, just wrong place, wrong time. So just got to live with it. I'm blessed, God blessed me to get out of that situation healthy. I was only down for like a week, but I was just like working out, but after that, I got right back to work, and I'm feeling good, so.
All right, sounds like he learned a major lesson. And hell, I mean, if anybody here, somebody who played the NFL, somebody who had to be a little bit more cognizant of where he was running, I'm certain, as you would know more than anybody, that probably did cause an effect for him and rethinking potentially how he's going to be moving here in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I found myself in those. I did everything Tank Dell did but get shot. I just never got shot in one of them places. Yeah. I was in some sketchy ones, and there's no doubt about it when you're Tank Dell and you got to move a little bit different, especially when you're at home, because home typically is not a big city, and home is typically where somebody else is just as comfortable as you are. And knows the layout just as well as you do, if not better, and crazy things can happen, man. I think going home to wherever you're from, and getting in the streets at that point in time, and look, I say getting in the streets, I don't want it to be a negative connotation. Just being young is hell, that's more dangerous than being in this city doing your things with CJ and the guys on the team, and you just by the people you surround yourself with, you travel a little bit different. You go back to your hometown. Your team,
big fish,
bubbles not. Yeah, your bubble's not there to protect you not that anybody needs to protect Tank Dell, but you get the point. Like the team and the decisions you make is different here because of the people you're hanging out with. You go back home, you're like, oh man, why ain't no big deal, man? I can ease on out to this bar with my partners I ain't seen in a while. And the next thing you know, man, it's you ain't real familiar with that spot anymore, and you get in trouble. So I would imagine that Tank learned a tough lesson of he's just got to move a little bit different.
All right, coming up here as we continue on the drive. Oh boy, two of your favorite people in the sports world in Houston. One of them spoke about the other, and I'm telling you, when you hear what he had to say, it's going to make you love this dude even more, and it's probably going to get Clint Stoerner football horny, or even a step past it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, I mean, look, there odds are I can get football horny now, but you know what the biggest turnoff is for a man to have? A hair loss issue. I mean,
All right. Apparently today at practice, first day of mandatory minicamp, that offense wasn't up to snuff today. Damn it.
We don't like that.
Yeah, that offense wasn't rolling well. And DeMeco kind of alerts us and kind of showing us a place. And I know you've said that this is a place where C.J. Stroud could have some growth, especially from year 1 to year 2. And that's having more command and speaking more in a vocal way towards the team, showing his leadership. We've seen, and we saw that last year, and you can hear his teammates talk about how great a leader he is. But this is a place where there could be growth. And this is DeMeco talking about specifically seeing examples of that growth.
Yeah, CJ is continuing to grow, just in his leadership. I think just seeing him today, the offense wasn't doing that great offensively, and to see him just stop it, try to bring all the guys together, settle them down, like you talk about from year 1 to year 2, you didn't see that last year from CJ. So, and that's what you love to see in your quarterback, him having an awareness for how practice is going and having the wherewithal to step in and let's course correct while we're actually out here on the field, not wait until we get in and watch the film and come back tomorrow and no, let's stop it and let's do something about it right now. So that's one area of growth that I see, just his awareness to be able to step up and say something when it's not going the way it should go.
Year 2, he's already in that spot. He's already in that spot. And you got to have – now, you know it better than I do, but you got to have a hell of a lot of respect from everybody around, especially be telling veterans that are around as well, because Stephon Diggs is in that. Shaq Mason is in that. There are veterans. Joe Mixon is in that. Where do you say, hey, let's stop this right now? And everybody, I'm sure, respected him. He couldn't have done that last year. You do that this year, wow. I mean, you could see that's another step that he's taking.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting dynamic to what's going on in Houston, and I do believe it's one of the most powerful things in sports, man. When you've got a coach that'll allow it, and you've got a team or a locker room that will respect it and respond to it, and then you've got a leader that genuinely and sincerely embraces that role and has no problem being the enforcer, that understands you got to talk to different guys in different ways, different tones to get the best out of them. You got an organization that trusts that quarterback and allows him to do those things and fully supports it. It is unbelievably powerful when those stars align, and I do believe those stars have aligned in Houston. I didn't need this to put me in a really good spot in terms of feeling like the Texans. All of these stars, these leadership, and guys falling in line and following. I didn't need this comment from DeMeco, but it's definitely proof. It's definitely proof. What happened today was definitely proof of what is real in Houston, and you just don't accomplish that because usually in the NFL, in all organized sports, right? Usually you got a coach that's got an ego or a trust issue. He's not going to allow the quarterback. He's not going to allow anybody for that matter to lead the team other than himself, right? You got a team full of turds that don't understand how to follow, right? They're not leaders and they don't understand how to follow. There's nothing worse. And or you got a void of leadership and you just have guys that can't naturally, instinctually, genuinely, and sincerely lead. So usually one or more of those exist in a locker room. And you have no chance. Boy, the Texans have a really good thing going with having those stars aligned in a very powerful way because you look at it and go, it's not just DeMeco. It's DeMeco, Bobby, and DeMeco, the two coordinators, right? It's C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson if you look at it from a player's perspective. And you can throw on the offensive side Nico and Tank and some of these other guys in that mix. I mean, you just the stars have aligned, and there's a lot more stars, if you will, involved in the leadership and the team dynamic here in Houston. It's powerful, man.
Listen, look, we've seen in this league and in sports, like, yes, somebody can have an amazing 1 year, and then you don't see that level again.
Right.
Right. Like, last year, like I'm still shocked from what we saw from Jalen Hurts. Like and where he went after his finishing second in the MVP race. And so it's clearly possible. But I'm not saying that he's going to win an MVP or that he is going to be a top 3 quarterback by season's end. All of those things are possible. But it is hard to envision him having a Jalen Hurts like situation or issue. It is hard. Like, it's just everything that you would see as a hit, as a potential positive, or see where he is going. It would be shocking if, just like it was shocking to see what happened with Jalen, but it would be shocking to see that this coming year he doesn't have at least the similar feel to the type of season he had last year.
Yeah, no,
it's hard to see him taking steps.
I agree. I mean, the product that is C.J. Stroud, it would be very difficult to see that completely fall off a map. You're talking about a guy that plays the quarterback position year one from jump. Let's say, I'd say game 2. At halftime of the second game of the season, he started playing a little different football that was very Drew Brees, Tom Brady-esque, of just the amount of times that he was making the right decision with the football on time and accurately delivering it was unbelievable. There's only been a few guys year in, year out that have the ability to do it. And that typically plays, right? Because he's not there's no defense. If you adjust and you try to cover what he was good at last year, then there's always going to be somebody open on the backside kind of deal. So we'll see where he goes from here, but it is no question about it, Ron. The product that is C.J. Stroud is going to be very, very difficult to counter, if you will.
Like you said, we've seen it. Like I said, you couldn't have told me Jalen Hurts would have had the season he had last year. But boy, it is hard to see him taking major steps back. Not saying this means they're gonna win the Super Bowl. All this said, it is hard to see them taking major steps back. All right, Dana Brown. If you're wondering what he's thinking, he has doubled down on a previous statement. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, I'm gonna double down and triple down on this one, man. I'm here for Generator Super Center, and look, there ain't no doubt about it.
Call 800-439-4252. That's 800-439-4252. Again, 800-439-4252.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I do want to get to Dana Brown here in a second because Dana Brown's out here doubling down on this thing. But we got a little coaching to do this weekend, don't we?
What's that?
We got a little. Well, me and Clint.
Oh.
I mean, you can come be a part.
Please, yes. I would love it.
It's in your old stomping grounds.
It is, yeah. He doesn't go to Baytown anymore.
I mean, I wasn't asked for them the day before, so got plans. Sorry.
Do you really?
Hope y'all have fun though.
It's Saturday night. Come on, man. We're gonna go to O'Neill's afterwards.
This is a good way to never get another invite.
We're gonna go to.
I didn't really get an invite.
No, I'm talking about not just this, ever, anything.
Well, I didn't get one.
Why'd you say ever so hard? Ever. We go to O'Neill's afterwards. We go kick it, baby.
On the water. Dirty Bay.
I just made up the O'Neill's afterwards portion of it. I'm not sure.
Bayou Bowl,
baby.
All-Star game, high school All-Star game.
We're out at the Live tournament, or I'd be there.
We're out there tomorrow, aren't we?
We are live media day for the Bayou Bowl. Both teams will be reporting, and we'll be doing our show live from out there, and we'll rock and roll, man. Yeah, me and you got to defending champs, the East team, and then Sean Pendergast has the West team.
Sean's got
Come
the West.
on, Sean.
Sean's got the West. So, yeah, we're defending champs. I mean, it ain't no big deal, man. We'll
Not good, Sean.
games played on the East Side, played at our home, and so
I'll save you some gear, Tyler. Probably, I might.
Okay.
Depending on it.
Thank you.
maybe I'll swing you a little something.
I swing you a little. Hey, they did it right, man. Them swag bags I saw them kids have last year.
Oh, did you get yours already?
I didn't get it, but I'm saying I saw the swag bags the kids got last year. I saw that nice little shirt they handed you.
Oh, I got 3 pair of shorts, couple pair of shirts.
I used to get a pretty cool gift bag on Bayou Bowl whenever I would work the golf tournament. But that's been
I'm excited.
Forever.
I'm excited. I mean, I've been, my coaching. I mean, what I've
Don't
done.
piss the ref off. I forgot about your history.
I'm gonna go.
We're just honorary coaches, man. We're just there to hang, man.
No, don't give me that honorary stuff. We're here to win.
It's on TV, by the way.
Yeah, okay. We're here to win.
I'm gonna see if I can get you a TV. What do you call it? Interview.
Give me an interview.
See if I can
The
get
showman.
you an interview. But I don't know who the sideline reporter is going to be. But I'm going to try to get you.
Whatever. Like, don't give me this honorary thing. We're here to win. I
don't give a damn what we're there. We're there to win. I don't care what the role is.
And let's just tell you what I've done with this flag football team's defense here.
You got a chance.
I'm telling you, we got a chance now. Our last three ball games, flag football, we've got 7 pick sixes.
Tyler, if you can be there, I mean, I'm gonna get Ron's got to do the pregame speech to the team. So
I'm going.
I'm gonna be turned up at the golf course.
I'm going.
You ready?
Oh hell yeah!
Okay.
You play to win the game.
We are the beast from the East. I'm just kind of working it out here.
Hey, that was our slogan at Baytown East Little League.
I'm just kind of working it out here. I'm working it out here.
East.
This year it is an all Houston Bowl game. That there is. I don't even know if this is for announcement or not yet. But they announced it at the golf tournament yesterday. Moving forward.
Hell with Death Row.
Yeah.
Just working it out here. Sorry.
That's right. Get in character, man. Let's go. But this is the last year. It'll be like a Houston-only bowl game. Next year it's going to be
Louisiana?
Well, no, it's going to be East Texas Coaches Association versus Houston Coaches Association, I believe. I don't know what they call that. I think it's Houston. So it'll be basically the greater Houston area versus East Texas, that the run up that
Longview,
the Louisiana Texas line there.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
Broaden that footprint a bit, man. It's on TV now. Patty Smith and company running.
It used to be Louisiana.
It started out Louisiana, Houston, and back then, I mean, it was before guys that were playing ball that were going D1 or something. They don't always play in All-Star games. They did back then, and it's slowly but surely those guys quit playing, and so you just move to the out of Louisiana just to Houston and take all the Houston kids. And now they're going to expand it again into Houston and East Texas.
Yeah, I've decided at this point now, what is it? It's Tuesday. I'm not going to talk to Sean Pendergast again until after the game.
I think that's fair. That's
where I am. So, Sean, it's over. Don't text me. I won't respond.
Not good, Sean.
I saw him this morning.
Nothing personal, game face.
I wasn't in game mode yet. I spoke with him this morning. Actually, I opened the gate for him this morning at OTAs.
I'd ignored him.
Minicamp.
Should have called somebody else.
Had I thought about it being game week, I would.
I'll never forgive myself if they win.
Pendergast and Payne.
Or I'll quickly switch sides.
Oh no, you stay there where you born, man.
Switch sides.
By the way, it's free entry, so everybody come out and Mont Bellevue Saturday evening. I think what time's that game kick? We have to check that. I think it's 7.
7.
I think it's 7. Come out, check it out, hang out, have a good time, support a bunch of Houston area high school footballers. A lot of them's gonna be their last game. So yeah, it's gonna be fun, man. 7 o'clock. Mont Bellevue, Barbers Hill High School.
Dick Olin's about to give me one the next day and this weekend. I can't wait for it.
80 years old. 80. We celebrate his 80. I think today, actually. I think it's today.
Dick Olin's 80 years
today
old.
or tomorrow.
A whole trick of Dick.
I'm trying to get Dick Olin to be a regular during the season.
Oh, that can happen.
More Baytown, the better.
Now you're going to have to take responsibility for whatever said.
Sure, I will.
We should get Captain Mickey too. Let's just get all the Baytonians, the badass Baytonians
let's not
on
get
here.
aggressive. Let's start with Dick Olin, who is father of 707. He's had some really the people have liked him when he's decided to call in. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun. We'll be out there tomorrow live getting ready for it for media day, and then Saturday we got a game to win. All right. Speaking of games to win, the Astros won a big one yesterday, but Dana Brown, the general manager, spoke about. Again, people are wondering, hey, man, you're 7 games under 500 at the time, 8 games under 500. The Mariners just are on a roll, too. They're now 7 games back of the Mariners. Any thought of being sellers? And here is Dana Brown, if you remember, who earlier said he can't see a scenario in which they're sellers like last month. This him with the latest on that.
I mean, I don't see any scenario where we're sellers. I think we're going to be buyers. I mean, I think, just judging from my experience in this game, I've seen teams blow, leads from 5 games up to 7 games up in September. In Atlanta, when we won the World Series, we didn't get to 500 until game 100. So I don't foresee us being sellers at all. So we're going to grind it out. I think we're going to get back to 500 before people know it, and then we'll be back in the race.
I actually like where Dana's head's at.
Do you?
Absolutely. Now I like where his head's at in the sense of hell, as a fan, what do you want him to say? Well, you want me to like the fact? Oh no, I wish you'd really say we're going to sell everybody. We're going to just blow this thing up. No, I don't. I'm not excited about that time when it comes, and so I'm as a fan, I'm stoked the fact that he's saying what he's saying. Now my problem is what he the second half of his statement there, of what he's seen teams do in September.
It'll be 500 before you know it.
Yeah, and what he's seen teams do in the first 100 games, like. These guys are operating like it's a foregone conclusion that's just how it's going to happen. They're going to get back in this thing. I'd rather get back in this thing with a sense of urgency and be able to coast in September than sit around and drag ass, if you will, and save your best baseball to where you got to just play lights out to dig back in and hopefully win the division.
Yeah. Tyler, give me a word that you would use to describe the Astros farm system.
Can it be 2 words?
Sure.
Not ideal.
Bad.
Yes.
One of the lowest in baseball.
Yeah.
That would be ways to describe it.
Thin.
For me is like they would have to, Clint. My part is the buyers part. I think we'll be buyers. Clint, they would have to do a whole lot to get to a point, to me, where it'd be acceptable for them to start giving away even more prospects to a farm system that is already rough. Like a farm system that they need to start rebuilding. All right, you don't want to sell. You don't want to sell guys like Kyle Tucker or Bregman or something like that, and you still want to run. That's cool. Clint, man, they can't be 7 games under 500 and then buying pieces. Like, to me, like, I think that is potentially irresponsible to to a farm system that they have very, very little resources in to begin with right now. I mean, they need to build. It's one of the worst right now. For them to get to a point to be making a play and they're well under 500 like they are. Now, if you like I said, it's got a lot to happen. Now, if you run this thing up and hell, they get to near the All-Star break and they're knocking on 500 and the Mariners have struggled too and the Rangers are still struggling. You're 2-3 games out. That's a different thing. But if they're in a situation kind of like this, they should not be buying anybody. They should not be giving up, to me, any pieces in their farm system that's already light.
Yeah, I guess I'm not familiar enough with – I mean, I obviously know it's not in great shape. I get it. I understand that. I guess I'm not familiar enough with their farm system to go too deep off into a conversation there. I just know I want the mentality. This team, where it's at right now, understanding that the farm system is dry, I want the general manager talking about winning ball games and the World Series window being wide open and doing whatever he has to do to make a run more so than being sellers. Just off the the comment that he made. I would rather that than the
to me, fellas. I feel like they're in a range right now. I'm not saying they should be giving up or anything. But they're in a range right now to me where it's like, all right, if we're going to make a run, if we're going to get to the postseason, it's going to be with these dudes.
Yeah.
It's going to be with these dudes. We're not going to get Justin Verlander this year. We're not going to go get the equivalent of, whoever this year. You guys got to do it because I'm not giving up pieces in the farm system that we really don't have to ring you in. So I would that to me.
I think that's.
It's got to
fair.
be these dudes.
I think that's fair.
Because last year you went and got Justin Verlander, but you were in it. Like it made sense.
Well, this year, that to me that has to come. The addition to this roster has to come in the shape of Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be those guys down the stretch here, not. Obviously not going because it's impossible to do some of the things we're talking about, some of the things you've done in the past because you don't have the prospects to do it. I think the additions for this team are going to come a little differently than maybe they have. It's going to be guys getting healthy versus going out and making some big move.
Because if you need pitching, come on, Luis.
Yeah,
come on, baby, Lance. Get healthy.
Yeah,
come on, Lance. Maybe Christian Javier's injury is not as bad as potentially what has been reported from Jose Urquidy. Come on down. Maybe you're out just a month or something.
We pitch really well.
But, yeah, they like this to me isn't the round where you're like, all right, man, we'll put together our best prospects to go get somebody. If they were in it, that they were more in it, that's one thing. That one's hard to roll. All right, what you got coming up in the 4?
The veteran minicamp today. They're wrapping up OTAs, man. The Texans, and I got some observations. Kenyon Green, Jalen Petrie, Tank Dell, and whoever in the hell is that corner going to be opposite Derek Stingley. Veteran minicamp. We'll see. I'll give you the lowdown of what I saw this morning. I'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about another veteran in the game. That old Silver Bullet. That old Coors Latte. That old Wolf Killer. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That beer that's made to chill. That beer that is
save. The best players in the world play here. Find where to watch at nwslsoccer.com/watch. NWSL. We play here.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Boys, I had a rough one last night. man.
Run out of gas again.
No. Well, I mean, no, I did not in my vehicle, but I'm about to today. The two kids.
Oh, okay.
The two kids. Having two kids at one time, two 2.5-year-old and a
you got two under two, baby.
Yeah, well, 2.5 and 6 months. Ron, they got me last night, man. I mean, they just were tag teaming me and Mom.
And you threw in the towel
twice with both of them. Once with each one. Twice I threw in the towel last night.
You walked away.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
I mean, I walked away from both of them.
He got out of the ring and just walked back. Back up the ramp.
Boys, I'm going to tell you, man, my wife, the patience and the not just patience internally, but the physical patience to just sit there and wait them out. I mean, she is a champ now. I'm going to tell you, I can get stern with the 2.5-year-old and get her to get down and quiet down and get her a little more calm than my wife can. Quicker, but man, it was brutal last night, boys. It was the little one. I had the little one dead asleep in my arms. Every time I tried to sit her in her crib, man, it was immediate wake up and cry.
What was the time? What were the times that this was happening?
It was about 10:30 to about 11:45 with the little one the first time, and I walked in there and tapped the wife on the arm and said, "I can't. I'm tapped out. I'm done." And she was
lefty.
She was still crying. My wife had already tried before me. I relieved her. She messed up the night before and told me, she said, "No, I think it's a good idea if we relieve each other and kind of tag team." Okay, so I was tagging her ass in the ring. So she went in there and fed her a bottle and she went to sleep. I didn't know to feed her a bottle at that point in time. So.
Secret weapon. There it is.
She went to sleep. Well, then I went we didn't know more. She didn't know more get her feet in the bed. I guess at this point in time it's after midnight. And that 2.5-year-old started screaming. I said, I got it.
It almost feels like they're planning it.
Yes. Because I'm telling you.
It almost feels like Liv was sitting there waiting,
watching me on camera instead of me watching her.
Here we go.
Hey, Chief,
think y'all ass is going to sleep.
Tyler, I tried to get up 3 times. As soon as I cracked that door, Daddy, where you hold my hand?
Man, cannot identify with that kind of feeling.
I lay back down 3 times. Hey, I tapped out. I went in there and said, "Babe, I'm through." She's screaming on the camera on the deal, screaming. I said, "I'm done."
Rest is important to your health, man.
Wife goes in there, and I was up for an hour listening to her on the monitor, just screaming. I mean, it was. And then guess what?
Lowe's trying to hang in, ain't
she? Lowe's hanging in, sitting up next to, just pitch black in there, and she's sitting up next to the crib. I lay down with a pillow and go to sleep. My baby has to wake me up. Say, "Daddy, you're snoring." When I'm in there trying to get it, I'm in there letting it rip. And then while Lowe's in there and the 2-year-old's going nuts, the little one starts crying again. I mean, it was a rough night.
I mean, we've got to be moving past midnight at this point.
Oh, it's well past midnight. I think Lowe's saw 4:15.
Ooh.
She had to get on a work trip this morning too. She's on her way to Arizona.
Slept on that plane.
And then your boy obviously got up and went over to where I was going with all that was I went over to OTAs today. Texans veteran minicamp. And I got some good news for you. I got some surprisingly, I know a lot of folks think that on this show we like to bring all the negative and why is everybody Debbie Downer and hey man, why y'all being so negative? It's the off season. I got some good stuff. This time. I've been hearing all the good stuff about Kenyon Green. Mostly it was about the shape his body was in. You know, the look of Kenyon Green, the build of Kenyon Green. Well, this morning was the first time I laid eyes on him personally. And while I agree with all of the reports about what he looked like, he does look significantly better than Ron. You'd like to know 76 is a much better number for him. He does look better in that number.
Much better.
But not only does he look better, let's get to the important stuff. To me, and a very small sample size, he is moving significantly better. Like I don't know if there's ever been a moment, and this is an aggressive take, but I think it's the people that have watched. I don't think there's ever been a moment where I saw Kenyon Green moving, and it moved me enough to say, oh, well, him being a little bit out of shape is not that big of a deal because he can move like that. Oh, him being able to move like that, no big deal that his shoulder hurts and his neck hurts and his knee hurts. And as long as you can move like that when you're – I don't know that I've ever seen Kenyon Green move personally and thought first-round pick. I don't think I've ever seen that. Today, he looked like a first-round pick. He was moving like a first-round pick. And when I say those two things, Ron, it was when they were way off in the distance and I'm watching some half-line stuff that they were doing. And then they come together, and when they went team, now I didn't focus in on him and see, boy, is he getting his blocker? Is he getting movement? All that kind of stuff. But just him in terms of moving around from drill to drill, it seemed like he was moving significantly better. And I'm going to be honest with you, because once you get into team stuff, it's hard to even pinpoint guys because first of all, I'm watching the quarterback, and so I don't know how many reps he did or didn't get in team. But when I look at him in terms of literally how he's walking from drill to drill, they blow it up, boom, he got a you said it last time, right? He was way down on one end of the field. When they're coming down there, he looks like the heat is not whooping his ass. He looks like he's up to the challenge. Whereas I remember last year, Ron, vividly standing there next to you, and he comes to our left. He comes out of the indoor facility into the heat, and before he got to the 10-yard line, he was beat. Before he got to the 10-yard line, I knew, boy, it's going to be a long day for Kenyon. It was not like that today. He's carrying himself like a first-rounder. I don't know what the football is going to look like coming out of Kenyon Green. I don't know what the Kenyon Green product is going to look like once they start moving. But, Ron, looks –
yeah, but
the way he's moving and the way he carries himself, it is a huge upgrade over what we saw last year.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what he had to do to get in the door.
Yeah,
right. We got to with Kenyon. We got to take this in stride. I think they want him to be the answer at left guard. I think it's clear that that's what they want. They did not make any significant moves in the offseason. They made a lot of significant moves in a lot of places and additions. Hell, one would potentially say, hell, they probably needed a starting caliber left guard more than they needed a wide receiver like Stephon Diggs. But they believed and are wanting for him to step up and take that role. And the first step was for him to get his body in a place and his win in a place where he could be in the conversation. And I think everything that you've described, seeing yourself, I could not, as I said last week, I couldn't see he was really far away. Even on stretches, he was all the way on the other side and then ran. I just saw the number. But from whatever you're saying, what everybody has reported, he appears to have taken that first step of, all right, I'm going to give myself a chance with the way that my body is looking, how I can move. He was surviving practices last year. Now it seems
like
wasn't
even doing that, really.
He's trying. He was in survival mode.
Yeah.
But now it looks like he is, and it sounds like he's in it. He's not getting beat by it. He is commanding it, and that's the first step for him to even get himself considered.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. The first step to being able to compete is being in shape and getting right for training camp. Ron, I think Kenyon Green in the left guard position with the Houston Texans is priority number one, the biggest talking point in training camp. Obviously, the cornerback situation is one as well. But I think DeMeco can work with or without somebody that he likes out there. We've seen him do that before. That defensive tackle position, I think they're at least deep and they've got some bodies. If Kenyon Green doesn't work out, Kendrick Green is there as well. I just don't know if they're not going to have to really, really struggle right there in the middle of that offensive line. So Kenyon Green, it's promising for what it's worth in what we're seeing right now. Jalen Petry's another one. Jalen Petry, fan favorite from right here.
My guy.
Right here on the south side.
I'm a Jalen Petry guy.
Yeah, look, I'm a Jalen Petry guy. Hell, he's hard not to like, to be completely honest with you. But the interesting thing, and Ron, you spotted this last time at that OTA practice last time you were there last week. It was happening again today. Jalen Petrie spending a lot of time in the box, around the line of scrimmage. His instincts are obvious. I think that's what DeMeco Ryans sees and wants to find a way that this guy can help them win ball games. He's playing a lot of three safety. It's either a three safety set or he's playing Jalen Petrie at that nickel defender position. Either way it goes, he would be categorized as the nickel defender. I don't know what DeMeco calls it, but it is a nickel defender any way you slice it. I really like that move again, which this is a hill I'll die on. The instincts of Jalen Petrie, along with the belief in instincts of football players by the head coach DeMeco Ryans. I just believe he finds a place for this guy, and it seems like this group is using him a little bit differently than the coaching staffs before, or even how DeMeco used him last year. So Jalen Petrie, an adjustment there, a little bit of a move from him, from what we've seen him do in the past. But he's being put in position to play to his instincts, play to his strengths, Ron. The biggest question with him down there is going to be, can he cover? Because down there, Ron, down there, like what we saw him do at the safety position, Ron, was we saw him get in trouble at free safety and have his eyes in the backfield or not get over the top of somebody when he should get over the top of somebody, kind of deal. Now he's in the box, and they can play zone coverage, and he's a little bit more protected where he's not roaming center field. He's roaming a window underneath. But when they get in a situation where he's got some level of man, he's got to play some level of man, boy, he could really be in trouble.
Because he's going to have to cover. He's going to have to cover well enough to be able to be considered in that role. Because I think that is probably the best spot for him, where he can use his skill set the best. But it is going to require that he covers, and it is going to require that in some of these games, some of these coaches, as you know, offensively, are going to create matchup situations where they end up getting where you may see in the first week Michael Pittman somehow slides in the slot and is one-on-one on a key third down with Petrie. Can he cover enough? Now, the confidence I have is, and I don't mean to get a lightning rod name for you, but they were able to protect Tavier Thomas to a certain extent in how they did things to where it didn't blow up in their face until Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson just beat him down. And then that was a place where, all right, man, you literally are getting beat by every single person on that they have out there. Cam Ridley got you. Kirk got you repeatedly. Zay Jones took a turn on you. Jalen Petrie got to be able to cover somebody. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So I think there is a space there. But that, to me, him around the line of scrimmage, I think there's a possibility and a chance for him to create a lot of problems, turnovers, and issues if he can cover well enough.
Well, it's funny because that's exactly where I was going to go with that. With the next thought, Ron, was Tavier Thomas, and that's one of those deals where I think Jalen Petrie can cover better than Tavier Thomas, but it's the same challenge, right? With him in there, you're going to want to play a little bit more zone. You're going to want to use him in blitzes. You're going to want to do some of the Tavier Thomas type stuff. But when they catch you in any kind of man situation, they'll overload that side. They'll eliminate him from the blitz and the pressure and put him in a cover situation. And now you got a little bit of a problem. So we'll see if he can cover it. I'm not saying he can't. I don't know. But that's going to be the challenge here. I know one time today in coverage, I don't know if he had deep help or not, but he got caught up the sideline with Tank Dell, and it'd have been all over but the crying if C.J. Stroud would have gone that direction. Nonetheless, Kenyon Green looks great. Jalen Petrie being used in a little bit of a different way. The question there is, can he cover? I know the instincts will play at this level in a big way. Tank Dell is another one, Ron. I know one thing that I wanted to see, two things I wanted to see. One, I wanted to see Tank move after the broken leg last year and gunshot wound in Florida a couple of weeks back, month or so back. Tank Dell, zero worries, zero concerns. The broken leg, the gunshot, it's slowed him.
I just can't believe
it's wild.
Back this fast.
It's wild. The beautiful thing, too, about him is I want to see him next to Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs is a little bit bigger than him, obviously, a little thicker than him. But, boy, they move very similarly. The ability to get in and out of cuts, to go full speed, to decelerate, change direction, be going full speed again. the level. I mean, those guys can do that in 2 or 3 steps. It's unbelievable that a human being can do that. But we got 2 of them for CJ to throw to here. The other one is the second and third corner, Ron, that I mentioned earlier. I got nothing for you guys. I watched him a lot today. Kamari Lassiter, the second-round pick out of Georgia. I still stand by what I said earlier. I think he's going to fit as a better nickel defender, doing some of the stuff that Jalen Petry's doing. Doing some of the stuff that we saw Des King doing last year. When I look at him, and it's probably unfair because I'm looking at him physically next to 3 top 10 picks in Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson, and Derek Stingley. He just doesn't move as well as those guys do. And I can't tell if that's like, okay, it's because he doesn't move well, or is it because these other guys are what DeMeco Ryans calls elite movers, and he's just not an elite mover? Can he overcome that and play an outside corner? Right now, he's starting outside corner opposite Derek Stingley, and C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah are kind of rotating in second. But I don't know if that's not more of an experiment so that they can learn who he is more so than he's a starting corner in this league. When I watch him, Ron, I just don't see in a guy that's ready to go, hey, go out there and play the most physically demanding position in all of sports. As a rookie, let's see if you're ready. I just don't see that.
He's going to be one, I think, for us, we really got to see him in pads and see him when he can be physical. Right, like there are some guys that aren't as fast and their straight line speed isn't an issue. It helps sometimes. Kind of what it seems like you're describing. Their hips and getting in and out of breaks aren't the greatest thing, but when they get pads and they can get their hands on you, and they can get physical, it throws people off routes and can change.
The thing that scares me, Ron, is as we're talking,
him one-on-one with Tyreek Hill.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! I mean, him one-on-one with Pittman. I mean, him one-on-one with. I mean, who's the second or third guy in Jacksonville? I mean, look, I just don't look. I mean, I look at it and I go, if you've got Jalen Petry at the nickel defender position, and you've got him outside, and you come up and the team's got 3 wideouts on the field, and you got Eric Murray, Jimmy Ward, and Petry as your 2 safeties and your nickel defender. Stingley can't cover one of them cats. I mean, you are forced to play zone. And
you better get there.
And if your rush can get there with just a 4-man rush, then hey, you can do it all day long. You can sit back and chill. But if they can't, then you're gonna have some major problems because you're gonna be forced to close the middle of the field and play some level of man. Now you got Petry, and you got him. You got the second rounder out here covering man. That's a scary thought right now, man. I hope I'm wrong on those two, but that's a scary thought with those 2 guys in coverage.
We'll see. Maybe we'll hear a little bit more about Henderson and Jeff Okudah. So that is the latest there. As Dirty was out at camp today, mandatory mini camp, and saw some good and saw some questions still, which is not surprising. All right, Joe Espada pregame. This is the latest, right? This just happened. Joe Espada gives an update on Kyle Tucker, who is not on the lineup today. We'll let you hear what the Captain Joe had to say next.
All right, you're looking to build your dream home, looking to build
Is decile a word?
It is. It is.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, God, this has gotten nerdy and stupid both at the same time.
Right.
That's what we do best.
Just download the Odyssey app, search Sports Radio 610, and click on Payne and Pendergast. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tucker and Alvarez. That does not feel good. Kyle Tucker goes down at home plate as he fouls that one off his front foot or front shin. I don't think he can go. No, he just shook his head.
Yeah, he tried to give it a little trot.
No, it doesn't feel right. Yeah, that's enough.
He was using the bat to walk back to the dugout. That's not good at all.
I don't know. Was that Kyle with the F-bomb?
Oh, yeah. F-bomb went right out on the airwaves.
They had the boom mic set in on him, huh?
I'll tell you how bad that thing hurt. He let it loose. He said, ha!
Yeah, it was.
That's one time that I feel, that is one thing I do feel for not just me as an Astros fan, but Kyle Tucker as a guy that took it off the shin. But I'm going to tell you, boys.
He's always so even-tempered.
I don't want to run us too far off the track here, but
please,
this elbow brace in baseball, this elbow shield, elbow pad.
Yeah,
we got to get rid of that.
Wow. Biggio made that thing famous.
Come on, man.
Why?
These dudes just standing there taking them off the bone. Come on, man.
Well, hell, shoot.
Nah, you can't. That is Bush League as I've seen, man.
Until that time, you don't
get your
take
ass
it on
out of
purpose
the way.
off the bone.
Yeah, get your ass out of the way, man. You can't just stand there in your stance and stick your elbow out and take it off the elbow pad.
Hitting the funny bone ain't too funny.
Well, hell, neither is. I mean, there's a lot of places that if you get hit, it ain't too funny. Get out of the damn way. Don't stick it out there.
There ain't that many nuts that stand in there and take 97 right off. There's a few of them in there, but no, man, you got to be able to get to
Ron. I'm going to tell you like they tell them old boys on First 48. You think I'm bringing it up for no reason?
I'm sure you have a reason. I don't know if it's valid.
You think I arrested you for no reason? You think I just picked you out of the hat of all the people in Houston, Texas? You think I picked? I mean, hell, I've been sitting there. Man. I mean, I've been sitting there watching these games, and I bet 3 or 4 times in the last week I've been like, are you kidding me? Yeah. Like one dude
might as well stop wearing cups then and jock straps. Just take it like a man.
One dude stuck his elbow out, like he literally stuck it out there trying to.
If you stick it out there, they don't. They
Craig Bijani.
They usually don't. If it's real blatant,
well,
they don't
I don't like Craig doing it either. I think it's Bush League. If you're gonna be a real man, stick your own elbow out there. Don't still put a pad on it and stick it out there.
No. Take one for the team.
Nobody tells you to go out there and be a real man and not wear a helmet.
I think it's Bush League. I think it's Bush League.
With the Astros right now, Clint, we need all the runners on the base paths we can get. Okay.
Well, it's not. It's working against us, Tyler.
I bet you he wish he had that shin pad or that shin.
Oh God.
Like, hey, if he comes out here the next time he plays.
He wears
whatever that is. Does he wear one on the leg that he got hit?
I don't know if it's on the.
I don't think. I don't think we.
I didn't see it. Was it the back leg? They wear him on. He wears it on his front leg underneath his.
He ought to have him on both. Whatever it is, he better have that thing protected. The way he was sounding. By the way, what we heard earlier, what we heard from last night, Clint, was Kyle Tucker needed crutches to get around the Astros clubhouse, but he took X-rays and they were negative. And nothing was broken. He was expected to have some more tests today. Now, we do know he is not in the lineup today as he will be out. But this was Joe Espada here not too long ago, our guy, Adam Spolane, who's at the stadium. He got the report here. This is Joe Espada with the absolute latest on Kyle Tucker.
Man, he's sore. He went to see the doctors again today, so hopefully we can get him back in days.
He was on crutches last night. Is he still on crutches?
Today he walked in. He's still on crutches. We're trying to keep the weight off his leg some, but I did see him walking around without it, and, he's pretty sore. The area is pretty sore.
It's pretty sore, huh? I bet the hell it is. He's still rolling on crutches around there.
I bet the knot he's got on that shin is something serious.
How long do you think he's out?
I think he's back in the lineup tomorrow.
You think he's back for the weekend series?
Yeah.
I think his ass needs to be DHing tomorrow.
Rub some dirt on it.
At the very least, DHing.
Yeah, we just see how bad it is.
I mean, you can swing.
He's on crutches right now.
Well, he can swing and limp down to first base.
What about the second and third?
Well, I mean, if he gets there, it's fine. I mean, no, we got to have that bat in the lineup.
It's not ideal. No, it's not great timing.
I'd rather have Tucker with 2 bad shins and no Abreu.
All right, hey, let's jump in here. I'm with you. Let's jump in here with this thought though. So he's out. Let's say he's out. We know he's out today. Let's say he's out tomorrow. I mean, he's on crutches. That's a possibility. What's the outfield? Like, you're trying to win ball games right now. You're trying to win ball games. They've got options. They brought up Trey Cabbage. As Gray Kessinger, he's down. Don't worry, Gray, you'll be back. But they brought up Trey Cabbage. What's the outfield for you right now while Kyle Tucker's out?
Has Dubon played right?
Yes,
but I think if they do based off what they did yesterday, they feel more comfortable with Chaz going over there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I would like Dubon and right.
Is it Dubon,
Jake in center, and Jordan in left?
Because
today they got Jordan in left.
Well, I mean, it depends on who. It's 3 of those 4. I'm fine with. I don't have a problem with Jordan playing left field. I just don't like it when that's the decision that's made. So Abreu can play more. So Abreu can DH, or so then you can DH Singleton or something. 3 of the 4 though. Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it, I
don't know how Cabbage makes a cut, but I'm sure he will.
Yeah, you think he gets a start? Hopefully he gets a start. The lineup, by the way, it is out with him out. It is. Kyle Tucker coming out of the lineup it brought amongst a lot of change. Altuve's leading off. That's normal, but Bregman jumps up from the 2 spot to the 4 spot, or from the 4 spot to the 2 spot. Alvarez, as we said, is in left field. He's batting third. Now, Jake Myers, if that was on your bingo card, that at some point, let alone June, that Jake Myers would be playing and swinging and hitting at the cleanup spot with Yainer Diaz in the lineup as well, that would have never been on my –
Didn't see that one coming.
Never been on my bingo card. But Jake Myers is in center field, hitting 4th. With Pena, who's 5th in the league and hitting 5th. Yainer Diaz, after that big home run last night, is the DH. Caratini is catching, so they have both their catchers in the lineup today. Abreu is at first because those 3 pitches that he saw in which he struck out so quickly said, hey, got to get him in there today. And then Dubon is playing in right field. So that is the lineup. I just don't – I wonder where the thought was not to bring Jeremy Pena to the 2 spot and leave Bregman in the space he's been in. I wonder, did they even think that? Or are they like, nah. I would have moved Jake or Pena to the 2 spot before I would have touched Dubon. That works. There would have been 3 people that I would have looked at before I said Bregman. Now, hopefully he hits 3 home runs today. But that lineup is interesting.
I wish, and I'm not complaining, by the way. This is not a negative. I just wish there were in a notes section with the lineup of
this is why we did it.
This is the method to the madness. It can't just be. Surely not. It's not just. Well, let's see what we'll do today. This has got to be. Well, Bregman hits this guy this kind of pitching better, and Myers hits this kind of pitching better, and. You know what I mean? There's got to be some method to the madness other than Abreu.
1 for 4 home run jumps you from 9th to 6th.
Boy, he pushed that thing to opposite field. Did you see it? It was a thing of beauty, man.
It feels huge.
Diaz went from 8th to 6th yesterday. Hey, man, Chaz, I know Chaz thought he was playing today.
Why is that? Oh, because of that.
I know Chaz came today, thought, all right,
Here's
2 in
my
a row.
chance. I know.
I'm in now.
Probably picked up some banana pudding on the way in.
He probably didn't even go walk by the lineup. Final card. He went out there, got some extra work
early,
hard.
got some swings in.
You come to me about white boy Chaz. Said, let me get this right field. Boy, I hadn't played that right field a lot. I've been playing a lot of left. Nah, Doc.
We got to get Abreu in this thing.
Son of
Actually, it was Diaz today, wasn't it?
Diaz got the 8th spot. No, man, we got to get Yan. Yeah, you're down, man. We need you in left field today, baby. We got this thing. All right, hopefully they can get 2 in a row, but that's the lineup, and that's the latest on Kyle Tucker. He's still on crutches, still X-rays negative there, but he'll be out of the lineup today. Coming up, I think this is one that many people wanted to hear from. You want to hear from Stefon Diggs. You want to hear from Stefon Diggs, and you wanted to hear a few things, including him being a diva. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right. I'm not real sure.
or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Clint's in the building. Tyler's in the building as well. I want to send a shout-out to my wife real quick.
Let's do it. I like Courtney.
She got suckered in the last 2 days. She just got suckered into being Trey's basketball coach and Nicholas's soccer coach.
Well, I mean, that's nice of her.
I don't think she had any intention.
She waiting for you to get there?
She didn't have any intentions of rolling in. They said, well, we need an extra coach. This happened Sunday. Need an extra coach for 4U soccer. I-9, 1 day coach, bam, game. She's done it before. She said, oh, okay, I'll do it. Signed up. Yesterday I had to go meet basketball evaluations. Had to go meet him up. I get in there. Lauren said, Mom's got a clipboard. What? She said, yeah, I guess I'm gonna coach basketball. You're gonna coach basketball.
She's coaching them all: softball, basketball, and soccer, huh?
Yes. Shout out to her, boy.
Yeah, man.
I'm telling you.
What's her thought? Like, I'm gonna be there anyway, might as well.
Well, I think she felt bad of just like, man, they need coaches.
They need some help, yeah.
They need some coaches. So I said she had her a clipboard.
Look, what Courtney ought to do is
don't have the time.
You get the kids there, and you get the practice started, and then Ron will show up. Ron can be there by about 6:30, and he can take over and wrap that thing up. That way you can get home, get off your feet, and Ron will bring whichever kiddo it is. He'll bring him home.
She's actually played organized basketball. I played 1 year in the YMCA. She's played organized basketball. She played in high school, so she
got a little better idea.
She might have a little better idea.
Oh, ain't nothing YouTube. You watch enough NBA, man. YouTube can teach you the drills, man.
Oh yeah. For me, I told her, I've suggested maybe we just take this thing to 40 minutes of hell.
Just press all the way.
Press all the way. No offense. Just run and gun. Don't know if we got enough dribblers out there, but run and gun.
If you got the ball, shoot. On defense, You better cover somebody full court.
Shoot it. Just shoot it, run, and
Get tired, tap your head. I'll come get you.
Run and gun, yeah. I think the soccer one, she's feeling pretty good about. That basketball one, we'll see. 10U.
I think Courtney should get her some old basketball coaching shorts, pull them way up, and be Nolan Richardson out there with me.
Go out there and be Nolan.
40 minutes of hell. Y'all ready? Get you a whistle like them old school coaches.
Nolan Richardson. I told you, my uncle looks just like Nolan Richardson. He is aged into Nolan Richardson. I said that to him the other day. I said, damn, Unc, you didn't age into Nolan Richardson the last 15 years.
Hey, Nolan's classic, man.
Oh, yeah.
He's one. Him and Frank Broyles, obviously, too, and two of the old school guys that I've had the blessing and was fortunate enough to spend some time around them on a personal level, and like just not so much Frank. I mean, but like Nolan, I've sat in Nolan's living room and had conversations with him before, and I mean, it's one of them like the storytelling. I mean, you just want to be a fly on the wall, man.
Story.
Nolan.
Nolan. All right. Steph Diggs. Many people were waiting to hear from him. I know we were. We were hoping to hear from him. He spoke for the first time today. He talked about a few things. I think the thing that we hoped and knew would be asked to him, and he did answer it. He answered it about the diva, the perception of you being a diva, and when you talk about diva in terms of the thought of, hey, he can kind of show up teammates, his reactions on the sideline. I mean, I don't know, it's a perception. It's happened. We've seen it. We've seen those type of activities on the sideline, both in Minnesota and in Buffalo, with Stephon Diggs. But this was his response and his reaction to the perception of him being a diva.
Well, personally, I don't take things personal from people I don't know personally. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you garnish your opinion from what you hear about somebody, it's not different if you know them on a personal level. Not too many people know me on a personal level. And I don't particularly share a lot of my thoughts. You know what I'm saying? I keep work. You know what I'm saying? I try not to dive into, like, how I feel about certain things or, like, you know what I'm saying, people's opinions. You know, I've been in the league, too, about to go on my 10th year. I've obviously put in a lot of work to get to where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Respect level is always there. You know what I'm saying? Who I am as a player. They know who I am. You know, I'm a true competitor. I love to win. You know what I'm saying? I love getting better. And who I am as a person. You know what I'm saying? But this is a job at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? We build a family environment with your team. Those guys will know me personally. That's why I earn the respect of them first, along with my coaches. But I try not to take things personal from people I don't know on a personal level. You know what I'm saying? Rule of thumb.
Can I say this? I've been watching the NBA playoffs, and I've been watching this Kyrie thing. We talked about him earlier with Robert Horry, the resurgence of it. I think it's a legit thing. Now, there are some people who believe that it's too much of a talking point. It's too much of a story. I think it's a legit thing. I think it's a legit thing that the Texans believe it's a legit thing. It's something that they have talked about. I don't think it's an accident that we haven't heard from him until today, even though he was brought in a long, long time ago. I think that goes into a part of how they want to handle the situation. But I've been watching Kyrie, and to see whatever it is, this being his third, fourth team. Now he's in his early 30s, just like Stephon Diggs is, 31, and I think 32. Steph Diggs will be 31 coming up during the season. Kind of gotten older, been around a little bit, really reached, veteran status, have been a great player in their leagues. I feel better about the Diggs situation watching what happened with Kyrie and seeing how him being in the right situation, where I think Jason Kidd is a big help to that as the head coach, and Luka and the rest of the gang there, that we saw the concerns that you have for Kyrie Irving not come up. And the complete opposite has happened as he's going to Dallas, and you see the complete resurgence and different look of how people view Kyrie Irving. That has given me some positive thoughts on what it could be with Stephon Diggs, coming to a DeMeco Ryans like a Jason Kidd, and coming to C.J. Stroud, who could play the role as the Luka. It has made me feel better in seeing that example that Stephon Diggs could potentially come here and not have issues like he's had prior with Josh Allen and Kirk Cousins.
Look, I think there's definitely something to you get around the right people.
And the maturity, and you gotten older.
Yeah, they get older, and you get around the right people. And not that and I don't mean there's anything wrong with the people that you've been with, but you get around the right people in terms of maybe you can relate to them a little bit differently. Maybe, just maybe, DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud can speak to Diggs a little bit different than McDermott and Josh Allen could speak to Diggs. Maybe there's just a different dynamic there with those guys. I don't know. They're very, very. It's very likely there could be. Look, I think, and I say this respectfully and positively. It sounds like a negative point, but it really is a plus, right? I mean, Stephon Diggs is, if there is a diva in there, it's the worst kind. It's literally speaking, the worst kind are the guys like AB who their shirt and run off the field and then tell everybody how they've been messing with your wife and that kind of, after staying with you and all that kind of stuff. That's literally the worst person, right? But the kind that are tough to decide on are the ones that are the hardest workers at practice. Sound just like Stephon Diggs just sounded. They put winning first every single day. They strive to have chemistry with your quarterback, so they're around. Everything Diggs just said, because I believe everything he says. But then in the moment, when things aren't just perfect, when there's a little bit of adversity, all of a sudden this temper tantrum starts to be thrown, and it disrupts things, right? And I don't know if that's what Stephon Diggs is or isn't. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know that. I know that the reputation will say that that has happened in the past. But everything's fine. Everything's on schedule. Everything's happening according to plan until you get into the fourth quarter. You're down 14, and he's got one catch. And things aren't going well. And, you know, he wants the ball. And his inability to communicate that turns into a tantrum, turns into this, a distraction, this or that. And the next thing you know, that snowballs into C.J. Stroud trying to get him the ball and Bobby Slowick trying to call a certain play. That's what you worry about with a Stephon Diggs. It's not the, boy, he's not going to work hard. Boy, he's going to be a cancer. Boy, it's going to be this. It's more of he's line, he's ready, he's rocking and rolling until the most important, most critical moment. All of a sudden, we're having words with the quarterback. We're throwing stuff. We're doing this. We're doing that. We'll see what happens. I don't know if that's Stephon Diggs or not. I'm just saying if it is, that's a tough kind to deal with.
Yeah, I have had a pretty healthy amount of concern about it. I've said it. I think it's not if but when. I said that when the trade first happened. But watching this Kyrie situation, I mean, you're seeing that example in front of you. It is a complete shift and change to what we've seen. And like many people thought that wouldn't work because Kyrie sometimes gets up and's like, I don't want to take the damn team picture. So I'm going to stand 10 yards away from everybody else so they can't take the picture. Like there's some of the but something happened. Something clicked with the right group, the maturity level of him and facing those situations improved. So it does make me feel a little bit better and better that this Diggs situation could mimic that Kyrie situation in Dallas. All right, coming up, the Astros. We'll give you the lineup. We'll give you the latest with Kyle Tucker as the manager captain, Joe Espada, has spoken, and we'll get you ready for this big game as well. And DeMeco had something to say. He had a message. He had a message for his team that you don't want to miss. That's coming up next. But before we get there,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the DILF. The big DILF. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. How you do? I know you had a weekend.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of back and forth, but last night was good to me. Won about 560.
There you go, man. His head.
I'd say so.
Shout out to that 7th, 8th, 9th inning for the Houston Astros.
They said that 8th inning did you nice, didn't it?
Yes.
I bet it did. Now, what did you lose over the weekend? Did you make that up?
See, that's
I'm just trying to figure out.
Tyler, it's not necessary.
No, it is necessary. I'm trying to figure out, did you even it out? Did you even it out? Did that even it out?
I did more than that. I'm back in the green.
There it is. I just want to see, did he make it? So you made more than that.
That's
Good.
right.
Good for you.
You don't have to answer those questions, Tyler.
No, he doesn't have to, but you don't have to try to stop him. He wanted to answer it. You're trying to make it a mountain out of a whole hill.
A who?
Hole?
A whole hill, the opposite of each other. That's interesting. That's an interesting mistake. Those are literally the polar opposites.
I wanted to say that over a molehill, but I like a whole hill.
We all knew what you were thinking about saying.
An entire hill.
A whole hill. Not just a whole hill.
A hole with a W. I thought you meant like a whole hill.
A whole hill. I wanted to say that instead of molehill. A whole hill.
I like it, man.
I know it. I try, man. I try to sprinkle a little bit of that greatness out here from time to time. Remember, 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes. But here's the latest here. The Astros, they have Spencer Arrighetti and Clint. They've got to start stringing together series. I heard Adam Spolane say that earlier. It's that time where they have to start winning series. That's what they've talked about. That is what the captain, Joe Espada, has talked about. Winning series. They've got the comeback win from last night. That's one. Can they beat the Cardinals? Can they win this series? They got a chance to take care of it behind Spencer Arrighetti, who Clint has pitched a lot better of late, and it feels like he's starting to find his groove and understanding in the major leagues. I don't think he was ready when he first got up here, but now it feels like he's starting to get there. And you said it last time he started when he pitched pretty well is he clearly, when you look at the stuff and how hard he throws and the velocity and the things that he could do and the pitches he can make, especially at any count, he's got the stuff and got the talent if he can harness it, and it looks like he's starting to do that.
Well, I feel like we're making a habit of this, and I really would rather not. But between Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown, the excitement, I guess, not always during the game, but leading up to the game, like these two dudes could very easily go out there and give you 7 or 8 innings of one-hit baseball. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if they did that. Their stuff is electric. It plays. It's getting better. We've already seen a small sample size, so it's one of those where it's just like, man, can one of those two guys, if not both of them, just turn the corner and start to trend in the right direction instead of being inconsistent? I know of late both of them have pitched better. I guess where I'm going with all that, Ron, is to say these are two guys that leading into the games when they're pitching, I can get real amped up about potentially what they can do.
No, yeah, and if they can get Hunter, even in his last start, they lost, but he still threw the ball well and pitched well. So big for them. Spencer, I think the number one thing I've noticed with Spencer and really Hunter Brown too is when they first started this season, it was buckle up in the first inning. It was buckle up. I remember us being at Kirby Ice House, and me and Tyler, and before we whipped our heads, Spencer Arrighetti was down 4-0, and that happened with Hunter a lot. That has really improved here of late. That they're getting off to much better starts here with the Astros with Spencer Arrighetti. Lineup again, if you missed it, Altuve leads off. Bregman is batting second with Kyle Tucker out. We'll give you more on that here in just a second. Yordan Alvarez in left field, Jake Myers in center, Pena batting fifth, Diaz at DH, after that go-ahead homer, 2-run homer he hit yesterday. Caratini is catching tonight, and Jose Abreu is in the 8th spot with Dubon. There are a lot of shifts and changes in this. What's the one that kind of sticks out to you the most?
Jose Abreu being in the lineup. I know that's not what you're talking about. I'll go back. It's Jake Myers being in the 4-hole.
Off the glove of
Jake Myers being in the 4-hole, not Pena, not Bregman, not Diaz. I mean, there's just there were like you got to feel the 2 in the 4-hole ultimately with somebody, and to think that the move was to move Bregman to the 2-hole, and then Jake Myers to the 4-hole. Is an interesting dynamic. So I would say Myers in the 4-hole is the most, I think, kind of stands out the most about the lineup.
I would have never, ever bet that or guessed that at any point in his career with the Astros, not just this year, in his career with the Astros, that he would be in the 4 spot.
It's very encouraging to see.
With Alex Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, and Yainer Diaz all in the lineup with him, I would have never guessed that he would ever be in the 4 spot. For me Clint, when I look in this lineup, so many changes, I wonder why it was that Yainer Diaz got moved up to the 6th spot.
Jumped out at 9-hole, didn't
he? I think he hit 8 yesterday with Chaz batting 9th, but he has been in the 9 spot and 8 spot. And, hey, he had a huge hit yesterday, that homer. But, guys, if you remember, his other at-bats were not pretty. His other at-bats were 2 strikeouts, and then he started chasing again. We talked about his discipline improving. He started chasing again on the bases loaded situation where he just hit a dribbler to the catcher. But he goes up to the 6th spot. It is just an interesting deal of what it was that made him 1 for 4. Come on, baby. Come out of that basement. Going up to the 6th spot, baby.
Nobody, regardless of where he's hitting or regardless of why he was doing what he was doing, because the last few games it's looked bad. And I think it has more to do with where he's at mentally with this hitting the 9-hole thing. I think it's messing with his head. But any way you slice it, nobody needed to hit a bomb and a game-deciding bomb more than Yainer Diaz. This is a guy that the organization is dependent on, man. He's got to swing it well. And he's got to be in the meat of that 5-6 area in the lineup, tried and true, man. So this is where he belongs.
Yeah. So Yainer Diaz in that 6th spot. Kyle Tucker was probably the biggest reason for a lot of the shift in the lineup. As we know, he had to leave the game yesterday, fouling the ball off of the shin. Yesterday it was said he was using crutches to get around the clubhouse. And that there would be more tests today, but X-rays were negative. This is the latest from Joe Espada.
Man, he's sore. He went to see the doctors again today, so hopefully we can get him back in days.
He was on crutches last night. Is he still on crutches?
Today he walked in. He's still on crutches. We're trying to keep the weight off his leg some, but I did see him walking around without it, and, he's pretty sore. The area is pretty sore.
All right, pretty sore, still needing crutches to get around. They're saying they're trying to keep weight off of him. The hope is that he doesn't have to go on the IL. That would be the hope, that he doesn't have to do that, and maybe he can be back in the next couple games.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's common occurrence. Sprained ankle, any contusion to the lower leg. Like, keep the weight off of it. Try not to walk on as much as you possibly can. So I understand the crutches. I understand if he's in the training room and not out on the field or in the dugout, not standing up. They're trying to control the swelling. The part that scares me is revisiting the doctor and the term hope being used right there by Joe Espada. You hope that it wasn't so swollen last night that it was covering some hairline fracture or some issue bigger than what they think. Every time he revisits a doctor with less swelling going on around it, I would imagine more and more things are visible. And you just hope that no more problems pop up. I would hope that the original doctor's visit was enough to tell you, hey, there's no hairline fractures, there's no break, it's just a matter of controlling the swelling, let's move on.
It feels huge.
But Joe Espada just doesn't leave me with a whole hell of a lot of confidence, if I'm being honest with you.
100%.
Just hope these doctors are good. Hopefully Kyle can heal, because he's having an MVP-level season, and they need him in the lineup if they're going to win through. Like, this is we keep getting to, hey, all right, this is it for the Astros. This month definitely is. They started the series yesterday. Up until July 4th, they played 3 games against the Orioles against teams that have winning records. The rest of the game are all teams with losing records, and they have multiple days off in the month.
No excuses.
This is like they've got to be really creeping towards 500 to start to really make sure you have a chance, because they've got the Rockies, they've got the Mets in there, they've got the Angels. None of those teams are playing good baseball right now.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we'll get more into this, but mandatory minicamp kicked off today. DeMeco went to the podium. Many people talked, but DeMeco talked about, hey, this being the next big thing is training camp. This is the last big thing before training camp. And he had a message for the people, for his team, for his players, between now and training camp, after mandatory minicamp ends.
My biggest message for guys is don't lose what you've gained over the past 9 weeks. All right, guys, you're in great shape. We've been practicing football. Like, don't just go away and do nothing and think you're going to pick it back up, right, a week before, 2 weeks before training camp. When you leave, you have to continue to train, continue to build on the gains that you've made. I want guys to stay on it. So you're a step ahead when you come back to training camp. You're not coming back to training camp and trying to use camp to get in shape. You have to use camp to get in shape, and it's going to be a long camp for you, and that's when you're susceptible to injury. Right? So my main thing is just stay on it. You're at a great point with your bodies, like stay on it and come back in the best shape of your life.
This is completely out of ignorance. Now, I know you played a different time than today, but how much of an issue is that normally around in the league from that time period, from players? How much is them just completely losing what they've had, them coming in complete terrible shape? How much is that something that happens in the league?
Well, I think it's a big thing that happens in the league, because if it impacts 1 or 2 starters, and it's a big ass deal when you got 22 of them. You know what I mean? So it's when you look at 80 guys coming to camp, and it only impacts 4 of them, and the 2 that are starters are the major problem, right? So I think it's a big deal. I mean, look what I hear. When I hear that audio, Ron, I automatically, again, you know me, I go back to the people that don't think OTAs and what's gone on the last 9 weeks is newsworthy, right? It's easy, guys. It's just the offseason. No, man, your coach just told you how important the last 9 weeks were. Being there, being in shape, building on what you've don't lose what you've built, kind of deal. If it's a problem for one guy that's starting, Ron, it is a big deal, and it will be. There'll be a Kenyon Green this year. It really impacts the bigger guys, because, to be completely honest,
that's one of the people that I've thought of.
Well, it's just so hard. I remember Flozell Adams was one that when I was playing, we always struggled with his weight and meeting his requirement. And it's simple, man. No matter how hard you work, when you're on your own schedule and when you're reporting to somebody that you're paying versus somebody that's paying you approach it differently. When it's the Texans, they're paying you, and they control whether you get cut, whether you get the next contract, what your reputation is in the league. Then you show up on time. It's a little different intensity, a little different sense of urgency. It's human nature than if you're by yourself, and the mindset is, I'm going to get away from the game, I'm going to get away from the team. It's hard to then hold yourself accountable. Even if you've got the best trainers that money can buy, you're still paying them. It's still on your dime. It's still on your time. It's still on your pace. You're going to work as hard as you want to work. And look, 75, 80% of the pros will go handle their business. It's that 20 to 25% that you got to go buckle up, because you're gonna have a couple of big boys show up out of shape, and if they're big boys that have been paid once or twice, whatever you're going to find them ain't going to be enough, because it's.
You think that's improved from the time you played?
No, I think it's probably gotten worse.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's probably gotten worse, but along with that, I think the NFL's got a little bit more lenient. Bill Parcells isn't walking around, doing two-a-days and threatening 10 straight two-a-days on the team before he, the day he gets the job kind of deal. That's not happening anymore. So I would imagine they're a little bit more lenient on the guys that do come in overweight and work with them. Now, it's still, at the end of the day, it's still DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio sitting there going, missed 3 days of team drills because his ass is out of shape. Now, you still
don't like that.
Yeah, you still got to deal with that, which ultimately is all that matters.
Yeah.
But I think the way they deal with these players nowadays is much more lenient than what they used to.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, news. We're seeing a lot of people get money in the NFL, get new contracts or extensions, and the latest is the man who was third in the MVP race this year, that is Christian McCaffrey. He gets a 2-year extension, and he is the reigning Offensive Player of the Year. He gets an additional $8 million in bonuses, and now he is at $19 million per, which resets the running back market. And Clint, he turns 28 on Friday. I'm just glad to see this, that the Tylers of the world aren't winning. The Tylers of the world who refuse to pay any running back anything. They will never give a running back a second contract. And the Tylers of the world who
once,
think
not never.
All running backs are the same. And if they hit us,
I didn't say that.
You would give.
But you think they're all the same in terms of paying them?
In relation to what the NFL's become, yeah.
Right now, there is not a running back.
He's talking about Christian McCaffrey, though.
No, I know.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Well, I didn't know if he was over at his computer.
No, he knows.
You wouldn't pay Christian McCaffrey?
I wouldn't pay any running back.
He's turning 28.
That kind of giant money.
He's turning 28. Would you reset the?
Nope.
I would.
I'm just.
I watch this guy play 98% of the snaps in the game, wide receiver and running back. This is one of a handful I would pay.
But that's the thing is, honestly, I think a lot of decision makers in the league have the thought process that Tyler has, and I'm not going to say they're completely wrong.
Agree. Yeah.
But I think there is at least some fairness of exceptions to look at it and say, all right. Yeah, man, this dude's a little different, and his 28 may look different than LaDainian Tomlinson's 28, or his, 28 may look different than somebody else's down the line. He won't completely fall off the map. I'm just glad. So they've given 2 more years where he'll be 29, 30 by the time this sucker's over. So good for him, man. Good, man. People like Tyler just think these guys are all the same people. It's ridiculous, unfair. All right. One thing that Clint saw, I saw it last week. He got excited about it. But the other side of that, it's an exciting thing, and I think the best thing for the player, for the Texans. But there is a major concern that might prevent him from being there. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Rock and roll, meow.
Could the Astros really be sellers at the trade deadline? GM Dana Brown.
different avenues for Dana Brown to use to improve this team, and one of them might be the outfield. You know, if you are somebody who takes a stock market approach to things, buy low, sell high.
Yes.
Well, Jake Myers right now is like if Bitcoin was $90,000 each.
The Big Orange Wagon with Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. All Astros, all the time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
3rd down and 5. Jags at the Houston 21. Beathard shotgun. Hasty to his left. Bunch formation right. Here's the snap. Beathard over the middle. And it's intercepted. Petrie with it across the 15 and down at the 19-yard line. Petrie dove for it and got the pick. And the Texans have the rock.
Didn't hear enough of that last year. Didn't hear enough of that from Jalen Petrie. And I contend, Clint, because I think out of necessity, out of injuries, and him picking up a new defense, a lot of those things combined for us to see him take a step back. But, man, I don't think that type of playmaker potential, the player who has great instincts that we saw all his first year here, not to mention at the times at Baylor and how excited we were about him, I don't think that's gone. I don't think he was really put in the best possible position for his skill set to really shine and him to really play with those instincts, which I think is a big part of his game. Clint, I was amped and excited to see that he has been really playing in the box a lot more. I saw it last week at OTAs. I know you were out there today. You got to see it up close and personal. And to me, it just looks like that is the spot for him to be able to potentially impact the game the most that he can. And it seems like to me they're running, if you count him as a safety, 3 safeties out there so he could be in the nickel, covering the slot, being around the line of scrimmage and not being anywhere deep as a deep safety. And it excites me to the point, Clint, where I feel like we're going to see more of the Jalen Petrie we expected.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's so exciting about Jalen Petrie, right, is the fact that he plays with such great instincts. I mean, which really, when you hear somebody say that, I know what I do is I think the ability to avoid the blocker that's responsible for you in protection or run scheme and making plays behind the line, like the instinctual way of tackling and tackling guys that are in open space that are better than you for a lack of better terms. When you're talking about rushing the passer, the ability to avoid tackles if they try to put a tackle on you when you're pressuring, when you're in coverage, the ability to know when and how to undercut balls or take the over the top approach, whichever way. Like there's just an instinct there to be around the football no matter what is thrown your way. They want you to blitz, boom, you're around the ball. They want you in coverage, the ball somehow is attracted to you, kind of deal, and you have a knack for making plays. And this is a guy that has probably top 3 or 4 instincts on this defense, on this entire defensive roster. And I just believe with what we've heard DeMeco Ryans saying about instincts and how important it is to him, that he's going to find a way to get Jalen Petrie on his field. And it looks like, based off what we've seen, is he's playing a lot of nickel defender, which I think is playing to his strengths and going to allow him to play with those instincts around the line of scrimmage, whether he's covering or he's pressuring. Either way it goes, it's somewhere where he can really. It's hard to display or lean on your instincts when you're a middle safety.
Yes, because you're it.
Yeah, well, it's just, boy, your instincts will tell you, boy, he's going to throw it here, and you one step off and he throws the other direction. You're screwed, right? I mean, it's just that's more of a tried and true, read your keys, and a guy that can cover ground with a long wingspan and yada, yada, yada. That's not necessarily who Jalen Petrie is. I think he's more of how we see DeMeco wanting to use him. Now, can he cover? the way that a nickel defender has to cover, we'll see. But I know that being in and around the line of scrimmage, in the box and around the line of scrimmage, I know that's the best place for Jalen Petrie somehow, some way.
Because that's the part. That is the key. Is like you in my mind, I'm like, oh man, him around the line of scrimmage, helping in the run game.
Yep.
He's like he is somebody who's not afraid of contact. He's somebody who could cause and has a knack to cause turnovers. Him potentially blitzing and getting pressure like that and stripping. You can see a lot of plays around the field.
He said he's talking about stripping the ball, Tyler. Relax.
Take them off, Tyler.
I know it's only Tuesday, but I'll get riled up.
Get them pants off. If
that guy grins ear to ear, man. Just to use the term stripping the football, causing a turnover in the game of football. Yes.
He got lost in
He was down there, nose on the keyboard, and he looked up. He looked up like somebody showed him a picture or something.
Y'all want to head to Treasures after this?
You don't stop by Treasures?
Is there a Christie's Cabaret out here?
I'm sure there is. Not real sure that it's a.
Let's do
before
it.
we
I'm
get
not sure what Yelp says about it, but I'm sure it's.
Before we get to Treasure,
I just need to get some ones.
Before we get there, you can see all the positive stuff, but hey man, yeah, we know you can blitz and stuff, but we're gonna get you locked up on a receiver in the slot, and it's 3rd down and 8. Can you cover him? Can you cover well enough? Can you, Jalen Petrie, cover well enough to where we can keep you in that spot? We can keep you in that area of the field. See, that's like we watched, to me, the last 2 years, the best I've seen that is Des King. And Des King has done well in the run game and blitzing and making plays like that. But he is able to cover well enough where you can keep – now, he's not going to win every battle, but he's able to cover well enough to keep him down there. If Petrie starts getting abused in the slot and then all of a sudden they can find ways to get matchups, and then we're sitting there and you're playing Tennessee and Callahan is manipulating – things to get Calvin Ridley in the slot against you, and it's just absolutely getting killed. I'm just using a team as an example.
Yes.
Like that would be problematic, and then you'd be forced to have to change. You'd be forced to have to move. So I think that is the true big key to this whole thing. You could see how positive it could be with him being there, but can he cover well enough, Clint, to keep him there?
That's the question. I mean, I think that's a question with all these guys.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I saw him last week. Him and Bob Woods. There was a little too much separation for my liking with it being Bob.
Yeah, look, it scares. Like right now, where I'm at, as long as you can play zone, then I'm looking at. I mean, I think Lassiter will be okay outside, and I think Jalen Petrie will be okay inside. But the minute that the offense dictates or you decide to pressure and you got to play man behind it, then all of a sudden I don't feel comfortable at all with Lassiter outside and Jalen Petrie having to cover man-to-man against really any of the offenses. But when you look in this league, I mean, you've got Indy's got 3 dudes that can play, and they're not even talked about like Tennessee is. I mean, Jacksonville, we know what they can do. We saw them torch old boy last year. Run him straight up out of a job last year, Tavier Thomas.
They really did.
I mean, that can happen, and that's the scary part to me right now is, which I think the Texans are truly just trying to figure out who Lassiter is. I think they're trying to figure out what Jalen Petrie is. I think there's still a lot of trial and error going on right now with who's inside, who's outside, who fits better, who doesn't. And I think they're doing more prep for camp than necessarily getting that work in and deciding who's going to be starting on the field.
Yeah. As we continue here on the drive, Clint, Tyler and Clint, there is nothing more than to see somebody that's a professional athlete that looks more and more less like an athlete than somebody trying to play baseball. That has not played baseball. Have you seen this Kendrick Perkins?
No.
Oh, my God. He's in Boston trying to swing, and it is a rough watch. I mean, this guy.
I mean, why would he get in there?
He played 13, 14 years in the NBA, and I mean, if you put a bat in his hand and put him in the box, he looks like he couldn't run. You would tell, well, that guy right there.
I mean, why would he do that?
There is nothing more than to put somebody like go hand LeBron a bat. I mean, he will look awkward as hell.
Yeah.
I mean, it is just crazy as hell. Like if you've never played, now you can see other ones. Klay Thompson, his brother played. Klay Thompson.
I just don't know how you don't ever like. I mean, wiffle ball wasn't a thing. I mean, stick ball wasn't a thing.
Maybe it's been a while. He looks like he has swung a bat 10 times in his life.
I don't know how you I don't know how you grew up in Southeast Texas and in the summers all you did was play basketball.
The national pastime.
Like that. That is never playing. I mean,
he's sitting slow rollers or just completely miss it. I mean, it just it doesn't hurt.
It's
help.
painful.
He's 7 foot tall and he's trying to lean down. I mean, there is nothing better than professional athlete, great athlete. Here's a bat. Go swing.
I tell you what, I on the flip side of that, I got a buddy of mine that was a baseball player in college, a pretty good baseball player. And one day we were just shooting around in the gym. That first shot, I said, "Bro, you serious?" like he threw it off the top, like it threw it off. That it wasn't a shot that hit the top of the backboard, like threw it like a line drive.
That's it. I feel like more people have shot basketballs like that. That is.
I mean, I told my boy, I said, "Man, you're way too cool and care way too much to shoot a basketball like that." And he was from West Orange Stark. Went to West Orange Stark. He's from Orange, Texas.
And that's it. He's shooting it.
I'd be willing to bet you that he was the only white guy on an all-star team a time or two, kind of like I was.
Just shooting it off the.
And that's what the whites used to do. I don't know how you went to Orange. I don't know how'd you grow up in Orange, Texas, in the fruit and shoot a basketball like that. Boy,
yeah. It sounded like it made you want to stop playing. All right.
No, he stopped playing. I did not call him again.
Coming up, Dana Brown had some comments, and I think there's a fair question that should be posed, and we'll have a conversation. Love to hear your thoughts. 713-572-4610 right here live on The Drive.
developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Well, this doesn't feel like it's going to be good news. What is the latest, Tyler?
I hate ending a day with some bad news, but we got some bad news. This is coming from Chandler Rome of The Athletic. He is reporting that Astros starting pitcher Christian Javier, he is going to undergo Tommy John surgery on Thursday. So Javier is joining Urquidy.
Oh, hold on. We haven't even heard Urquidy yet.
Well, yeah, Urquidy hadn't been confirmed by the team.
But Chandler is saying he will go and have it Thursday. Ain't that a son of a bitch? I was going to say flip, but hell, man,
that
let it
sucks,
out, man.
That sucks.
So, Christian Javier, if you are just jumping in, Chandler Rome of The Athletic, Astros starter Christian Javier will undergo Tommy John surgery on Thursday. This is the first time I believe he has had Tommy John surgery. Will undergo Tommy John surgery on Thursday. This is a major, major blow to the Astros, especially coming off of Clint. Everything that we had heard, Christian Javier was the guy that they felt better about. Dana Brown was the guy he continued to say Urquidy is the one that he is that he has more of a concern about. And even yesterday they mentioned, we heard reports that it was likely that Urquidy would have Tommy John surgery and nothing about Christian Javier. They just put him on the IL. Well, now as this is coming for Chandler Rome, he has Tommy John. So it feels like, Clint, that both of them, you're going to potentially lose Urquidy and Christian Javier to Tommy John surgery this year, it looks like, at this point.
Yeah, Christian Javier is the one that hurts to me. I mean, Urquidy's always in the thick of things and an option, I think, down the stretch. But Christian Javier is a guy that I think this team was going to lean heavily on as a number 3 starter. And really, you know, a number 3 starter with the potential of like no hit type stuff. So that this one's rough. I mean, this was one that you didn't expect to happen. This is one that hits a little bit deeper than the Luis Garcia or the Jose Urquidy, or you know, that caliber. But again, you know, you got to, at this point, you just lean into Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti. I mean, you hanging your hat on them cats at this point in time.
Well, I don't think they can make a major move. Again, if you're just joining us, Astros starter Christian Javier, according to Chandler Rome of The Athletic, will undergo Tommy John surgery on Thursday. Hell, that's in 2 days. On Thursday, he will undergo Tommy John surgery. We're still waiting to hear whatever news that is going to be reported about Jose Urquidy, although it was a lot of people, including Jeff Pass and Chandler Rome and others, who reported that he was nearing that himself. Clint, a couple of things with it that come to my mind here with it is this is like the Lance situation, where they sign Lance McCullers to a big deal, and early in the deal, he has Tommy John, or has an injury that basically took him out.
Bury me in the H.
Stretch. And they just signed Christian Javier to the deal last year, and he's going to miss at least a year. You would think we're looking at Luis Garcia, and it's going to be a year plus before he potentially comes back. You're going to miss a year out of that 4-year deal that they signed with Christian Javier. So, as you said, they got a 5. They got 5 right now. Now it's just, I think they at least have to be looking around. Brandon Belak, I know the A's let him ride. You know him. You got a relationship. Maybe that's somebody you go and pick up. But they're probably going to have to make a move to add a starter in here. J.P. France, I haven't heard about him. They said he was going to be out for quite some time as well. So they're going to have to make a move to add a starter in the organization.
Yeah, look, I mean, right now, sure, until they make that move, though, they're going to have to be in a 5-man rotation, and you know the 5 that they got to ride with. And again, Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti got to pitch big, man. Because not only do they have to it's not about just maintaining at this point in time. They've got to pitch big for this team to hopefully at some point make a move and climb out of this hole. And you know, where if one of those two pitched well, it was going to be a luxury. It was going to be a big plus. If Hunter Brown pitched well enough to pull himself out of like a long relief role in the playoffs to being a real starter in a rotation, in a playoff rotation, then you know he was going to be good at that point in time. That was the next step. Well, now he's got to.
Yep.
And I think the help is going to come in the shape of Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers at some point down the road. I mean, to your point, I mean, I guess there may be a Band-Aid or two out there that you can go get. Just
in case, so you don't have to roll with Sean. I know Sean said Blair Henley, and he said somebody else's name. I don't have any idea. I've never heard of that person before. But that was with the hopes that Christian Javier may miss maybe a month or so. But this appears to be more. This is just another damn hit.
That sucks, man.
It's another.
Damn it.
Next man up.
I mean, we're so used to the Astros having this plethora of starting arms available if needed. If you think back over the last couple of years, someone goes down, just replace them.
Lance and Garcia. They need.
It's getting thin.
They're going to need those guys to come through.
They're going to need every last one of them, man, to make this a season.
Where's Forrest?
Again, we are trying to have a serious conversation. Christian Javier just went down for the season plus.
Damn it.
Urquidy, probably the same thing, and you're bringing up Forrest. Again, as I said yesterday, that double was only stopped by the wall and the ground, and it wanted to go through it. It was hit so hard in his one appearance. Just stop. And to the person who keeps texting in Trevor Bauer, I mean, let's just take a walk away from that.
I don't like turdish behavior wearing my uniform.
I mean, it's just like it ain't. The Astros, I think they ought to throw the towel in the season before they got that desperate.
Didn't all the Chargers get dismissed?
Don't forget to bring a towel.
He ain't thrown over here in a minute.
My thing is with Trevor Bauer, like, take the horrendous accusations that were made against him away. If you want to take those away, the dude still exhibited turdish behavior constantly before that ever happened. I don't want that guy on this squad.
And he has
beef with Bregman.
I mean, it's been years, and he hasn't pitched well. For me, he hadn't pitched well enough to take on that cloud with this team 7 games under 500.
Yeah.
Someone said, "What's the latest on Lance? Any updates?" I saw him throwing in a bullpen. Luis Garcia has somehow slid past him because Luis Garcia, at least
a little live BP.
At least he threw to Greg Kessinger.
It's the only action Greg Kessinger's had in the last 2 years.
And now I guess since Greg got sent down, nobody's going to be able to step in and be able to throw live BP.
Why are Lance's videos of late always a weird angle too? That last one was like from way up above him. Couldn't even tell how much effort he was putting into it. Y'all didn't think that? Y'all just saw the video and thought, what the hell? Somebody from the stands is videoing?
I just saw he's throwing a ball.
Off a mound.
And he's on a mound. That's all I said. Yeah, man, this is terrible news. Terrible news for the Astros. Coming up behind us is Texans All Access. They'll give you sights and sounds from day one of Texans minicamp. You'll hear from a lot of people. The majors talked today. DeMeco spoke. C.J. Stroud spoke. Stephon Diggs spoke. Tank Dell spoke today as well. So you hear sights and sounds coming from Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. Texans All Access coming up behind us. And then following them, Area 45, Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton. I see them behind us grinding and working hard, and they'll have things at 7 once Texans All Access completes. And remember, they have the post-game show as they will be talking, hopefully with the Astros getting another win and winning this series against the Cardinals. Damn, no Kyle Tucker in the lineup, and now you find out Christian Javier is going to be out for not just this season, but a while.
It feels huge.
This is when you go on a run, boys.
Yeah, that's when you go on a run.
They're gonna have to try everything to get someone by the trade deadline.
So, see, I know Dana said there's not going to be sellers, but I hear what you're saying. But when you say get somebody from the trade deadline, I think you're talking about somebody that's an important piece, right?